And even if yeah, they would fucking perish from the face of the world. Because James is James fucking Bellini. And with that cane as blood dripped down it, his face pale as a ghost, and his eyes bloodshot red, he looked otherworldly. His entire presence was just terrifying. A fucking demon, Mike thought, as he noticed that even some blood came from James's mouth too, like making him look like a vampire or something. And how insane it is. Everywhere he walks, there is truly blood. Let it be his own or others. And he didn't even wipe it, didn't even care about the blood. Why would he, when blood is actually part of his life? He already had it in hand with it, with the smell of it, with the brutality of it, with the meaning of blood. Though putting all it aside, he truly looked fucked, like one moment he was radiating this aura, and the second moment, he just looked like somebody about to die on the spot. Before we go, I need to do something with your palm. So please, sit back down and relax a bit. Mike said as he looked at James's eye, and he actually did it, and of course he did it when everything was just too much for him, or more like what he had imagined was too much, what his mind played with him. But to be true, he started to calm down. Because the reality was that they are fine, and that's the only thing that matters, not what could have happened to them. You brought bandages? He asked as Mike was bandaging up his other hand too. Yeah, always bring it in my pocket to be sure. He smiled as he covered James' palm. It's not illegal to have, and well, bandage can be the difference between life and death. He said as he tucked the end of it in, finishing it and finally stopping the sound of the blood dripping on the floor. But what he asked next was, well, surprising to say at least. Do you want a line? Line? James asked as he looked up from his hand to Mike. Yeah, well, not a line, but a tiny bit of it. Mike grinned as he pulled out the white magic out of his pocket. He stole it from the plane. You know, white magic is actually medicine if it's used correctly and in a small amount. Of course, it's only true for the pure, but it is pure. I tasted it, he said as he opened the little plastic bag up. If you dip your pinky finger in and then put it up under your tongue, it's called buccal administration. Basically, the drug acts slower, but it's better as your body has more time to understand what is happening, he said as he held the pouch in front of James. But my heart is racing, he said as narrowed his eyes at Mike, who was just straight up smiling holding the bag. It almost seemed like a straight-up assassination attempt. The most surreal assassination attempt, and by medical Mike. Chapter 266. It is different. Now, the silence between them was the kind where both knew exactly what caused it, and it almost felt like a bad joke, even though it wasn't. White magic is used by doctors, of course, not this format of it, but it works too. If you take a little of it, it will not pump up your heart, but rather slow it down, putting you in this euphoria-like feeling and also helping to relax. You're not going to be high or drugged up, but just chill, like if it was green weed. Mike explained as he held the bag closer. Just trust me, James. I know what I am talking about. Well, Mike looked determined to help and like someone who was telling the truth. But still, taking white magic right before meeting his family, especially after just having a panic attack, was absurd. Still, if it really worked, then everything would be easier, and Mike was a doctor. Even though none of it made sense in James's mind, he reached out, dipped his pinky, and did it, placed it under his tongue. The first thing he felt was the pain as his mouth had a little cut inside, but after that nothing. So he just sat there waiting while Mike was looking at his watch and holding James's hand for the pulse. It was fast. 5 minutes, and your pulse is already getting low, he said as he let out of his hand. Tell me, Mike, is it healthy to get? Nah, it's actually dangerous, though it worked. Mike laughed, interrupting James as he helped him up. And you're alive, so don't worry, boss. He finished, slapping his back. Well, James didn't say anything and was kinda surprised that Mike was fucking experimenting on him, while he had a total meltdown. Though it worked. Truly. Worked, as now he started to feel it, this euphoria, as the thing became more clear, more focused around him. Mike was right about it. And he was the only one in the family who actually knew about it, about the white magic medicinal use. The drug has been around for a long time now, long enough for people to experiment with it and realize that it actually works as a relaxation medicine, cardiac medicine, for blood pressure, and for a lot of things, though the twist of it is that it came from the plant of the white magic, mixed up with other drugs and medicines in a laboratory environment with professionals under a lot of rules and a small amount of it, and not from straight sniffing or putting it under the tongue. Though Mike read a lot about it and how they made it and how it can work, with little worry that doctor rarely using it, because the smallest mistake can be deadly and of course it's expensive as fuck. But Mike is a genius, or well, he tipped the right amount for James. And second, even if the drug is called pure, it doesn't mean it's not diluted. It just means it's not mixed up with other drugs, and didn't lace it with some bullshit, and what bad could happen? Like James fainting, maybe his heart stopping, or the second one is getting a little bit high on it. Though as they walked out of the terminal, none of it seemed to become true. As he started acting like himself again, even his skin color came back and looked much better. "Are you good, boss?" Orion immediately asked as they were there so long in that room, and well, his suit was bloodied. Once again. "Of course I'm good. What happened here? Did they say something?" He asked back as he finally wiped it off and noticed everybody was staring at him. "Nothing really, just a standoff without any threat or anything happening." Orion answered, "Well, we weren't a threat to them, that's for sure." He laughed as nobody had a weapon on them, and they were facing fucking fully stacked soldiers. "Then good, we don't pick a fight, nor they. That's a good beginning, isn't it?" He asked as he made his steps toward the exit finally. But now everybody sensed that something was off. Moreover, Orion as he looked at Mike, and he was just shaking his head. His steps were slow and almost looked like a penguin's. Not to mention, some blood was still dripping from the cane onto the floor, which few people standing around noticed, but nobody really seemed to care about it too much. And while they didn't care about it too, because it was James, and he always had something on his mind. Why would they question it when he was still alive and looking fine? A little blood was nothing, nor was the way he walked. Everyone knew his legs still hurt. "Do we have a car waiting, boss?" one of the bodyguards asked, and it was a good question, and James had the answer for it as he stopped right before the door and looked to the side at him. "No, we will catch a bus or taxi to the embassy. It is a surprise after all. We need to be invisible," he said as he turned back and tapped his cane as he finally made it outside of the terminal, into again the heat. But at least now he was really looking at Marasi. Moreover, he was looking at the capital of it, Sarnoff, and it was really the complete opposite of what he thought he would see. James and, well, everybody thought the same. Marasi gotta be a sandy city, with the beige color or popping red, maybe whiter, to repel the heat, that there is sand everywhere. Like just straight glitch thoughts, but it was the complete opposite of it. There were plants, so many plants. Trees, hedges, everything you could imagine. It looked beautiful, beyond what either of them had expected. It felt like a city built in a garden, or more like a little jungle. Buildings were covered in vines, surrounded by flower trees. It just looked peaceful, and even the air was just clean. And now, he kind of understood why Darvik told him to take a look, to enjoy Marasi. Chapter 267, Taxi. It was truly something spectacular, something gorgeous as they were going through the city, the streets, the buildings. All of it just made this grand scenario which was hard to describe. Everything was just kind of perfect, and James, even though he still was kind of off, still his head hurt a bit, understood it well, that what Darvik said is true and not just a trick, not just an operation against him or a move, but truth as everything in the street was just clean. The roads were not bumpy. There wasn't even trash on the street, and there was huge skyscrapers, office buildings up to the sky. It was just truly something mesmerizing. But moreover, how they made it to be green, because there was green everywhere, trees and flower everywhere, like a jungle. And what came at the red light was something not even James or Mike knew existed. It looked like a roller coaster that's going through the city, but there was a train moving on it, up in the air. "They're truly rich, huh?" Mike said as he was looking out the window as the train passed them. "Yeah," James whispered as he was too, just watching as it went past hanging in the air. Then a chuckle came from the taxi driver. "Tourist or here to work?" he asked as he looked at the mirror, though he too had a heavy accent. "Both," James answered him. "Oh, that's nice, but I advise you to not get your mind blown away, because it's only the outside of the city. Inside the center is just more mesmerizing, with its open parks and of course the greens everywhere." "Why are there so many plants though?" Mike asked back. "Because of the heat. I don't exactly know how it works, but the government chooses specific trees and plants to be brought into the city," he explained as the light turned to green. "They have huge flowers, huge crowns, that give a lot of shadows. The air quality has improved too, but the main reason is keeping the temperature in the street lower." But look to the right, you see that? They looked, and there was a big-ass truck misting water to the streets. So they are trying to battle the heat, huh? James asked. Exactly, with the plants, with misting the street with water, but of course, there are many cooling agents, too. He was proud, it could be heard by his voice, that it isn't just what he repeats to every tourist, but he is truly proud of his country and city. But James just felt the need to ask about the bad. I heard Marassi is strict about its laws. Is it true or just a hoax? Oh, it's true. Very true, sir. He laughed again. A lot of people think the government is controlling us with the laws, but not really. We live in a democracy, we can protest, we can rally, we can do whatever we want. But the law is truly strict if you do something bad. He looked again at the mirror as they came to a stop. Like if I scam you too, with this ride, I would get 2 years prison time. This is how strict it is, no fines or warnings, but prison time. He explained. What about the prison camps? They say Marassi built concentration camps. Mike asked because it was all over the Union, all over the world when Marassi began to reform its system. Though it was a strange situation. Everyone around Marassi, the Union, the states, every single fucking country was protesting against the laws and against the government of Marassi, while the citizens of Marassi were celebrating the law since they had voted for it. It's not true. There are strict rules and laws to it. There is an oversight board that consists of civilians who look and investigate if something goes wrong in the so-called camps, which are just the workplace of them. But they're slaves, aren't they? James asked, and he saw the driver start to get stressed about it. He began tapping his fingers on the wheel and even sighing. You know, sir, every time tourists ask about the camps, without even knowing the history of the country and how the civilians, me, fought. He looked at the mirror, his voice now firm and least welcoming. Those camps have rapists, pedophiles, serial killers, murderers, and so on, people who did terrible things. Not all of them get executed because we civilians can decide about it with votes. Votes? Mike asked. Yeah, let them go out the easy way or let them work hard labor until they die like a dog. It's not a concentration camp, but a hard labor camp, and they get what they deserve. But of course, it's up to the victims' relatives. If they vote in the favor of execution, then that happens. Another stop came, and he was now fully looking into the mirrors at James and Mike. They're mining, they're doing the jobs that would be dangerous for civilians, and they're doing it until they collapse, because that's what they deserve. And meanwhile, they're suffering. They're benefiting us, the civilians who obey the law of Marassi. There was a silence for a bit as they both thought about it. That's still slavery, Mike said, not because he was against it. No, he agreed with that view on dangerous fuckers like rapist and pedophile working until they die, but it's just the reality of it, and what a lot of people think it is, modern-day slavery. Yeah, it is, but we're enslaving criminals, not by color, by ideology, by religion. They are all monsters, and they deserve to be. Isn't it a little bit ironic? Hypocritical? James asked, suddenly interrupting the driver. What? The driver asked as he glanced at the mirror, and what he saw was James's eyes staring right at him, and even though it was just through the mirror, he could sense that something wasn't right. On the other side, James just wanted to know how much the civilians really knew about what was truly happening in Marassi, in the gangster's paradise. Chapter 268, It Works for Us. Well-known cartel leaders, mafia leaders, dons, fraudsters, scammers are living here in Marassi, enjoying their life, but nothing is being done against them. That's a little strange and ironic, because they killed more than all of the people in the camps. He tried it. He wanted to try it, to see at least once a civilian reaction to it, to see what he thought about this situation, because he knew there's no way they didn't know about it, that they don't see these criminals walking around in the public. Though with it, he hinted, or more like implied, that he knew about something to Mike, who started to finally realize what is happening or getting close to it. They are all under heavy surveillance. They can't do anything in our country, just enjoy it, and they're benefiting us, if they're banking here. The driver said, and his voice didn't change. He didn't even try to hide the truth. They can live here, bank here, invest here, but if they start to do something criminal, they will die or be sent to a camp. He glanced at the mirror. A lot of them tried to bribe officials, to have power, to build up gangs. They all perished. There is no corruption. There is no door to be opened for them. Yeah, There's no doors. Only if you have enough money, huh? Yeah, what Darvik said. The 100 billion line that gives you freedom even if you are at the worst point. Suddenly, the driver laughed. Exactly, but everything works this way. We let in foreign factories because they bring a lot of money with them, creating workplaces for our people, so the two are the same in the end. He glanced at the mirror. Both benefiting us, the civilians. With this, he finally understood that people here in Marasi don't care about nothing but their own good, and that it's a perfect country, where criminals can roam around without a single eye on them, because they bring in money and make the country more great. Like a fucking fantasy land. Then how much is the average income? Mike asked, because the driver was just too proud of his country. It's also in law, and it can be lower than $50,000 per year. Huh, that's $4,000 per month. What is the tax rate? It is 20%. So the lowest income in the country is at $4,000, but with tax rate it is $3,200. To be honest, looking at this beautiful city, I doubt that with $3,200 you can pay the rent and then live happily. Mike said, and it was obvious. The city was just looking too luxurious to comfortably live with a $3,200 salary, pay rent, for food and bills, only the basics. You're dead wrong, mister, the driver said. Until the age of 30, you're tax-free, and the government even offers free housing after you finish your college studies. If you don't go to college, you still get free housing in a major city for 5 years, so young people have a chance to build their future. There's also free health care for everyone, and many additional benefits, like how anyone who earns a bachelor's degree gets $50,000. So in my opinion, Marasi is a great country with great opportunities, especially for young people. As he finished it, James was mind blown by it. Like how much fucking money does this whole deal with the criminals bring into them? That 50% cut are truly something else if they can afford to give these things to its citizens. Billions upon billions. What about your salary then? Can you afford to live in this city? Mike asked. Me? Yeah, I make $4,000, and I get my veteran benefits from the military, which adds another $2,000, so I make $6,000 a month. And thanks to the veteran benefits, I also have an apartment in the city. He answered. How big is that apartment? Mike asked again, pushing it. He just wanted to hear something bad about Marasi, because up until this point, it truly seemed like a dream country to live in. It is an average one, he answered, kinda teasing Mike as he heard the jealousy in his voice. What about citizenship? Can a foreigner be a citizen? James asked. A full citizen? No. There are only citizen cards for foreigners, valid for 5 years, and they don't come with the benefits a normal citizen has. I only know of a few foreigners who got full citizenship, but they were politicians or people who did a lot for our country. Huh. So Darvik handing out citizenships. But what if all of this falls? He thought, and he was true about it. If something would turn bad, then it would mean the whole country and its system would just break. Like all of these things the driver said, was built and possible because of the amount of money the criminal deal brings into them. And if it would stop, or something big would happen, then it all would burn to ashes. That would be a literal catastrophe, a humanitarian catastrophe, though James was sure about it, that it is impossible to actually break everything. The driver said too many things and benefits, and it all needs billions upon billions to be able to maintain, and who knows what deals they made with other people too, not just with criminals, but countries. Mineral and resource deals, yeah, more billions. There has to be a Federal Reserve fully stacked with gold backing up the country and its economy. Or maybe the Federal Reserve is actually the criminals and billionaires who are keeping up Marasi, because with that 20% tax rate, it's just impossible to maintain this level of wealth and benefits. There's something more to it, but what it is, maybe we are here, the driver said as parked the car and just noticed they came to the embassy. Are you guys like government officials? He asked, though they said nothing back. Mike just gave him some money, not even waiting for the change, and hopped out, with James. And shit, that was an embassy. Like it looked like a chateau, with green covering everything. There were barriers, big gates, barbed wires, and soldiers all around. Truly a safe house. Chapter 269. Why? The whole embassy in front of them looked like a rich baron's palace from some fantasy world or from back in the time, especially with the high brick walls and wrought iron fence. But with the greenery, it was just truly mesmerizing. So mesmerizing that nothing happened. The convoy of taxis they came with left them, and they just stood there, All of them. Not a single movement. Like they were truly some tourists looking at the beautiful building, and that's it. Shouldn't we go in? Mike asked, but as soon as he looked at James, he noticed that something was not right about James. He just looked, like, empty in a way, and first Mike started to worry that maybe the drug was a bit too much, that now it was acting up, but no, it wasn't no drug or anything else. James was just frozen at that moment. Frozen emotionally, frozen physically, and to tell the truth, Mike didn't need to think a lot about it, because it was obvious why he was acting this way. James was so passionate to come here out of nowhere, to see his family, to greet them, to be with them, to finally feel their love, to give them love in the time when nothing is promised. He went through a lot of bullshit in a short period of time. So many things that just hurt so much that everybody else would be on the floor begging it to stop, begging for God to be over with it. But he never did it. He never begged for nothing. He didn't even go down to the floor, but did what he needed to do, or moreover what he felt is the right thing to do. But now, what is the right thing to do? What is the right thing to feel? What is the right thing to say? Or is it even right to meet them? He left them, abandoned them, but did it because of love, out of fear for them. But at the same time, he did it for himself. No, he only did it for himself. Yeah, his mind started to play the games again. Or more importantly, it wasn't his mind, but he himself. He felt this, that maybe this whole thing was just exciting. Yeah, deep within him was the feeling that these constant actions, constant deals, constant death lingering around him, the power, the influence he holds, it all started to poison him. Just like how it poisoned Lucian. But the worst of it was that he knew it, and knew very well the stages of it, especially after being a friend with Lucian, so-called besties. The first stage is that you truly believe you are untouchable, that you don't have power. You are power. You are influence. You are death. You believe it more and more as people kneel in front of you. As you make hundreds or millions, you believe that nobody can do anything against you. But that's not true. That is the start of the second stage, when something happens and you realize you are not a demigod, a god, an untouchable being of the world, but a fucking human. A human who has so many enemies that they are uncountable. Panic and fear start to sink in. You become sensitive, paranoid about your surroundings. Who can be the one that will betray? Who will stab you in the back? And the last final stage is reality. That the power you once were starts to shatter, but before it fully collapses, you act on it. You kill everybody you think that would be against you. All the snitches, the rats, the backstabbers, you kill all of them. Even if they are family, even if they are the best friends of you. You kill and kill and kill until those remain who act like good dogs and on order do whatever you wanna. Though you really know it is the end, that nothing will save you, and there is two things to do. Fight until you die, or get arrested, and second, just flee, run as far as you can, and hide in the shadows until you die of old age. This is the position of the underworld when you taste the greatness, when the power, the respect, the fear in people's eyes starts to feel like oxygen, and you breathe it in deeper and deeper until you can't live without it. It's intoxicating, like a drug convincing you that you are more than human, that you are destiny itself. But the truth is, the more you drink from it, the more it poisons you. It blinds you to the faces of the people you once swore to protect, deafens you to the voices that used to matter, and leaves you chasing shadows of power that will one day turn on you. Because in the underworld, greatness is never a gift, it's a curse. And it suited James very well. He flew them out to be able to deal drugs, to be able to become somebody big. He did it for selfish reasons, to be able to go and go and go without thinking about them. He had changed, of course he had. Everyone knew it. But there was a change he hadn't even noticed in himself. The drug deals, the shootings, the constant death had become more important to him than anything else, even his own family. It was a cycle of madness. Raphael died, and what happened next? He killed more. Ferrucci lay in a coma. And why? Because James had pushed and pushed, driving others to kill and keep killing in the name of vengeance. This was madness, a path where the only goal in front of him was to kill, without a single thought for his family. Somewhere along the way, it had become something entirely different from the goal he started with. He wasn't doing it to protect them, to avenge Raphael or Hans. No, he was doing it for himself, for the mafia, to be greater, more feared, more powerful, and he hadn't even realized it until now. Yeah, He noticed it only now, especially after he just had a panic attack seeing them all dead, seeing Charlotte and Bella covered with blood screaming his name, seeing his mother just stand there and ask the same one-word question all over again. Why? But maybe this question wasn't a question at all, wasn't a word from his mother, but a voice from within. James himself, his whole being. Just why? Why are you becoming someone like this? Why are you acting this way? Why do you feel excited about it? Why are you doing it? Why? It wasn't his mother asking those questions, it was him. The old James, deep within, realizing that the James standing here now was nothing but a shadow, a fragment of what he once was. A loving boy who only wanted to be with his family. A boy who wanted to break free from the cycle of poverty. A boy who dreamed of showing his mother what he was capable of, that one day he could be a big name. But now, what came with it was only terror, suffering, and grief. He had turned away from his path, and what he once promised to became nothing more than a voice in the back of his mind, deep inside himself. The voice that keeps asking him, why? James. Mike raised his voice again as he tapped his shoulder, and James reacted like he'd just woken up from a bad dream. He looked disoriented. We should go in. Oh yeah, we should, he said, wiping sweat from his brow, but he looked visibly shaken. It was hard to believe seeing him like this, especially after the panic attack. And Mike was the only one who knew about it. Mike was the one who needed to keep a close eye on James and do whatever it took to keep him grounded, to stay by his side, and to help him not turn into something that would destroy itself. Chapter 270. What to say? After standing around and waiting for a few minutes while James gathered himself and pushed away the negative thoughts about himself and everything else, they finally moved toward the guard box next to the gate. It was surprising at first because the guard said nothing and didn't even come close to him, yet the gates creaked open with just a nod from the guards. Darvik, huh? James thought as they went past the gate. And yeah, it was him, or at least it needed to be him, because they didn't inform anybody about this visit and they just got through the gate without even saying a word. A long driveway led to the embassy with the greenery, and they were all looking around, literally mesmerized by the view and land it got. Moreover, the big trees. And even a lake that was on the side. Something that really looked more like a luxury estate than a foreign country embassy. Though it seemed the exact opposite of what Darvik said and what this country is about. Safe they say, but they noticed everything. Like guards with dogs patrolling, cameras in the bushes on the trees, even anti-ram barriers, and of course the double gate. It was just too much for the protection of an embassy, though James was happy about it. His family truly is safe with this amount of soldiers and protection around them. And second, he thought it was actually Darvik who did it. And he was right. It was actually his strategy, the great Darvik strategy to try and please James with whatever he can show he says yes to the deal. So he put James's family in the biggest protection, and of course he knew about their arrival the exact minute they landed. The beauty of monitoring someone and his family. Though it was strange to James as they were now walking through the second gate with again a dozen guards just staring at them, and that's it. Not even a word. It was strange because Darvik's deal was not a deal but a kind of pressure, an opportunity he can't say no to. That no one would say no to, because it's just too good. It's for the protection of his loved ones, him and the wealth, all of it. But now all of it looked like Darvik was pleasing James. But to be truthful, it was also his strategy to get him even more. To bring another whale to Marasi, by showing him what they were capable of, how much protection they can give, let it be at an embassy or let it be anywhere in Marasi, they can protect, and it worked pretty much. How are you going to do it? Mike's question came as they were nearing the building. Do what? Like meeting them. It is a reunion, very important if we look at it. Mike continued. You need to be careful with your words, more importantly with Charlotte because she is still a child and might get angry and furious with you. He glanced at James. Children are sensitive, and it is Charlotte after all. Her whole life was sensitive, and she's not even 10. Something like this is important for her. And who is she going to look at you? James suddenly stopped as Mike finished it, leaning on his cane and realizing that he hadn't even really thought about it. He just wanted to go in, say hi, and let life play out what exactly happens. But now that Mike said it, it was like what his father did, dipped for milk. Though in James' scenario, he just sent Charlotte far away. What the fuck should I say? I mean, I didn't want to scare you or anything. Just, you know, it's kinda important. Mike wanted to correct himself, though he'd already messed up, putting into James that little fear that didn't come up until now. And while Mike noticed that James again started to turn white and start to stress. Just say, "I love you, it will mean a lot," Mike suddenly said as he tried to help the situation. Though even himself didn't believe his own words. Just saying "I love you" will do nothing in this situation. A situation when Charlotte is really old for his age mentally and knows what the fuck is going on. James glanced at Mike. "I'll try my best," he said, and started walking again with determination in his voice to make everything better, and for a moment Mike was surprised by it. Again he changed his energy for a determined one that wants to make it all work. And there it was as they went up the stairs. The door opened up like a magic castle, and there was Christina, who Linda called up for help. "Mr. Bellini," she said as she stepped forward and offered her hand, which James shook. "Nice to have you here." She smiled. "I didn't tell anyone that you would come, as Darvik and Linda instructed me." "Yeah, thanks. So where are they?" James asked back as he stared at her. And she went silent, like even Mike and James just didn't understand the situation. She just stood there smiling with that fake one. Well, she heard so many stories about this man James Bellini, and she was looking forward to meeting him. But this man who is in favor of Darvik, of Linda, even the president, now standing in front of him. He was nothing like exciting. Not somebody with great charisma. Not someone that just radiates energy, at least not now. He just looked kinda average to her at first glance, like a handsome guy, but ain't no danger or that harmful from the stories. Though she knew pretty much he was one, or at least judged by how Darvik and Linda spoke about him. Yes, she knew he ain't no agent, but something more dangerous. An individual who is capable of literally having the most powerful people in his inner circle, having them help him, hide his family, and provide protection. Even if, in her eyes, he was nothing, from the stories she just kept in her mind. Don't judge too quickly. Chapter 271. Paint. "So, where are they?" "Oh, your mother is currently sleeping. Bella is in the city and Charlotte is in the back playing," she said, but saw a switch in James's eye for a second. "Don't worry. Bella went out with protection and your mother is sleeping because she has helped with the gardener all week, while Charlotte has a guard looking over her." "Good," he said, but once again he was visibly stressed as his legs started to shake. "So, should I escort you to the back?" she asked. "Yeah," James said, then glanced at Mike. "You and the other get comfy until I finish with this," he said as he made his step into building following Christina. "Comfy?" Orion asked from the back. I never heard him say that word. He chuckled. "Nervous? Of course he is. We are all humans after all." Mike chuckled too. "Let's get in, boys, and settle down until the boss is ready," he said, and with it, everyone got in the house, while James himself was already going through the house following Christina. He didn't even look around. He didn't even care about anything else, just followed her to the back to the beautiful and mesmerizing garden. It was just breathtaking scenery, a huge-ass garden with a second bigger lake, with a glass building in the middle of it, with wooden bridges, and of course the willow trees, all the greenery. But what caught his eye in this beautiful scenery was her. Charlotte. She was in a little hilly area and in front of her a big canvas, painting. "Now then, we will leave the two of you. Enjoy your time," Christina said, and she gestured toward the guard under the trees, and they were off, while James himself just stood at the door looking at Charlotte, just thinking what is the right thing to say once again. But there wasn't. Just go and adapt to the situation as much as he can. His steps were not deliberate, were not determined, but he seemed like somebody who didn't want to face what he had done, didn't want to face a child, his child. Like it was something so strange that a killer, a murderer, a boss is afraid to look at a child and to talk with her. And to be honest, he had all right to be worried and to be cautious because a child's words are something that can hurt more than anything. They do not care about anything. They do not care about what's right or what's wrong. They say out loud what they feel, but in Charlotte's position that is 100% more true. She is a little demon on her own with Lucian blood in her veins. But it was clear to even himself that what he feared was the way she would look at him, the way she would behave. Yeah, the look in her eyes that looked lost, all trust lost, everything she believed in. The man who saved her, the man who took him in and she could call father, betrayed her. When life seemed to be the best, full with joy, full with love, turned into something that was worse than being in the Augustus family. Just blood and blood. Death all around that, following her, lingering around her, the thing that is helping her. No, The thing that's pushing her to grow up too fast, to understand the world too quickly, to know what death and life means. She is too young, but already fears death. Just say what you need to say. She is a child, just a child. James thought as he was getting closer and closer, trying to be as silent as he could with his cane, trying to control everything in him, calming himself down. So with all of this, he just steadily walked up to her, and, to his surprise, she didn't even notice him. Not the noise of the cane, nothing, and she was just painting with the greatest calmness while some music which he didn't even know the language of was playing. Though what she painted was, from a parent's eye, alarming, to say the least. It was a basic child painting with green on the bottom representing the grass with the sun in the corner, and there was a family in the middle. 2 women and a child who was obviously Bella, Erica, and, well, the dark figure was him. Yeah, a black figure with red eyes like it was a demon, though she painted it in a way that still all of them held their hands like a family, which was just a strange situation. Like him standing over Charlotte while this playful song was playing, while she was trying to sing the lyrics but couldn't, and painting something obviously traumatic to her, something that will stick with him, something that is causing sadness and pain to her. Is that me? James finally and suddenly asked her from the back. It is. She said back, but it was more like she didn't even realize he was standing behind her. She just continued painting like nothing happened, like the voice was just in her head, not even turning around for a bit. So, I am a monster in your eyes. I thought I'm just James or Dad. She finally realized what was happening, that the voice of James was not in her head, but it was coming from her back as she stopped painting and for a moment was frozen down as the music played on for some seconds, and then the brush just fell out of her hand as she turned around, and there he was. Towering over her was like a giant. The man stood that she was hurting so much for. James, a father, a stepfather. The man who took her in when she had no one. The man who made her feel safe, someone she could trust, someone she could call family. Chapter 272, Reunion. It was just straight up the most serious silence and standoff that James ever had in his life. Charlotte's blue eyes just fucking swallowed him whole. Not like a void, but like waves that just hit you in the face. You just drown in it. It was suffocating, just like how Lucian's eyes were. But there was nothing on her face emotion-wise. She just stared up at James, with her big eyes, not even blinking, just staring deep. Not a single tear, not a single smile, nor anything that could imply what she was feeling like. She just looked emotionless. But oh man, she was up there. Her heart was beating fast just like back in the time when he was still at the Augustus house. When she witnessed things, she felt like she was going to explode at any moment. But she inherited what Lucian had, that poker face, without any emotion on it, at least when he was still sane and not a paranoid fucker. And now she was putting it on, because all her emotions were just swirling in her, just pumping her up, but to be truth. All this emotion was in her, but still she didn't know what to feel about it at all, nor did she understand it at all. She was angry, she was sad, furious, but at the same time she was also happy, full of joy that he stood in front of her. But all of this was pushed down by one single thought in her, that she was abandoned by him, just like how he was abandoned by Lucian. For a child, it was something deep, something that rooted itself in her heart, in her being, and something that will be hard to get rid of, and James understood it. Well, he knew what she went through back in the Augustus house, and moreover he knew what she went through with him. Everything started off so well. They clicked together, they started to look like a family, joy and happiness, shopping, ice cream, and everything just turned into a fucking hole swirling in all the bullshit that can happen with them one by one. She too witnessed the things that James did, that Bella and Erica did. Raphael and Han's death. She was there where the shooting happened at the house. She almost died. She was saved by the guard who shielded her. She witnessed the reality of their world, of the world she lives in. That's why James shattered with a simple question. How are you, darling? It wasn't just a simple question to be true. It was the only question he could ask that could come out of his mouth. I hate you. Charlotte said it firmly, but at the same time light. No hesitation, no stuttering. And it hit deep. It was a heavy blow from a fragile little girl. So much so that James didn't know what to say in response, because there weren't any words that could help at all. So he slowly knelt down, really slowly, putting his weight on the cane to do it, while Charlotte just watched him as he finally got down to her level. though she didn't move or say anything for a long moment. "I know I hurt you, Charlotte." James finally spoke after the silence between them, a silence of a father and a daughter, the type of silence that is just heavy, the type of silence that you don't need to explain. She tried to be strong, but she couldn't keep it up, couldn't keep the poker face as her tears started to drip from her eyes. "Why do you love me if you hurt me?" she asked, her voice small and shaky. "I don't want to be hurt anymore." That was it. The moment that James almost broke. He was so close to it that he needed to bite down hard to not let anything come out, to not let any emotion take control of him, to not let any tear out of his eyes. Because for Charlotte, he needed to be strong right now. He needed to show that he is powerful. He is someone she can trust, she can rely on, she can love. A father who do not show weaknesses, because he had already shown too many before. "I can't promise that, Charlotte," he said softly as he reached out and took her little hand in his. "Life is full of pain, and what matters is how we deal with it. You may be a child, but you already know what I do and where I have to be. But if I'm not with you, never think that I don't love you or that I have abandoned you." He pulled her close to himself as he hugged her tightly, holding her small body against his. "I will always love you, and I will always think about you, no matter what." It was enough for her. No, it was what she needed the most. The warm hug from somebody she truly loves. That's the feeling of being protected. His dad. That's what she needed all along, to be close to him, to have this bond. Together, to feel loved by him. Tears just came without stopping, and with them came her voice as she was crying, hugging James so tightly that it was just screaming how alone she felt without him, how much he means to her. But for James too, this tight hug, the tears, and her cries were just warmth to him that someone still loved him unconditionally, that she had truly become a member of the family without even being with them for so long. She adapted and saw him as a father, a child who only wanted to be loved all his life. There weren't a lot of words, no back and forth, just the truth and a hug. And even if it wasn't enough to fix everything, it was the only thing he had to give. Chapter 273. Behind his back? Their moment together felt like everything had just stopped, that he was not who he was, and for a moment it was good. The silence, the warmth of the sun, the hug, and the meaning of it. It all was so calm and refreshing. Though not everybody had the privilege to be this calm. Finn himself was in the biggest operation since he was with the family. "How much water is that?" Jack asked. "A lot. I don't know, but just buy the biggest one so we don't need to fuck around with it." Finn answered as he looked at the laptop. They were literally only shopping for everything they needed to work with the drugs. "What about the sprinklers?" "There are a whole lot of options," Jack said as he was browsing through all the options like he had some idea what those were. "From the top, we need mist ones, and then we need a line going into the pots to supply water for the roots." Finn explained. "So we need that." He pointed at the screen and the line on the pipe system on the left side. He pointed once again, but Jack got a little confused by it. "But aren't we doing a greenhouse?" He looked up at him. "We don't need pots, just like a garden bed or what they call it." "Yeah, but first we need to experiment with it, then expand the production. In pots it will be movable, and we don't need to dig it out. So until we are 100% sure what it needs, how much care and things like that, we do it in pots." Jack just seemed more confused about it. "Wait, are we talking about greenweed or white magic? Like the white magic roots are just too big and can break a flower pot." "Greenweed, Jack." Finn looked at him. "I know James will want the pure greenweed and of course ones that are heavy hitters. We need to experiment with them to see how much water, fertilizer, and other things it needs to be a heavy hitters. Oh, though there are people who know how to take care of it. But I see you don't want people from outside to know about the production." Yeah, Jack understood it well, and it was far better idea to experiment than just go out and gather experienced people with green weed. People who can tell on them, tell where the warehouses and greenhouses are, and then they just get fucked by their enemies. Then sprinklers with mist and the pipes into the pots. Then shit, we need special pots that fit the pipe, then a pump that supplies the water from the tank, and the whole watering system itself. That will be expensive, but it will bring in millions. Finn hit his shoulder as he got out his notes. One warehouse greenhouse can fit, let's say 150. What is the effective range of the sprinklers? Jack clicked on it. It says, it mists up to 1.5 meters, but it depends how high it is placed. Then one sprinkler can mist 3 plants, so we need 50 sprinklers for one warehouse. We will have 6 of them, so add 350 sprinklers to the cart and 6 watering systems, 6 tanks, 6 pumps, 900 pots and pipes, and a watering line, like 500 meters. Shit, they will think we are a big-ass flower company or some farmers. Jack laughed as he was adding the thing into the cart. We are, if you think about it. Finn chuckled. Though it is just a test run, if it works we will build better and more effective ones. For testing, spending 43,000 is something else. He looked up at Finn. And we didn't even add fertilizers and other shit, like lamps. Yeah, the lamps that were needed to get the green weed to grow faster. We don't really need that. The greenhouses will have enough light, and the warehouse has roof windows letting in natural sun, but if not, then we cut the roof and add more. He said it like he was a builder or something as he was flipping his notes. Jack laughed. Again as he shook his head, and it was just crazy. Out of nowhere Finn calls him and then just shows up, and without any proper experience, they are building up a drug farm. Though it is exciting. What address should I add to the delivery? Jack asked. The real estate company. I already informed them that our package will go there and where to move it. Still, it feels risky, doesn't it? Like even the blind can see this as a setup for something illegal. Jack said as he went on to order all of it. They can report it. Yeah, but we have everything on our side, so don't worry. Finn said as he tapped his shoulder once again. Don't forget your job, though. Selecting people for gardening, best job. He sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Not just gardening. I want people who are gentle with them. One wrong move, and the whole thing can go wrong. Oh, talking about wrong. Also order graded masks and chemical suits too with sprayers, but only pump or electric ones. That's it. In that moment, as Finn said it, Jack now got the feeling that, shit, he truly could fuck up who he chose. Because if things truly went wrong, millions would be wasted. He kinda got stressed. Though he had one more question. What about the white magic? I gave the task to Peepa. He was in Dennis with Hector, and even visited the camps. So he and the workers who were at the camps doing preparation for the white magic, they know what they're doing. Finn explained, and it made a lot of sense. Giving it to those who were sweating and got bitten by hundreds of mosquitoes in the jungle is the best thing. They know what to do and how to do it, and they are in the family, not outsiders. A step that saves a lot of time. Any other questions before I go? He looked at Jack. Yeah, that double shoulder holster. Is it effective, or do you do it for the look? He smiled because Finn really looked badass with it. Of course for the look. I even have my legal carry permit. He smiled. But it's not very effective, at least for me. I sometimes wear a bulletproof vest too, and that's just uncomfortable, though that is why I have a backup gun at my waist. Now, what was shocking about it was that Finn actually had a gun license, even a carry license. Oh, so you only use those two if you want to look cool? Yeah. Just imagine I walk through the door pulling these two out like a badass motherfucker. He gestured with his hands like he was shooting. They both laughed at it, and Finn was truly ready to leave until a loud bang echoed through the whole warehouse. Then another bang and another. It was muffled, coming from inside of something, and as Finn looked toward the sound he immediately understood what was going on. It was 6 barrels. Isn't that too cruel? He asked as he looked back at Jack, who was still smiling but had that different look in his eyes. It's kinda surprising to hear it from you. Yeah, but I usually don't close them in a barrel and let them suffocate. He looked once again at the barrels, reading the label, then back to Jack. Into oil barrels. That's just barbarian, nothing beautiful in it. Well, maybe it is barbarian, but they deserve it. Those rats in the last few days literally all over the place, breaking in cars, warehouses, everywhere. A fucking gang. Though not anymore. Oh, they tried to rob this warehouse. Finn asked, because it was just a dumb thing, like outside of the city in a rundown warehouse. What could be in there for robbers? Nothing. At least now nothing, because it was full with money, guns, and white magic once. Well, not in the warehouse, but the cars outside. Fuckers smashed the window continuously with a bat, while 5 others had a gun to guard him, but when he realized the window was not going to break, they turned to another car. It was one of the workers' cars, which wasn't bulletproof, but they still fucked up as the alarm was screaming, "We caught their ass." No shoot? Finn asked, and Jack just laughed up once again. Those fuckers. He pointed at the barrels. They had money for guns, but not for bullets. Not even one. And not just that. They even threw up fucking gang signs trying to intimidate us. But when they noticed that we have big guns with big bullets, they froze and begged for their life like little fucking pussies. Huh, at least you sometimes have some entertainment, Finn said, got to his jacket with a last look at the barrel and Jack. See you soon. He turned and waved, but he couldn't even make one step. Finn. He called out his name. What about the business? Hector didn't say nothing, and the buyers are. James. He turned back. Well, he still doesn't know about it. Chapter 274. Joke or not. The moment he said it, all the color just drained from Jack's face, and it looked like his soul left his body. He just stared at Finn, blinking, and then again a loud bang from the barrels. Then silence, as they were still just looking at each other without a single word. And another bang, but this time Jack drew his pistol, aiming and pulling the trigger while still looking at Finn's eyes, not even once glancing at the barrel he was shooting at, just pulling the trigger until the slide locked back. But Finn himself looked at the barrel, seeing that from the bullet holes some blood was pouring out, and then looked back at Jack. You will hurt your hearing if you shoot. Since Dennis and James still doesn't know about Finn, he sensed it, not just sensed, but it was clear that he successfully and properly fucked up Jack. No, I spoke with Hector and agreed to keep it quiet, and he will be the one that tells him, he said, but Jack still had that look on his face. Months passed, Finn. He raised his voice now. Months since I talked about my idea to you and Hector, to suggest it to James, and y'all did it without him knowing it. He took a step closer to him, and just looked angrier. Yeah, we did, but because so many things happened, we couldn't just tell him, but we will. He explained to Jack, but he wasn't really listening to him. No. He calmly got out a mag from his waist, put it in the gun, and chambered a bullet. I know you outrank me, but even if you do, Jack looked in Finn's eyes as he raised the gun, aiming straight between his eyes. One thing is sure, I will kill you and Hector if you two try to split the family, to backstab him, to betray him. I pledged loyalty to him, to James Bellini, and not for you or Hector. He put his finger on the trigger, putting a little pressure on it to see anything in Finn's eyes, to see his face, to see his reaction. But nothing. And of course nothing. Finn is worse than Ferrucci, but more cautious, more intelligent. The only thing that restrains him is his introverted behavior. And knowing that, Jack realized that aiming a gun at him maybe wasn't the best decision to make, because once you do something that offends him, even a little joke, your voice, your face, your whole being will stick in his mind with one only thing, to kill. Betray? Backstab? You are the one aiming a gun at me, Jack. He answered, but still had no emotions on his face. No anger, no frustration, no nothing. Yeah, I am, and I don't want to pull the trigger. Not now, not ever. Jack said as he lowered the gun. I trust you, Finn, but trust is something that can shatter within seconds, especially if you and the underboss are going to make business without James even knowing it. That's how betrayal starts. Silence again between them for a moment, then Finn spoke. How poetic you are. He then started to walk toward Jack, and stopped exactly one step in front of him, looking deep into his green eyes, not even once looking to the side or anywhere else, just straight into his eyes. You can talk to me this way, raise your voice, threaten me, because we are friends, we know each other. He put on a smile that Jack immediately knew meant somebody was going to die. The smile of Finn, the ear-to-ear one. But if you question my loyalty to James, to my role model, my idol, my hero, once again. He now, for the first time, looked down, still with a smile, and tapped his finger on Jack's chest, moreover his heart, and looked back up. I will cut out your wife's and child's heart in front of you while they are alive. I will cook it and eat it with a good wine. I will enjoy it while you suffer. He stopped tapping. Don't question my loyalty or me. I am a cannibal. I am insane. But I am loyal to James, and I would kill Hector the moment I just feel the intent to betray. Okay. He held his ground well. Jack didn't fold, didn't look scared or intimidated. No, because he had all his thoughts, all his mind, focused on one single thing. Can he draw the gun faster than Finn and shoot him? Because he needed to do it, he needed to kill him, because he never threatened as a joke, as a warning, no? If he did, moreover, if he did it explaining how he will torture, what he will do, then you are fucked, and 100% sure he will kill you in the way he mentioned it. Finn the cannibal. Yeah, he is a cannibal, the only one in the family. But he's the type of cannibal that cooks it well like a chef and only eats the heart. Yeah, a fucking cannibal who can't be called a cannibal. Once somebody joked with him and gave him the nickname Pig, like a pig that eats everything, because Finn was seen to eat from salad to meat to everything really, and of course human hearts, which was a surprise to everyone. Short story short, the guy who gave him the pig nickname was short-lived. They found him at his home with his heart cut out, and when Finn was questioned, he did nothing. Yeah, he killed a Bellini member and ate his heart because of a nickname, though his insanity came handy to Hector. A cannibal in a family is a good threat to others. An introvert, insane cannibal, who kills if your joke targets him, if the joke's ass, if you in any way, shape, or form accidentally offend him. Then he rips your heart out and eats it with a fine wine. Just another member of the family, with a huge role, but that's why it works. Nobody says no, nobody says anything. They do what they need to do precisely and as well as they can, because if not, there is a chance their heart would be the next to be cut out and eaten. And maybe right now it will be Jack's heart. I see death in your eyes, Jack. We are friends, and it was just a threat to know where your place is, to know that I am loyal to James. Threatening my family, huh, Finn? You know I don't hurt children, Jack. His smile faded away as he shook his head and finally stepped back, making space between them. Oh, was it a joke? Jack asked as he slowly reached toward his waist. He had one chambered and needed nothing more than time to flick it and pull the trigger. Well, I kill whoever poses danger to James. Let it be a child or a fucking old man. His eyes changed again as he looked at Jack. Don't do it. It's not a standoff, Jack. Don't try to be like we are in the Midwest, and even if you do, you're fucked either way. Really? He asked back as he had his hands now on the gun. Yeah, you dumb fuck. Finn chuckled up. If I kill you, then I will go and tell the news to your family, to your wife, to your child. Maybe have dinner with them, if you know what I mean. He again did that weird, scary, and otherworldly smile. But if you manage to kill me, then you will be hunted by the whole family, by Hector, by James, everybody, and this is nothing to die over. I said earlier, we will tell James, and everything will be fine and clear. Jack thought about it, and, well, truth be told, he would be really fucked up. It was just a joke, he said, putting up his hands and obviously fake laughing. Yeah, it was a joke, or was it? Finn drew his pistol now from his waist, aiming it at Jack's head, but not even 3 seconds later, he started laughing and lowered the gun, putting it back in the holster. I am just fucking with you. Just wanted to see the fear of death in your eyes, Jack, the eye of the eternal suffering that you couldn't save your family. He laughed, but it was a deep one. His face literally turned to red. It was nice. You almost shit yourself, Jack. It was true. What Jack felt at that moment was indescribable with words. He almost shit and pissed himself at the same time as Finn pointed that gun, with that fucking look on his face. I don't have time for these games, but I enjoyed it. Thank you. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. He walked past Jack, who was still frozen the fuck down. Though tell your wife to buy some vitamins. I love healthy hearts. And your child too. Some vitamin gummies, you know. He clicked his teeth together and then just left with a laugh again, leaving behind Jack with his thoughts. Though those thoughts were non-existent, he was just totally fucked up, thinking about whether it was truly a joke or not. Chapter 275, Betray? I may have gone a little overboard. Finn whispered to himself as he was now in the car, going to his next meeting. Overboard? The driver asked. Yeah, but I think both of us went overboard. Do something between you and Jack. The driver asked again. He questioned my loyalty toward James. Isn't that crazy? So I threatened him to not question me once again in his whole life. Finn said, though he knew very much he just created another problem, a big one, to be truthful. Jack now, at this point, will look at him as a danger, a threat not just to himself but to the family too, and if Jack decides to go and talk with James about it, then he's going to present a picture to him that's not even true, just a big misunderstanding. And if that happens, if Jack says that Finn and Hector betrayed James, then everything will be fucked on a whole different level. Was it about the business behind James' back? I mean, it sure seems a little bad, to be honest, boss. Like every betrayal starts this way, but not just that. I get Jack's point. He is worried about his position, And what if James will not like the whole business? Then you, Hector, and Jack are fucked too, along with everybody involved. He's just cautious, I would say. Finn stayed silent for a bit as they took a right turn. Huh, should I threaten you too, Durson? He asked with a faint smile on his face, though Durson just laughed at it. I don't have a family, no parents, no kids, nothing. And to be honest, I am ready to die. He answered, glancing at the mirror. I joined the family to make money and enjoy it, and I did. I was able to buy things I never dreamed of having. Went on vacation, everything. Death is the minimum I can do for the opportunity James gave me. He glanced once again at the mirror as they came to a stop at the light, but something was different about his face, the look of his eyes. That is the thing you should be worried about, boss. Finn felt the change and just got more fucking confused about it. Like this day was full of surprises and something he never expected happening with him. Why? Out of nowhere are my workers, soldiers, even my driver, raising his voice against me. He shook his head. I thought I am up in the hierarchy and people look at me with respect, but now even you are raising your voice and looking at me like you want to kill me, Durson. Yeah, the surprise to him was that everybody today just seemed to talk back to him, even though in reality each one of them feared him. But still, with that fear in them, they did it. Exactly, because of what I have just said. Durson spoke again. It was James who gave us the opportunity to be out of the shithole, to live a dream life, and we accepted what it comes with, what we need to do. The only person we are loyal to is him, and we only follow the leaders, and you too, because that's what James wants. And if a betrayal happens, then we would, without any second thought, kill those who want to take his place. Let it be you, Hector, or anybody else. Let it be a worker or a top dog. Durson explained as he made a right turn. And well, Finn finally understood pretty much that people are really loyal to James, just like himself. He had doubts, of course, about the people in the family. Like there is no way everybody is that loyal to James, and Finn actually hunted people who he deemed a danger. But out of the hundreds of people, there were only 4 people who posed that danger and no more. It was surprising that not even one person stole anything, which was hard to believe. People working around all that cash, and not even one banknote was missing, not even a gram of drug. People in the family are loyal to James, for the money, for the opportunity. They go for him, so loyal that one misstep can be interpreted as a betrayal. And if that happens, then it wouldn't be an internal affair, a war, but a one-sided massacre, an execution. They are ready to die, to sacrifice themselves for everything they've got. But we don't. I know it, boss. Durson interrupted him. I know y'all are keeping it low because of all the situations that happened, but at the same time, to the people who know about the business you two started, it could seem like a step, like a preparation for betrayal. Just think about it, a hidden business from James that brings in a lot of money, money that he does not know about, money that could be used for betrayal, to split the family, or something like that. Though it's good that only a small circle knows about it, and at the same time, it's also bad because that also looks like an alliance within the family. He explained as he tapped his finger on the wheel. Isn't that disrespectful, to think the underboss of the family would betray James? And even me? I thought trust ran deep in the family on all levels. Finn asked because he started to get frustrated, as everything Durson said made sense, though Finn himself had a point too. It wasn't just disrespectful, but a great sin, to think that an underboss would betray James, and even more disrespectful because it was Hector himself, somebody who was passionate about his work about James, but maybe too passionate, which could raise red flags. Once again, for us, James is a treasure, and he has so much power that it is unbelievable. Durson spoke. We trust him out of fear, respect, and loyalty to him, for the things he has done for us. In the end, he is all-powerful, and what you and Hector are is just people with ranks within the family. But if the tank is ripped off, you two are nothing, just names. But James will be Bellini forever. His name will be power, even after death. He glanced once again at the mirror, looking at Finn as he listened. Lastly, who the fuck would trust a cannibal? He laughed, and even Finn himself had to admit he had a good point, though at the same time he was thinking about all of it. Hearing it from an outside perspective, it truly sounded fucking bad. Exactly like he explained a prep, a layout for betrayal or overtaking the family. And as he thought more and more about it, He realized that if they didn't tell James fast about it, then he would look at them as unworthy, people he couldn't trust or believe in. They had only wanted to wait until James was in a better place, but now everything felt overly complicated and misunderstood to Finn. Though another thing caught his ear. Chapter 276. Finn. Chapter warning. This chapter contains heavy themes. You may choose to skip this chapter if you feel uncomfortable. You don't trust me, Durson, that hurt me. I am your boss, and we are in a mafia family. I mean, trust has different meanings, perspectives, and interpretations for each person. I trust you in the family, as a mafia member, a boss, but I don't trust you outside of the family. And it's not just because you are a cannibal, but because I don't trust anybody. My life was horrible, terrifying, to say so. Yeah. So you don't trust James outside of the mafia either? He is the exception. I trust him, even if he kills me. Durson chuckled. It's simple. He gave me a new life, and I gave him my life, a good deal. But you did the same, didn't you? Yeah, but likewise I don't trust you either. And to be honest, I have this feeling that I want to kill you, but now I can't. So from this moment on, just stay silent and drive, Durson. Finn said as he leaned back and just thought about this whole situation, or at least wanted. One thing about an introvert is that they can switch up fast, from talkative to completely silent. But if there's an extrovert with them, then they're fucked. Or, what? You're going to rip out my heart. Durson laughed as another stop came. Why the heart, though? He asked, but then saw Finn's eyes staring into the mirror with killing intent. Of course, I'm not pressuring you into it. You want to hear my fucked up story, don't you? Huh. Why did I turn out like this? What was so traumatic? Finn asked, his voice slightly lower now, but not as serious as his eyes. It was calm, his usual tone, as if nothing traumatic had ever happened to him. Exactly. And I finally had the courage to ask for it. Durson said honestly, but shit, he wasn't prepared for what Finn was about to tell him. To be honest, there isn't a single person who would be prepared for something like this. My father sexually harassed my two sisters, sometimes even my mother did. And when I tried to stop them, they always said, "Move, I will rip your heart out," and then continued to do the thing with my sisters. Then something just cracked in me after hearing the screams, the things he said while doing it. Yeah, my reality snapped, more like broken. Durson immediately knew he had asked something he was better off not knowing. It would have been much wiser to just guess why Finn had turned out like this. Not just that, but Finn was smiling. That same ear-to-ear smile once again, looking like a fucking demon. It was obvious he was fucking insane. I'm sorry, You don't need to be sorry, Finn interrupted, still smiling as he shook his head. Nobody needs to feel sorry for me, because they can't understand what I felt, what I experienced, what I did. Silence, as Finn just still smiled, and Durson, as he drove, knew he needed to ask what he did, because that was what Finn wanted, what he waited for to be asked. He didn't even blink, just waited for the question. What you did? He fucking giggled as Durson asked it, still just staring at the mirror, giggling like a maniac, and it was actually the first time Durson himself saw Finn like this, like the real Finn, not the one that's always composed, the one that looks like somebody who is innocent. I tortured my father and mother for weeks, and I ripped their hearts out and ate it. His smile faded as he said it. It had meaning in it for me. He continued, but he looked like he was reliving the moment, but then he snapped back to reality. Then I did it. I lifted my sisters from the suffering. It was quick. They didn't suffer, or more like I didn't let them suffer. He looked up to the mirror. I know they couldn't have lived a good life after what happened to them. And secondly, they developed this feeling for my parents because their minds broke too, their reality shattered. So I lifted them up by doing it, killing them. Once again, silence for a bit, but then he continued. I know it sounds wrong, but it felt right. I lifted them from everything, from this cruel world. They deserved better. They deserved a chance to live, but they couldn't. And I gave them freedom. I freed them from pain, and in that I found something too. A laugh, once again, came from him. Now it was different. It was deeper, filled with emotion. Something twisted, yes, but it's mine. Mine to hold. No one else can take it. No one can see what I saw, the relief, the silence after the screams stopped. It wasn't just killing, it was salvation. For them, for me. My sisters, they're free, they are safe. I took it, all the pain, the fear, the hate. His voice dropped. almost like a confession to himself alone. I should hate myself. I should feel it, the guilt, the loss, but I don't. What I feel is something else. Relief, peace, and love. Sick as it sounds, love. Drizzen was just frozen as he drove. Everything up until now that Finn told him, he couldn't process, couldn't think, couldn't imagine it. It was just too much. He felt like he was being swallowed by the whole story, like a black hole, a story that he would never forget, a story that is a curse on its own, and the man sitting behind him, who did it all, who lived through it, who killed them. His whole family. And I wonder. Finn laughed once again. No, it was more like a little giggle with a smile on his face. Would anyone understand that? Could anyone ever see what I saw? The world doesn't let you save people like that. It doesn't allow mercy, only cruelty. But I gave them mercy anyway. I gave them release. And that makes me alive, even if it kills everything else inside me. I killed them to save them. He looked up at the mirror, taking a deep breath, but did not look shaken by how he told it, reliving the past. So that, my story, Durson, that is the story of Finn the cannibal. Was it a good story? He asked it genuinely, like he was waiting for a fucking review on it from him. I don't know what the fuck to say, Finn, he answered, but didn't glance at the mirror now. Something just told him not to. Just look at the road and drive, because if he glanced at it, he would see something terrible, something horrifying. It's okay. Nobody knows what to say except James. You know what he told me? Durson shook his head. He said one simple word that stuck with me. He said, live. Live, just live. He asked back, because shit just seemed meaningless. Like who the fuck would say that when hearing a situation like this? Yes, simple word, but somehow, it hit me. Like a punch to the chest, but also, like a hand reaching out. He doesn't want me to drown in it. He wants me to survive it, to carry it, but not let it carry me, to use it to have meaning in life. And the meaning of life is to live it, Durson. Yeah, the only one word that James said to him, when he was fucking drunk and didn't even understand half the story that Finn told him. Though it worked, he tamed another beast, with one single fucking word. That is who James Bellini is. Chapter 277, Dad. After Finn's little warm story about how he became what he is today, there was just outright silence in the car as Durson just tried to make sense of all of it. He didn't speak, didn't glance at the mirror, he just tried to process all of it. That simply Finn had murdered his whole family. Like it was clear to everyone that the Bellini family has many people from many backgrounds with traumas and things that are just dark, but this one was the top of all of it, the darkest of all the stories he heard so far. And he knew he would never forget it, and the second, he could never look at Finn with the same eyes as he did before. Though Finn himself didn't really seem to care about it. He was just relaxing with his eyes closed as they were making their way to another meeting where he could finally buy the white magic and the green weed. On the other hand, back with James and Charlotte, the atmosphere was still warm, still lovely, and just outright cute. Yeah, it was a whole different situation than what Finn and Durson were in. Charlotte just could not let go of James. She was hugging him tight, like she wanted to be his anchor, like she didn't want to lose her grip on him again, to be with him forever, though she knew what was going to happen, and once again he was going to leave her behind. And it was clear to James too as Charlotte went from sobbing to crying, and just gripping him even more and more. Don't cry, darling. I'm here, and that's what matters now. But you're going to leave me again, she said outright, as she looked up with her big eyes at James. Right? Yeah, the truth she knew, the truth that James couldn't even lie about. He was not going to be with her too much, not now, and maybe, not ever in his life, just like Lucian. The cruelty of the underworld, of being who he is, and the reality of why big names prefer not to have any relationships, any children, or loved ones, because they just can't spend time with them, and moreover, they pose the biggest danger. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't love you, Charlotte. He reached out gently, swiping off her tears. You are my daughter, after all, right? You're always going to be here. He tapped over his heart, and me in there. Then at her heart. That's what family means. We're never truly apart as long as our love keeps us close. For a moment, Charlotte said nothing, just sobbing as she continued to stare at him with her blue eyes, while he tried to understand what James had said to her. Yet there was something inside her, a thorn. But, you don't love me. She meant it. Her body tensed, her hand clenched into a fist as she looked down onto the ground, and her cheeks again became wet from her tears, which were all that was needed to let James know she truly meant it. But why would she say something like this? That was his first thought, though he quickly realized there was a simple answer to it, the answer he already knew. She was abandoned almost her whole life by his father, mother, and was grown up surrounded by strangers, and the first man she could truly look up to as a father, as a dad, who she could love, left her again, even though James promised that she would be with him and never abandon her. Yeah, Charlotte has grown up for her age, but she's still a child, a broken child, who can't really understand the whole meaning of why James did what he did. In her mind, she just wanted to be with him all the time, all day, and even when things had happened, when she saw how hurt James was when Raphael died. She loves him so much that she completely forgot what he is about and who he is. A Don? Yeah, without even realizing it, Charlotte, from this little arrogant girl, turned into a girl who forgot that she is still in a mafia family. Though with it, it was clear that she truly felt love and warmth, that she could look at them as a real family. Don't say something that's not true, Charlotte. I'm not your daughter. She interrupted him, and again her fist was clenched. Is that why you don't love me? Because I am not your real daughter? Now that was another hit for James. What are you talking about? He asked, confused and well surprised that she would come up with this. You don't love me, because I'm not your daughter. She looked up again, tears filling her eyes. I may not be your real daughter, but I want to be loved. I want to be your daughter. He didn't know what to say, because it just didn't make any sense to him. How he even got into this situation, how even Charlotte herself ended up saying something like that to him, when she was the one who called him dad and daddy and joked with it all the time, and now saying this. So he did what was the most simple thing to do. He grabbed her arm, pulling her into a tight hug, a hug that was warmer than the one before it. I am your father, Charlotte, and will be the one, so don't say things like this because it hurts more than anything else. He pulled back as he looked into her eyes. I love you. I might not be the one who made you, but I am the one who cares for you, who does everything for you, and will be the one you can trust, can count on. So don't question who I am for you, nor question who you are for me. He patted her head. You are my cute little daughter, the one who will be my shining star, the Bellini's shining star. Charlotte Bellini, right? In that moment, her eyes just opened wide. It was exactly what she needed and what she wanted to hear for him. I love you, Dad, she whispered as she lunged at him, tightly hugging James. I love you too. Their moment together was something else. It truly felt like a family, a daughter and father relationship, one that finally happened, finally spoken with words. From that point on, James planted that thing inside Charlotte's mind, the thing that they are. Not strangers, not just someone who wants to look like a family. That Charlotte is not just a weight that was put on him by Lucian, but a daughter who loved. Maybe it was a stupid decision by him. Maybe it would have been much better if he never let her get too close. But now he can do nothing else but be a father, a good father. Though their moment was interrupted, Grandma is running toward us. She suddenly whispered into James's ear, and as he turned, there she was, Erica, sprinting full speed toward him, looking like she wasn't going to stop. And she truly didn't stop, as she just jumped at James, knocking him on the ground. Chapter 278, Beating. James felt it. He felt every bit of pain that just straight went through his legs, and not just his leg, but his whole body. It was like a shockwave of pain, and for a moment he could not even think about anything. It was just so intense, though that wasn't the only thing that caused pain to him. Mom. He tried to say something, but couldn't as the fist slap hit his face, and then Erica just grabbed his shirt and started to shake him like he was a doll. It was a scene that even Charlotte didn't fully understand. Well, maybe a little, since she had overheard Bella and Erica talking about how they planned to beat up James when they met him, but seeing it actually happen was something else. Like Erica just toying with James, shaking him up and down, his head hitting the ground. Yeah, it was truly something that would stick with him, how his dad got beaten up. Though on the other side of it, it was just the motherly love and care for James, and, moreover, the anger, frustration, and stress Erica felt toward him. All of it merged into this situation, beating up him. She wanted him to feel it, to cause pain to him as he caused pain to her. She lost Raphael, then the house was shot up, and he just put them on a flight to a country she never even heard about, just leaving them behind while he did his so-called work. What a motherfucker he is. Mom, stop. He tried to stop her, but it didn't really work out. Now it just got worse as the second phase came. She laid her hands on James like a boxer, full fists, just beating the shit out of him, though she only hit his upper body and not his head. Motherly love with motherly care. No words, nothing, just beating the shit out of her son, just letting out everything that was in her. And it felt pretty good for her, of course it did, because her own son put them in a situation that was just too much to handle, too much to live with, and the only thing to solve it was to give him a good beat, let him know that she still felt what she felt. And she didn't stop, not even for a second, to let him talk. Her fists kept coming, fast and heavy, landing on his chest, his ribs, his shoulders. It hurt, yes, but it wasn't just pain. It was everything she had held inside. Anger, fear, frustration, and love all coming out at once. But he could feel her feelings, he could understand her feelings. Every strike was a word she couldn't say. Every hit was a scream she couldn't speak out loud. It was like she was trying to show him how much she felt, how much she had suffered for him, how much she loved him even when she was angry. She was letting everything out, and he was the only one who could feel it with her. He realized that even though it hurt, this was her way of showing she cared. Her anger, her sadness, her love, they all came crashing down on him in the only way she knew how. But then she stopped, and for a long moment, neither of them moved. James's entire being ached so much he could barely think. Yet deep down, he understood it was necessary for her to put him in his place, to push him the way only her mother could. The same mother who had suppressed her feelings, the same mother who had said what she said in the hospital. She had every right to do it. I am sorry. Erica finally spoke as she slowly stood up and turned toward Charlotte. Nothing. Not for you. She interrupted him. But for Charlotte. She knelt down for her. Sorry, darling. I didn't want to do this in front of you, she said as she gave a forehead kiss to her, though Charlotte herself was just smiling. She enjoyed what she saw, even thought about joining in. On the other hand, James himself was fucked up. His body was hurting. He was barely able to get up on his own, though that adrenaline surge somewhat helped him, though it didn't help with the most important thing of all, to face his mother. And of course he was not ready for it. He would never be ready for it after what had happened because of him. Their relationship would never be the same. They would never have a true mother and son relationship between them, but they would slowly fade away from each other. At least that's what he thought. That he destroyed her. And yeah, it was true, he did. He stripped away everything from her, but one thing would never fade away. He is still her son, she is still his mother, and will be. There was no need for love there, no need for care, or anything else. Even if she hated him, even if she felt disgusted with James, he is still her son, the last one, the son she didn't want to lose. It's nice to see you, James, she said as she just stared at him. You too, Mom, but was it necessary? He asked even though he knew. Yeah, it was indeed necessary. Showing up without a word, but not just that. I was woken up by Mike, and my first thought was that you. She didn't say it. She couldn't say it. You always just cause more and more trouble, aren't you? Maybe, but I still love you, Mom. He said it into her eyes. I love you too, she said as she stepped to him and finally gave him a tight hug. Their moment was special, chaotic, sad, and not quite perfect, but still, it was love. But this was James, after all. Wherever he went, chaos followed. And something was bound to happen, and that something awaited them in the embassy. A danger. It was him, Darvik himself again. Chapter 279. And? He just stood in the hallway like he was a fucking butler or something. But something was different about him, which James immediately noticed. He looked nothing like back at the airport. His face was different, more serious. He didn't have a smile. Nothing. James, I know it is an important moment for you. Can I snatch you for a quick talk? He asked, and it just got more obvious something was wrong. Even his voice was different, no accent at all. But not just that. Why the fuck would he show up when he was the one that said to enjoy Marassi? Second, he came personally, at the embassy knowing full well that he would be with his family, and now asking for him. Yeah, you can. James answered him, but Erica noticed that now James was different talking with that guy in front of them. He didn't have this attitude, this feeling around him, but he looked more like somebody who is careful, who was trying to not be the one controlling the situation, but flowing with it. A friend? She asked, though pretty much knew he was ain't no friend, but another powerful figure. Yeah, a friend, Mom. James answered. Charlotte, I'm going to have a talk with my friend, then I come back, okay? Surprisingly, she too felt that something was different. She didn't start to scream or cry, but just stared at Darvik, like if he was a danger. Then let's go to the garden, Darvik said as he turned to the left and went out of the door, but James waited to see if he was alone or not. And he was alone. Is he a boss too? A Don? Or is he with the cartel? Erica immediately asked, though she covered Charlotte's ears. No, he is worse than that, James answered as he glanced at her. But I can deal with him, so don't worry, he is on our side, he said as he took a big breath and followed after Darvik out to the garden to the Filigoria, where he was sitting idle, waiting for him. And there was silence for a few minutes, as James wanted to hear what he had to say. But he just sat there, and that was it. So, do you call me for sitting around? He finally broke the silence. Not really, and I know I came at the wrong time entering the reunion, but I got a call and thought it would be good to tell you. What call? An important call. A very important one, James, he said as he pulled out his cigarette and lit it up. I thought I'd tell you, and maybe you make your decision faster on the deal. Like a little gift, I would say. He puffed out smoke. I never thought a man would need me this much, James answered him as he stared into his eyes and just got irritated by it. He was pressing this deal too much. It felt like a trap, or worse, it felt like Darvik could do anything to get him in the deal. But then there was the call. Oh, I don't need you, James. Darvik giggled as he took a hit. I don't need your aura, the face, the eyes. What I need, what Marasi needs, is the influence and mostly the money you have, more importantly the money you will make. He puffed it out the smoke, staring at James. Tough. I can't deny I do like you. A fan of yours, I would say. Well, at least he said it out loud and said the truth, which James knew pretty much. They don't need him, they need what he has. That's how deals are made, and deals are about. That's what a gangster paradise is about. Yeah, well, thanks. What was the call about then? Your gift. Again, there was an obvious change that could be clearly seen in Darvik, like he was getting frustrated or stressed about something. You know, James, I hate two types of people. He hit the cigarette once again, but it was a long one, and even longer when he puffed it out. I hate those who don't have ambitions, who are little bitches. But what I hate even more is the people who want to fuck me over. He tossed the cigarette on the ground, stepped on it, but just kept eye contact with James. Fucking me over means they fuck Marasi and the people over. Not just that, but fuck up the deal and the opportunity it can bring to the people. He leaned back and immediately lit another cigarette. I love my people. Deeply. We suffered together and built up a great system to sustain ourselves. Our whales are the most important figures, but they have money by doing dangerous things. They have enemies. And you, my friend, have the potential to become the biggest whale. Whale? Huh. More like a piggy bank, James thought, but he knew Darvik didn't mean it in a disrespectful way. No, they were money whales for them. Yeah. So, somebody wants to fuck over the deal between us? Exactly, Darvik said as took another deep hit and puffed it out. Not just fuck over the deal, but fuck over you. He pointed at him with the cigarette. You know, it might be your end. Again, he was strange, and James could see through him, or more like through the shell Darvik put on. The same kind of play, acting Sophia had done back then. It wasn't about what he said, but how he said it. Up until this point, he kept shifting, going from serious to nonchalant, back to serious. Especially the last sentence. He said it so lightly, so calmly, but from it, James knew it wasn't a threat. Darvik didn't pose a threat to him. In fact, it was the opposite. He wanted to help. Or maybe he wanted something first, and then help. But help with what? What did he mean by your end? Well, it was obvious. There was a chance he was going to die. Chapter 280, Save Them. James felt something stirring inside him. It wasn't fear exactly, but a sharp awareness that something irreversible was creeping closer. Death was not something he feared after all. It happens to everybody. But what he feared was that death would come too quickly, before he could do the most important things, and Darvik's calmness, the casual way he had said it, made it worse. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff and the depth whispering your name to jump. The idea of dying before finishing them made his chest tighten a bit. It wasn't just fear of dying, It was fear of leaving things unfinished, of leaving the world before he had made his mark, before seeing Charlotte grow up, before seeing his mother finally calm and stable, before becoming stable himself. Yeah, leaving the world too early was something he couldn't do, something he couldn't afford. But it was kind of ironic. He had tried to kill himself once, but the gun jammed, and since then, a lot had happened that stopped him from trying again. There were too many things he now treasured, and he himself had become a treasure for a lot of people. How dramatic, Darvik. I hope it isn't just to try to push me into the deal, he said, but he was 100% sure that something happened and started to get stressed about it. His thoughts again slowly started to swirl up, just like before, thinking about any possibility that could have happened since he left, but there was nothing. They didn't even have enemies. Everybody was silent in the underworld, especially because of the national emergency. And even if something had happened, Linda or Hector would have called him, especially if it was about the family or his life. Yeah, it is dramatic, James. We usually don't warn those who don't have to deal with us, but you are important to us, so listen carefully to me. Darvik's voice soundly changed, as well as his demeanor and whole aura. Out of nowhere just showed himself, who truly is he? And it just sent an alert through James' mind. Those eyes of his voice, the look, it just screams that Darvik truly is someone dangerous. Something that James felt a long time ago. But it was Darvik's game. He was the one controlling the situation. James knew not to act up. I'm listening. Good. He took another drag from his cigarette. When I said we have the most powerful network and agency, I wasn't lying. We know everything. He exhaled the smoke and stared deep into James' eyes. Finn Ulrich, the organizer of your family, is currently in a car on his way to a warehouse to complete a black market deal he trusts, but that dealer has been bought out by none other than the Sinatra cartel, and it is a setup to kill him. Nothing. It almost seemed like he didn't even hear what Darvik had just said to him. Not just that, but dozens of Sinatra's hitmen are on their way to assassinate Hector. And worst of all, the Sinatra realized that the national emergency is not good for them. So they issued a bounty. Every Bellini family member is worth $50,000. And personally, you have a $20 million bounty on your head. But I can't help you, we just need to talk about numbers and... How much? James asked it straight without a single drop of fear in his voice. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Darvik leaned forward, tossing the cigarette to the ground. I like your eyes, James. I like that intensity in them. That intensity, that empty eyes. Eyes that just want death. He said as he crushed the cigarette under his foot. 50 million for each, so 100 million. And I save Finn and Hector because what is happening is too much, too complicated for you, and you know why. He smiled. Because there are rats in the family, James, rats that are infesting the Bellini family. I'll pay it. James answered quickly, not even thinking about it for a second. Good, but there is no guarantee my people will be fast enough. Maybe the only thing they find is the dead bodies of. He stopped on his own. He just couldn't finish what he wanted to say, couldn't play with him a bit, because those eyes of his were just too deep, like they literally swallowed Darvik as he stared into them. It felt like death was creeping over him, even though he had the upper hand in this situation. Even though James hadn't said a single threatening word. There was something about James, something quiet, unshakable that made him hesitate, made him question everything he thought he knew about control and power. Something he had never seen with others, cartels, the mafia. James was truly different. There was something about him that felt otherworldly, almost unreal, like the stories that surrounded him. It wasn't just power or reputation, it was the way he carried himself, the way his presence seemed to bend the air around him. You know what, James? Forget it. I need nothing. I do this for free, to show who we are, to show that we are capable of doing. Darvik said. He slowly stood up and pulled out his phone and dialed a number and said something in Mauritian language. James, Ilm Helsin Tour sign. Killen OSS Gerties. He said the two sentences and then hung up the phone. You're welcome, my friend. Please don't do anything. Just sit back and relax. Everything will be fine, and if not, I'll personally pay you $1 billion. He smiled at James, then just turned, waved his hand, and walked away. He said nothing more, no explanation, no details, nothing, just walked away, leaving James behind, and even James himself wasn't scared. There wasn't panic, no overwhelming stress or worry. His emotion did not come to the surface, with the darkness and traumas, and it was because of Darvik and Marasi. Knowing what he was capable of, knowing where Finn was, where he went, knowing things that seemed impossible to know. But the most telling thing was the money. He said he would risk $1 billion. Yeah, a man like him, who lived and breathed money, wouldn't just risk that much money. It told James one thing loud and clear: there was nothing to worry about. Just follow what Darvik said, and chill. Yeah, chill? Well, fuck. It didn't lasted long before everything just came to the surface at the same time. Another panic attack, and while he was fighting with his own demons, Finn had already arrived at the warehouse. Chapter 281, all over again. Should I go inside with you, or just wait outside? Durson asked as he parked the car, and even though he was still under the darkness of Finn's story, he needed to act how he was supposed to be. A bodyguard and a driver. And to be true in his eyes, the whole warehouse they came to seemed a bit sus. Only one lamp lit up the door, and there was no building or life in a kilometer radius. No, it will be quick. I just go in and finalize the deal and the amount, and that's it. Finn said as he opened the door and stepped out into the night. But for him, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A warehouse of a black market dealer, and that's it, nothing more and nothing less. Well, he trusted him on a business aspect. They did many deals before, so he just calmly walked in, not worrying about a single thing. And there it was, nothing. Just a warehouse packed with crates and Sierra sitting at the table. Though as he noticed Finn, he immediately stood up smiling. Finn, nice to see you again. A long time, huh? Long-ass time, Sierra. He shook his hand. But now here I am, spending a lot of money. He chuckled as they walked toward the table, and there came the first thing that just didn't make sense to Finn. As he wanted to sit down on the right side facing the back door and the crates, Sierra just stepped in his way and quickly sat down there, like he steered Finn to sit at the other chair, though it was nothing big to worry about in his eyes, and straight went to the business. So, do you have what I requested? Yeah, I have it in the crates. The white magic plants are immaculate and healthy, and will grow big. But about the green weed, I have both plants and seeds too, so you need to decide which one you want, or you buy all of it. Is there a big price difference between them? Finn asked again as pulled out his notes. 2,100 the difference. There are 200 plants, so at a fair price of 3,200. What's the yield worth? Like, if a plant is 3,200, I need fertilizer and shit to keep it healthy, so one piece would go up to 4,000. Finn said because he needed to calculate it, to see if it's worth the plant or the seed, to see how much profit they would need to spend, and then how much potential profit it would bring in. Again, it depends on how you take care of it. Indoors, it yields around 250 to 300 grams. Outdoors, with plenty of sunlight and proper care, it can reach up to a kilo. So let's say it produces 500 grams of high-quality product, and you sell it for 20 to 50 bucks a gram. But of course, it's up to you how much you decide to sell it for. Sierra explained, and well, Finn fell into silence as he was calculating the numbers. How would it work out? Oh, that actually good. That would be. Finn heard it, the click of the lighter, and he immediately looked up. Huh, how strange it is. Strange? Sierra asked. I mean, the profit is not much in the beginning, but... No, not that. Finn interrupted him. You're smoking, Sierra. Yeah, and I clearly remember you saying that you only smoke when you're really stressed. Not only did you say it, but the pack of cigarettes you have is missing just one, the one you're smoking now. Finn smirked as he glanced down at the pack. And the price tag on it says 9.50, but a pack is 11 now, which means you've had this pack for a long time, maybe a few months. He looked back up at him. So why did you light it up when you're with me? Finn couldn't be fooled. He knew and remembered every little detail about everyone, especially the people he dealt with. And well, yeah, Sierra's hand trembled slightly as he took another hit. But surprisingly, he didn't look scared, which only told Finn even more that something was truly wrong. I knew that you will notice it. Can I tell you my little story? Yeah, why not? Finn said, and for a moment, all his worry went away. He thought maybe nothing was wrong, that Siren just needed to vent his stress or frustration to somebody, and it happened to be him. You know, Finn, I am a businessman, doing business, but everything went downhill. Lucian died, and with him the Augustus family, as well as Victor died, and not just that. He looked up at him as he stubbed out the cigarette, not even half smoked. Isabel, Marco, Silas, the vice president, and Takoi. Yeah, everybody that was big just fucking started to fall and die. He chuckled as looked into Finn's eyes. And fuck, I almost forget to mention that James Bellini left the market a market worth billions upon billions. He just fucking left, leaving behind chaos. Nobody could please the high demand. Nobody even tried. And not long after it, a fucking national emergency. My chance to go on an international level just vanished, as well as my authority and respect from the black market, with millions worth of product rotting in warehouses, waiting for the police to raid it. Not even talking about how much money Marco, Sophia, and every fucker was with debt to me. It all fucking vanished, Finn. All of it. Finn stayed silent for a moment, because, on one hand, what Syrah said made sense, it was chaos. But on the other, his voice was threatening in a way, though he still didn't think it would turn into something really bad. Syrah just seemed broken, completely fucked over. But at the same time, Finn could see that spark in his eyes, that spark that is ready to start a big fire. Sometimes you need to take a big hit to stay grounded. Huh. TT's funny coming from you, Finn, because your boss, Don Bellini, is everything but grounded, even after taking hit after hit. He's a problem. Yeah. That wasn't just a spark, it was much bigger than that. I'm 51 years old, and I've been building my business for 20 years, and he ended it. But the thing is, Finn, it's not just me. He ruined the businesses of many others. People who are angry and now arming themselves to do what needs to be done after he fucked them over with his stupid decisions. Oh, and what needs to be done, Syrah? Finn asked calmly as he slowly reached for his waist, because now it was a threat against James, against the family. The cartel is angry, and when they're angry, they're willing to pay so much money it's unbelievable. And we all know, Finn, in this world, money speaks. As Syrah finished, Finn felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of his head, and there was nothing he could do about it. Yet he stayed calm, simply staring at Syrah, unshaken, not even the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. What a low move. You sold me out to the cartel. I did, but don't blame me, blame James Bellini. Because of him, a lot of people are going to die, starting with you. Kill him. It was fast, a shot. A loud one, a sound that could be heard even from outside. Yeah. A shot that Durson could have heard. But no, he couldn't, because he was killed the moment Finn stepped into the warehouse. Chapter 282. Nice to meet you. Ah, common sense, Syrah. Don't trust the cartel. Finn whispered, as before him Syrah fell to the ground as a bullet went into his head, though Finn himself was relatively calm about it. Yeah, calm, even though he knew the next one to get a bullet was going to be him. But he was right. A common sense, do not trust the cartel, especially the one that is pretty angry about the fact that they got fucked by James. Finn. Orvich. A voice came from behind him with a heavy accent, and he immediately knew it was truly the Sinatra cartel from Dennis. And yeah, it was, as the man sat down before him on the chair, while Syrah's dead body lay between them. Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you, mister. Oh, my name is not important, Finn, he said, as he crossed his legs and shit. He was truly a fucking cartel member, a high-ranking one, and Finn could tell it. The alligator leather shoes with metal plating on the heel, and black silk shirt buttoned down to show his golden necklace with a cross. And, of course, the pistol in his waistband. A full gold one with engravings and even gemstones, like straight out of a movie. Then what is important? Finn asked, but he still didn't stress, didn't even show a bit of fear or anything. He was sitting idly while the gun was still pressed to the back of his head. It is important that you are working for James Bellini, he said as he sniffed and swiped his nose for a moment. I thought the sell and not use rule is important at the cartel, Finn said, as he immediately realized he was not just sitting in front of a cartel member, but a drug addict too. Moreover, it just told him more that he is truly a high-ranking one because they are the only ones allowed to sniff some product up. Rules are meant to be broken, Finn, but please don't try to buy time for yourself. Nobody is coming to save you. He looked deep into his eyes. And that guy outside is already dead. He didn't even try to save himself. Died like a dog. How does it feel? Yeah, Durson. He didn't try because he didn't have the time to do anything. He got out of the car to have some fresh air, and it was his death as the first shot went into his heart, and then two more hit his head. He had no time to react. No time to even realize what had just happened. He died quickly, died without a word. Still, Finn didn't have any reaction to it. Not even a twitch, a shake, nothing. He just looked at the man in front of him, who, on the other hand, was enjoying it. Enjoying slowly breaking someone in front of him, watching how they are going to crumble, and then beg for their life. Begging, well, that would not happen, and he knew the moment Finn started laughing. It's cute that you think I care about it. He laughed even more, a genuinely amused laugh, even tearing at the left side of his eye. He found it funny, very funny. He hadn't had a good laugh in a long time. And maybe that is why he laughed. Because death is already his companion. Pain, loss, cruelty, they are nothing new. They cannot touch him anymore. They cannot make him bend, cannot make him beg. Finn had nothing left. Nothing at all. And someone's death to him is just part of life. It's hard to find people like you, Finn, a man who has nothing left. But what if I killed James? He smiled. You lied because you have an attachment to him, the one man you live for. Just imagine dying knowing that I will cut his throat, then that child's throat. He leaned closer. Then I would rape her mother, and that woman called Bella. How would you feel? Huh? Do you come here to play little mind games, or kill me? Because, well, you're very bad at it. Finn answered. But now for the first time, he felt it, to kill him even if he dies in the process. Because that was true, he had feelings and attachment for one single person in the world, James. But it couldn't be called feeling or attachment when you live for only that one person. For him, it was like his being. And if James was mocked, threatened, or his family hurt, then his whole being too. Yeah, that's true. Sorry for that. The man said, putting his leg on Sierra's head. I have 3 simple questions. If you answer them right, I won't torture you. Fair enough. Finn answered, though he already knew what he was going to do, and it was something he had seen work in situations like this. Though it was professionally performed, but he didn't give a fuck, he was going to die anyway. Good. Then the first one is, name these people. He shoved his phone at Finn. Ramazur, he said, and the man swiped. That's Sophia, that's Danny, Mike, Linda, that Benjamin. He looked up at him. So y'all targeting even the politicians, huh? Of course. The man laughed. Next question, where is Emmanuel's body? Finn saw that faint but visible flicker in his eyes, that he cared about it, and the question itself was almost personal. I would love to say he was dismembered and put in acid or thrown into a lake, but sadly, no. Finn smiled. His body is in the hands of the police and will be shown to the whole country as a fucking little bitch who died a long and painful death. Yeah, as he said it, he saw it again, but now it was more visible, the fury, the anger inside him as Finn joked about Emmanuel. A weak point, but it meant nothing, as Finn already had his plans and waited for the next and last question to do it. Does James have any connection to any cartels in Dennis, the Losenis, or the Cabron? He doesn't. Good. Then that's it. Any last words? The man spoke, but it was clear that he wasn't going to kill Finn quickly. No, he was going to torture him. Yeah, I would love to say, or more like point out something very unprofessional. Finn said, and his plan was in motion. Oh, and what would that be? Finn smiled now, but it was different this time, his signature, fucking demonic smile. The shadows on the right side. Shadows? The man asked, looking to the right side, and sure enough, there was the shadow of the man who aimed the gun at Finn's head. What about it? He asked as looked back at Finn still with that smile on his face. It tells me that only one fucker stands behind me, and one sits in front of me. That's you, he said, not even blinking once. And one thing you should know about me. I always have. One in the chamber with the safety off, and second. His smile faded away. I am ready. Oh, the man leaned forward. Ready for what? To die. Chapter 283. He did it. He actually did it. The third thing Finn didn't mention, and it was too very unprofessional that they didn't take his guns. No, his fucking guns were on him. Just like how he said, one in the chamber, safety off. And he was quick and sudden with it. Too quick to even realize what was happening. The thing was that Finn truly is someone who is ready to die, but if the time comes, he will not die without any purpose, without doing anything. So he did what he saw in that training video with the special force members. Yeah, he did just like they did in that video. One person is behind you with a gun, while another one is sitting in front of you, unprepared for any quick or sudden actions. Not just that, but the man with the gun is also not ready, because the thing he is waiting for is the order from his boss. Maybe even he is not focused on the actual thing to shoot, but invested in the talk. And of course he too is not ready or expecting anything to happen. It's only a second, even less, but if you do it well, you can kill both of them. Finn's gun placement is ass, the double shoulder holster. But he has a gun at his waist for a reason, to be quick. While they talked, he noticed that the gun placement on his head was to the left side, which meant the gunman is left-handed, so it was the best position to be in. A quick, sudden, and coordinated movement. He suddenly leaned to the right, turning his body to the left while simultaneously reaching for his waist and with his left hand grabbing the gunman's hand. What he did was truly something straight out of an action movie, straight out of that video he saw. He did it with precision, did it with only one goal in his mind, to kill, not even caring about what if it went wrong. Yeah, he was ready to die. But no, he wasn't the one who died. As he pushed the shooter's gun away, he aimed at the man in front of him and pulled the trigger twice. One went straight into his throat, and the second bullet went into his jaw. Then, when the gunman behind him regained control and pulled away, Finn threw himself from the chair to the ground to create distance and better position, and once again pulled the trigger twice. The smell of gunfire, the smell of blood, and the noises, that was what filled the warehouse in less than 10 seconds. And of course the dying noises of the man who was in front of Finn. It was gurgling. He was fighting for oxygen while his throat was being filled with blood, and slowly choked, and slowly he died. Just like how the gunman who was hit straight in the head, and the second missed him. Yeah, not even 10 seconds. Finn the cannibal turned into an assassin, a hitman or something. Because even he was fucking mind blown by the fact that it worked. So mind blown that he stayed on the ground, aiming his gun upward, thinking that it was just all a hallucination, that his mind made this up, and he actually died. Yeah, it is just an imaginary situation that he could have done this. But after a minute, as the smell blood started to hit his nose more and more, he finally realized that no, it was truly reality, and he did it. He fucking did it. He just shit on them, clutched a situation where his odds were almost non-existent. That's what can happen when you fear no death. My God, he whispered, still shocked, and then for a moment again he became silent, just staring at the man, and then his eyes darted at Sierra, his body, his head, his ambition and life. That 20 years he fucked up. Though Finn realized he had to act fast, focusing only on what mattered and ignoring everything else. Let me see who the fuck you are, he whispered as he leaned down and started going through the man's pocket. And there it was, a phone and a fucking wallet on him. Alejandro Torres. He looked at the picture and back at him. Why the fuck would you have your real ID card on you? He said as he pulled it out and threw the wallet on the ground. And he grabbed his finger to unlock the phone, but he couldn't understand anything of the messages. He pocketed it. And then he did what he should have done immediately. To call and alert everybody and tell them the news. That once again they are under attack. But why would things be so easy? Yeah. As the adrenaline wore off, he felt a sudden sting. He looked down as he pushed his hand to his stomach, and there was blood, a lot of it. He didn't notice it because of how fast everything was, and adrenaline acted good and fast, but the gunman shot once too, and it hit. And slowly his whole body started to feel it, as his vision slowly started to blur and fade. IV, send a M message to Hector and Ramirez, he said as he pulled out his phone. Message is, I have been attacked and shot by the Sinatra cartel. They are after everybody in the family. Arm up and be careful. Send it. Message has been sent. He was able to warn them about what was about to unfold, the bloodbath that would happen. A bloodbath he might not see, might not witness, as the coldness began to hit him. But Finn is not a weak man, and moreover he still wanted to fight, not because he was scared, but because he wanted to kill more of them. So he slowly walked toward out the door, pushing his hands against the wound, and he acutely passed Durson's dead body. Maybe he didn't even notice it, as his only focus was the car, to get in, and get the radio, to be able to tell what's happening to everybody. But the way there he noticed one thing even when his vision was blurred, and it made him stop. Green dots in the darkness, like fireflies, and Finn thought it would be a beautiful way to die, like fireflies dancing in the night as he bled out. Yeah, how peaceful it could have been. But those dots were not fireflies. and it became more and more clear as it seemed that they were getting closer and closer to him. Then suddenly, it stopped. The dots vanished, but immediately after, dozens of laser sights locked onto Finn's body, and maybe because of the adrenaline surging through him once again, his vision cleared for a moment, and he saw it. Motherfuckers with night vision, plate carriers, helmets, and ARs in their hands. All of them were aiming at him. Interesting. Chapter 284, Finn. It was a situation where Finn could do nothing, like literally nothing. He was bleeding out, and in front of him stood a dozen of military fuckers, aiming at him. That was not even a single chance to shoot one. Nah, he was fucked, and well, he knew it pretty much as he smiled. A big smile that wasn't that much of that demonic one, that signature smile. No, it was the smile of that acceptance that he truly going to die, not by bleeding out in peace, but riddled with bullets. What a gangster way to go out. You are Finn, right? One of the men asked, but he didn't even hear it that much. The question just went past him, or more like didn't even reach him as his vision now slowly blacked out, and he fell to his knees. I thought I really accepted it, dying. Then why the fuck do I want to live? It felt like life was playing a joke on him. He was 100% sure that he did not care about death, that he could die any day and be right with it. But now his body fought to live, his soul fought to, he wanted to reach out for something, or more like something was pulling him up to his feet. Something invisible, something powerful, something that he knew all along. Everybody in the world fears death, and even those who deny it, those whose lives were terrible, lives that turned them into monsters, or those who were born monsters. When the time comes, when they're bleeding out, all of them have memories, flashbacks that, out of nowhere, scream at them to live. Out of nowhere, they want to live. And for Finn, that little grain-sized thing was his little sister's, the little sister that he actually never had. His life was just sheer agony, sheer terror, and he dealt with all of this with imaginary sisters. Yeah, Finn was an only child in his family. Never had siblings. No, he never. He just made them up to protect himself. The one that was sexually assaulted by his own father, own mother, was him. The one that screamed, that begged, that just wanted to be loved. It was him all along. For 5 straight years, it was him. And it was also him who had created them. Not little sisters, but older sisters. He created them from the fractures of his own soul, just to survive. Every scream that tore through the night, every desperate plea for care that went unheard, it had been him all along. 5 years straight, living in the echo of himself, hiding behind older sisters he could hold in his mind, but never in reality. And now, bleeding, broken, staring death in the face, the older sisters weren't just an invention anymore. They were the raw, burning truth of him, the part he could not deny, the wound that refused to close. They clawed at him, screamed at him, begged him to hold on. And in that impossible moment, Finn realized the full weight of the self he had hidden for so long. It was him. All of it was him. He didn't just deal trauma. No. Trauma became him. Trauma that twisted his reality, twisted his mind, and created something he could use to shield himself. His mind created older sisters, sisters that shielded him, confronted him, talked to him at nights. But one thing was true in his horrifying life, in his story. Finn killed his parents and ate their hearts when his older sisters one day disappeared from his head. That was the day he turned into a monster. And he lied to everybody about it, because that was his protection. That was his weakness, that he had been abused, terrorized by his own parents. He shielded himself from one horrific story with an even more horrific one. That's what happens when you are truly broken, when you are shattered into pieces and not capable of facing it, not capable of telling anyone, not capable of dealing with it. This is why James' single word hit him, one word. Live, and it was truly special to him for one single reason. He lied to James too that night, but something was very different about it. Because it felt like to him that James knew he was lying. A lie that was just outrageous. But James, with that one word, sounded like he knew the truth, accepted the truth, and wanted Finn to live. Finn that, in all his life, just wanted to die. That's why he never feared death, until James gave him a reason to fear it. In Finn's mind, James was the one who understood him and didn't look at him differently, wasn't terrified. No, he was all right with it, and embraced him. Yeah, James hugged him too, hugged him while saying the word. For Finn, It was everything he needed, everything he wanted in life. But there was more, of course, there was more, because James is James, and when he is drunk, misunderstandings come one after another. He hugged Finn because he couldn't balance and fell into him. And the second he said, "I love you, Finn." Never change for anybody. Bloom like a flower. Was it cringe? Embarrassing? A little gay? It was, yes. And second James said it because he didn't hear half of the story, didn't even pay attention to it. But what he saw on Finn's face was that he was sad, maybe depressed. So he said what he said, and with it, he didn't just tame another beast. No, for the first time in his life, Finn became the real Finn. And now, bleeding out, reaching his hand toward the sky, as the darkness swallowed him. James' words echoed in his head. His imaginary older sisters stood in front of him, and slowly, they faded away. Finn Orvich, member of the Bellini family, has. Darvik sent us Finn, we're here for you. The same voice came, now with power behind it. Though the words didn't mean anything to him, he didn't even hear them clearly. Who is who? What is what? But he felt his wound being pressed down. He felt the stabs in his arm. He felt all of it, and then the darkness truly swallowed him. He lost consciousness, but his story didn't end. Chapter 285, Happy. Meanwhile, Finn was finally fighting for his life, or at least his body and soul. On the other side of the city, Hector was coming out of the hospital, where he had a meeting with one of the doctors talking about the next steps of his sister's medication. He had not even a single idea of what the fuck was happening, because his phone was off. Yeah, the underboss of the family, who was in power while James was out of the country, had his phone off. What a mistake to make. But not just that, he was alone. Not a single bodyguard went with him, because for him this moment was something big, something personal. He wanted to have all of it to himself. So then in the next 6 months, she will get injections? Hector asked as the doctor was escorting him out. Exactly. When she comes back, she will have 3 injections every month for 6 months straight, and it will help her system, her muscles, and then the therapy can start. The doctor smiled at him. If everything goes well, she could stand on her own in a year, and maybe can walk in the next 2 to 3 years. He lit up. Yeah, that smile on Hector's face was bigger than ever. He was so happy to hear it, that there is an actual possibility that she can walk, to enjoy her life to the fullest. Something he couldn't believe to be actually possible, but now it is actually possible. She can actually experience life outside of a hospital room, on her own. Yeah, that smile didn't fade away from his face as they walked toward the parking lot, and Hector himself didn't even speak a word. He just couldn't. What the doctor said to him pushed away all his thoughts. It was just too much to understand the meaning of it. And it was all thanks to James. Yeah, he found him that day, the day he was supposed to die. He found him and put him in a position that changed his life forever. He helped him achieve this. He paid for this. If there wouldn't have been a James Bellini, there wouldn't be Hector, there wouldn't be a smile on his face, and maybe there wouldn't be his sister anymore. That is the great thing about it, the thing that is just fascinating. James did so much, and he doesn't even know about it. He helped so many people in the family, and yet he never asked for thanks. Maybe that's why everyone follows him. Maybe that's why the family keeps going forward, because James is not just a man. He is something more. For Hector, he is the reason he could still smile, the reason he can still call himself alive. Maybe his mind is shattered a bit. Maybe he is emotionally damaged, a person who at times loses control over himself. But he is their James, the man they would die for. Yeah, die for. I need to go back, Hector, the doctor said as he stopped before the stairs leading to the parking lot. But once again, I highly recommend. We will. Hector didn't even wait for him to finish. His voice was full of emotion, something rare for him. If it's really that good, we will of course do it, Doc. No matter how much it costs, if she can truly walk once again, then it's worth everything. Even on the doctor's face, a smile curled about. A murderer, a torturer, a psychopath, and still, how happy he is for his sister. She will, he said. It's going to take time. And pain. But yes, she can walk again. But now calm down, Hector, and tell her the news. He said as he offered his hand. I will immediately go to tell her. He said as he just smiled even more, a gentle smile, and shook the doc's hand. Fuck, how many days have I dreamed of this? Dream big, they say. Have a good night, Hector. You too, Doc. Have a wonderful night. he said as he shook his hand, and then turned and walked down the stairs toward the parking lot. That was when he noticed that his phone was off. To be true, he didn't worry too much about it. Why would he? In his mind, everything was going fine. There wasn't any threat or attacks. The country is in a national emergency. The rats are hiding in the shadows. Nothing to be worried about. And well, his happiness pushed down all his bad thoughts. Though he looked around to be sure. But there was nothing unordinary, just the doctors, nurses' cars parked down, and of course his. The big, chunky armored SUV in the middle, looking like a tank. But as he got closer and closer to it, there was the first thing that just screamed that something was off. Hector is not a dumb man. Well, sometimes yes, but he is careful about the family. And of course, there is Ramirez too and the other ex-soldiers. So, to be effective if something bad happens, they bought military-grade walkie-talkies, which range is huge, and not just that, they can function as satellite phones too. With them, they could call up the higher-ranking members of the family if something goes really wrong, and of course broadcast it to everybody in the family. But what he saw in front of him was bad. A red blinking light lit up the whole inside of the car, and it was the emergency button, which, if pressed, only means one thing. Something fucked up is happening. And he immediately knew it was not an accident. The ones who have the emergency button are Ramazur, Finn, James, Ferrucci, Bella. But it could have been only Finn or Ramazur, and the chance that they pressed it accidentally was literally zero. He stopped for a moment, once again looking around. But still there was nothing, not a single voice, nobody nearby, or at least he thought. Beast as he walked toward the car now with a faster pace, suddenly a voice came from behind him. Hector Bellini. A voice with a familiar accent from a familiar country. Sinatra sends his regards. There was no time to turn around, not even time to fully realize it. Just 3 shots, 3 shells, and 1 body. Chapter 286. I am a Bellini. Hector hit the ground hard and fast. His legs buckled the moment the bullet hit his back, and he felt every bit of pain surge through his body, the pain that came from being shot from up close. He couldn't even breathe, but he tried. He wanted to live. He wanted to fight for it, but his body was not allowing him, as he suffocated by the sheer force, but was able to turn around his body to face whoever shot him. Bulletproof vest, how smart you are, the man said as he watched him suffer and fight for his breath, and he was smiling with satisfaction to see how Hector was on the verge of death, to see in his eyes the panic on his face, and those eyes, even though he was suffering, had that thing in him, that killing intent, that intent to do something, to try something. Oh, Hector, you can try it. I dare you to reach for it. He smiled at him as Hector hovered his hand over his gun. But he couldn't do it. All his power, all his concentration was on trying to breathe, to control the pain, the suffocation, the fear in him. Because it was clear to him, he couldn't die like this. This wouldn't be him. And he needed to tell her that she could walk again. It needed to be him. You know, Hector, I thought it would be harder to kill you, but this was my easiest job as a sicario in a long time now. The man said as he still just watched him. An easy $500,000 in my pocket, and the fame with it. The man who killed Hector Bellini. How good for me. But at the same time, I am very disappointed. Hector barely heard what he was saying. He concentrated too much on being able to move, to be able to breathe. He just wanted to do something, to try something. I thought it would be a good shootout, something special, but now you're just suffering like a fucking dog on the ground, trying to get yourself together, but you won't, Hector. You will die, you know? How does it feel? Hector's eyes told everything. Still that killing intent, that look in the eyes of a gangster, the look of Hector, but at the same time something else was in it too. Fear. The sicario laughed. I thought you would not fear the moment when death comes for you, Hector. The stories about you tell the picture of somebody who does not fear, does not beg, the underboss of James Bellini. He looked into his eyes. Oh, but no, you're not feeling that. Not the fear of death, no. You fear that I would pay a visit to Amanda, right? Yeah, the spot of Hector which he was the most sensitive of, the spit every people's sensitivity of, especially those who are criminals, their families, and now the man in front of him. The sicario whose job is to kill. The sicario who does whatever for money, said the name of his little sister. It was an immediate change, like if a switch just flipped in Hector as he just stared deep into the eyes, like if he were just telling him to dare to touch her. Like if he was capable of doing anything in this situation. Yeah, nothing, but he knew one thing very well. Nobody is going to touch them, because there is James, there is Ramirez, there is Finn. They would be the first ones to take care of them if he dies, and if anyone would dare to touch them. Their bodies would be skinned, their heads would be on the streets. Yeah, but still it hit him deep, so deep that all the adrenaline just pumped him up even more. His heart was beating fast. His vision became clear and focused on the face in front of him. The people he lives for are in danger, and that danger is right in front of him. Yet he can do nothing. Despair hit him hard. He can do nothing. If he moves, he dies, and if he doesn't, he dies too. Truly, there is nothing he can do. Just stare, just listen, just wait for something, maybe until the very end. But one thing was certain, it wasn't over. No, the Sicario in front of him was having fun, watching his eyes, his reactions, his every motion. He was enjoying every single second of it, pushing further and further, driving Hector deeper and deeper into despair. She is in a wheelchair. Huh. Maybe I can help to push her around, you know. A disgusting smile on his face. Oh, and your mother. She looks gorgeous for her age. Maybe I will rape her. Yeah, maybe your sister too. Though I'm not a pedophile. No, I would only do it for you. Hector, how do you feel about that? He licked his mouth around, staring at Hector's eyes. I bet they will scream for your name. Yeah, they will scream Hector. In that moment, there were no words to describe what Hector felt. It was pure, raw wrath. He wanted to skin him, wanted to tear his bones out. But no, he was the one on the ground, trembling from what was inside of him. But also, he knew he won without doing anything, just letting him talk his shit. He won. Why you talk too much? Hector stuttered out the words. Because I want to hear you. Beg for me. Curse me. Pray to your God out loud. I want to hear the sound of hope breaking in your voice. A mistake. Really? Why would it be a mistake, Hector? He asked as he now aimed the gun at his head. Because I am a Bellini. Oh, and who gives a fuck? He asked back, but his smile quickly faded as Hector pointed behind his back. TV. Chapter 287. Who would you die for? There was silence for a minute as the Sicario just stared at Hector while he was still pointing behind his back, but he didn't turn. No, he didn't, but it was again something different. Hector's eyes had this certainty in them. What a good liar. Do you think I'm stupid enough to turn back? He chuckled. The moment I do, you reach for your gun, Hector. Don't you? He lowered his hands as a small smile widened on his face. I thought you would fall for it. Huh, I almost did though. He laughed as he shook his head. What petty trick was it, Hector? But hey, at least you tried to do something. He looked at his watch. But time is ticking. I need to kill Sophia too. But before that, I think I will have fun with her, you know, like with your mother and sister. Again, that disgusting smile on his face. How does it feel to hear this before you die? Same thing again. The fucking cartel and their psychopathic sicarios, whose only job is not just to kill, but put the fear and despair into their victims. How helpless their family will be, how everybody is going to die, how everybody is going to suffer. Worst of the worst feelings in the world. To be just hopeless while this motherfucker tells what he is going to do with your mother, your little sister, your friends, with that disgusting smile on his face that just tells you he is not lying, that he has done this before. Who knows how many times. He not only kills but destroys everybody's life in the process. And this is what the Sicario's job is, the ones that Sinatra hired. They don't do the average thing, car bomb, kill with a bullet, no. They are going after everybody you love, and will tell them how it all happened because of you. That you chose this path, and this path only led to death. They act on the same feeling that James himself experiences, and experienced when Raphael and Hans died. The difference is that for James, it is disgust, his own suffering, knowing they died because of him. While for the Sicario in front of Hector, it is simply something enjoyable to do. To tell Hector's little sister, his mother, that it's all because of him. That he is going to do what he is going to do because Hector chose this path, a path that only led to death. And that was the worst of it all, once again hearing it, knowing that if he really dies right now, there is that small chance that this fucker could really get his hands on them. Yeah, that small what if in Hector. What if Finn, Ramirez don't act fast? Because Hector's family is not the first for them. No, the Bellini family is the first, and they will only concentrate on that. What if his family, what if Amanda and his mother would truly get caught in that even though he sent them to a safe house? Despair hit him hard, maybe too hard, and the Sicario noticed it. Hector, I give you an opportunity, and on my name and God, I promise I would not touch your family, he said as he lowered the gun and looked deep into Hector's eyes. Betray the Bellini family, and you will not suffer, nor will your family. I only have a couple of questions and nothing more. If you answer right, they live. A lie, of course it was a lie. Who would believe in a Sicario? A promise for him means nothing, even more than nothing. Just words they use to manipulate people in despair, and when they get what they want, they will lean in and say, I lied, and kill. They do exactly what they promised not to. And Hector knew it very well. But there was something deep in his soul. He wanted to push down all of this as the pain still surged in him, as that motherfucker just stared at him. He knew he can't fold, he can't beg, he can't say anything, show weakness. Yeah, he can't say anything, because even if it's about his family, he made a blood oath, made a pact, he became a Bellini. And the mafia is more than everything. Without that, nothing could have happened. Without it, he would already be dead. But everything has changed. If he dies, there's a chance they will escape, that Amanda will walk again, that his mother will mourn him, but she will still be alive. They say family first, but which one? The blood that raised you, or the blood you spilled for the name they gave you? To die for the family of his birth would mean betraying the one that made him who he is today. To die for the family that raised him would mean leaving behind those who gave him everything in life, the opportunity to become who he is today. Which one do you die for? Which one matters most? The question just kept coming and coming in his mind. He got manipulated by the Sicario offer. His mind got corrupted by it. Is James really worth that much? Did he ever even appreciate him? Did he ever do anything great for him? He knew the answer was yes to all of it. But still, those questions were heavy, putting doubt in him. The biggest weakness of him, and why others tend not to have family in his business, why they abandon their own, to not let them become a target, a weapon for manipulation. The weakness of Hector, the biggest one that he would do anything to protect them. So, the Sicario asked as he saw that he broke Hector Bellini, the great man of the stories, just broke in front of him. How satisfying was it? Yeah, a question Hector knew was coming. A question he needed to answer before he died. A question that was his judgment. But he had made that decision a long time ago. He looked into his eyes with a faint smile. A Bellini. Chapter 288. Doc. Silence once again as the Sicario just stared at Hector's eyes, the eyes full of certainty, the eyes that showed he was truly devoted to a family that is the Bellini, the mafia. It's truly respectful, Hector. He smirked. I was worried you would turn into a rat, but you know I had the hope that now you will die in a respectful way, a way of a warrior, of a gangster. He aimed at his head. Goodbye, Hector. We will meet in hell when the time comes. A pull of a trigger, a loud sound that echoed through the starry night. Yeah, a loud one, not the same silenced pistol. Huh. The Sicario slowly looked down, pushing his hands toward his left side, and blood was just pouring out, and then another shot came, and another, and another. 3 loud shots that were just ear-hurting, sounds so loud that it could be heard blocks away, and with it bullets that hit the Sicario, one in the shoulder, the second went past his head, and the third into his thigh. Those bullets didn't just go in, no, those 3 bullets that hit him literally just blew flesh away from his body. As all of it impacted, it went through his ribs into his body with a force that just blew everything away. Almost like he was just ballistic jelly whose only purpose was to blast away. And well, he did as his body hit the ground immediately, and the pool of blood just poured under him. And of course it did. Of course some of his flesh just flew away. Of course he immediately collapsed and died on the spot. Because, well, even if the shooter wasn't the best, the .357 Magnum did its job. Yeah, a .357 Magnum caliber revolver in the shaky and amateur hands of somebody who came like a hero. Doc. Hector whispered the word as his ears were ringing, some of the blood from the Sicario dripping down on his face. But even if his vision was distorted, blurry, he immediately recognized the white coat. Yeah, it was him, the hero of the day, the man who just saved Hector, the The same doctor who he was speaking to earlier, the one who was in charge of Amanda's recovery, her health. What a doctor, he just saved another life. Without medicine, without scalpels, just with a raw .357 Magnum. Yeah, a short-barrel revolver in his hand that was just shaking as fuck the moment he pulled the trigger, shaking from maybe the fact that he took a life to save one, or the fact that the recoil was so raw and powerful that he could hardly handle it. Maybe both. But one thing is sure. He just fucking saved Hector, saved the Bellini family underboss. What a heroic deed. Though he was frozen, he just stood there, still slightly aiming his revolver at the Sicario, just looking at his body as the blood spread all over the ground, flowing everywhere like a river. But he did what he had trained all his life. He saved somebody, even if it was with a gun. "Doc!" Hector now shouted as his vision became clear, as the ringing faded away, but still his back felt like he got hit with a hammer. Hector!" The doc shouted too as he realized that he might have killed somebody. But shit, Hector was still on the ground. "Are you shot?" He immediately went to action, immediately switched into a doctor, somebody who was there to save lives, though there was nothing, no heavy bleeding, no blood at all at Hector's body as he was patting him down. "Look at me," he said as he kind of bent Hector's head backward and literally pulled out his keychain with a miniature flashlight on it, straight pointing it to Hector's eyes, though he noticed it. His hand was still shaking as fuck. "You saved my ass, Doc." "Why ya?" he whispered back as he was looking at Hector's pupils. "I saw him going after you with a gun, so I ran back to my office to grab mine." What saved Hector was pure luck. Luck that came from the fact that the doc forgot to tell one more thing about Amanda's medication. So when he realized it, he thought he could catch Hector, so he went after him. But he noticed a man on the side with an object in his hand, an object that was a gun, and his instinct kicked in. The instinct to run the fuck back to the office and grab his gun. A gun he only fired once in his life, when he trained for his permit. But not just that, the instinct, or moreover the knowing of who Hector is, he didn't even think about calling the police. Not even for a single second, no. He just grabbed that shit and ran back as fast as he could, but he didn't want to shoot, didn't want to take a life. Only just to shout freeze, just like at the training, try to de-escalate the situation. Well, he did. He de-escalated by shooting without even looking. He closed his eyes the moment he pulled the trigger, because shooting at paper targets and shooting at a living human is not the same. And he only missed once. "Good job, Doc, good fucking job," Hector whispered as he slowly stood up, though his back was still hurting like hell, and while the doc went silent, because for him came the panic he just realized, the most important thing about the situation. He killed someone who was ready to take Hector's life. His life is in danger. His whole family's life is in danger now that he did it. Yeah, the realization of it hit him. No ordinary man would go up against Hector Bellini. Who is he? A Sicario. What? The doc looked at him, then back at the body. "A hitman who works for the cartel," Hector answered as he looked at the doc, and well, he lost it. Cartel, no way. Yeah, he realized that he fucked up saving Hector, because everybody knew that cartels are fucking wild dogs, beasts that kill those who even say one wrong word, and now he just killed their hitman. I was the one who killed him." Hector looked into the doc's worried eyes. "Nobody will go after you, Doc. But the police will." He couldn't finish it, because something stopped him, something that was worrisome on a whole different level. 6 cars, 6 SUVs, sped into the parking lot, came to a stop with loud squealing noises, and then people in military gear hopped out, all wearing plate carriers and with ARs in their hands. Both of them froze. The doc seemed like his soul had left his body. He was already thinking about going to get tortured along with his family, while Hector had already pulled out his gun, ready, just like Finn, to at least try to take some of them to hell with him. "Hector Bellini." One of the men spoke. "Darvik sent us," he said as he looked at the body. "But I see we are late." "Darvik?" Hector asked back. He had no idea who the fuck Darvik was, or who the fuck these guys were. Yeah, Darvik, a great friend of James Bellini. Chapter 289, Silence. Hector stayed silent as he eyed them. Darvik? Who the fuck is Darvik, and what does he mean by great friend of James? He thought about every possibility that it is the same fucking cartel, or maybe some other people who want to fuck with them. But then why aren't they aiming their weapons? Why do they look calm? Yeah, it was a strange situation, especially for Hector. He got shot, then almost killed by a Sicario. Then these guys show up out of nowhere saying they are sent by a friend of James. Though something told him they are fiends, they just seemed too professional with weapons and shit that are expensive. What do you mean you were late? Hector asked, still not sure. We were sent to protect you from Sinatra, the man said as he looked at Hector. They sent out hit teams to kill you. Finn, Ramirez, and a lady called Sophia, and many others. Though, we were able to arrive in time for Sophia and Ramirez, and the family is already armed up to repel any attack. Yeah, indeed the family is ready because as Ramirez heard the news he activated the highest alert in the family, sent protection to all the warehouses, and sent a team to Danny. The family was armed up to be able to kill whoever wants to fuck with them. Though Hector noticed something that was a bit worrying. Finn. Yeah, he didn't say Finn's name. What's up with him? He is in a bad condition, a really bad one. So he got airlifted to the hospital. They weren't ready for it. The thoughts in Hector's mind now were all over the place. They were fucking living in the biggest calm and got attacked without even preparing for it. Yeah, a coordinated attack by the fucking Sinatra cartel, and now Finn was fucked. Fucked just like Ferrucci. Because he knew pretty much when somebody says really bad, it truly means bad. Finn is on the brink of death. But we need to go. So are you good on your own, or should we take you back home? Need to go? Hector asked back. Where? Suddenly a smile raised on the man's face, and even behind them the others started to chuckle. Of course, to kill them all. What? Yeah, we were sent to protect, and well, to kill those who want to hurt Darvik's great friend, James Bellini. Exactly. Darvik didn't just send a hit team, no. He, in other words, activated the sleeper cells in the country with an easy and simple mission. Kill everybody who is associated with the Sinatra cartel, everybody that they got intel on. And shit, they were ready for it too. Ready, because back in Marassi, Darvik was already showing pictures to James. Yeah, it wasn't even an hour and these so-called sleeper cells, this special force guys, or whoever the fuck they are, did their job with a different level of precision. These guys went after Finn. Darvik showed the picture to James. Though he's special and he killed them. He smiled at James. But he got shot in the process and ended up in bad condition. What? Bad means? James asked, looking at the picture of the bodies, the blood, the black market dealer with a bullet in his head, though he was worried about Finn. He can't lose another one. Just can't. He lost a lot of blood, and the bullet, well, nothing, he is going to survive. Darvik's words weren't certain, and James felt it. Felt that they are truly at war with this fucking Sinatra. Not just that, but he thought the same as Hector, that they got too relaxed about all of this because of the national emergency. They didn't even try to make defensive preparations to send out people to map out where cartel members could be. They didn't even look at what intel Sophia gathered. They just contracted on how to make a lot of money, concreted on deals with everybody. Yeah, he was right about all of it. They just moved too fast, especially Benjamin and the others. They didn't think about the cartel for even a second, that they are capable of striking. And now the possibility was there that Finn was going to die. Finn, the man who was on the path to become a real Bellini, to rise up in the ranks. Oh, when I said rats. This man was one of them. Darvik again swiped and showed a picture to James of a man who he knows. No. He immediately said, that's impossible. Impossible. Darvik chuckled. Do you want to hear his voice? Him accepting the money? Saying your whole daily routine? He asked, but noticed James' eyes were more serious than before, the same empty eyes, but now that same piercing eye had something different to it. Emotions? Yeah, the emotion of betrayal is something on a different level. When someone close to you betrays you, it is the worst feeling in the world. Somebody who you see every day, somebody who pledged loyalty and then just stabs you in the back. Crazy word it is, especially in the underworld. You can never know who is going to sell you out. And your fucking private chef, a cook, sold you out. Well, don't worry, my guys killed him. He said, and wiped another picture. This 2, 3 women and 4 men. I don't think you know them. They worked at one of the warehouses there. How do you know all of this? James asked, as he looked deep into Darvik's eyes. How do you know Albert betrayed me? Even his voice was different now. The voice of James that wasn't shocked, just genuinely surprised by it. Albert. Oh, the cook, huh? Darvik smiled. We have operations going on in Dennis. Moreover, in Arbora, we have listened to their calls, we monitored their phones, and, well, he was in connection with one of the Sinatra members, even sent pictures of your house. And how many guards are there? How heavily it is secured. Now James's surprise began to turn into something else, something that fueled him, but fueled him in the wrong way. At first, he seemed not to really care. His voice was different, too, but deep down, deep within, he was screaming, he was furious. Once again, his closest man, his life, was in danger. And to top it all off, the man who betrayed him was Albert. Yeah, the one that betrayed James, that was impossible in his mind, was none other than Albert, the same fucking man who tried to comfort him, the same fucking man who asked if there was any problem, who was there when the slap happened earlier. It is true, you can trust nobody, and that is where the paranoia starts. There, how the senseless murdering starts, just like how Lucian did. And James started to feel it, the need to clean up, the need to show the family that loyalty is not something to play with, especially when it comes to him. And even Mike and Orion understood it. The silence of James, the fact that he barely reacted, they all knew that inside he was lost, lost in his darkness, in his anger, his wrath, and when he is silent, that's when he is the most dangerous. Silence that is just terrifying. Chapter 290, Lucian question. 1 year earlier, somewhere outside of the city. I didn't mean it as a way to threaten, nor a way to sound a bit paranoid about it. You always sound paranoid, Lucian, always. So why did you call me here out of nowhere? Because you are my bro, my blood, my love, my everything. Though I'm not gay, not into you. It's just our relationship is. Lucian, please, you're acting like you are my age. Well, yeah, I need to adapt to my friend. Lucian laughed. But back to our topic. I think you're making a big mistake. He looked deep into James's eyes, into the eyes that were not certain, the eyes that were the James that was acting. But he didn't know it. No, even Lucian thought it all real, that James is truly a monster, somebody who emerged from the shadows and will take all of it. On the other hand, James was of course panicking back then. And well, he had all the right to do so. It was Augustus Lucian, the mad dog, the killer, the one that held the city in his hands. Why do I always end up in this situation? Fuck me. He thought as Lucian just stared at him with those eyes that see so much that back then James couldn't even imagine it. Couldn't even think that one day he would see just as much, maybe more than that. That he would suppress Lucian, in business, and in every other aspect. But no, he was just panicking as he always did, putting on the mask, pretending to be a man that is dangerous, that can talk back to Lucian, but still those eyes of Lucian were just piercing him through. What mistake exactly, Lucian? James asked, and his voice actually stuttered a bit, though he played it off with a cough, with a sore throat. Let me ask you this, James, quality or quantity? The question was simple, at least it sounded simple, but James back then misunderstood it. He thought Lucian was talking about drugs, drugs that James actually never even handled because Hector was the one dealing with it. But the question itself was kind of tricky to him, especially because it was Lucian who was asking it. And he feared Lucian. Of course he did. His reputation was just on a whole other level with warlords and shit. He was just too much. And now that question, a question that James thought was about drugs, and he knew only that much. He was on documentaries and movies because it was Hector who handled it. So back then, in James's mind, quality meant that the drugs could be sold for more money. They weren't cut or messed with, but were pure, the purest. This meant they could bring in a lot of money, but making them took longer and was more complicated. On the other hand, there was quantity. By cutting or mixing it, they could make double or even triple the amount they would get from pure. It sold too, though not for a lot of money, and not to the wealthier customers, but on the streets, to addicts. And the question was asked by Lucian, who sold both. He didn't give a single fuck about which one he sold. He only cared about the money. For me personally, quality, just like with clothes, with women, with everything else. Yeah, James lied. He was a virgin, nor did he buy clothes for himself. It was his mother or Bella who always came with clothes. Not just that, but when he said it, Lucian's eyes sparkled up, he even smiled, showing his white teeth and that one tooth that was made of gold. Exactly, James. He shouted as he opened up his arms and spun around. Quality is what we need. Fuck is up with him? James thought as he started to feel something going in. the wrong direction. Even his arms started to shake a bit, but he controlled it as much as he could. Lucian's whole being was terrifying. Now, Lucian stopped, his smile vanishing as he pulled out his pistol, the one made of gold, covered in intricate engravings, and James, that time, almost pissed himself on the spot. Look at him. Lucian pointed to the side, at one of his men. Do you think Pena is a quality man, James? He looked at him, at Pena, at one of the captains of Lucian, and he still didn't understand the situation, still didn't understand why Pena's face was like pale, why he was looking that way, why his eyes had terror in them. I mean, what do you mean by quality? James asked as he glanced at Pena and back to Lucian, who once again just smiled. What a great question it is, James. That's why I like you, Lucine said, and then he suddenly raised the gun and just shot Pena straight into his chest. At that moment, James froze completely and just watched as Pena gurgled, blood spilling from his mouth. Yeah, he was panicking, but he knew not to bend, not to collapse in front of Lucian, because he wasn't finished. He walked to Pena and aimed the gun, but before shooting, he looked up at James. He is quantity, my friend. He pulled the trigger, pulled it until the slide locked back, until Pena's head became mangled flesh, an open skull with his brain out. And James, he swallowed back the vomit that came up in his throat. Yay, did, because, well, he never saw something like that. No, he always turned around when Hector or somebody else killed, or tried his best to keep his cool. But of course, there was one more thing to concentrate on. To concentrate on why Lucian just killed one of his captains, with a smile on his face. This is a mistake you are making, my friend, Lucian said as he put back the gun to his waist. You're choosing quantity over quality. Chapter 291. Lucian is always right, even after death. James still didn't understand what the fuck Lucian was talking about, because he was early in the game. He still had to experience things, experience the underworld and how it truly worked. Are you going to shoot around it, or going to say it straight, Lucian? I don't have time for little plays, poets, and bullshit, James said as he pulled all his power together, all his cool, to be able to face him, to look like the James they were talking about, they were whispering about. Oh, you know it, don't you, James? Lucian smiled once again. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know your mistake, but you don't want to admit it. Lucian grinned, but this time he noticed that James wasn't pleased. No, there was something in his eyes, though it was just an act, it still seemed impactful. I'm talking about your family, James, the Bellinis. You chose quantity, but we're not cartels, we're not in Dennis. I have quality men, Lucian. Yeah, but... He stepped closer. To James. In your family, quantity outweighs quality. And when that little spark of betrayal ignites, it's going to spread like wildfire, James. Like him. James glanced at Pena, but did it because Lucian was just too close into his personal space. Yeah, Pena was a quantity man, and I just had a feeling he was going to betray me. What? I felt it, James, more like foreseen it. Yeah, even James back then started to understand why people feared Lucian, even his affiliates, even his friends. Everybody feared him, because he was unstable, but when James showed up, that was the time he started to become not just unstable, but more than that, a paranoid man. You see, James, your family, is full of quantity people who will betray you one day because there is nothing to keep them in place. You know the cartel can do it because there is no police, no nothing that could make the people betray them, no. But here in our little country there is police, there is so-called justice, and quantity men, women is ready to do whatever to save themselves. He looked deep into James's eyes. Don't collect them like little puppies, James. No, you can't keep them in line, not hundreds, thousands. Choose quality because those are ready to be with you, ready to save you. Like Hector, Ferrucci, Bella, Hans. People like them will be with you until the end, like Valen with me. He looked at him, though even Valen was kind of surprised and shocked about the situation. What if I can handle them? James asked. No, James. Lucian shook his head. You can't, and I just want to save you from something pretty traumatic. What would that be? James. Lucian looked into his eyes. There will be a time when you might snap, that you realize I was right. I want to save you from digging a mass grave and shooting your quantity men and women into it. I would never. Yeah, you would, James. You young, something I envy, I am jealous of. Lucian shook his head with a smile. Don't fall into a trap you can't escape, my friend, because once somebody betray you, you will never look at them the same, and you can't escape it. You will hunt them down, you would do example out of them. And that's the worst thing to do. This is the worst thing. He pointed at Pena. Because it will spread that I killed him, spread that I am paranoid, while in reality I fucked up a long ago, choosing quantity over quality, and that decision now came falling down on me. A decision that now will make more people, those quantity men, to question their loyalty, to question who they are for, question their soul, and when it happens, I will fall, you will fall, my friend. He looked back at James. Don't do it, James. You have so much time to choose right. You have the option of being the greatest in this era. You have the option to create a whole new era. That time James didn't fully understand what truly Lucian was talking about. No, he wasn't in a situation like him. He never was betrayed. He didn't feel what it actually means in their world. To him back then, Lucian was just a man who saw too much, who did too much, who was steered to become something that will truly fall, not because of the people around him, but because of himself. Yeah, that's what he thought, that Lucian will cause his own fall with his decisions. Thank you for the kind words, Lucian, but for me, keeping them close means they are family. It gives them loyalty and trust. That stubborn fire will burn you and everyone close if you let it loose. Lucian sighed. Just remember, power is a chain, James, and you will feel it heavy on your neck sooner than you think. Yeah, but we are criminals, aren't we, Lucian? He glanced at him. We are bound to suffer, to be in despair, in pain, bound to die sooner than everybody else. I like you, James, but one day you will remember this conversation and realize what I said was right. He turned around, waving his hand. That Lucian is always right. Have a good night, my friend. You too, Lucian, James said as he watched him walk away. Walk away and only meet once again. When Lucian lost everything, lost his mind, lost his family, and not long after was arrested. And maybe, just maybe, Lucian was right back then. He was right about everything. James Bellini had truly created a whole new era, starting something that had never been done before by anyone. He didn't just dominate the underworld, didn't just hold it in his hand. Even the government was with him. He topped it all, surprising Lucian in every way, and everyone else along with it. Lucian was truly right about everything. Chapter 292, Friend. He was a magician, a trickster, the first-generation drug lord, the one who held the city in his hand, the one everyone feared, even beyond borders, his name whispered on an international level. That was Lucian, but above all, his words carried wisdom. He was a man who had lived it all, who knew what it meant to crawl up from the slums to rise as the one in control, the one who had everything. Money, women, power, everything a man could ever wish for. But they say it's lonely at the top, and for Lucian, it truly was. All of his friends, the ones he went hungry with in the slums, the ones he robbed with, the ones he could call brothers, the ones he could trust, were gone. Over the years, they all fell. Some overdosed, some were killed, and some were thrown behind bars, just to tighten the knot around Lucian's neck. Nobody remained by his side. He was alone. And worse, he grew unstable, because when there's no one you can trust 100%, you start questioning everything around you. There's no money, no drug, no power that can silence that feeling, the feeling that death is closing in, that people are waiting to throw you to the police or to the enemies of you, that everything you built year after year is about to shatter. All of it is decades of work, so many deaths, so much blood, and in the end, the only thing left to do is accept it. Accept the fact that your time is up, that deep down, you always knew it would come. But Lucian, no, he never accepted it. Instead, he burned with anger. Angry at life, angry at the world, angry at everything around him. His friends died. All of them died. Nobody was on his side to support him. He was lonely. He was alone. And then he suddenly popped out of nowhere. James Bellini. The only person who reminded him of them, of his friends, of those younger years when they were just stubborn kids with fire in their eyes, was James. He carried that same flame, that same defiance. Lucian felt jealousy, even envy toward him. So young, with so much time still ahead. But then, the stories about James began to reach his ears. The tales of James Bellini, how he operates, what he does, how brutal he is, this fucking young guy just dominating everybody, that they made an alliance to contain him, and he willingly accepted it like he was playing with them. Lucian felt so fresh about it. He felt like James Bellini is a friend. Even though at that time they had not yet met, still he felt they are connected, they are the same. He is just like his friends were. No, he is like him. So Lucian did it. Yeah, he sent watchers on James to look at him, to get to know him better, to see how he was doing things, and he noted everything. What he did good, what he did wrong. He wanted to protect him from everything that he experienced in his life. He wanted to protect James. Lucian almost looked at him like a son, because James operated just like him in his younger days, the upcoming days. Of course, James didn't know what he was doing. It was all coincidences, all luckiness, mistakes, but it worked out in a good way. But then Lucian started to see more mistakes, more and more mistakes, and it seemed like James was taking that path, a path that only led to quick death, that only comes with suffering, with the darkness swallowing you down. James was too close to his real family, too close to his mother, too close to his little brother. Yeah, he seemed like a genuinely good guy, somebody who cared for his loved ones, and Lucian knew firsthand that it was the biggest mistake to do in their world, to have close friends, to have family, though he made the same mistake, but he learned to not chain himself down. Learned to not care about Charlotte, even if it sounds bad. Well, everything about Lucian was bad, but that's how he operated. He was doing everything to keep up his empire. The second mistake was that James moved too fast, stretching his hands across the whole drug market. From Lucian's eyes, from his experience, it was impossible to control it all, because if just one piece slipped out of balance, the whole thing would shatter with it. The third mistake was giving too much freedom to his men, especially to Hector and the others. They just roamed free, just did whatever they wanted. The fourth mistake, the one Lucian saw as the worst of all, was the family, at least the way James built it. Too many people without quality. The kind who would snitch, rat, betray, and in this world, that's all it takes to bring everything crashing down. And the final mistake, the alliance, the trust. Those people, the so-called joint families, any of it was the biggest mistake. Because the only person you can trust is yourself. The only one you kneel before is God, not some fuckers trying to make deals, whether it's the police, the feds, gangs, or cartels. Crush them all. Break them. Make them kneel, lick your shoe, because that's what they deserve. That's what it takes to survive at the top. There was his point of James, the mistakes, but time went on and his mistakes became, like successful hits. First, he took over the drug market, or at least controlled a lot of it, even with that puppet alliance. Then his family was still intact, nothing happened to them, but Lucian still looked at it as a major mistake in the future. Then the freedom with the men too became a success as Hector did deals and business operations that put the family on a whole other level. And of course Bella and Ferrucci and Hans's names too spread widely, how dangerous they are. But the worst mistake wasn't a success, it wasn't solved, because James was gathering people like it was. A fucking homeless shelter, hundreds of people, without quality in them. And of course the alliances, something that made Lucian's blood boil. How the fuck could James be that stupid? He might have become a ruler, a lord of the underworld, but Lucian knew this all too well. Once things start to shake, they shatter. Everything can turn upside down in an instant. And that's why he met with James. That's why, in other words, he was a fan of him, was a stalker of him. Because he resembled him. He resembled the friends he lost, the friends who made the same mistakes. Lucian wanted to be a mentor, a friend, a brother, and in the end, yeah, he became a friend. But his words weren't heard by James. Not because he didn't want to hear it, didn't want to take it, but because he was acting, he didn't know shit about the world. What's right, what's wrong, what is a mistake, how to deal with it. And time passed and passed. Lucian was arrested, his empire crumbled, and then he died. He died knowing James would surpass him, died knowing he wasn't alone but with a friend, died knowing his daughter would be in good hands. But in the end, he couldn't do what he wanted most, to save James from it all, or at least prepare him for the darkness and suffering. But how ironic, because Lucian died because of his own mistakes too. Yeah, he died, but at least he gained a true friend and left a huge impression on him. He impacted him. And now the words of Lucian, that back then went past James's ear, the words he didn't listen to, suddenly resurfaced. Suddenly he remembered all of it. Like if that motherfucker Lucian ghost was there on his side whispering those wise words. James. Mike's voice came through, faint, hesitant. Even he could feel it. Something was about to happen. Something was off, because that smile on James's face, it was inhuman. He just sat there, staring at his own hand without blinking, with that smile, and nothing else. It was not the darkness. It was not suffering, not despair, not any of it. No. It was just Lucian's fucking voice, whispering those wise, goddamn words. Yeah, it wasn't the void, it wasn't the emptiness, it was the recognition and acceptance. James understood. Understood everything Lucian had lived, everything he had lost, everything he had tried to teach him. And that understanding, it burned, it woke something inside him. And that smile, it wasn't just a smile anymore. It was understanding, fire, and reckoning all at once. The same smile that once was on Lucian's face. It was not joy, not amusement. It was recognition, acceptance, and something more. The kind of smile that sees everything, feels everything, and promises nothing will ever be the same again. Chapter 293, Change. It hit him once again hard that he didn't listen to anybody, didn't listen to those who had experience in the field. He didn't even listen to his mother. But how easy would that be? Just listen, just once in your fucking life. Listen to yourself, and leave behind all the bullshit you're carrying. Just walk away from it. Say goodbye to it. That would have been the best step, the best decision to make. When Marcelo died, when the first person close to him died because of him. But he kept going, acted out, pretended to be this boss, this someone who controlled the underworld. Yeah, if he had just walked away, just dropped the act, everything could have stopped. He could have saved lives. Save Raphael, save his mother from grief, save everybody that died. But no, he went on with all of it. But he already knew all of this, always knew all of this, that he is not the best boss, that he never was even boss, because everybody just feared him, everybody just respect him, and it was Hector and the others who did everything. He never went to Dennis, never saw the drug in person, never looked over it, never even questioned what is happening. He never controlled nothing. He was just the face of all of it. Yeah, he never showed them what would happen when someone betrayed him, when someone became a rat. No, he saw all of it as an opportunity for them, as if he were the hope reaching out to their desperate lives, the one who helps them, and they, in return, would give their lives for him, give their loyalty to him. Lucian was right about it. James, he became almost like a homeless shelter for desperate, poor people rather than becoming the light. He let everybody into the family, gave out money while they worked. But it turned into the exact opposite of what he had hoped for, what he wanted it to be. He wanted to be a mafia, a gangster that people would remember, that when he dies, the streets would be filled with people, with cries, with tears, remembering how he had been there for them. That he was the light, the hope for them, the supporter for the people the government had left behind. But he fucked up by thinking it was actually possible in their time, that it could still be done in the 21st century. He never stopped, never even asked himself why the others, Isabel, Sophia, Victor, Marco, even Silas or Lucian, why they didn't make it work. They had fewer people, fewer hands, but in Lucian's words, quality ones, not hundreds or thousands. Why? Because it was impossible to contain them. Back then it was simple, the 50s, the 60s, hell, even the 80s, a different world, a different mentality. People obeyed differently, believed differently. Technology was different. Justice itself was a different beast, slower, easier to bend, easier to twist. And people were wired another way. But now, every movement leaves a mark. Every lie gets replayed, cut, spread. He didn't see it. He didn't understand the weight of the century pressing down. And in that blindness, he thought he could be what the old names were. Thought he could play their game with new rules. Lucian said it himself, better a few strong ones than a thousand weak. 1,000 weak will only burn you, only make noise, only bring eyes. The 50s, the 60s, the 80s, different years, different minds. People trusted more, feared more. They did not question. The system was slower, the world was smaller. You could control it with fewer chains. But this age does not forget. This age does not close its eyes. He thought he could do it. He can be like Rousseau was, to command respect in the street, walk down with a cane, a coat, a hat on, and people look at you with respect. But It is not a movie, nor is it the old times. The amount of mistakes he made would have already crushed someone else, but maybe that's his power, that he doesn't bend. Somehow, everything still plays out well for him, at least it did back then. He didn't give a fuck about anything at the beginning. He didn't even knew what is what, how to do it. But now, and in the few months as everything happened, the only one person who feel it all is him. The doubt, the question whispers, the screams, the faces, the laugh he doesn't remember, all of it just crashing down, all of it changing his personality into something far more dangerous than what he is now. Because there is a breaking point for everyone. For Lucian, it was his paranoia, that his power was going to slip from his hands, that his own will backstab him. And he realized if it kept going, he was going to die alone. For Silas, that old motherfucker, his breaking point of course was his. Fuck his son, a breaking point that is your own blood. How sad that is, building up something for decades and all of it crumbling because a dumb motherfucker who is your own blood. And there was Isabella and Marco, who feared James would get too powerful and would push them down, so they backstabbed him, though they met their end the most brutal way. And of course Victor, the one that was almost a friend to James, at least he seemed like one, and he got gunned down, with his whole family. It was all betrayal. All of it. Lucian's mind betrayed him. Silas was betrayed by his own son, Marco and Isabella by their greed, by their fear. Then there was Raphael, betrayed by James, his own big brother, and Victor. He died because of James. All of them died because of him, like a circle that just goes around and around again and again, always the same thing happening, and he finally realized it. He realized that change was needed, that he had to do something to end it all. Thousands in the family, then the government, and many others, and he hadn't even sold a single gram of drugs. That's why he smiled. What else could he do? Twice, he felt death's hand on his shoulder, guiding him through a dance that wouldn't end, and he enjoyed it, every step, every tiny movement. He enjoyed it pretty much, and now it would become even more intense than before. Someone wants to betray him? Can he stop them? Should he strike first? Who can he trust? What will happen next? How far will it go? What? A mass grave, huh? Chapter 294, A Life to Live. A mass what? Darvik asked, as the smile faded from his face. And well, he noticed it too, that something was up, because James was just too silent, too intact while he just said what happened to Finn and overall in the family. Not just that, but Mike's face and even Orion seemed like they already knew that shit was going down. They looked a bit pale, like they just saw a ghost or something. I take the deal, Darvik. He looked at him. I take the deal, and we can become partners. But you said you know about everything, yeah? James looked deep into his eyes, and it was just excitement. That's what Darvik felt. The excitement of those eyes, the deepness of it, the meaning behind it. Exactly. I know one or two things. He smiled. What do you want to know, James? What is it? Yeah, those eyes of stillness, and something in it, that fire, that spark of it to rage, to burn down everything in front of him, to be ready to cause something so big that is just irreversible. But all Darvik thought about, the recklessness, the danger, the threats, the chaos, went away as James' eyes, that darkness, just changed. Changed to a careful, to a warm look, with a gentle faint smile on his face, a smile that you don't want to see, the smile of the acceptance of something, maybe acceptance of himself, acceptance of who he is. But the question that came from it was not what Darvik expected, a question's, in all his excitement. Went away. Say, Darvik, can I live to be 30? A simple question, yet so complicated, even though there was a straight and simple answer to it. But saying it out loud felt wrong. Darvik experienced many things throughout his life. He started his adventure into the darkness at the same time as Lucian. He knows many things better than anyone else in their world, about the police, corruption, politics, about human behavior, but he had never seen or experienced anything like this right in front of him. This fucking boy in front of him, a boy who became a man too early in his life, a boy who created a whole different era in his country, somebody who held and still holds his country in chokehold. Even the fucking government, someone who only is born once in the century, like the great generals of the ancient times. Yeah, in front of him sits a man who in 4 years became a force, unbelievable thing to achieve. To become this somebody who fucking bends the reality of what a family is capable of doing. His whole existence is an anomaly, And what's more anomalous is he achieved this so young. And just like in the ancient times, just like in the era of great generals, great emperors, kings, and rulers, all of them died young. They thought they were strong, that they could rule forever. But time does not care for power. Wars they fought, treasures they took, crowns they wore, all were gone in the end. But at the same time, Darvik knew why James asked the questions. He asked because of the mental struggles, the voices in his head, the despair, the suffering, everything. Yeah, it just shows that he's still human, that he still clings to the skin he wears. The skin that wants to be human, wants to be a civilian, wants to be loved and to love. Yeah, he still hasn't turned into that monster. The monster everybody turned into. Just like Lucian did. Just like those dozen Darvik could think about. All of them failed. All of them died. Maybe at the height of their careers, or maybe on the road there. All of them became shells of what they were. No emotion left. No remorse. Not even a bit. They did everything not to satisfy themselves, not to achieve something, not to reach for the stars, not to put their name on the map, not to show it was possible. No, they did it because there was nothing left to do. They lost themselves in the process. They lost the meaning of all of it. Darvik knew the path was cruel. He knew that most who walked it ended as hollow shells, lost to the world, into themselves. But James refused. He refused to let the pain carve him into something unrecognizable. And maybe, just maybe, that was the only victory left, to remain human when everything else had fallen away. Because surviving wasn't about glory, it wasn't about power or fame. It was about keeping the last spark alive, that tiny, fragile spark called being alive and being human. So Darvik decided to answer his question in a human way. Nobody is eternal in the world, James. Nobody. Some die young, some die old, because of illness, because of crimes, because of accidents, and so on. He looked into his eye, that eye that was so different, eyes that wanted to hear answers and then decide what to do. I lived to be old, even though my life was the meaning of suffering. I saw my whole family burn to death. I saw it all and lived to be old. But you, James, no. I think you will die young, and you, why? That same faint smile again, and his voice was low as he asked the question. Why? Because that is your fate. The fate of somebody who achieved greatness on a whole other level. Somebody who topped the underworld. Somebody who is an emperor of it. Don Bellini, a name that will be whispered all over the continent. A name that would be carved into history. A name that will be the glory of achievement. So yeah, James, you will die young. He slowly stood up, looking down at him, still in his eyes. But, he smiled. Life is a big trick, James. You pulled that trigger and the gun jammed. You got shot up like a fucking doll and lived. You got tortured. You fought with demons in your head, and still do. Life tricked you. Or more like you tricked death. Silence as he said it, because he did it perfectly, described perfectly what the situation was. Oh, and please, James, do not try to kill yourself once again. Maybe life would trick you. He laughed and walked off, and it was surreal, as his laugh echoed through the whole hallway while they were just sitting in silence. In silence, for Mike and Orion, it was heavy, sufficient almost, as James just still smiled, as he understood what Darvik just said. Life's a trick, huh? He muttered to himself. I love tricks. He pulled out the coin from his pocket and flipped it fast and sudden. Heads. Chapter 295. Coin? Fate. Trick? Life? There was silence once again. A long one. Nobody said anything, but James. James just kept flipping that coin, flipping it over and over, just watching what it landed on. Heads. Heads. Tails. Heads. Tails. Tails. He didn't care about the outcome. He didn't make decisions based on it. No. He just loved the motion, loved the sound, loved the way it danced through the air. He loved playing with it, seeing what the coin would decide when he couldn't decide himself. It wasn't weighted. It wasn't a trick coin. Just a coin. One that happened to be in his pocket. And yet, in that moment, it was like a window into life, a tiny glimpse of what the world was offering him, as if the coin itself held a little magic. He flipped it again. Heads. Tails. Heads. Each time it spun, it felt like the world slowed down a little, like everything else. Noise, people, problems, all was gone. Just him, the coin, and the moment. The spin, the catch, the feeling as it hit his palm. That tiny chaos, that randomness, it was beautiful. It was alive. And for a second, just a second, he could pretend life wasn't heavy, that he didn't have to think about choices, about consequences, that he could let something else, something as simple and meaningless as a coin, take the weight off his shoulders. But the moment passed, as moments always do. The coin landed, he opened his palm. Heads and still. He smiled, because it wasn't about what it chose. It was how he explained it before. You know exactly which side of the coin you want. You know, and you wish for the side you chose to land on, even before flipping the coin. At least that worked before with the trickster coin. It always landed the way he wanted it to. He used it to manipulate others. But when the coin is real, it's not going to work the way you want, to trick yourself or trick others with it. It's just odds you can't beat. It's either heads or tails, nothing in between. You can flip it as many times as you want, but in the end, the coin means shit. Just a possibility, a tool that you can use it in situations when you can't think clearly to make a good choice. But is flipping a coin really a good decision? To leave it to odds? No, of course it's not. James knew that too. Back then he flipped it to help make a decision, but a lot had happened, too much. So flipping the coin was about nothing, just for the excitement of it. The coin didn't make the choice for him, didn't solve anything. Just the feeling of something moving, something deciding for him, even if it's only a piece of metal in the air. But reality doesn't care about anything. Reality lands where it lands. You can't trick it. You can't cheat it. You can only flip it, and then watch it fall, and then live with what comes. And maybe that's the lesson. Maybe the coin isn't about what it chooses. Maybe it's about learning some things, some choices, aren't meant to be controlled. You can only decide what you do after it lands. James stared at the coin longer than he should have, feeling the weight of it in his hand, cold and smooth, like it knew everything he was thinking. And well, for a moment, he wanted it to lie to him, to tell him what he wanted to hear. But it didn't. It couldn't. He tossed it again, watching it spin and land back in his palm. Heads. It didn't feel like relief. It didn't feel like anything, and yet, he flipped it again. Maybe not for the coin. Maybe for the sound, the motion, the little thrill of leaving it to chance, knowing it didn't matter. It was all a lie, all of it. But lying, even just a little, sometimes felt better than facing the truth head on. And every flip reminded him of everything he'd lost, everything he couldn't control. People, moments, chances, all gone, all out of his hands. The coin didn't care. The world didn't care. Nothing cared. And to be honest, he wanted to scream at it, to throw it across the room, shattering the small illusion it gave him. But he didn't. He just kept flipping it. Maybe because in that tiny, meaningless motion there was freedom. A little freedom. For a second, he didn't have to decide. The coin decided, and he could pretend the outcome wasn't his fault. But the truth hit him every time it landed. It didn't matter. He was still the one who had to live with it. Still the one who had to act, to choose, to face what came next. No coin, no trick, no chance could take that away from him. And maybe that was the cruelest part. That even when you leave it to luck, even when you let fate decide, you're still the one who has to answer for it. Answer for everything you have done, answer for your mistakes. Pussy? A bitch? A whore mentally? Trauma breaking a man. How weak can he be? Breaking in a world that he knew was dangerous? Breaking because some people around him died, because his family is in danger? Fighting with inner demons? That's all what makes him who he is. Just like Darvik said. Just like Lucian projected him to become. Every failure, every trembling, every coin flip that meant nothing. Those weren't weaknesses. They were lessons. They were the darkness shaping him. Each scar, each sleepless night, each shadow of doubt, each smile, voice he can't remember, they stack inside him, building something stronger, something no one else could understand. That chaos, that pain, the suffering, all of it. It's his power. It's what makes him James Bellini, the Don, the drug lord, the one who takes it all. That's what turns him into what Lucian might have been. What Silas spent his whole life trying to become, what Victor only ever dreamed of, what Marcello warned him would happen. James Bellini, the one who changed the criminal underworld, the one who didn't just walk over the peak, but conquered it. And he would do anything to keep it together, to keep himself and his family safe. Let it be a mass grave, a car bomb, or a mass shooting. He changed. No, He finally became what they all feared him to become. There are no more final lines, no more borders, nothing stands in his way, because he shattered it all and finally became what everyone feared. And he would do whatever it took to keep it, to protect what mattered, no matter the cost, no matter the chaos left behind. Chapter 296, Free. Say, Mike. James looked at him with the same expression, that same calmness on his face, in his eyes. Don't you think that this all is just bullshit? At that moment, Mike didn't know what to do, how to feel about the questions. James didn't look terrified, nor the questions sounded threatening. It was just different on another level. Like, what is this? The feeling of it, his eyes, that faint smile on his face, this calmness, the whole situation, was something terrifying yet calm. Like, what do you mean? Dad. Charlotte's sudden sweet voice came from the door as she was peeking in with her innocence. She once again showed up like a light in the darkness, just projecting this warmth to everybody. And she truly changed the atmosphere. Mike put on a fake smile, and even Orion did, to show her that nothing bad was going on, to signal that everything is all right. Though she knew pretty much that everything was wrong, of course she did, because she was witnessing it too. Witnessing that face of James, that nothingness on it, she saw through it. All her life, she was surrounded by people who faked themselves, and now seeing that James too is faking it. No, he wasn't faking anything. He was more like just looking lost, looking tired. Charlotte, come here, he said as he opened his arms for a hug, and she did, slowly, like she was thinking about something, as she looked deep into Joseph's eyes with her blue eyes, like she was a wave of water going against a wall. But that hug felt so indifferent to the others. It wasn't a warm one. It wasn't a hug that was just comfortable or a good hug. It felt more like a need, a hug that Joseph needed in that moment. His head slowly fell on Charlotte's shoulder and his hands wrapped around her. Like they switched places, it wasn't Charlotte who needed an anchor at that moment, but more like James, like he wanted to anchor himself down with Charlotte. That light in his life was her, a light that shines in the darkness. Just a comforting hug for a minute, just the reality of their worlds. Then a sudden noise broke their silence. It was a clink, like a metallic sound. The coin fell out of his pocket, and Charlotte immediately reached for it with a smile on her face. Heads or tails? She asked, looking up at him with a wide smile. Something comes before the coin toss. Do you know what that is, Charlotte? Before, she repeated, genuinely thinking, tilting her head as she tried to figure it out. Oh, the bet, she guessed. Exactly, darling. The bet. He reached out and gently petted her head. You need to know what you're betting on before throwing the coin, or else the coin decides for you. But doesn't the coin decide anyway? She asked quickly with confusion in her voice. She didn't fully understand it. Of course she didn't. A little girl, protected from the things James and the others deal with every day. She didn't need to make bets, or decisions, or carry the weight of the world. Not yet. And James, he understood that. That's why he let her be just Charlotte, just a child, just a light in a world that was too dark most of the time. James smiled down at her, his hand still resting on her head. It's not about winning or losing, Charlotte. It's about knowing yourself, even in a small moment. The coin doesn't care what you want, but the bet, that's yours. And sometimes, James added, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. You made the choice. That's what counts. I think I understand. No, she didn't understand it, but she at least had the bet in her mind. So, James asked as he poked her belly. You buy me whatever I want, she said and almost tossed the coin, but James poked her belly once again, which resulted in her starting to laugh. Yeah, but heads or tails, darling? You said it doesn't matter which side it lands on, she said, still laughing a bit and once again confused. Forget it, Charlotte. It's just a coin toss, so if heads, I'll buy you whatever you want, yeah? She nodded to it and already saw the gifts, the cookies, the toys in front of her, as she tossed up the coin in the air, but, well, she didn't catch it. She let it fall to the floor and it landed on either side. Now that is surprising. Orion spoke for the first time and even laughed at Charlotte's face as she looked at the coin. You see, the coin sometimes tricks you. James laughed too as he looked at the coin. The coin landed on its edge and didn't pick a side. It tricked them. But the one it tricked the most was Charlotte, who, well, got petty angry about it, and he immediately started stomping the shit out of the coin. This fuck. Hey, Charlotte. James laughed even more at her patience as he poked her side. He laughed so much that even his tears came out, as she truly lost all her sweetness and innocence in a moment. She was stomping it like it personally offended her. But it is impossible, she shouted, even pointing her finger at the coin, with eyes that just resembled those sharp eyes of Lucian, and, well, his anger issues. Nothing is impossible, darling. There was a small chance, and it happened. Be happy you see something rare. James said as he still laughed a bit about it, but he noticed it. Though it is heads, no? Indeed it was. She didn't even notice while she was stomping it that it was heads. But isn't that cheating? She asked, though the excitement was in her eyes, and that mischievous smile. Well, sometimes to get what you want, you need to stomp it a little. Well, it was not the best to give to a child, though it worked, and Charlotte's eyes immediately lit up as she picked up the coin. Then tomorrow we're going on a shopping spree, she shouted as she spun around. I'm going to tell Grandma. She gave a quick hug to James and immediately ran off to Erica, while James was thinking about what he had just said to Charlotte. Stomping. Mike, call up Hector and tell him that he can do whatever he wants. He looked at him again, changing like going straight back to being a Don. Tell him to kill everybody who even dares to raise their voice. I give him freedom about it. Mike felt it as much as Orion, that now there were truly no walls, no fine lines, that this actually finally was what everybody feared James to become a real motherfucker in the underworld. Not just threats, not just words, but action, that he finally taking on the family itself, finally reforming it in a way. I do it right now. Not just that. His voice was deeper, more calculated, and he didn't even look at Mike. He was thinking about something. Everybody in the family who has no work or does nothing all day, they can go the fuck away, and if they resist, then kill them, also the housekeeper and the cooks. He looked up now. Interrogate them thoroughly. If Albert was a rat, then there's got to be more, and if they knew about something, or even for a night the loyalty shook, kill them. Yeah, it wasn't just about that. The thing about it, that fucking chef, the one who cooked for them was the one who betrayed him, the one who could have killed them with poison or with some other shit. What if the housekeeper is the same? What if Alda is the same? It's not paranoia, no. It's just making sure that those who are close to the heart of the family are checked and are not fucking rats. Oh, and Han's daughter. He looked up at Mike. Transfer her here, Marassi, so she will be safe too, and Charlotte can have a friend her age. He didn't forget about her, nor Hans, and the promise he made. He was going to take care of her, and finally take care of the family in a way that actually the best thing to do, almost strategic one. The one who does the cleaning is Hector, and he will do it for a reason. He is the one whose name is feared for the things he has done, the tortures, the bodies, the beheadings, skinning alive, all of. He commands respect. The people feel deep fear in it the moment they see him. And when he shows up, when he starts asking questions, they will bend, they will tell the truth, because in their minds, those stories about him will resurface. Hector is free to do whatever he wants. Chapter 297. The Man, the Myth, the Legend. Mike, with the orders now from James, did it and called up both Ramirez and Hector, and well, they began what would be the family's biggest cleansing, one that Lucian warned about, the mass graves. It wasn't planned, or more like it was, at least in Hector's hand from the beginning. He knew pretty much, as the family grew, as they hired more and more people, he knew very well that one day they would need to make a decision about letting some people go, and well, shooting some people, mowing them down. And it's not just about the family itself, but those who are in some way, shape, or form connected to it. All the dealers and the people with information, everyone that has been touched by the family, even with a word. Yeah, they all possess the same thing, the same dangerous trait. Even when they are with the government, people can still betray, still side with other mafias, cartels, or whoever the fuck they want to side with, whoever the fuck they want to sell the information to. It's truly a big danger. All of the warehouses, the locations, all of it is exposed in some way, and if it gets a coordinated attack, then they are fucked. If the location gets leaked about the new production lines, then another chaos, a chaos that would engulf the whole family. But now, with the orders from James, it all changes, especially because it is Hector and Ramirez who now have all the power to do whatever they want. Though, There was a little bit of a problem. The problem was that they got attacked, which caused a bit of chaos, as everybody was ready, everybody was on standby, and well, Finn was in critical care, which caused even more trouble. But the plan was simple: kill whoever betrays, whoever has even the bad look on their face. So what do we do? Ramirez asked, because nobody understood what exactly James' order meant, though he was rather calm about this whole situation. Kill all of them. Sophia? Yeah, Sophia, who was the first one showing up at the family house, looking like a wild bull. We need to kill all the fucking dealers on the street, all of it that I have in this. She slapped her hand on the dossiers. First, we need to think, Sophia. Hector too was way too calm about all of this. He was sitting idly, tapping his finger on the table and just thinking through all of the ways they can act. What do you mean? Sophia raised her voice once again, even kicked the chair back. You almost got assassinated while Finn is in the hospital. What if it would be James? He would have been killed, she shouted, but still, nothing. Hector and Ramirez too were silent, thinking. They didn't even flinch about Sophia, and she just got more and more angry about it. Hector. She slapped the table now, hard, so hard that some of the glass and decor fell off, and she got his attention as he looked up at her. James could have died, and you two just fucking sitting here. What'd you do? The same if he would get shot, would have got tortured. What would you say to his MOT? Shut up. It wasn't Hector. No, it was Ramirez. Ramirez who said it. Ramirez who put the gun with a clink on the table. Who the fuck do you think you are to even think about James' death? Yeah, Ramirez, he was confident in his own way. Something Sophia didn't experience a long time ago. To feel fear from a fucking who just a pawn. But she had reason to feel the fear. Ramirez wasn't terrifying in a way that a lot of people are in the underworld, not the gangster, the mafia, but the way of a soldier, someone who saw much worse in his life than everybody else. It is hard to describe it, how a soldier like him looks, the aura, the atmosphere he pushes to others with those eyes, with his whole presence. One look and you know you are in danger. That type of a man he is. Because that would have happened, T.I. It's a sin to even think about it. It's a sin to imagine James dying that way, because he wouldn't. Ramirez stared deep into her eyes. What? She lost it, completely lost it. He's a human, she shouted, because it was truly a fucking shit show, and she noticed it way earlier in the circle days, that people tend to think about James like a fucking alien, somebody who is not a human, but a fucking has superpowers, like he can't fucking die. He can. Sophia. Ramirez interrupted her again. Did you see Joseph after he got beaten almost to death by the feds? Did you see his face, his eyes? Did you see his body? Did you feel what surrounded him at that moment? He locked eyes with her again, and Sopaha felt he can't escape it. She can't move, nor she can say anything back. Did you see him shot up, bleeding out with that smirk on his face? Did you see the amount of blood he lost, the bullet shells, the sheer will it took to try to kill him? Did you see his face when Rafael died? When Hans died? When Marcelo died? Did you see all of it? Sophia couldn't respond. She felt something, but she couldn't describe what it was. You think that broke him? You think it broke him when he tried to kill himself? Sophia's hands clenched as she heard it the first time. He tried to kill himself? With the same gun that was cleaned every single time, never once jammed. Hector's voice cut in. But at that moment, it did. That gun should have worked, because it never jammed, not even once. But then, at that moment, it did, and he lived. He survived a bullet that shouldn't have missed, a gun that shouldn't have failed. Do you understand what that means? Ramirez leaned closer. It means he wasn't supposed to die. Not then. Not ever. And Sophia, that's the difference between James and anyone else. Ramirez pointed at her. That's why imagining him dead, it's a sin. Her mind was racing, fear, anger, disbelief, all tangled inside her. The man she loves, the one she respects and thinks is the hardest working man in the world, capable of anything, has tried to kill himself. Do you understand now, Sophia? That man, James, he isn't like you. Like me, like anyone you've ever seen. Ramirez said as he grabbed the gun and put it back at his waist. But, he's human. He can die. We can't think that he is something more than that. She said, her voice trembling. Yes, he can, and he's been through it all. Beaten, shot, tortured. He's felt every kind of death brush against him, and still, he's here. You think you understand fear? You think you understand pain? You haven't seen what James has seen, and yet, he keeps moving forward. That's why imagining him dead, it's disrespectful. To think it could happen, it's a sin. Yeah, this is who he is, Hector continued. He doesn't need your fear. He doesn't need your panic. He needs people who can think, plan, and survive. And that's what we are doing now, Sophia. So please stay silent, or I'll put you on the list too. List? She asked back, still her voice low and slightly trembling. Hector smiled a wide smile, one that looked genuine. The Death List. Chapter 298, Not a Gangster. Sophia once again didn't know what to say, how to react to it. Because yeah, it was what she wanted, to kill everybody who is against them and finally live in peace. Like have the monopoly not just on the drug market, but as a mafia. But when she said it, she was relying on the information she gathered. The dossier with all the little dots. Connections in the city, and even countrywide about the people who can be very dangerous to them. But Hector was speaking about something else. He wasn't speaking about what she had. He was speaking about something different. Death list, she asked as she looked at him, and he still just had that smile on his face as he was tapping his finger on the wooden desk. Exactly, a death list. We are going to thoroughly clean the family. The family? She asked back, still staring at him. What do you mean by that? Silence for a bit as Hector looked to Ramazur, who just nodded to him. You know, Sophia, this family was the most intact family in the country. A mafia that was like a fine watch, ever slowing down, never late. And it was because of the people who were very loyal to the core thing. And that core thing was James himself, that he offered them what they had never got. But this has changed as we took a step to become the greatest mafia ever lived in this country. And with it came the doubts. He looked deep into Sophia's eyes. I hoped that doubt would never rise, but it did. First when Raphael died, and James got shot, and most importantly, the biggest one is when we sided with the government. It was just too obvious that some people's doubts, uncertainty, will turn into hate, into anger and frustration, that the mafia, the family that saved them, turned toward the same government that had abused the people, that let them suffer. The same government that did nothing to help the people, and James Bellini sided with them. How disappointed was that? Their hope, their savior tricked them. Yeah, a lot of people thought and still think the same, that they are tricked, that they have been used, that all of it was just an act to get so many people in the family, and all of it just fueled even more their hatred, their doubts, and it became a spark that can burn everything down. How sad it is, they don't think about what James had done for them, how much money he had paid for them. No, their hate toward the government is just so big that they can't just forget it, can't just forgive them. People can never forget something that hurt them, something that made them live their life in despair. Ramazur spoke now. They remember every aspect of that, remember the trauma it caused. She didn't understand it, or more like she did, and got really suspicious about all of it. If it's really happening that some people in the family are turning against James, why would he act on it? Why wouldn't he do something, anything, to keep the family intact? It's just something that could have been fixed in the beginning when he took the deal with the government. But then she understood it. Yes, she got it. You lied to James, she asked, as it was the only thing that could be the answer. Why he didn't do anything about it. I did. Hector's answer was straight, without a shadow of doubt, without any worry. What? Now she was just truly lost about everything she thought she knew. Like what is happening? I could have done nothing but lie, to protect him from completely losing himself. You just said he is a fucking inhuman, said that even death is. He is not a gangster. Hector raised his voice as he slammed his wrists into the table so hard his knuckles split open, blood splattering everywhere. He's not a gangster anymore. He's far greater than that. Everything is built on him. He is the hope for this rotten country. What do you not fucking understand about that? It was strange to see Hector like this. He wasn't the same as he was always. His voice was firm, but it had a hint of worry in it, a hint of something that was just not him. He's the one who changed the whole system, changed the country, changed the government. He's the man who forced the government to declare a national emergency. This isn't mafia level. This isn't gangster level. It's beyond that. He's the one who can finally bring this country to a place where nobody is suffering, where nobody is dying day to day. A country where a child can actually get medicine and not die in his parents' arms. That's who he is. Hector, you. What? He slammed his bleeding fist into the desk again. I try to protect him with everything I have, every lie, every sacrifice, just to keep him from being swallowed by the darkness. He is a living miracle in this rotten world. Do you understand that? In just 4 years, he changed everything, changed this country. Even if it comes through death, through suffering, through despair, he still forces it forward. That's why I stand by him. That's why I protect him, because without him, there is nothing. Nothing. He took a deep breath, still looking at her. I will not let him fall. I will not let him turn into what Lucian became, a paranoid motherfucker who can't even tell right from wrong anymore. He is the future of this fucking country. He hit the table once again as he finished, and the room was silent except for the drip of blood onto the wood, and his ragged breaths as he stared into Sophia's eyes. But now rage came from her as she eyed Hector. The same Hector whose eyes were teared up, the same Hector who she never saw like this, to be this furious, to be this vulnerable. And if you can't see it, you are just a wait for him. Chapter 299. What is he? Silence. Silence that was just too deep, too long, and too real. Something that needed to be said by someone. And that someone was Hector himself, the right-hand man of James, the underboss of the family, who finally said it all. That James is no longer just a gangster in their world, in their country, in their city, but much more than that. He is the one that created a change not for the underworld, but for the people, for the civilians, for the country to finally take a step. Is it bad? Is it wrong? Maybe. Maybe it is wrong that he has grown so much that the government fears him. Maybe he has grown out of the shoes of a gangster too much, so much that even the biggest people know him, that if his fall, it would be too obvious what caused it. But he did it. He climbed the peak. No, he discovered new heights of the game, discovered something that has never even been reached before. He is more than a criminal, a creator of peace. What a hypocrite statement it is. But from many perspectives, that is what he did. Through blood, through killing, through ending lives with drugs. He achieved a peace that is brought to the country, a type of peace that is dangerous even to himself. Word for word, he invented something. He created something that is working against him. Who the fuck would have done something like this? Nobody. Nobody can even achieve a greatness like this. That from one fucking family, one fucking gangster, a Don, he is the one that has his hand on everything. That everything is working because of him. What Darvik said was right to some extent. The government is copying Marasi with their national emergency, with their labor camps, with their newly made rules. But at the same time, no. Because it was all done by one single man. All of it started because of him, because of James Bellini. A criminal who destroyed countless lives, a leader of a family whose name is feared in every corner. And yet, it is that very man who manages to bring a twisted kind of peace to a country that has long since abandoned its people. A country that treats its citizens like stray dogs. A country where men and women starve, where children die not from war, but from hunger and poverty. Is he a hero? No, he was never a hero, and he never will be, because there are no heroes in this world. Heroes exist only in books, in stories, in the desperate illusions of those who can't face reality. Is he villain? That word doesn't fit him either. It's far too small, far too simple. He is everything at once. Once, he was just a boy who wanted so little, and yet so much. He wanted to protect his family, to become the one who would earn enough money to give them a better life, maybe even study, get a degree, become a doctor or something great. All he wanted was a chance. He wanted to grow into a man who could carry their burdens, a man who could be respected, a man who could finally do more. His dreams weren't grand. No, they were simple, human. Yet, in the end, he became something else entirely. He became the man who kills, the man who deals in drugs, in violence. The man whose name carries power, fear, and control. But even now, even when he was swallowed by the darkness, by the thought, by the laugh he does not remember, by the fury, by the despair, that boy still exists. A boy who never asked for power, who never wanted blood on his hands. A boy who wanted is just make it. And maybe maybe, that boy inside is the most dangerous part of him, because he is still alive. Yeah, men like him are not supposed to last. They are supposed to be shot down in an alley, betrayed by their own, locked in a cage until their name fades into nothing. And yet, in some kind of fucking miracle way, life just played the biggest fucking joke on him, many times. Every bullet that should have ended him did nothing. Every loss that should have fucked him up, well, it did, but it did it in a way where he became something else entirely. He has outlived friends, family, enemies, made history, and that makes him not a man, at least not anymore, but a symbol. Some whisper his name like a curse, as if he is a demon, the angel of death, while others speak it like a prayer, as if he is a messiah. Because to the poor, he is proof that the powerless can rise, and to the rich, he is a reminder that a motherfucker boy can fuck everyone up, with a bit of luck, a bit of miracle, misunderstanding. Maybe with a lot, actually. And there is one thing, one that many don't get, a little tiny thing that people don't even think about. He is tired. His empire, his power, none of it was what he wanted when he was just a boy dreaming of a better life. Every night, the memories, the faces, the screams, they all come back, and deep down, that little boy is the one fighting it all back. Nah, to the people, as long as he still breathes, as long as his heart still beats, the world will remember his name, not as a hero, not as a villain, not as somebody who fights demons all the time, no, but as something far more terrifying. A man who refused to die and became something on his own, an anomaly, as Hector said it, as Darvik, as Ramirez, as everybody else around him said and thinks. And he is its king, the king of his own, and so on. The question remains, what is he? If he were a true villain, he would have let the streets rot, let the poor starve, let the weak remain weak. Yet he did not. In his own way, violent, merciless, he built order. He gave work to those who were desperate, protected families who lived in fear. For every life he destroyed, there were others he kept alive. For every man he killed, there were children who ate because of him. But if he were a hero, he would not have blood on his hands. He would not command killers, nor sell drugs. Heroes are meant to save without corruption, to fight without compromise. He does neither, and that is why neither word, hero nor villain, can contain him. The underworld itself shapes him into something else, a walking paradox. To some, he is the villain who turns their brothers into corpses and their sisters into addicts. To others, he is the hero who feeds people, who changes life for the better. A man who carries both. And all of this bullshit started because of a fucking misunderstanding, that a fucking boy worked in a coffee shop, and suddenly he becomes an anomaly to the world, a jackpot, and at the same time, a curse. Yeah, whoever the fuck it was, a god, a demon, Satan himself, or a fucking fairy, truly cursed the fuck out of him. Or maybe it was intended as a blessing. Yeah, he could have become the greatest infamy of the fucking world, just sticking and ratting on everybody. The greatest infamous. Well, he chose the other way. Then, what are we doing? Sophia asked, as tears streamed down her face. She wiped them off. She wanted them to disappear, but no. It hit her hard that what she said was clearly a sin. She can't say things like that out loud. What if he dies? No, she can't even think about it, because if he dies, there will be nothing that remains. We wait, Hector said again, staring at his phone. They will call. Who? The government. Chapter 300. Phone call. Sophia was still confused. To be honest, she had been confused from the moment she heard about his whole government deal, this alliance. And, of course, she didn't fully believe in it. No, she didn't believe the whole thing. It seemed impossible. Even when she heard it from James himself, she still thought it was just something that seemed big, but, in reality, they weren't that influential to the government. And now, hearing it from Hector, that the government would actually call them. Yeah, it just seemed like too much for her, something that was just stressing to her. But shit, she wasn't the only one that was stressing. Because once again Linda was on fucking fire, crashing out in the office. What the fuck is this? She punched the laptop screen, which immediately broke. How the fuck can this happen every single fucking time? She punched it more and more, just pounding it so much that the table shook and documents just fell off. The document they worked for hours with. Why can't we fucking relax for one single fucking day? She eyed Thomas, once again like a bull, her eyes red and breathing like running a marathon. Yeah well, you shut the fuck up, Benjamin. She literally flicked her eyes at him. I don't want to hear your annoying sorry-ass voice. You fucking dick-sucker idiot. She shouted at him, piercing through him with her eyes, and using words she didn't really use before. Well, it worked, and Benjamin indeed shut the fuck up. National emergency, and the fucking cartel attacked them. How the fuck? How? What the fuck are the agency doing when they had a fucking list with hundreds and thousands of names with potential members of the underworld? She slammed her hand once again, but this time her knuckles started bleeding, though she didn't really seem to care about it as she eyed Thomas, just eyed him like a demon, with her hair all messy, blood dripping to the floor, and her eyes just glowing red. And yeah, she was waiting for an answer. We created a bit of chaos, and things are not going too smooth with it. Thomas answered the best he could, wording it to not seem attacking with it, or rude, especially right now when Linda was fucked up. Chaos? She asked back immediately, followed by a chuckle. Well, even if Thomas tried, he failed. So while we're working on this shit, her voice was still low. Nobody doing a single fucking thing? She kept eye contact with Thomas. Exactly. Whoa, why are we even doing prisons, huh? She now glanced around at everybody. We can't even arrest one single motherfucker because everyone is an incompetent dickless bitches doing nothing all fucking day. This is why we're in shit. But nothing happened, Benjamin said, though it was more like the words slipped out of his mouth by accident. Still, everyone heard it, and Linda immediately snapped at him. Again, but he was right, because to them, the only person who truly mattered was James himself. If Hector dies, then let him die. James still lives? Yeah, maybe he would become worse than ever, but he'd still be alive. That's exactly why nobody was really stressing out, because James wasn't here, he couldn't be in danger. And Linda, too, wasn't crashing out about that point either. She wasn't stressed like Sophia, imagining what could have happened to him. No, because she stood on the same side, thinking like Hector, like Ramirez. It didn't even cross her mind that such a thing could have happened to James. No, what she was stressing about was this whole fucking government and the system. Nothing. She giggled. Again, like she had truly lost her mind. A foreign fucking country's special forces, or agents, or whatever the fuck they are, come into our country, or better, sleeper cells. Go in and kill 82 people connected to the cartel so far, and they're still going. While She jabbed a finger at herself, then waved it around the room. Sit here fucking staring at documents, while our agency is jerking off, or better yet, stealing whatever they can until we fuck them in the ass. And the only reason we even know about any of this is because that motherfucker called me up to tell we're fucking useless. She giggled again, then smiled at Benjamin. And you say nothing fucking happened? Silence. A big one, an awkward type of silence, or more like the one when a teacher disciplines you, like embarrassing you in front of your classmates. That's how Benjamin felt about it. Though he had a question even in this situation, of course he had. But who called you? He asked, because, well, he came in later when Linda had already lost her mind. It was Darvik Vinhamen, Stephen said, as he was the most calm among them. He was sipping some coffee. He didn't even look bothered by any of what happened. Darvik? Benjamin looked at him. Who was that? A motherfucker who called me up. Linda suddenly shouted again. He fucking called us jokes and shit, and then fucking told me what's going on. She slammed her fist once again into the table, and finally she sat down, but her answer wasn't the greatest, so Benjamin glanced at Stephen again. Darvik Vinhamen, Minister of National Defense of Marasi, though we don't really know what position he actually holds. Stephen said in a mysterious way. What does that mean? Benjamin asked, sensing that again everything was getting twisted. Sometimes he's the foreign minister, other times the finance minister. He keeps switching positions all the time. Stephen explained as he took a sip. Though we know he was the leader of the Black Fang terrorist group. Well, the Union called it a terrorist group, but it was really the rebel force in Marasi opposing the government. He took another sip. Then he became an arms dealer. He also sold blueprints for narco subs. He finished his coffee and locked eyes with Benjamin. He's done a lot, and his network of connections is unbelievable. But the Union's intelligence agencies think he's the enforcer or like the executioner in Marasi. He supposedly has power over the military, the police, everything. But those are just guesses. Nobody knows exactly what he really is. Another heavy silence. The only thing breaking it was Linda's loud, uneven breaths and her leg tapping the floor relentlessly. Darvik had really pissed her off. He literally said, "You fucking clowns," while laughing the whole time. It was a strange call. He even mentioned James himself, claiming to be good friends with him. In fact, he said it at least 6 times. What he was trying to imply with that. Linda didn't really thought about it as she was fighting to keep herself from snapping, from cursing him to hell, because they hadn't done anything wrong, they had helped. But in the meantime, Darvik had truly made a mockery of the entire government, the entire system, and if it leaked out, it would be really, really bad. Chapter 301 moves. But why would this Darvik call you? Benjamin's follow-up question was actually a good one, a question that was on everybody's mind because it was just outrageous to even think about, and, well, absurd. First, it truly screamed that the government is bullshit, not just the government, but the whole system of the country. The agencies that are there to keep out foreign agencies, to not let them settle in the country, have failed greatly as well. Marasi has agents in the country in great volume, and from that came the other very good questions. Why are they in the country to begin with? Since when are they in? What is the goal of Marasi with it? All of it just once again put the pressure on everything, that they didn't even know they were here, and who knew how many country agencies could be too, just sitting there, fitting in, maybe in the government too. It is a great danger that can cause so many things to go wild, to create chaos. Yeah, exactly that chaos. That was what frustrated Linda the most, the possibilities. Of course, it was a great help that Darvik actually used these agents to eliminate cartel targets, but, at the same time, what would have happened if they used these agents to show the truth about the whole system, of what exactly is happening to the public? What if they would use them to overthrow the government? Yeah, there were a lot of possibilities with it, but they used it to help them. And that's where Benjamin's question came into the picture, which was actually an answer to it all, and of course from Darvik. Because of James, Linda said as she leaned back, still breathing heavily, just staring at the ceiling. Darvik said his name many times and emphasized that they are friends. Maybe this was James's plan from the beginning, to meet with Darvik and make an alliance with him. Impossible. Benjamin immediately answered to her, and now something was different about him. His voice was firmer. I was there with James, shit. I was the one who started this whole thing. He got angry about me. And he was again truly angry about the whole situation we have created. He said as he kept eye contact with Linda. So it is a coincidence? She asked. She too had this heavy voice still and doubt in her eyes. I think it is. Stephen spoke now. He only went to Marasi to be with his family, and Darvik has many connections all around the world. And it is well known that Marasi, the whole country, is in a shady business with many. He tapped his finger. In my opinion, James truly went to relax, have some fun. But Darvik, he took the opportunity to talk with James. I think the same. Thomas said. Somebody like Darvik can know about things that no one. Maybe he knew the attack is going to happen, so he made a deal with James, who of course accepted it, to protect the family. He looked into Linda's eyes. He gave him what we failed to do. Exactly, he nailed it. He pieced together everything with Stephen, and to be true to them it was understandable, and they would have done the same. But on the contrary, it was a great risk to take. The risk itself, the politics that James knows shit about. And even if Linda and the others look and act like fucking gangsters themselves, they are good politicians too. They know how to talk, how to make good opportunities, but this was on an entirely different whole level of politics, and they knew it was just the beginning, and Marasi will reach out to them to blackmail. That is how politics works. That is how life works, and it is true that mafia and politicians are the same, just one of them is illegal. Marasi will use this whole situation as an opportunity to demand different things. Maybe it will be to lift the trade sanctions, lift the sanctions as a whole, and so many deals that only a politician could understand. And it will not be a national risk, but an international one, or more like the union problem, because nobody deals with Marasi, at least not in public. So if Marasi demands the sanctions to be lifted, it will mean that the union will not just sit around and let it go through. And if it really is going to happen, they will be fucked. This won't be street-level power or simple intimidation. This will be diplomacy mixed with threats, legal loopholes. Thanks to James. Yeah. Without James even knowing it or understanding a bit of it, Darvik didn't just make a deal with him. He involved the entire fucking government, or more like pushed them into it through him. That's why Linda was nervous about it, because now, they didn't just have to care about their own nation's image. They had to be cautious, calculating, measuring, aligning themselves with interests far beyond what James could see. From this point on, every handshake, every word, every off-the-record meeting would be a potential trap or a potential advantage, depending on who controls the narrative. And this time, Marasi would be in that role. How bad it is. More like unlucky. No, to be true, it is truly James's fault not knowing shit about Marasi nor Darvik or what is going on, but it could also be Linda and the others' fault that they didn't even inform James about it. Or it could be the fault of everyone. What had started as a simple trip had turned into a web of influence and leverage that spanned the highest political level, and the mastermind behind it was Darvik. He orchestrated a chain reaction, using James as the vector to pull the government. And now Marasi. They could turn every conversation, every meeting, every seemingly casual gesture into leverage. And the first time in his life, James, he was a piece on someone else's game. Chapter 302. Side. It was hard to truly understand the scale of it, how much power Darvik and Marasi had over them, how much they could fuck them straight into the ass. Yeah, well, they have fucked up from the beginning. If from the beginning they were more cautious about everything in the fucking country and the government, this could have never happened. But it doesn't make any sense. Benjamin said as he shook his head and visibly looked confused about something. Oh really? Linda asked back in a mocking way, still frustrated with everything. Yeah, like, if we think about it more, Marasi deals with the union and under the rug, which means we can't be blackmailed by anyone. He looked at Linda, who didn't understand a word from him or what he implied by that. Explain it, she said. I mean, only high-ranking politicians know about the deals between them even if there are sanctions. And we are those people. We know about the illegal trade deals that have been made between the union and Marasi, so we can counter the blackmail with a blackmail. What a move. Not a mastermind move, but one that was in front of their eyes, but they didn't even think about for a second, and for good reason. That would cause so fucking much trouble that it is truly story-ending one. Going to war with the union, going blackmail for blackmail, it would cause a fucking revolution, easily, because everybody knows that those so-called deals under the rug included not just oil, ores, and other high-value things. No, but of course stealing money, millions upon millions with every deal, just reallocating it out of official actions to shell companies. Yeah, the union loves to act as the guardian of peace and democracy, but it is the most fucking corrupt alliance since its existence. Of course, it has its own good things, but everything is corrupt in the world, and they are definitely up on it. Like humanitarian missions that the union forces did, well, they used the planes to carry weapons to rebels and to start a revolution, and they made a profit off it. Not just that, the union sold weapons to even terrorists, the same terrorists that attacked countries that are in the union. Profit is profit, they said, even if it came with civilian deaths. Well, if that would come to the surface, shit, everything would fucking burn. People wouldn't even care about that the mafia is in the government, but how fucking devilish the union is. That's why nobody used that card so far, because it would be shit for everybody. But now they have it. If Marasi really started a blackmail, then they can use it. And, well, burn everything to fucking ground with it. Yeah, but we're going too far into the future. Maybe this Darvik guy helped James because of something else. Maybe they are really friends. Maybe he made a deal with money. So in my opinion, we don't need to stress about it too much. Stevens said as he slowly stood up. What we do need to worry about is to make up a story for the cartel deaths, and finally move out our own troops to seize every asset, to arrest everybody that has connection with them. Stevens said it well. It's all just something that could happen, but not a fact that is going to happen, and they can't just freeze down thinking about it all the time, because they need to act on the main thing that has happened. Once again, make up a story, but in reality, they don't even need to make up a story. They said in their speech, they're going to kill criminals, and now they just need to build up the story of how it happened. Yeah, that's true too. Thomas said as he got up. I'm going to send some guys out to look official and believable. You too, Benjamin, send out some guys, so we can say it was a joint operation with all of the agencies. It was not a master plan, but one that was actually believable, and, well, it was good for another reason too. With it, they could please the public and show that they were actually doing what they promised and had killed many cartel members who were fucking parasites in society. And in this way, the national emergency would make more sense to people. They would believe in it much more. I'm going to tell William about it. Linda also got up, but she was still like a zombie. So he can prepare his speech and move if Marasi decides to actually move. On us. She looked at Benjamin. You call up Hector and ask him if they need anything or not. And if he says they're going on a killing spree, then let them do it with your agency. We can get more points with it in the general public's eyes. Silence. Everybody was stunned by it. Now Linda is the one who has allowed the use of force, or more like is balancing them with James' men, though it could truly work as a point to the general public. If Hector goes on a killing spree, then later the agency can show off the dead bodies and say whatever they want. I will, Benjamin answered. But what about James? Should we call him? I will speak with him, Linda said. But to everybody else it was the worst option because she will definitely snap at him and make everything more twisted, though it needed to be done. Somebody needed to once tell James to chill out and do everything with caution. And long. Tell him he fucked up and be a fucking man with some sense, though they didn't know the other side of it. The money deal between him and Darvik. The protection he gave to his family and to him. Yeah, he may be fucked up, maybe he was played, manipulated, but the deal that Darvik gave him is far greater than everything else could be. He chose the side that is worth more at the moment. Chapter 303, Deal. One thing was sure about this whole situation, it will bring change, and of course it will bring change when now it wasn't just about the criminal. Underworld, it wasn't just about national politics, but much more than that, it was about international politics that James put his hand into, even if he didn't really want to do it, or more like he was played into it. Though if it worked out well, then nothing was going to be in danger, but the needed change was going to happen. Marasi's government is not dumb. No, they are trained people, people who fought for their freedom, people who bled, people who changed the whole system and became a peaceful country that is the safest in the world, at least on the surface. Because beneath the act, beneath this dreamlike country, they are maybe the most aggressive one in terms of how they are operating. Darvik already showed a glimpse of it. He made the deal with James, he just showed him how it worked. The country is operating with the criminal underworld's most powerful figures bringing in billions, and not just them. The scammers, the frauds, the billionaires, everybody who has a lot of money but wants to skip some rules are going to Marasi to make a deal with them. But with it, there is a problem. They still need outside help like every other country in the world, because yeah, they are rich in minerals, in diamonds and such, but their agriculture is weak, as well as in every other aspect they are all below average. And it's thanks to the exact thing they concentrated on, to make money, to make connections, to bring peace, to push up the economy with blood money. But if there is nothing backing that up, if there is no progression, then it can collapse. Yeah, there is only the blood money keeping everything up, but nothing that could back it up. Only the minerals that they sell under the rug to other countries. The sanctions truly fuck them up. And that is exactly why it can bring change to both countries, if it is played well. Though of course Darvik already made it all seem like a war with how he treated Linda, but he just told the truth. They are shit right now, but he too knows very well not to wage a war, or blackmail, or any other thing, but to acutely make a good connection a good deal. Deals that can change both countries, that can push both countries in a way that they can cooperate with each other. Marasi needs agricultural development, as well as every other aspect. They need deals, they need foreign manufacturers to build factories, to invest, and with it to back up the economy, while on the other hand, Linda, they need everything. From factories to minerals, from export to import, they need to pump up everything that is possible. They need to pump every part of the economy, not just one side, but all of it together. They need to raise the minimum wage so people can live. They need to raise the standard of life so people stop feeling left behind. They need to fix the poor regions, the favelas. They need to bring in more factories, not small ones that pay nothing, but big ones with large wages, places where people can actually build a future. They need to make international deals, real ones that give stability, not just short trades under the rug. And they need to face the hard things too. They need to finally do something about the criminals, the corruption, the people who take money and give nothing back. And of course, sooner or later, they need to start dealing with James. From factories to minerals, from export to import, from wages to streets, from poor to rich, from law to crime. Everything needs to be pushed forward. But once again, the priority falls on one final thing, to clean everything up from the corruption. That's the center, the heart of the problem, and that's why it feels too much to handle. Because they are already falling back, because every single corrupt motherfucker is no longer doing their job, but instead spending all their time trying to protect themselves and their money. They move the cash out, hide it in offshore accounts, push it into fake trust funds, or dump it into crypto accounts. They started doing it the moment they heard the speeches. So first, before anything else, they need to arrest every last one of them, drag them out from their offices, from their homes, and shoot them up and throw their bodies into a pitch. Show the nation that they didn't joke about taking serious steps to deal with criminals and corrupt ministers, lawmakers, and every single politician. They're going to die. They're going to be shot like dogs. But if they actually do that, if they arrest hundreds of high-ranking people, people who sit in powerful positions, who hold influence in the army, in business, in politics, in the courts, then who the fuck are they going to put in their places? Because you can't just erase corruption by killing everybody. You need people to fill them, or if not, then truly do it like a dictatorial government. All the positions that are law enforcement group up under one person, like Benjamin not only going to be the director of the NSBI, but now under him going to be like 5 other agencies or offices, and so on to Thomas, Stephen, and to those people who they trust. In that way, it can work, especially when they already have people with them who they trust. Yeah, maybe Darvik's phone call, maybe the cartel attack wasn't even bad. It started the whole procedure rather than letting them sit on their ass while the country is robbed. Not just that, but cleaning the streets, because Hector would definitely start to do exactly that. Chapter 304. Hunt. How long are we going to wait? Sophia asked as they were still just staring at the phone on the table and nothing more. They literally didn't speak a word after their argument. Not even a single word. Just sat in silence waiting and waiting for that phone call, which frustrated Sophia even more. She got the point how much James truly he means, but in her mind it is still a family. It is still an organization that needs to move, that needs to act properly. And moreover, times like this when they were literally attacked, when Finn is in the hospital and they know nothing about him. And this sitting around just waiting for that fucking call did exactly the opposite of what she still wanted. Though she knew pretty much to not press on it, because maybe, just maybe Hector would truly kill her. We wait until it rings. Hector spoke as he looked at her. We do nothing, just wait and wait. But if no calls come, then we know something more troubling. As he said it, Sophia instantly caught it. His voice was laced with uncertainty about something. But what? She couldn't think about anything. Until this point Hector seemed straight with what he wanted, but now something was up with him. And that was exactly what Sophia asked about, the phone call. It was too much waiting. That was what Hector thought about. And with it he thought about the possibility that there is something way bigger happening than a so-called cartel attack. He still didn't trust the government and every aspect of it. It just seemed too much from the beginning. And he knew that they would eventually want to overpower them. That fucking President William. His whole being is just a fucking rat. A betrayal. They are going to arrest those people who are stole the country with him. They starved the people together. The people who were just destroying everything. Up until the point the mafia started to have more power in the streets and the cities than them. In short, he thought about the possibility that the government might have had their hand in it. That they might have been the one that helped the cartel to get their location, brace that was just too fast to clean. Like, how the fuck did they know where he was? Why was the Sicario so confident to show up by himself to kill him? Why did he know that there was no security with him? For Hector, the only thing that made sense was Finn and his assassination attempt. To be true, Hector knew that people of the black market and every other aspect of the underworld are pretty mad about them, like pulling out from the market, literally cashing it, then taking monopoly. Not even talking about how many deals were fucked up by the death of Marco, Silas, and the others who were important figures of the dirt trade. And it was all them, the Bellini family, who fucked it up for everybody. That's why it made sense that some people who are they in relationship with might sold Finn out, the person in the family who arranged meetings and deals. But Hector? It did not make a fucking sense. How did that Sicario know exactly where he was, and that he was all alone? It was too strange. It was too obvious that somebody had helped them, somebody who knew where he goes, maybe overheard a conversation that he will go to the hospital. Yeah, the only answer to it was that. Somebody blew the whistle and told the Sicario he went to the hospital without security. The realization of it was just like a bullet, hitting him or more like a knife slowly cutting into his skin and then to the bones. The realization that the family that so far was so intact together without any leak now turned into exactly what has happened to every other family. And the top of it, Hector genuinely thought they are different. He thought they were more intact than every other family in the game. That they were the example of a family built upon faith in each other, built upon the hope they gave to the poor. But now it all seemed to fall, seemed to begin rotting, the worst of all of it. Every single family that was prominent once, the biggest and most powerful, all died down the same way, from inside where rotting started and spread slowly to everywhere, like the Lucian family. A family that was the straight opposite of theirs. The Augustus family that was built on straight fear, blood, but it worked for fucking decades, but in the same way that exactly why the rotting began, because of the fear. There is no family, no organization, no mafia that is stable, and the worst thing about it is that Hector thought that they are the exception, that they will last without any bullshit like this happening. What a fucking joke. How funny is it that they are working with the fucking government, with the feds and police, and still somebody fucking snitches, somebody still finds a buyer for information. What the actual fuck? Why would somebody fucking do it when they are in a prominent position? That's where the second thought came, that maybe it was the government itself that snitched. Yeah, maybe they are playing both sides. Maybe they realized how much power James has and are slowly but carefully moving their chess pieces in a way that is not too obvious but still causes harm. Should I kill the president too? The whole cabinet? That too much trouble and James would oppose it. But he did say to kill whoever I want. Maybe it would be. It rang. The phone finally rang with an unknown caller. Should I? Sophia asked as she already reached her hand to pick it up. Put it on speaker, Hector said, which Sophia nodded. Silence for a bit. The only thing that could be heard was some rattle in the background from the phone. Who is it? Hector asked. Oh, so you're alive, Hector. It's good to hear your voice. Benjamin's voice came from the phone as he giggled a bit like it was a fucking joke. Indeed I am. Was it you little fucks who ordered the hit? Hector asked back, without even a hint of joke in his voice, and Sophia felt that he was serious about it. No, we know about it from a man named Darvik who is a minister and the one that welcomed James and Marasi. For a moment Hector closed his eyes, and all of it came together. The special ops who saved him talked about Darvik and his friend, who is obviously James, which meant one thing. Once again James acted to it and saved them, at least kinda. So what now? Sophia cut in as Hector was thinking she could wait no more. Now, Benjamin asked back. The NSBI, if, ISB, all of them are ready to act depending on what y'all are doing, which means the hunt begins. He giggled at the end, but it was the type of giggle you hear from villains. It was kinda out of pocket from him, but it did one thing at least. It caused one thing. Smiling. Hector and Ramirez both, at the same time, started smiling. Oh, then let the hunt begin. Chapter 305, Terror. What Sophia felt in that moment was something that she never really experienced. Those smiles on both Hector and Ramirez's faces were telling, like radiated madness, because they looked exactly like beasts ready to hunt. Yeah, she felt fear even though she knew that she is in a position where she is with them. She still felt it, this strange feeling, that in front of them people sat that she don't know shit about. People who are for a reason are in the Bellini family. People who for a reason have power. Reason that James trusts them. And she just started to experience it. That from outside the Bellini family looked, and still look fearsome. But now from the inside, being with them, seeing them is a totally different thing on its own. Something she couldn't even prepare for. These people are truly beasts and truly on another level of human understanding, of emotions, of wills. Just looking at their smiles when Benjamin said hunt. Yeah, those smiles were everything but a sane person's smiles. How strange it was, she wanted to do the same, to kill people who are responsible for the attack, who she has a dossier about. But now looking at them she felt different, because she knew pretty well that Hector and Ramirez are not like her men, her soldiers. No, the stories about them not just real, but only the surface of things. And now it begins, a hunt that their smile for is a hunt of people, of their enemies, smiles without even any emotion in their eyes. No, there was emotion in their eyes, pure enjoyment. But why did Sophia feel that way? Why did she suddenly feel fear when she was the one who had argued with them to act immediately? Simply she just realized the fact that who she is with exactly. Like that smile reminded her that Hector is the same Hector who skinned, chopped heads, hanged, and burned alive people. Yeah, simply Hector is a fucking maniac who is going to turn everything upside down rather than going smoothly. And her whole worry about it was the fact that she too didn't trust the government, and now it was the fucking NSBI director who called them up saying the hunt begins. Just how big of evidence this could be. If they are being voice recorded while they are talking, it could be used against them, and what to come with it, life sentence, or even death with this new bullshit. That's what she actually thought. It all just seemed too much to her, that it truly a deal between them and the government. All of it felt like dancing on a thin line. If the government thinks James has too much power and influence, then they can fucking pull out 1,000,000 documents, 1,000,000 information about him, and then it's all done. Yeah, well, it's a possibility, but what she forgot about the whole thing is how it all started. Well, to tell the truth, she didn't even know. James literally had half of the government in his pocket before the whole deal through countless connections. Even if he wasn't the one who personally made them, the information still sits locked in a bank vault, ready to be published if the government fucks up or turns against them, and that alone would be enough to spark an uprising. Well, she came late, with nobody really explaining to her what had happened, and second, only Hector knows about those documents James has in the bank, the names, the info, all the evidence. It's not just paper, but pen drives, voice recordings, everything you can imagine, and those are truly the final weapon, one that could topple the government. What's with the silence? Hector, you there? Benjamin asked. The quiet had gone on too long. Did this surprise you? Surprised? Hector replied with a faint laugh. No, I was hoping the government had a hand in it, so I can finally kill that bitch. Oh, Linda. Benjamin giggled. Be glad she finally gave the order so we can start the hunt. So what do we do, and how do we do it? I've got thousands of pages on potential targets. Do we go with that, or do we follow you? As he asked it, Hector looked up at Sophia. You know the cartel connections? I do, she answered immediately, though she still had that worry in her eyes. Then Sophia will go with you, Benjamin, to get those she has in the files, while me and Ramirez will clean up the family, and then we go out too. In that way we can be more effective than hunting for the same. Hector said as his faint smile was still on his face, and it was clear. He wanted to kill those who betrayed the family with his own hands. He wanted to give them terror personally. I'm good with that. At least we can go with the national emergency narrative in this way. Benjamin said. Sophia, are there? I am. Nice to meet you. I am the NSBI director and a good friend of James. So please don't be too hostile against me. And when you're ready, let's meet at the NSBI headquarters and try to cover your face with something. In that way we can talk about the information you have and act on it. You want me to walk into the NSBI headquarters? She asked back, mind blown by the fact that the fucking director said it. The national fucking security director asked her to walk into the arch-nemesis organization building, the headquarters. Yeah, why not? Benjamin continued. James walked into the ministry without any problem. So you can do the same, and then we can raid the people that are on your list, but now I have to go, so let's meet here in an hour. He said, and with it put down the phone, leaving Sophia more mind-blown. Don't worry about it. Hector said as he slowly stood up. Benjamin might be the feds, but we need him now. He looked deep into her eyes. And be sure to kill them, all of them. Don't even let them beg for their life. Chapter 306, Smile. Sophia still felt some type of way about it. Or more like all of it was a fucking joke on its own to her which she couldn't slip past. The NSBI, the same fucking agency that raided her in the beginning many times, the same agency that killed her people, that fucking struck down on her routes, that busted down on her warehouses, millions worth of drugs went down in the fucking drain by them. The same agency that wiretapped her many times, and she needed to walk in like nothing had ever happened, walking into the fucking headquarters and meeting with the director of that agency. He believes in James, there is no doubt of it. But this is a whole other thing. The same fucking problem that James thought about, that people would leave them. People would feel some type of way if they made a deal with the government, because there's no way everybody would be okay with it. Okay with the people who fucked them up many times, the fucking archenemies of the underworld, the same agency that had no fuck up until this point. But the main problem of all of it is that it questions their loyalty. Though for Sophia, well, even if it pained her inside, she still believes in James, And that belief is something that can't be shattered even if all of it looks too sketchy, too wrong. This is their reality that they need to work with. There is a problem, she said, stopping Hector in the doorway. Problem? He asked as he turned back. Do you still fear the NSBI? He asked as he looked into her eyes, but he didn't see any fear in them. No, there was something different. I didn't say it to James, but in that document I have, there is a name that connects to him. Her voice was kinda low. Name? Hector asked, as he sensed that she truly held something back, maybe a rat. Say it then, whose name is it? She waited a bit, maybe to gather some power and will to say it. James has an uncle on his father's side, who is in a street gang affiliated with the cartel. A bit of silence, but everything happened, but not what she had expected. Hector just giggled while Ramiz just looked emotionless about it. She expected the complete opposite. Then kill him, and that's it. Hector said. What? Sophia immediately asked back. He is a family member of him. James almost killed his father with his bare hands in front of his mother. Hector interrupted her. If somebody is going against James, let it be a family member or not. Let it be God or not, we kill them. An uncle, or whoever the fuck it is, probably doesn't even exist in James' mind or heart. I never heard about him, and we will never hear about him in the near future, either. He said it simply and straight. But now let's go and finally let me rip their hearts out. With Hector's words, it has begun. The biggest gangster war in the history of the underworld that can't even be called a war. No, it will be a one-sided massacre. Finally, everybody who poses danger to the Bellini family will be killed. Those who are hiding in the shadows waiting for the right opportunity. Well, their opportunity is never going to happen because a whole fucking military is preparing to take them all down. The NSBI, ISB, all of the law enforcements are finally stepping up, and, with their cover, it's more like going to be what they have promised. To clean the country from the danger, from the monsters. How crazy is that? Working on the side of a monster to hunt the others, but not just that. Those parasites, the rats, the snakes, the betrayers in the family, they are not even people. You can't call them by any good name. They are rotten flesh and empty souls, the kind who smile at your face and sell you out behind your back. For so long they hid in the shadows, acting humble and grateful, pretending to belong. But all along they were stabbing the family in the back, trading our trust for their own gain. They need to understand how small and ugly they truly are, to feel the weight of what they have done. They will learn what it means to be broken down from the inside. And the one who will make sure they face that end will be Hector, the worst of the worst. It is just laughable to even think about it, that people would betray the family, the very same family that gave everything to its people. They were given money, safety, protection, a better life than they ever dreamed of, and yet some of them still chose to turn against the hand that held them together, that fed them. That is why Hector is the worst one to push. He has seen it all, the pain, the suffering, the scars James carries, and still does the man who gave his all to make sure everyone could survive. He gave them everything, and still, they spat on his name and ran against him, against the very blood that kept them alive, that changed their life, that gave them hope. That is why Hector could not stop smiling. It was not the joy of imagining their faces twist in terror as he tortured them. No, it was the rage inside him, a rage that he couldn't control. That is why, for Sophia, Hector seemed strange, why he was silent, why he didn't act the way he did every day. It was rage he was raging inside, raging that it actually happened to them. Somebody sold them out from the inside. It is just laughable to even think about it, that people would actually do it, try it, knowing pretty well who they are in the family. Like him, somebody who knows no mercy. It's gone a long time ago, and now he is going to show no mercy. Let it be woman or man, young or old. They will fucking die, but before that, they will suffer. That was that smile, not a smile of joy, but a promise of pain, of death. A promise that no one who turned against the family would ever escape the wrath of. Hector. Chapter 307. Friends. With all of the anger, with all of the emotions that came with what just happened, the betrayal with the assassination attempt, everybody moved out on their own to handle what needs to be handled. In short, they were out to kill. But with it came the biggest questions that even Hector himself or Ramirez didn't know that much. How are they going to find those who have snitched? To be true, there was already an answer to it, one that is more than terrifying. It works with fear, works with the realization that even if you had done nothing, you are in the hand of a maniac killer. To find a snitch, a rat, a cockroach, you need to start from the lower level. You need to confront people who are close to the core of the family, but don't really possess much threat in a way. And those people are the people who saw them every day, who saw James, who saw Hector, and everybody else who ranked higher. The housekeeper, the cooks, the cleaners, the garden workers, the guards. But more important, those who are in the house and could overhear conversation, could overhear some sensitive information. Those people who are currently still downstairs. Chris, Alda, and Amelia, and 5 more housekeepers who were in the house all day, every time, witnessed things that they might have used as a weapon against them. Those people who didn't even know the reality of what had just happened. The reality that Albert was already dead by the hand of Darvik's men. Albert, one of the cooks who James actually trusted, who he had a good talk with, the same man that witnessed the slap. Yeah, they didn't know that he was already shot dead multiple times. To be true, he was shot more than 40 times just to be sure he truly dies by Darvik's men. And that photo was sent by Mike to Hector too. And he was ready to ask some questions as he finally went down with Ramirez to the living room when everybody was gathered, and they immediately knew something was up, and it was not just by the sheer amount of security at the house, the blocked gates, the fully equipped people, but by Hector and Ramirez. Both of them, as soon as they came down the stairs and stepped into the living room, just radiated that something was up, that something terrible has happened, because they have never seen them like that. Those eyes of theirs exactly looked like people who wanted revenge, people who wanted bloodied hands. They immediately got scared. The whole behavior of Hector, his slow breathing, his piercing eyes just looking at everybody, with that face that just looked exactly like somebody who just wants to explode with all the rage inside of him. Those bloodshot eyes too, and that slightly shaking left hand. They had never seen him like this, that Hector Bellini shaking with this much rage and hate inside of him. And on the other side, Ramirez himself. He looked rather collected. He didn't look that stressed out. He looked rather bored like all the time. Not even a single emotion could be seen on his face. But his eyes were a different story. Calculated ones, that were like a beast looking for the prey, looking at all of them like if he wanted to see something, live, if he wanted to know something about them. I'm going to ask a simple question, Hector said with his voice low, but looking the exact way at everybody like Ramirez. So please answer the truth, and only the truth, okay? He smiled a bit, but with it, he just made everybody tense up even more. That maniac smile on his face immediately told everybody that something not just was up, but fucked, truly fucked. But everybody just nodded their head and nothing more. They knew not to say anything or interrupt. So the cook Albert. His smile faded. If you are friends with him, just raise your hand, okay? Nobody, not even a single soul in the room, raised their hands. They didn't even have the will to look into Hector's eyes as he asked the question. No, there was actually one who still held eye contact with him. It was Alda. Is he in trouble? She asked with actual power behind her voice and with the same tone that she spoke with James, the same voice she used when she slapped him. Trouble. The smile appeared on Hector's face again. No, he is not in trouble. Why would you even ask that question? Because he didn't come in for his shift. She answered back, still collected with just a tiny bit of stutter and hesitation in her voice, though she knew. Of course she knew that something had happened to him. Like why would even Hector ask about him? About a fucking cook? Why would he ask about him when the whole house is under lockdown? And moreover, Albert, who was never late once, just skipped his whole shift. The family is built on trust, isn't it? Hector asked as he kept looking at her. And that trust needs to be tight, so everything can work smoothly. And now I'm asking for that trust. Those who trust Albert need to answer, because he's not in trouble, but has a problem that we need to solve quickly. He then looked at everyone. So when I ask who is friends with him, all of you need to answer. You don't have a choice, you are obligated to answer, because this is a family built on trust. So if you have enough trust, just answer, and everything will be fine. Absurd. Only one word could describe the way he said it. The way he changed to this warm voice to try and comfort the people into raising their hands. Total absurdity. But with it, he got exactly what he wanted. To see these people doubt him. To see these people hold back the truth. The people who took an oath for the family. To see those who are friends with Albert not raise their hands. because it was just too visible who those people were. Those little body movements, the shaking, the short breaths. He knew exactly, by looking, who those people were, but he wanted to see it, that they raised their hands up. He wanted that satisfaction that they would go into their death on their own. And to his surprise, it worked. At least one of the women raised her hand slowly, but she did it. Raised her hand while looking up, shaking like fuck, but did it. Chapter 308. Clean it. See? He giggled. It is easy now. I doubt only one of you is friends with him. He said. And yeah, another 3 raised their hands slowly in the air, not even looking at him. Good. Very, very good. How close friends are you? He asked, looking at the woman who raised first. Just surface. I talked with him, nothing more. She answered quickly, her voice filled with terror. Me too. Just talked once or twice and nothing more. One of the men followed up. Good, and you too. He looked at the others. We are close. One of the women said. Close? What does that mean, you fucked or? She said nothing, just slowly nodded her head as tears already rolled down on her face. And you? He looked at the last man. Close friends. Silence. Just gut-wrenching silence. When you don't know what's going to happen next. But then Hector himself giggled up. I read a book called Anatomy of the Mafia, and in that was a sentence that caught my attention. It said, the family always said that if a man kept a rat as a friend, then he was no better than the rat himself. What a great sentence that is, huh? The pure shock on their faces as he said it. It was funny to see them. That way. Funny to see them knowing that death is upon them. What? I didn't know anything about. Oh, darling, darling, you let him fuck. Let him put his dick inside you. I don't give a fuck if you knew or not. I'm sorry. Yeah, they fucked up, or more like didn't at all. The danger of the mafia isn't just that you might get shot, or kidnapped, or anything like that. You can accidentally be in a position that just comes with death, even if you didn't know about shit. It doesn't make sense. Alda's voice came, a voice that was raised. She actually still held her ground. If Albert snitched, or whatever he had done, why would they be in trouble, Hector? She looked into his eyes. It does not make any sense at all, and I know James would be against it. The ick. That ick that she gave to Hector with what she just said, it was unbelievable. Like Hector even got surprised by it. That a fucking cleaner of the house raises his fucking bitch-ass voice against him. But moreover, speaking on James' fucking behalf, a cleaner. Not just that, but fucking protecting rats, because in Hector's mind they were rats. Even if they didn't know about Albert and his snitching, or hadn't even thought about it, they would still be hostile toward Hector and the family after learning of his death. The reason lay precisely in the family, how it had transformed from operating in the shadows to dealing openly with the government. That transformation brought with it a lot of hatred and disappointment. From Albert's perspective, he snitched because of this. At least, that's what Hector believed. And now Albert was dead, and with his death, his so-called friends would feel the same way, that he had snitched for something greater, if it could even be called that. That he lost hope in the family, and that's why he did it, or something bullshit like this. And the sad thing is that friends will always grieve you even if you were a fucking snitch, and that grief can be turned into something more dangerous. They need to die. Exactly because of it. He can't let them just go and live their life with all the info they have, with all the things they saw and overheard, and that wouldn't be Hector. Alda, yeah? He asked, which she nodded to. You know, a ragged fat-ass bitch acting like she knows things is the most delusion thing in the fucking world. He laughed up. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? You are cleaner acting like you were the fucking consigliera and talking in James' name. Because it's wrong, Hector. That's why. She still held her ground, looking into Hector's eyes, as if what he had just said hadn't even reached her ears. If you go after those who didn't even have anything to do with Albert or who just snitched, then the family is going to end up exactly like the Augustus Lucian family, and I know how that was. I'm old enough, I've seen it all. Huh. The only reaction Hector gave, nothing more. Might be. He glanced at Ramirez. Kill them. 4 clean shots to the heads, shots that echoed through the whole house. Shots that painted the beautiful white and beige sofa with blood, shots that froze down everybody. It was surreal, like a hallucination as 2 bodies collapsed forward to the floor, while the other 2 remained seated, leaning back with blood gushing from their foreheads, the same blood that splashed onto their faces, freezing them even more in place. Except for one of the women, who immediately screamed at the top of her lungs, pure fear tearing from her throat. And then one more shot, and her screams stopped. "My ears," Ramirez said as Hector glanced at him. Not a single scream, not a single breath. They just sat there, staring ahead, trying to convince themselves that none of it had happened, trying to push away the reality that the blood on their faces was as real as the bodies it poured from, that their friends had just died in front of them, the people they had worked with every day at the hands of the very people who had hired them. Hope, they thought. Yeah, it was hope, a blessing, but a blessing from the devil never comes without a price. "Listen to me carefully, Alda," Hector began. "If you ever speak or even whisper James's name again, or if you tilt your chin a bit higher, I won't simply kill you. I will make sure whatever comes for you is slow and unforgettable. I will strip away whatever small comforts you have." He paused, looking at her shaking eyes, and spat one, right in front of her. "Clean it now." Chapter 309. Hector. For Chris, Amelia, and Alda, this was their first time. Their first time to experience something like this, something so terrifying that it goes deep into their souls and feels like it wants to rip itself out of their bodies. Their first time experiencing true evil, because Hector was that. And it was more frightening than they ever thought it could be. Like when they witnessed James, his anger, his inner struggles, and with it, what he truly is. This man who is rising to power through the blood, the countless bodies. His name was forged by death and blood, by screams and silence. That's how he was able to reach the point, the top he stands on. And they knew it. Of course they knew it. They knew the stories, heard about them, saw the news about shootings, murders, bodies found in bags or dismembered on the streets, in barrels in the lake. They knew about it. But deep down, all of them wanted to actually not believe it. They had no reason to actually do anything with it. They were nothing more than people working in the house, cleaning, cooking, housekeeping, and nothing more. They are not soldiers, no sicarios, no killers, but people making a living in their own professions. But one thing they knew better than ever was that the time would come when they were going to witness something that would change not just their perception and understanding of what was truly happening, what they were truly a part of, but it was going to change their whole being. And now, that was exactly what was happening. Because even though James looked threatening and menacing in a way, even though he terrified them, threatened Alda with the worst death, now they truly saw what it really meant. They saw exactly how James was able to top the game. Because the one who had more blood on his hands in the family, the one that made the Bellini family what they are today, was him, Hector Bellini. It's just different from James. With James, it's easier to understand what kind of situation they're in, how bad things really are, how deeply they're trapped. Because James, even with all his cruelty, is still human in some strange way. He listens when people speak. Sometimes he even agrees, or at least pretends to. There's a part of him that still understands others, even if he chooses not to care. But Hector isn't like that. He isn't the kind of man who listens, not the kind who gives anyone a chance to speak, not even for a second. He doesn't argue, doesn't question, doesn't explain. His presence alone says everything, that he is above them, beyond them, untouchable. When he looks at someone, it isn't the way a person looks at another person. It's the way someone looks at an insect before crushing it under their foot. He thinks of himself as the superior one, the only one that truly matters. To him, people are just small things crawling around, making noise, living meaningless, little lives. The only voices he listens to are those of people he considers equal to him, or higher, and that list is short. Everyone else is nothing. Not enemies, not even threats, just things that exist until he decides they shouldn't anymore. And that's what makes him terrifying, because with James, there's still a chance to survive if you say the right thing or do what he wants. But with Hector, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if you beg, cry, or scream. With him, there are no second chances, and now for Chris, Amelia, and Alda, sitting before Hector feels like they are in front of something that isn't even human anymore, something that believes it has every right to decide who should live and who should die. And the worst part was, he truly believed he was right. That was exactly why Alda realized she had just made the biggest mistake of her life, by thinking she could raise her voice against Hector. No, you just couldn't, and the most terrifying part in it was that he didn't kill her right away, because from that moment on, she knew he had already decided. She knew he was going to do something. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but the next time. He would. And when he did, it would be something so horrible, so gruesome, that people wouldn't even whisper about. That is who Hector is. He doesn't kill in a rush, he waits. He makes you live with fear, lets it eat you from the inside, until you start wishing he'd just ended already. He loves that part, the waiting, the silence, the control, because to him, that is what makes him human. That is what makes him feel alive. And that is what makes him good at what he does. That is why he is the man standing beside James. He loves to play because the game is his way of showing the underworld that power belongs to him, and no one else, and now it is clearer than ever to them. And from this situation, there is no way out. There is nothing they can do to earn his trust, because there is no trust with him. In his eyes, there are instincts and nothing more. And those he does trust are either on the same level as him, or even more dangerous and fucking crazy. And it was just him. Yeah, because of him their bodies refused to move. Their whole being simply refused to exist in that moment. While they could feel the blood in their mouths, while their noses were filled with that smell. They had seen danger before. They had seen blood, fear, and death. But this was different. For the first time in their lives, they understood what it meant to look at someone and know that no mercy existed inside them. I said clean it, didn't I? Hector asked, still with that faint smile on his face, while Alda herself still was frozen, just looking up ahead, trying to just create a false reality. Hey, Alda, he said again, but now actually moved toward her, and then slowly reached out his hand, pulling her chin up to meet his eyes. Clean it. Yes, she whispered as a tear slowly started to roll down her face, looking into that void in Hector's eyes. Then, slowly shaking, she grabbed the towel on the side. She knelt down into the blood and started wiping it from the floor, all while under pure shock. Maybe she didn't even understand what he was doing or why. She just wiped and wiped, while the dead woman's eyes stared at her, those wide-open, lifeless eyes looking straight into hers. Good. Now, excuse me, I have some other people to question, he said, and with that, he was out of the living room, out of the chaos he had created with Remizur, and maybe it wasn't just chaos. Maybe what he had created was a faint fire burning inside them. And maybe, just maybe, he did it on purpose to see what would happen next. Chapter 310, Young. While Hector himself caused some pretty traumatic experiences for those three poor souls, Sophia herself was still struggling with the whole situation, as she was on the way to the NSBI headquarters to meet Benjamin. Are you sure about this, miss? Her driver asked, as even his men were kind of stressed and worried about the whole thing. Like out of nowhere, they were on the way to their enemies with documents in Sophia's hands, full of information about people they had made so much effort to track, and on the other hand, it was pure evidence against them. They had killed, tortured, bribed, and blackmailed people to get the information. Literally dozens of people were shot and thrown into bins or just left on the streets. And now they were going to the NSBI with all of this. What if it was all just a trick? They are with James, which means they can do nothing against us. Sophia said, drumming her fingers on her knees. I understand that, miss, but still, it's a bit crazy, to say the least, the driver continued. I never in my life thought about just walking into the headquarters of the NSBI. Those people, we've killed many, and they've done so much shit against us too. The same feeling, the same kind of view that Sophia had in her head, which was all true, but the difference between then and now was just too much to even think about. When those things happened, it was still Odin who led the NSBI, and before him was another man who was very, well, he was led by justice and, of course, the higher-ups. The NSBI, just like the other agencies, was the private military of the powerful people in the government. If something went wrong, they could have used the agency to release sensitive documents or even kill people. And that's exactly why they killed some of Sophia's men and raided their warehouses. Everyone knew and still knows just how much information she possesses. She is the empress of the underworld, and some people back then were eager to have her on their side, to get their hands on all the knowledge she held, but she never agreed, not once, nor did she ever even consider it. Every deal anyone brought to her ended the same way. People died, warehouses got raided, drugs got burned, while on the other side, Sophia did her own thing too. She killed many NSBI agents, started to release sensitive information and sell it on the black market, even released a tape of an orgy that multiple NSBI higher-ups attended. And the funniest thing about it was that, even though they fucked each other over every single time, they still sat down with each other. And then again, the cycle started, killing each other, then sitting down, killing each other, then sitting down, until Odin said enough. After that there was no more talk, nah. They just straight up started killing each other, though it never made into the news. People never even heard about it, because it was everything but official. It was those powerful people placed to get Sophia somehow in their circle, and with her they could have concrete their position even more, but never worked. That's exactly why Sophia and everyone in her family shared the same worry. But there was nothing to fear, because the person who took over the NSBI is everything but what they had imagined in their heads. Benjamin the dick-sucking one, Benjamin the Bellini, Benjamin the retarded director who only got the job because he was the only one that actually wanted it. Yeah, well, there are some good nicknames to him, but there is nothing to fear. But there was one more thing to it. There are some agents who are still at the NSBI who were involved in the operation against Sophia. Actually, there are a lot of them, and in her head, that is the biggest threat to them. She ain't dumb. She knows if they hold gratitude against her, as well as she knows they can act without even the NSBI, because there are still those people with power in the government who wanted her to join, and those people could pretty well order these men against her. Power is everything, and to keep that power they would do anything, though she had a shield. Shield that is a man whose name is James Bellini. And if she dies by the NSBI, or whoever the fuck was it would need to do with his wrath, and that would be the worst they can experience. At least she thought that. I don't really want to use James' name in an ill way, but we can do it only with him. And we need to use his name if we get in sticky situations, she said as looked down at the documents. At the moment, my love is the only person who can protect us. We stepped into a game that is just too much for us. A very good point. One she realized sooner than she had expected, that what she had just become a part of was more than what Hector had told her. James was no longer just a gangster. He was something far greater, something she couldn't name, something she couldn't fully comprehend. Yet she understood one crucial thing about it. It was more than the mafia, more than giving hope to people. It was no longer just an era. James himself is the era. That is the man she loves. That is the man she knows she can never truly have, never even touch, never even get close to. No, nobody could ever get close to him. To embrace someone with that much power is to embrace something that is everything but human, everything but someone with emotions, reactions, or ordinary thoughts. I hope we live a long life, she whispered, shaking her hand slightly with a faint smile. We're going to die young. I'm sorry. Nothing. Just thinking about dumb things, she said as she looked up and fell silent for the rest of the drive. Chapter 311. The Office. After a long and silent drive, they finally arrived at the office complex, though calling it an office was the wrong word to call it. The place looked more like a fortress or a paranoid dictator's palace, built with so many layers of security that even a nuclear bomb would struggle to erase it. A tall iron fence surrounded the entire area, covered with cameras at every corner. Multiple roadblocks stood in the way, guarded by agents looking like private military wearing full gear with night vision goggles, and even on the rooftop were figures walking around. Not even mentioning the armored military vehicles parked at the gates. It didn't look like the headquarters of an agency meant to protect civilians and the homeland. It looked more like a military base preparing for war. To be fair, they really were preparing for war all because of something Benjamin had done. It wasn't something he didn't mention to Hector. Well, he had activated what the agency called Code Red. Every department, every division, and every agent inside the NSBI went into full lockdown. Every agent was recalled from off-duty, armored vehicles rolled out from the underground garage. Basically, a full-scale emergency protocol that put everyone on the highest alert. And the reason why he did it was simple. First, Linda allowed it to be done. And second, with the Code Red, Benjamin formally became the supreme leader of the agency, which meant every single division and every single department was now listening only to his orders and no one else's. In this way, he could oversee everything with the people he trusted, but on the other hand it scared Sophia and his men even more. What should I do now? The driver asked, as he didn't have the will and the nerve to, well, just drive up to the gate where those people could shoot the shit out of the car even if it was bulletproof. so he just parked down on the side. I mean, they are waiting for us, at least that's what the director said. Sophia said, though she wasn't even sure about it, as her voice was kind of stuttering and full of hesitation as she leaned forward looking out. But she, too, had everything in her except the will to just go straight into that reinforced shit when they could be gunned down in a second. Not just that, but the first time she truly felt kind of stunned by the whole sight of it. The first time seeing it like this, close, and personally feeling the weight of it. The amount of weaponry and the security perimeter that were there just showed how capable the NSBI is and was, showed that they could easily wipe Sophia and his family out if, in the back of the time, it had worked how they were supposed to. Yeah, if the NBSI were intact, not fully corrupt and working for the higher-ups and their own benefit, then they could have fucking wiped all of them out in a day. Well, that never happened, nor is it going to happen, but just thinking about it caused goosebumps all over her body. So we just walk in like nothing ever happened? The driver asked again. Like there are cameras everywhere. Yeah, but what should I do? She asked now, kind of flustered by the fact that it just felt like a fucking joke. Put this on maybe, the man said from the passenger side as he held out a mask. She immediately laughed at the absurdity of it. You really think walking in with a mask on would be a good idea? She laughed more as she just thought through it. It was the dumbest thing she'd heard so far. Maybe we're stressing too much on it. The driver said again as he looked back at her. Like, if we think about it straight, it's bad for them too. Like what would happen if it came out that you just walked in with the biggest ease? It would cause chaos out there. So this whole situation is worse for both parties. That's true. The other man agreed. Like, this is a situation that both us and them could use against each other, which also means it's a draw. Like, if we speak, they kill all of us. If they speak, the whole country's going to be in outrage. So I think we're overcomplicating this whole thing by judging them by the past. Exactly. The driver continued, still looking at Sophia. As you said, James knows them, which means they can do nothing against us, and we can do nothing against them. It's the perfect situation we can be in. True, Sophia said simply. Then if something happens, I'll be the first to throw you two in front of them. She smiled, but it was more like a frustrated smile than anything else. Drive up to the gate, and let's see what happens. Well, they said nothing back. More like they realized they'd spoken too much on the matter, but at least they'd all calmed down a little. So the driver started up the car once again and, with that, drove toward the gate. But for some reason, he chose one of the worst ones possible. Like, if you're stressed about the situation and think you might die, the instinctive thing to do is to choose the path with less security, the one that gives you a tiny window to escape if something goes wrong. That's what any rational, self-preserving person would do. Yeah, a very basic human instinct. But no, from the three choices in front of him, for some kind of reason, he chose the gate on the very left side, guarded by an armored military vehicle with a machine gun on top, two other blacked-out SUVs blocking the gate itself, and, of course, guards with rifles in their hands and dogs by their sides. Maybe he thought that if something happened, it'd be better to die fast than slowly bleed away. Chapter 312. Absurd. Sophia knew right away the driver made the biggest fucking mistake, but she didn't say a word. She just couldn't. Her whole body went stiff as they rolled toward the gate. But the peak fear came when the turret on the military vehicle started turning toward them, and that big-ass machine gun pointed straight at their car. Well, in that moment, all of them felt their hearts skipping a beat. The fear spread through their bodies, and all that could be heard in the car were the short and quick breaths. But at least the driver did the right thing and hit the brakes, stopping the car completely and turning off the engine before getting fucking mangled by those .50 cal bullets. Nothing, not even a sound, not even an order being shouted at them. And then light, just blinding light coming from a reflector up on the gate, lighting the shit out of the car. And Sophia as well. The others too immediately shielded their eyes with their hands. But that was the moment when they truly almost shit themselves. The gangster persona and how powerful she was in that moment just seemed to not exist. Yet in that moment she was everything but a gangster and a powerful woman of the underworld, powerful woman of the city. No, she was just a shitless, scared woman facing a fucking .50 cal machine gun and reflector burning the shit out of her eyes. Not just that, but this lovely atmosphere was paired with the little cutie dogs that were barking like they were ready to eat them alive. The driver really believed it would be better to die fast than to bleed out slowly. But now they were about to find out for sure. Everybody in the car. A shout came from in front of them, though they didn't see shit because of the light blinding them. Open the doors and slowly get out with your hands up. Another shout came. A bit terrifying, isn't it? The driver asked with a strange giggle following it. Get out now. Another shout came, but it was more threatening than a commanding one. Do it, Sophia said as she grabbed the door handle. But she was careful and cautious with the situation, so she let his men get out first, and they did. They slowly opened the door, stepping out with his hands raised, and then Sophia followed them, climbing out of the car herself, raising her hands high. It was the first time in her life she had listened to cops, really listened, obeyed their orders like her life depended on it. The first time she had been in a position where she wasn't in control, where she was the one being cornered, being fucked with, and feeling kind of humiliated. She had always been the one acting, controlling, taking charge, but now, she was just exposed. You in the back, stepped toward the side. Another order came, and well, she obeyed it. There was nothing else she could have done. So slowly, hands still in the air, she moved to the right side to be able to be seen better by the guards, and felt. She felt it pretty much as they were looking, because suddenly more light came her way, like they were fucking checking out his body. And then she heard the footsteps, those heavy footsteps, and then it stopped, and suddenly all the light went out. Oh, are you Sophia? The question came, and with it almost immediately all the stress went away as she looked at the guard. Yeah, I am. Why didn't you make yourself known? The guard laughed up as he asked the question. Sorry for this. We didn't know that it was you. She didn't know what the fuck to feel anymore. Like looking at the guard in full fucking military gear and that smile on his face was everything but what she expected. Like why the fuck did he seem to be? Kinda comforting in his own way. Like fucking apologizing to her. Apologizing to his fucking enemy, who killed many NSBI agents. What the fuck did you do, James? This is crazy. She thought, as it all looked like a hallucination. The guard seemed totally chilled out. They didn't even say anything about the gun on his men's sides. The two guns that were visible, and there was no fucking permit for them. Follow me. Our director is already waiting for you. The guard said once again as he turned around. He completely showed his back to her without any fucking worry, like it didn't matter who she was or what she represented. While Sophia herself hesitated for a moment, of course she did, because it was just too surreal and absurd to be standing outside of the NSBI and being let in by the guards, when they exactly knew who she was. It was the exact same moment when she truly understood that James did something that has never been done before, like truly never had been done before. He truly made a deal, an alliance, or whatever the fuck with the government. He truly walked this fucking country like an almighty being, one that is untouchable by the law. And now she was having the same experience, being an untouchable one by the law as she followed the guard inside with his men, glancing at the other guards. But they, too, seemed not really to give a fuck about her presence. They didn't stare at her, didn't even whisper anything. They just stood there like they were waiting for the shift to end. Though in this big surprise was another very important thing, a critical one. The documents were left in the car. Should I go back for it? The driver asked as he noticed it, which Sophia nodded to, and he turned around, going back while she, with the other man, finally stepped inside the building at a back door. And what they saw was pure chaos. Chapter 3:13. Inside. The guard let them in the back door, which was the basement floor of the building, and when the iron door was opened, what waited for was chaos, and it just felt more surreal to Sophia. Like there were dozens of people, agents getting ready, putting on Kevlar vests, counting ammunition, putting weapons into the armored cars, checking their equipment. One of them even had a grenade launcher in his hand, loading the grenade itself. It was just surreal to step into knowing full well who you are, and that once you were being hunted by them. But it was even more surreal that they didn't give a single fuck about her. Like she wasn't even there. Nobody looked at her in a threatening way, not even a glance. Everybody was just doing their own job, checking their own equipment, making sure it worked, like it was a normal day and nothing more. Well, they were stressed too. Kinda. The red code had only ever been used twice in history, and the first time had even been by accident. They didn't call a red code when the vice president died, either. Like, the NSBI as an organization had grown so cynical and sarcastic about everything that even this didn't make them give a fuck about it. Or maybe it's better to say that the NSBI itself treated the whole thing almost like a joke or something to celebrate. Everybody hated Carter. What a fun fact about an agency that's supposed to protect the homeland. I'm going to escort you to the 8th floor, where our director is already waiting for you, the guard said as the elevator doors opened. And that moment was absurd, to say the least. Soft jazz music played in the background as the elevator began to move. The tune was calm and relaxing, completely out of place considering the situation. Not just that, but the fully geared-up NSBI agent was so calm and chill that he even started to whistle a bit to the music, tapping his finger on the gun at his side. Meanwhile, on her side, Sophia was still just stunned. She was questioning everything she had done so far in her life, questioning everything she went through with them. It all just seemed senseless, the whole beef between the family and the agency. Though she was sweating as fuck, just like this man who seemed more concerned about his own gun at his side, but nothing made sense. So why care about it? They were already in the fucking fortress of the NSBI, listening to light jazz music with a guard who didn't give a fuck about who they really were, just doing his job, which he probably got paid shit for. What a great day. We're here, the guard said as the elevator stopped. Follow me, he continued as the door opened. And that was the moment Sophia understood that something was up. To her, the whole thing looked a bit suspicious. There were too many guards everywhere, and even though Benjamin had said he was ready, it still felt like too much. There was an armored vehicle parked in front of the building, the kind the military uses, and down in the basement, there was what looked like an entire army gearing up. Grenade launchers, rifles, armor, everything you could possibly imagine. And now, as they stepped out of the elevator, it was once again overwhelming. Guards stood everywhere, not the usual kind in suits with pistols, but fully armed soldiers just standing by in the hallways, as if a war had just broken out and they needed to protect someone important. Who the hell would be dumb enough to attack the NSBI headquarters? Though it made another impression on her. The whole hallway was truly something special: wooden floors, wooden walls, the decor on them, the paintings, the golden leaves. It looked like a place belonging to someone powerful, almost like a museum or truly like paranoid dictator's little home. Now, the guard stopped. Just for the protocol, I need to get your weapon. He looked at Sophia's guard. Of course, he said, though his hand shook a little as he reached for it. But nothing happened. He pulled it out and gave it to him. Miss, any weapons on you? He looked at Sophia. I'm in a dress. Where would I hide weapons? She asked back with a smile. Well, I've seen women hide weapons in places, he said as he still looked into her eyes. But he felt something about her, those piercing eyes of hers, and the whole aura that just told him not to fuck with her. Then please go in. He continued, pointing to the big-ass wooden door where 2 guards stood. They expected, once again, everything, like the full board of the NSBI waiting for them, maybe even ministers among them who would try to make a deal with her. She accepted the fact that maybe all of it was just a trick to push her into. One, to be true, that would have been a crazy setup. In that scenario, she could have done nothing but say yes to it, pressuring her into a deal while inside the fortress of the NSBI, fully locked down, with agents everywhere. Yeah, in that scenario, she could have done nothing but accept it. But of course, it didn't happen, because as the heavy wooden doors opened, what waited for them was maybe the most shocking and unexpected thing in the whole fucking day. Benjamin was sitting back in a chair, his leg up on the table, smoking a cigar while wearing a bulletproof vest, while in the background on a big-as television was live feed of multiple drones curling the city up in the sky. Oh, Sophia, it's very nice to meet you, he said as he immediately stood up, puffing out smoke and walking toward her. My name is Benjamin. He offered his hand. I'm Sophia Connie, she said, immediately getting this strange feeling about him. His hand was warm, but there was something about him. His eyes were exactly like someone who wasn't right up there, the same eyes that Ferrucci and Hector had. Chapter 314, Dangerous. Yeah, Sophia knew it right away. Benjamin, this middle-aged man standing before her, was dangerous. She didn't use that word lightly. In her entire life, she had only called 5 people dangerous, people who had left a mark on her, people whose very presence made her instincts scream. Where she felt pressure on her, she felt fear. It wasn't a word she threw around to sound dramatic. It was something she used only when every part of her being told her that she was standing in front of someone who is just different. And that made Benjamin the sixth person on that list. Just one look at him was enough. That was all it took. The way he stood there calm, confident, almost playful, yet his whole being felt like James himself for her. And she had heard stories about him. How many people laughed at him and thought of him as a harmless, strange man who only earned his position by licking ass. But to Sophia, this so-called director, the man people called a clown behind his back, was anything but harmless. No, Benjamin was on another level entirely. She felt more fear of him than Hector or Ferrucci. She felt something raw, untamed, and unpredictable. And what gave her this feeling wasn't just his eyes, though they said enough on their own. There was a strange calmness in them, a kind of focus that only came from someone who had seen too much and survived it all. What she felt wasn't fear exactly, it was awareness. A sense that she was looking at someone who lived in a different world, someone whose soul had already crossed the line between life and death too many times to count. That smile, that face, that lazy confidence, it all screamed danger. It screamed that he was not someone to fuck with. "Are you good, miss?" His voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "You look a little pale. Do you want some candy? Maybe your sugar is low," Benjamin said as he pulled out some fruit candy from his pocket, offering it to Sophia while puffing his cigar. That moment just seemed too surreal, like for a single second, her whole panic and perception about him cracked. But as she looked up into his eyes once again, she was sure of it. He ain't no candy man, but a fucking monster, though she grabbed the candy anyway. "Thank you." "Yeah, no problem. But now, please, let's sit down. I have a whole map, drone footage, and everything we need," he said, gesturing toward the round table. It looked exactly like something out of a movie, the big-ass screens on the wall, the circular table with screens built in, the maps, coordinates, live feeds, even radios. "So, I originally wanted to drone them down, but the president and the council disagreed with me. So what remains is to hunt them down on the ground," he said as he giggled. "But there are no limits on the ground. We can bomb, throw grenades, shoot rocket launchers, even use helicopters with miniguns on them. The only thing is to kill them." Well, she was a bit surprised and overwhelmed by the fact he said helicopter, and that he originally wanted to drone them down. But there was a thing on the screen that caught her attention. "Can I ask who those are?" she asked, pointing at the screen where a drone was following a convoy. "Oh, that is a minister." "What?" Sophia immediately asked back, thinking she misheard it. "Minister of Transportation," Benjamin said with a dead-ass face, staring into her eyes. "And a drone is following him?" "Yeah. You know, Sophia, the national emergency is not just about criminals. If you heard our speeches, we said we're going to kill corruption, pull out the roots." He gestured with his hands. "So if we hunt tonight, then we hunt properly." How funny was it, erasing corruption while they were having a private meeting in the headquarters? How funny. "So is he corrupt? Has connections to the cartel?" Sophia asked, now understanding why people called him strange and unserious. "Oh, miss, a minister of transportation going around with 5 fully armored SUVs. He giggled again. "It's so obvious he's corrupt. He should fear for his life for nothing. But he's had his hands in many things, but not drugs. Women, prostitutes, and human trafficking." He looked into her eyes. "So we're going to light his bitch ass up." She almost lost it, almost laughed at it. It was just so fucking unserious the way he said it. Like a fucking boomer trying to fit in, a fucking director trying to fit in. How absurd and surreal was that? She needed to ask about it. "Can I ask something before we start?" she asked, looking at Benjamin, who was still puffing that cigar while smiling. "Of course, ask it, Mississippi. I am a criminal. A woman who rose to the top by killing people, by selling information and drugs." She leaned forward, still keeping eye contact with him. "I was hunted by your agency. We were at war with each other, and now we are in a word that I don't like to use, especially with the feds, and that is alliance." Benjamin felt it. Yeah, those eyes of hers just stabbing him. The hate, the aggression. It was exciting. "Yeah, well, that's how it is now. But nothing's going to happen to you, Sophia. So my question is, why are you this unserious? Are you trying to fit in with this slang and those words? Or is this too a tactic from the agents? Do you want to get into my space, into my zone, where you might get some information out of me?" She needed to know it. No, she wanted to hear it. To hear what he would say, how he would say it, just to be sure he truly saw who Benjamin was behind it all, behind those acts, behind the way Sophia once behaved, hiding behind that mask she wore only to be seen differently. Chapter 315, Not a Weakness. Content warning. The following chapters contain self-harm and emotional distress. Reader discretion is advised. He knew it, of course he knew. Benjamin knew why she asked the question. Others might call him a fool, but he is an agent. He was top of his class, the one awarded the Silver Cross. He knows how to manipulate, how to control, how to push just enough without breaking. And he knew what Sophia might try to use against him, how she might test him. Still, he accepted it, because there was nothing to lose and nothing to gain, just a bit of talk, a chance to know each other, and a small lesson in who he truly was, what he stood for, the very thing Sophia wanted to hear. Believe it or not, yeah, my agent, as well as I get documents with new slangs and their meanings. How the young talk, how this generation of criminals talk and think. He laughed once again as he stubbed out the cigar. Bitch ass, hoe ass, bitch ass boy, glocky, switch him down, and a lot of words that I get fed up with. Well, to be true, my agents need to know these words to be up to date. He didn't answer her main question, and she didn't let it slide. No, she pushed further, refusing to let it go. What about the unserious behavior? I thought a director is well-spoken, sophisticated, accurate with his words, and really smart. People who not only have power in their hands, but more than that, secrets. She just wanted to know more about him. Before working on his side, she wanted to see what he truly is. He still smiled as he heard the question. You know, Sophia, when the National Defense Council picks a new director, they go through countless things to pick him. They look at everything, every test, every point, every single habit and behavior of the person, every mission, every choice he made. But what they're mostly looking for is somebody who is not right up there. He pointed to his head. So, are you crazy? She asked back. He laughed again. Yeah, I'm a bit unstable, but they do it for a reason. They pick people who are not right up there because of the weight of this position. The smile suddenly faded from his face, and Sophia felt that switch in his presence. Those eyes, just a second ago, were lazy, bored, but they have changed, not to sharp, threatening eyes. No, they became heavy. Eyes weighted with something terrifying. The past, the present, everything he had seen in his life, all of it was there. A director in this position needs to be crazy, needs to be unserious at certain points, or maybe all the time, because the files, the documents we see, are things that destroy our soul, our very essence. He still looked into her eyes. Are you religious, Sophia? Yes, I am. She answered back, her voice low, uncertain. None of the directors are, nor the department heads at the agency. Not just that, but 70% of the agents are all non-religious because of the things they saw, the things they've done, the things they needed to be silent about. He knuckled his fist slowly. The ISB, NSBI, and the IF had 65 directors. Out of that number, 45 committed suicide, and I don't even want to say the ratio of suicides among field agents because it is terrible. Then how come you're still alive? She asked back, now with some power in her voice. Benjamin shook his head, but again his eyes were different, now like a void, like James's eyes. I saw my family die in front of my eyes, burning alive, being shot. He shook his head slightly. Do I have suicidal thoughts? I did, yeah. Countless times. When I saw files about ministers raping women, raping children, then murdering them and throwing their bodies into rivers, into forests. I did have suicidal thoughts because I could do nothing against them. Because if I did, nothing would change. No. If I would have acted, then the files would have buried deeper. With me, with the journalists, and with everyone I knew and loved. A moment of silence, just long enough for Sophia to truly understand what he has said. Some say suicide is weakness. He continued, almost whispering. No, Sophia, it's not a weakness. Suicide isn't because someone couldn't bear the weight. It's because they carried more than anyone should ever have to. It's not fear, not failure. It's seeing too much, living through too much, and feeling every piece of it so deeply that the world becomes unbearable. He paused again, letting the words sink in. Among agents, Sophia, when they choose to end it, it's not giving up. It's proof. Proof of courage no one else could ever understand. Proof that they faced horrors and still carried them. His hand trembles slightly. Weakness is pretending it never touched you. Weakness is smiling while the weight crushes you from the inside. But this choice, they made it because they felt too much to keep going. And somehow, surviving that long, that was already more than enough. And people dare to call them fools or weak because they have never carried their burdens. He leaned back, remaining silent once again, but keeping his gaze fixed on her. A priest whose mission was to restore agents' faith once said this to me when I was a division leader. The atrocities they witnessed destroy their belief in God. And then, constantly facing evil without being able to cleanse it, it starts to live inside them. Another long silicone to let his words settle in. So yeah, I'm uncertain. I am. Maybe I'm a fool in some people's eyes. Yeah, I am. Do I speak in sophisticated, proper words? No, I don't. And I've got my reasons for that. Reasons that aren't buried here. He tapped his chest. No, there's no place left to bury them, darling. Chapter 316. Is he weak? Content warning. The following chapters contain self-harm and emotional distress. Reader discretion is advised. Silence once again, but this time, it was different. Benjamin's words didn't just echo in Sophia's ears, they reached deep into her soul. It wasn't only what he said, but how he said it, what he had seen, and the fact that he did nothing about it. That thought alone made something inside Sophia. Her hands slowly curled into fists, trembling as Benjamin spoke about those files, the ones filled with cases of rape and abuse. Files that were never shown to the public, that were never properly investigated. The more she thought about it, the more her anger grew, because she knew exactly what that felt like. She had lived through it too. Sophia is a beautiful woman, more than beautiful. She has the kind of beauty that draws every eye. In the room, a body and face that people admire, desire. They want her, and many men have tried to get close to her. But whenever someone touched her in any way, shape, or form, the result was always the same. Their bodies were later found dismembered. Not just that, but despite the hatred toward Bella, Sophia still helped her. She joined her mission, standing beside her to kill and silence every human trafficker, every man who sold women and children like they were nothing. But now, hearing it from Benjamin, that children and women were raped and killed by mensiders, and that nothing had been done to protect them, hit her harder than she ever expected. She could almost hear their cries, their desperate screams for help that never came. She could see their fear, their pain, their final moments. And the thought that those women and children might never find peace, that their resting places might never be found, it tore at her heart. Meanwhile, the ones who did those things still have their positions, and maybe they're still doing it without a shred of guilt. Though she knew the truth, she just heard it from Benjamin. Agents are not superheroes. They are humans. And now, hearing Benjamin say how many agents had taken their own lives, how many couldn't bear the weight of what they'd seen or failed to stop, it struck her deeply. Even if they were her enemies and maybe still are, they were still people trying to do what was right, chasing justice. But when justice never comes, and the guilt becomes unbearable, that's when they fall pushed over the edge by the same helplessness she now felt in her chest. Is this how agents do it? She asked. Are you trying to get me to say something, to understand them, to understand you? Are you trying to manipulate my narrative on the NSBI? Should I feel sorry? Benjamin felt that the questions weren't really questions. It was her frustration and anger coming out uncontrollably, and he knew that her anger was real because he felt the same about it. Not at all. He answered. I'm just answering your questions. Really? Then answer this question, she said as she raised her voice, leaning forward, just staring straight into Benjamin's eyes. You said, weakness is smiling while the weight crushes you from the inside. In that case, James is weak? Benjamin didn't answer immediately. No, he thought about it. But to be true, he knew exactly the answer to the question because he had asked it himself many times. He asked it when he first met him, even when he first saw him, when he first learned about him, even when the worst things happened to him. He had asked it many times and answered it many times. No, he said slowly. James is not weak. He's strong in a way most people can't understand, in a way that is actually the worst a human can go through. Worse? She asked back, still eyeing him. Yes, Sophia. The weight doesn't crush him. It shapes him. It rips him to pieces. And then those pieces, they connect back together to form something that is dark. But strength like that, it comes at a cost. It's lonely, painful, and it changes you. The same thing Hector had told him, the same thing everyone said about James, and the same thing he had thought himself. Everybody said the same. So if he's strong. Her eyes wavered a bit. Why does it feel like he's broken inside? There was worry in her eyes. Worry for someone she cared for deeply. Because strength and suffering aren't opposites. Benjamin replied. Sometimes, the strongest people are the ones bearing the heaviest burdens. Smiling through it doesn't mean they aren't hurting. It means they've chosen to keep going, no matter the weight. She stared at him, a mixture of confusion and awe flickering across her face. And that makes him human? Benjamin leaned back slightly. Human, yes, but not in the way most people think. James, he doesn't just endure. He adapts. He becomes something else entirely. Something that can survive things most would crumble under. And the terrifying part? He never lets anyone see the cost until it's too late to help or stop him. But shouldn't someone like that have someone to share it with? She asked, totally detouring from her original question and feelings. No, she was only caring about James. And Benjamin understood it. To be true, in Sophia's files it is written in bold red that she is in love with James, or at least has some type of feeling toward him. The truth is, Sophia, he probably will be alone. He will probably lose himself entirely. Maybe he already did. He is not the James you once knew, and will never be the same. Sophia looked down, her hands clenching together. Then, the door suddenly opened. I'm sorry, I got the dossier. Sophia's guard, who went back for the documents, finally arrived with them, though it was kind of a long time. Oh, then can we actually start it? Benjamin once again suddenly changed once again. That excited smile on his face came back, while on the other hand Sophia still had some thought. Maybe the sentence she could say was important to her. But to be honest, there was a more important thing to do. To kill, to blast shit up? Yeah, that was the important thing, and now it would start. Chapter 317, Hunt. I see you truly live up to your name, Sophia. Benjamin said as he opened the dossier that her guard gave to him, and there were just so many names. It was made very precisely, just page after page filled with all the names of those who posed danger. But what Benjamin noticed was that it wasn't just people affiliated with the cartel. No, it was a fucking cleansing list, with everybody that posed danger to the Bellinis and to Sophia's family. Yeah, she made the list, not giving a single fuck about the government. How many names? He asked as he looked up at her. In all, 201. Sophia answered and shit it. Was truly too many names. If the NSBI or the whole government were to do it professionally, like how they're supposed to, through all the official statements, the bills, and rules, then arresting that many people would take half a year, maybe even more than that. Because they would need to investigate them even further to be sure they had solid intel and proper evidence to prosecute them fully and legally. Yeah, but they don't do it officially. There will be no investigation, no prosecution, no charges, nor a trial. Nah, they're just going to straight up kill all of them. Is there any highlighted one in there? He flipped the page. Like those that pose higher danger? Yeah, those are highlighted in red. In all, 107 people. The best part about it is that all of them live here in the capital, so we can act faster and more precisely, she said. The addresses next to their names are where they reside, or should be, so we don't need to do much. Just raid those spots and pull the trigger. Interesting. Are they cartel-related? Benjamin asked as he glanced back at her. Not all of them. Sophia answered. About half of them are connected to the cartel. The rest are people who are already planning to take over Silas's network. And then, she paused for a moment. There are those with political connections. The word political hit Benjamin's ears. It was something that pressed on his pride. Sophia. He started his voice low, and for some kind of reason it sounded threatening. Political connections mean nothing anymore when there is a monopoly of power, a monopoly of us. The people they're tied to, those officials, ministers, senators, they'll fall too when their time comes. Sophia kept her eyes on him. They're still dangerous, like right now. Her words irritated him, not because she was wrong, but because deep down, a small part of him feared she was right. It wasn't something he liked to admit, not even to himself. Sadly, the entire political sphere had turned into a pile of bullshit, full of corruption so deep that even those in the highest offices could be controlled by people who didn't even hold real positions of power. Linda, for example. On paper, she is one of the most powerful people in the country, the Minister of Justice, and also a member of the National Defense Council. Her authority should have been unquestionable. But everyone knows that the Minister of Trade, a man with deep connections and powerful friends, could overrule her. Not officially. Of course, nothing ever is official in politics. But unofficially, everyone obeys him because of who he knows and what he could do. People with no sense of duty or honor sit in circles of influence, making deals with senators, generals, and even foreign ministers. Some of them have no title, no office, yet they hold more power than entire departments. And even as he stood as the director of one of the most powerful agencies in the nation, the political elite could still cause trouble. They could still twist situations, start rumors, create chaos, all while smiling for the cameras and shaking hands on television. But tonight, things are different. Tonight, he and his people have control. The national emergency gives them the freedom to act without waiting for approval, the freedom to clean up the mess in whatever way they want. Tonight, they can hunt. They can go after criminals, those who pose danger to James and their deal. But not only them, they can also go after the politicians, the ones hiding behind laws and words. They can accuse them, expose them, or even fabricate evidence if they have to. It doesn't matter. They have the power now, and no one can stop them. And that was exactly why a smile slowly crept across Benjamin's face. It wasn't a warm or kind smile. It was the smile of a man who can fuck shit up. For once, the politicians, the manipulators, and all those self-righteous hypocrites would feel fear. The same fear they had planted in others for years. The national emergency gave us authority beyond anything they have. Those so-called political giants can shout all they want. But they have no army, no control over the agencies, no command over the streets. He smiled even more. They're powerless, while we're the complete opposite. James has power over the city, while we have power over the entire country. He finished and slowly stood up, still holding eye contact with Sophia, and outstretched his arms. So let's begin Operation Hunt. She felt goosebumps ripple across her body again, from that smile, from the way he said it, from the way he stood. Yeah, there isn't a single person in the shadows, whether politician or criminal, who can stop them. Nobody can even touch them in this state. Operation Hunt. It really is a hunt for those who think they are players, who think they are somebody. No, connection means nothing when the agency that has the greatest secrets, the greatest power, has finally stepped up. Yeah, she smiled too. Faint, not joyful, but the kind of smile that knows a new era has truly begun. Let's begin the hunt. Chapter 318. Deep. Content warning, explicit violence, torture, and intense psychological abuse. Reader discretion advised. With that, Sophia and Benjamin started the hunt after everybody that was in the document, everybody that was connected to the cartel, and well after politicians that Benjamin spent a lot of time to get every information about them. Though it was not just him. Linda and everybody else made a list, and from that list, sorted out those politicians who needed to be silenced very fast before they could start talking about the national emergency, and maybe even start talking about how it's really not what it's supposed to be. But one thing was sure about it. With the NSBI Red Code, there were 11,000 agents ready to unleash hell on those who were against them. At least, it could have been that many. But of course, it was impossible to get every field agent in that short period of time. So the exact number was more like 2,000 to 3,000 agents, and those were all over the country. So in reality in the city, the number was around 1,000 agents. But there was a good part about it, a very good part. The agents who are working in the capital are the best ones. Of course, they are the best, as they need to protect the largest city, the most populated one, and the one full of ministers and the president. So, in short, those 1,000 agents who are now directly under Benjamin's command are the ones who are truly special and ready to fuck shit up. And of course, it was not just the NSBI. The IF and ISB also mobilized their troops under the direct command of Thomas and Stephen. The ISB agent number was less, around 8,000 in total, but they were not the ones who were going to bust in doors and shoot everybody. No, the ISB was mobilized for one thing and one thing only, to watch the movements of those people who were in their documents, but currently not in the country. And if there was any movement, maybe trying to mobilize their people, when the first shot was fired, then the ISB too would get into the party. But the most important job was for Thomas and the IF. Of all the secrets, all the files, all the evidence, the intelligence force has all of them. They are the ones who can throw shit at everybody. They can destroy careers in a second. And, well, throw the whole country into a hell pit with the chaos they can create, and now they are ready to create chaos. Less than 100 men, deep down in a vault, sit at a table, and in front of them are those files ready to be used for blackmail, or even released to the public if one of the politicians tries to pull some bullshit, because everybody is sure of it somebody will try. Maybe even politicians who, up until this point, had no hand in anything, would come forward to protect those who were under fire. But well, if someone did that, then they were going to be under fire. Nah, not even under fire. They would be under a fucking nuclear bomb. Because one thing about the IF, they are the agency that truly doesn't give a single fuck when they switch on serious mode. Family? Children? Maybe your grandma is dying in the hospital? Nah, they don't care. They go in and maybe inject some poison into him. Maybe suddenly your paralyzed grandma, child, or wife decides to jump out of the window. Yeah, well, Benjamin said it very well. The amount of secrets, the amount of terrifying things these agents carry, they don't care about anything anymore. If one of the people they know secrets about, maybe child abuse, or rape, or even worse things, they just don't give a single fuck about morality, about the fact that his child did nothing, nor his wife or relatives. No, they will die too. That's why the IF is the agency that every politician tries to manipulate to get power over, to somehow command it, to somehow get access to those files. But no, not even the president himself is able to command the IF. He can't even have a glance at those files they have, because, well, they have files with his name too. And second, the agents hate politicians because of what they're doing in those files, in those pictures, videos, private calls, and messages. They were once created to stop foreign interference, terrorism, and everything in the book, but now their biggest enemies are their own country, their own politicians, their own government. That's why they only listen to the director of the agency. There is no board, there is no council, just one man on the top of the biggest threat to the government. A man who is not sided with politicians or parties, but sided with truth? No, that's not true anymore. Thomas is sided with something that only resembles the truth now, when they can finally act how they were supposed to act from the beginning. And meanwhile they were ready to go in deep. Somebody else was, well, already deep in getting information. Xavier, what a cool name you have. It's cool, isn't it, Ramirez? Indeed, Hector, it is a cool name. Too cool for someone like him. Exactly what I thought. A cool-ass name for a parasite like you. Huh, Xavier? Nothing. The young guy who was chained to the chair somewhere in a warehouse on the outskirts of the city said nothing. Nah, he couldn't say. Even a word as two monsters just stood in front of him. Though he knew one thing, he was fucked. Look, Xavier, Hector said as he grabbed his face and turned his head toward the side. Look at that man. He's called Killian. You see him, yeah? He gripped his face harder. I see, he said, looking at Killian, a skinny man with long hair and scars on his face. But more importantly, he was watching him, his eyes wide open, just staring straight into his soul. Killian is a good man, Xavier. A good, hard-working man who is sad and worried. He turned his head back to face him. You know why he's sad? No, because his boss, his master and teacher, from whom he learned so much, is currently fighting for his life. Do you know who his boss is? He shook his head. Ferrucci. In that moment he seemed like his soul left his body. His eyes just widened. His face became pale. He knew he was fucked. He knew he was going to die. But what he didn't know was that he was going to be handled by none other than Ferrucci's fucking psychopathic people. The ones that are known to be the worst. The ones that will not just shut you up, but erase the humanity out of you. No. Please, no, please, just let me. SHHHH. Don't talk, just show. Hector covered Xavier's mouth with his hand. You know, those who work under Ferrucci are a different kind of people. They are like the floors of hell. Every one of them has their own unique style and punishment. You know what Killian's punishment is. He could say nothing as Hector still covered his mouth, but his eyes told a lot. Those eyes that regretted everything he had done so far. Like maybe he thought he was going to die quick. But fuck no, he should have known better. Tell your punishment method, Killian. Hector said as he still-eyed Xavier. He didn't even blink. I like to fuck the soul out of men. Yeah, While Xavier in that moment utterly just knew he was over with. Not just over with, but terrifyingly over with. Killian has a massive dick, one that you see in pornos, and he likes to use it to break souls, to break a man for weeks. Hector smiled a bit. Do you want to be chained down and fucked in doggy style by a man with a massive dick every single day for weeks straight? He shook his head frantically while tears started to roll down on his face. So you don't, huh? What else do you do, Killian? Hector asked again. I like to drug them up and drill holes into their bodies, into their knees, elbows, and skulls. He kept staring at Xavier. I like to skin them a bit, but what I like the most is to, he smiled, put things into their bodies. As he said it, even Ramirez got a little uncomfortable by it. Look at me, Xavier, Hector said as he now slapped him. Do you want Killian to put his fist up your ass and then open it? Please. Another slap from Hector, now a bigger one, and then grabbed his chin again firmly, looking into his eye. Names, tell me the names now. Chapter 319. Cracks. Xavier knew it. Of course, he knew that he was going to die. Not just going to die, but going to die in a terrifying process of torture. But he also knew he had just fucked himself up with what he had done. But worse, he had fucked up everybody around him. Hector called him, rightfully, a parasite, but the true name that fit him was a rat. One who tells on everybody around him to try to save himself. And these kinds of people deserve the worst in the underworld. But what was his original sin? Why was he chained down, ready to be tortured and killed? He stole, and it only got noticed by none other than Danny himself. What perfect timing that was. Basically, after Finn said that he had no more money to start making the production line, and when they were talking about the money and drugs, how much they had, how much profit it could bring in, Danny noticed that something was just not right with the numbers, at least on the drug side. So after he left the meeting with everyone, he did the opposite of what James had told him to do. He dug himself into the papers and called up the warehouse managers, the ones who knew the exact number of how much drug was in there and how much was going out. And then came the big surprise. Danny called up every warehouse manager to ask them and confirm the amount they had there. Everything was okay with the warehouses, but there was one that was supposed to have 40 kilos of white magic already packed up, waiting to be sold. When Danny called up the manager of that warehouse, he confirmed that they had exactly 40 kilos. But Danny asked him to check it and make sure it was the right amount, and because it was only 40 kilos, it wasn't a big job to put the packs on a scale and weigh them. As he went through the first 4 packs, everything was right, but when he pulled up the 5th one, he immediately felt something was wrong. It was too light. Not just that, some of the drug had poured out of the side, which was impossible since it had been packed in front of him, and every pack was checked for any leaks. And well, yeah, the surprise was that the pack that was supposed to be white magic was filled with powdered sugar. It was almost the same texture, the same color, but as he smelled it, he immediately knew something was fucked up. So he tasted it. And yeah, that wasn't white magic. With that, the warehouse manager locked everything down, with every employee there including Xavier himself. Then Danny called Hector, or at least tried to call him. At first, Hector didn't answer because Danny didn't know about the assassination attempt yet. But when Sophia left for Benjamin, Hector finally called him back, and Danny broke the news that someone had stolen a kilo from them. So after finishing with Alda, Hector and Ramirez immediately went to the warehouse to see what exactly had happened and how the fuck a kilo could just disappear without anyone even knowing it. Though the thing is, they didn't really ask questions or go with some basic investigation logic, or try to see the facts, or ask around. No, they immediately killed the warehouse manager, then killed the 5 guards who were there. The only one left was Xavier himself, whose job was simple: every week, check the drugs, see if everything was fine with them, if the packs were intact or damaged, if water got in, or anything like that. Well, he did his job a bit too well. That's how he found himself, surrounded by demons walking on Earth, the demons of the family. So, are you going to tell the fucking name, or do I need to remind you of Killian? Hector asked again, starting to lose his calm. Titinum, he said, looking behind Hector's back. Hector asked back as he turned toward the bodies of the guards, who were literally executed the moment they got out of the cars. Even the warehouse manager was in it. No, he wasn't, Xavier said as he looked at Iamai's body. It was the first time he realized that he had died because of him. An innocent man, if he could even be called that, had died because they stole. A guy who was proud of his job and did everything to climb the ladder in the family died because of his dumb ass, leaving behind his 1-month-old baby and wife. And to be truthful, Hector wanted it that way. He wanted the guilt to swallow Xavier, because guilt is something more powerful than weapons. So, 6 of you fucking stole a kilo and sold it? Hector asked as he turned back. But it didn't make sense to him at all. 6 people who were always at the warehouse only stole a kilo and nothing more? It was just too many people for an amount of drugs that wasn't worth the risk. It wasn't worth the wrath of the Bellinis. We stole more, Xavier said as he kept looking at the bodies. But not from here. Well, whatever calm Hector had completely faded away as he heard the words coming out of his mouth. What the fuck do you mean by that? We built up operations, Xavier said as he looked into Hector's eyes. Maybe he thought with that, he might have mercy. Maybe he'd die fast rather than go through a whole torture session. There's 30 people in it. 30. Ramirez's voice came suddenly with an outburst as he heard it. Like 3 and 0. Xavier nodded, and Hector just covered his face with his hand in disbelief. He even knelt down just to be able to process what he had just heard. Even Killian, standing in the back, was shocked. He might not be the smartest among them, but he clearly understood what it meant. 30 people. That's already a serious force, and if their own people accepted the fact that they had stolen from the same hand that fed them, it meant something worse. The family had begun to crack, and cracks like that could only lead to one thing. Factions. That was the worst thing that could ever happen. Once the family starts to crack, people quietly form small groups, small factions, without anyone noticing. These factions begin running their own business, making their own deals, and slowly growing stronger. When they gather enough people and power, only 2 things can happen. First, an internal war, where some choose to fight and die by James's side, while others stand against him to build their own version of a better family. Second, a complete collapse. But there is also a third option. Kill everybody who broke their oaths and fill the cracks with their dead bodies. Chapter 320. Fear. Chapter warning. This chapter contains graphic violence, torture, and extreme brutality. Reader discretion is strongly advised. The content may be disturbing or triggering. Silence filled the warehouse as no one said a word after Xavier spoke. Everyone there understood what his words meant. He had revealed something that went far beyond any of them. Something that showed they had made a serious mistake. One that could destroy everything they built. How did this happen? How did something so big slip past the entire family? Past the people whose job was to check for threats, to make sure the family stayed safe? How did it get past Hector, Ramirez, Finn, and all the high-ranking members? It was a mistake so big that it could already have split the family into factions, into pieces. A mistake that could push them toward war, toward chaos, and none of them even realized it. No, that wasn't completely true. One person had noticed. One person had spoken up before, and that person was James. But before even James, there had been someone else. Lucian. Yes, Lucian was the first one to raise his concern to James. He warned that the family didn't have enough quality people, but quantity ones. He said that one day, they would betray the family, not because they were treated badly, but because they wanted more power, more influence. That is the curse of the mafia, the curse of the underworld itself. Once someone becomes part of a powerful family, once they taste that life at the top, they start craving it. Power becomes an addiction, and they want more money, more respect, and more control. They no longer want to be just soldiers or workers. They want to lead, to be feared, to be important. And the worst part is, they learned everything from the very family they ended up betraying. They learn how the system works, how the drugs are made, how the trade runs, how the selling goes, how the connections are built, and with that knowledge, something dangerous begins to grow inside them. A small thought, that first sounds like a joke, then it slowly grows into something else, a will and greed, that they could start something of their own, maybe even do it better. At first, James didn't believe Lucian's words. He thought Lucian was exaggerating, worrying too much. Actually, James never believed it would reach the point where that warning would become real, but fuck it did. Everything Lucian said came true, and when James finally understood that, he raised his own concern to Hector. James knew deep inside that if they ever made a deal with the government, things would slowly start to fall apart. People would begin to act out, question orders, and eventually, some of them would leave the family. But what he feared the most, the thing he never even told Hector about, was something much bigger than that: the market and the monopoly. He had spent so much time watching documentaries, movies, and crime series. He had read books and news articles about the mafia, about drug cartels, and about the underworld. Every single one of them said the same thing in a different way, and James understood it clearly. If one family or one organization ever took full control over the drug market, if they created a monopoly, that was when they were in the greatest danger. When one group controls everything, it becomes impossible to keep it all together. The demand for drugs grows larger and larger, and the family can't produce enough to meet it. The buyers want more, the money keeps flowing in, and greed starts to spread like a disease. Soon, people inside the family start thinking they can do it better on their own. They've learned everything from the family, and they want their own piece of the market. One group breaks off, then another, and then another after that. In time, what was once one strong and united family turns into many small groups fighting for power. In the end, no one remains from the original family, only the name and the memories of what it used to be. Every big cartel in history ended the same way. Some were caught and arrested, others were betrayed from the inside, and many were completely wiped out. No matter how powerful they were or how much control they had, their fall always began the same way: the family broke. One group stopped trusting another, one leader wanted more power, and that small crack was enough to start a war. And when the war began, the once great alliance that ruled everything slowly started to destroy itself from within. The glory days of those powerful families, the days when they held the entire market in their hands, always came to an end. At first, they were feared and respected. They controlled money, drugs, and power, but as time passed, greed and mistrust poisoned everything, and within only a few years, their empire that took decades to build was gone, just like Silas' family. All the work, all the years of building connections, all the blood that was spilled, it all becomes meaningless when everything collapses. The loyalty, the honor, the trust, the sacrifices, they vanish. When the monopoly falls apart, everything that once made the family strong turns against them. The same people who once fought side by side start fighting each other. In the end, all that remains are stories and warnings for the next generation. The names that once caused fear fade away. What James had read and watched provided an answer: what the bosses and dons did to stop the cracks and keep control. It was brutal but simple and effective, and James had already given an order that followed that rule. Kill the traitors. Every single one who plotted against the family had to die. Even those who only thought about it had to be killed. But killing alone was not enough. No, you needed to make examples of them, to show the bodies and plant a seed of fear and terror in people's minds. That fear would hold them in place. Chapter 321, Sicario? Chapter warning. This chapter contains graphic violence, torture, and extreme brutality. Reader discretion is strongly advised. The content may be disturbing or triggering. That's why. I understand now. Hector smiled as she finally stood up. It was like his mind suddenly connected with James, and it all made sense. Ramirez, we need to show example, not just ruthlessly kill them. Ramazer heard it in his voice, that something exactly ruthless was going to happen. Xavier, give me the names. Hector said it while looking into his eyes, and Xavier did exactly as he said. He knew that if he resisted, they'd torture him until he said them. So he played it safe, even and handed over his phone, the one with the group chat with everybody who were in the so-called Eption. How pathetic and lame. And the name gave a kind of calmness to Hector and Ramazer, because none of the names were high-ranking people which they feared might have been involved. No, all of them were soldiers or workers, planning a fucking operation to rob them and build a mafia on their own. Good. Killian, escort us to our cars, Hector said, and with that turned and went outside to the car where their guards were. So, can I play with him or not? Killian asked as he didn't quite understand what was happening. Even Ramazer himself was thinking about what was on Hector's mind. Say, Killian, can you skin his face off his head? An absurd question that Ramazer just got stunned about to say at least, but Killian not really. Like from his skull? Like a mask I can wear? Killian asked back, with a twisted excitement in his voice. Yes, I want you to cut his head off while he's alive, then skin the face from his head. I want his skull and face separately to show him as an example. As Hector explained it, silence followed once again. The guards around looked at each other with the same, stunned faces, but moreover that excitement on Killian's face was just too absurd to unreal. Even Ramazur felt that knot in his throat. I have something in my mind, Killian said as his smile grew bigger. What if I make a video cutting his head off, then skin his face off? Then I put his face on mine like a mask and start chopping him up and send the video to every family member? Now that even made Hector a bit uncomfortable, to say the least, even though he had suggested the idea and one of the guards started vomiting as he heard it, just imagining it. What do you use to behead him? Ramazur asked, who knows why. My go-to would be a specialized chainsaw, but I don't want the chain to get stuck in the mangled flesh and hairs, so I would be using a bone saw. He explained, still smiling. And while another guard gave up and started vomiting. What if it leaks out? Ramirez asked. Oh, don't worry. We have a secure channel, and even if it leaks out, my face won't be visible, just his. Do it then. If you have the video first, send it to me, Hector said as he opened the car door. I want it in 2 hours. It will be 1. Killian replied as he turned around, and the biggest smile of his life spread across his face as he walked back to the warehouse and closed the doors. And I thought Ferrucci was the worst in the family, Ramazur said as he shook his head. Ferrucci is the worst at the broad level, but there is a hidden monster, Hector replied. But at least we have the names, and if everything went right. Yeah, still, fuck. Killian, what a monster he is, Ramazur said, still thinking about it. Like, how can he do it with that calm? How can he have that extent of cruelty? He was molested by his own father, Hector said, looking out of the window. No, molested is not the right word. He was raped. He glanced at Ramazur. But then his father died, and was found in pieces, his heart, eyes, every single organ in his body scattered all over the house. Fuck. Yeah, and he only deals with men. He doesn't touch women. What a fucking twisted is he. Actually has a beautiful wife and 2 daughters. Hector shook his head. Outside of this life, he is very kind and warm, but when he starts his work, he turns into his inner demons. Isn't that cheating? Ramazur asked, once again, a question that made no sense, yet he asked it anyway. Cheating? Hector saked back. He fucks them. Oh well, never thought about it that way. Hector laughed, but to be true it was anything but funny. It was grotesque and gruesome to think about it all. Anyways, the 30 fuckers are more important. And there is Sophia too. I hope she is already out. Well, she was not out. With Benjamin and a dozen field commanders, they had talked about the plans, where to send how many people, what the threat level was, and everything that was important. After that, Sophia needed to get some proper clothing, which meant that from a lady in the underworld, she became an NSBI agent. This is too much, she said, already fed up with the bullshit. No, it's not, Benjamin said, smiling at her and her 2 guards. Protection is very important. While she was protected for sure, she was fully equipped with everything. They gave her the full NSBI commando uniform, including a plate carrier and even the helmet with the NSBI stamp on it, making her look completely different from the ordinary person she had been before. Not only that, but for some reason, they also gave her a flashbang and a live grenade, things she had never touched, never used, and had only ever seen in movies, and her guards received the exact same equipment, each one fully armed and ready. By the time she finished putting everything on, she realized that she was no longer just Sophia, the princess of the underworld. Nah, she turned into a soldier. No, she turned into Sicario ready for the hunt. Chapter 322. Bullshit. With now fully equipped, even getting the submachine guns in their hands, they were ready to go out. Though Sophia had some thoughts about it, some alarming ones. Like the whole vibe, the whole NSBI thing was still a fuck-up for her, and now that she was in their uniforms equipped with a fucking grenade, she was, well, a bit worried about it all. Though she knew pretty well that she can't die and all of this equipment was given to her for that reason. So we are going with these babies, Benjamin spoke as they went back down to the underground garage, which was huge, and what was more huge were the vehicles that had lined up there. And Sophia knew even more that this whole operation is not going to be covered or in the shadows, behind the public eye. Nah, because everybody is going to know that something is up when the convoy of vehicles leave the NSBI. What Benjamin referred to as babies are more military vehicles, painted in full black with the NSBI paint over it. Not just that, but the gun turret on the top with the .50 cal mounted on it. It looked like more that they are going into a war than just busting down on the criminals. Isn't this too much? Sophia asked as she looked over the line, and there were more than 30 of these military vehicles. I mean, if someone takes a photo, then it's going to be all over the news. Yeah, that was the most worrying, not really because of the vehicles, but if the picture goes trending, then the people who they are going after will be notified quite quickly. That's why we did the 3 levels. Benjamin began. The level 1 threats will be dealt by our quick response unit. They will raid them with helicopters and undercover vehicles. Then come the level 2 threat where again undercover agents will raid them, and we are going to the level 3 with these vehicles. He explained. So it's just to show off, huh? She asked, which Benjamin giggled too. Well, under the law of the national emergency, we can act how we want. But more importantly, we need to show the people we actually take it seriously, and when they look at these vehicles, they will think, wow, they're really doing it. And of course, it will search fear into every single criminal that we did it. He explained, and while he had truth in what he said, seeing that criminals getting busted, those who are considered to be top-level ones, who had power, will shrink fear into the little fuck. Seeing military helicopters, military vehicles, fully equipped agents, they will shit themselves, while on the other side the wide public will cheer. Yet people will cheer, will be shocked that it actually happened, and, well, the ace card up on the sleeve of Benjamin was the politicians. The people he and Linda and everybody else carefully picked to be busted because they have the evidence which they can back the whole operation with. They picked 24 politicians, all of them living lavishly like fucking barons, and one of them is the Minister of Transportation who will, well, get a little surprise, though they can't die. That is the plan. The criminals can die, nobody gives a fuck, but the politicians know they can't die. They need to get them alive and then put them in front of the public, show them as a fucking trophy, and then do what they have promised. Execute them, like back in the time in the 18th century, though the difference would be that it would be done with hanging or guillotine, maybe even a human bonfire. No, it will be done by a firing squad or an injection that would be live-streamed on all national televisions. So y'all still the same motherfucker. Sophia shook her head as said it into Benjamin's eyes. You just do it to keep your status, doing it not by your own will, but because it needs to be done to keep your position and keep the people from fucking rebelling. Nice. Well, she got it. Not just got it. With that, she kinda stabbed Benjamin in the heart, because as she said it, it truly sounded bad. Not really. You know I need to remain in my position. That is a curse, because if I step down, everything will blow the fuck up. If Linda steps down, Thomas or Stephen, again, everything will fucking blow up. Everyone who is involved in this shit needs to remain in their position to keep everything going, even if it is absurd and reality bending. That's what I have said exactly. Even if in the modern day a government can fall by the people will, that's how civil wars start, because the government is a fucking incompetent mess like y'all were, and the only thing the government survived up until this point was that the people became numb to the corruption as it became everyday thing, but she still held the key contact with him. If there weren't Lucian, Bellini, Silas, or the circle, the government would have already fallen. Silence. A big one. Because yeah, it was true. The mafia helped thousands of people get jobs so they could pay rent and just live their lives. What she said was all true. But the thing is, it only takes one voice to spark the flames, and the opposition has been doing it for months now. Though, they arrested the opposition leader because, well, he was inciting violence. Though that followed the national emergency which calmed down his arrest and views. Yeah, well, it's not time for a history lesson or for finding the solution and problem. Everybody knows what's wrong, and now we can act on it. So, let's sit in Sophia and go. Benjamin said as he smiled. But that smile wasn't genuine. No, he was fed up with it all. Everybody just repeated the same thing. Yeah, they have fucked up. Everybody knows it. Why the fuck say it every single time? Come, Sophia, climb in. He said once again as he offered his hand to her, though she didn't take it. Nah, she climbed on her own, showing that she doesn't need help from a hand that belongs to a Fed. Well, Benjamin knew that it wouldn't be like with James. Nah, the mood would be fiery. But to be truthful, that is the right mood to kill some people. Chapter 323. Maybe. They are moving, Linda. Thomas's voice came as now they sat in the command center. Well, a made-up one. as they couldn't use the official one for obvious reasons. The commandos on the way to the level 1 people? Linda asked again as she looked at one of the communication guys on the side. They are on the way. The estimated time is 30 minutes. 30? She asked back, surprised. Isn't that a bit too much? If people notice the military vehicle, they will start posting about it. She said the same thing that Sophia thought about. There is another thing that's worse than posting. Stephen joined as he was sitting in front of one of the laptops. If we attack everybody one by one, the news is going to spread much quicker, so we need to get everybody in position and attack at the same time. So it's around 30 minutes until the raid team takes their places. Linda took a deep breath as Stephen explained it. It was just too stressful because it could turn into a massacre within a minute, and that was why they made the threat level. Those criminals who are in level 1, the ones that have a military around them and could fight back, could take block to use it as a shield, but once you cut down their boss, they scatter all over the place. Nobody is loyal in the underworld, and these rats are the example of that, though still, it was stressful. It is the biggest operation in the agency's life, a joint one that will definitely take some lives from their side, but if those numbers go up too much, then they will be criticized for it. There are just too many factors that they need to do perfectly, but they were trained for this. All of the agents, the raid team, the special forces team, the commandos, all of them were specially trained for this, to hunt. What about your agencies? She asked back as they didn't even have time to talk through how everything was happening, like what would their forces do? It stressed her more to see Stephen and Thomas with her rather than being at their own agencies directing their own people. Oh, they are good, Stephen said. They are ready to take action the moment I say so. All of them fully equipped, helicopters on ready. He looked at her. They're ready if shit goes wild. Same. My selected people are deep down underground, ready to do their thing. Thomas continued. Though what about the police? They can be a bad factor in it. They were ordered to stay back. I hope they will listen. Stephen shook his head, and it just made the situation more tense. Everybody knows that some politicians have their own private forces within the police, which can seriously fuck up the operation. What about James? Did you call him? Thomas asked, and Linda immediately shook her head. Why? Because I'm sure Darvik already knows what's happening and has told James. And second, this is a government operation, now the mafia isn't involved. Only Sophia is, because she has the information. We don't need that Bellini psychopath torturing people, firing fucking rocket launchers at houses, and most of all, killing journalists. Her voice carried the exhaustion of the aftermath and the frustration of having to clean up after the attack on Marco. The amount of shells recovered, there were thousands, so much that everybody got shocked who was involved in the so-called investigation. Not even talking about the blood that was everywhere, but the most shocking one was the surveillance camera footage. Seeing a rocket launch being fired was like watching a movie set. Though it was real as the fact that the Marco family got wiped not just by James and his family, but even the NSBI, and if helped them. There was plenty of footage of them executing the begging soldiers of Marco. The amount of lies she needed to fabricate, the ones her team needed to face, was on another level. She had to connect so many dots to make it seem real, to make it actually make sense. And when she was done with it, when she and her team spent tens of hours fabricating it, faking documents, evidence, even deleting a whole lot of camera footage, there was, of course, the journalist who got shot, and she decided not to talk about it, but say that the investigation was ongoing because she just couldn't lie about it. She saw it with her own eyes through the drone, how she fell, how she lost her life in an instant because she was too stubborn, had too much will to be there. Well, she died, and her body is, who knows where it is. 15 minutes until arrival. One of the technicians said, snapping Linda back to reality. Thought she said something that was quite surprising. I want live feed of the body cams. As she said it, everybody looked at her. Live, the tech guy, Stephen, Thomas, everybody was just confused. Ma'am, if they turn on their body cam, the footage automatically goes to the main server where everybody who has access can pull it out. The technician said though he noticed her face and the anger on it. Though I can make sure that it doesn't make its way there. Then make sure of it, and put the footage on the main screen. Linda said as she finally sat down in front of the screen, her legs trembling as a wave of stress ran through her body, the adrenaline finally catching up. And then it snapped on. Dozens of body cam live feed appeared on the big screen. I only want one. Do that, Linda said as she pointed to the right side of the screen, and the technician immediately said that one to be the only one on the screen, and there it was. The first Special Operation Force of NSBI, with their fully blacked-out uniforms, checking their equipment, but something caught Linda's eye. The agent with the body cam was checking his helmet and the night vision on it, and she noticed the patch. A sword going into a skull, with the motto written beneath it, "Born to perish evil." In that moment, it went through her mind that maybe one day, the same people with the same patch would be sent after her to perish evil. Chapter 324, Perish Evil. How are they going to go in? Linda asked as the live feed showed the soldiers still calm, checking their equipment and waiting for the other squad to get in position. The first raid team that goes to level 1. They're going in 2 ways, Steven spoke as he turned the chair toward Linda. One is the little birds, which are the ones going to land on rooftops or on the ground in the streets, while the bigger helicopters are going to use ropes, and the team will get down that way. Little birds? She asked back, confused, though she wasn't confused about what it meant. Yeah, you know, the very small helicopters, Steven wanted to explain, but she cut in. I know what those are, but I never knew NSBI had those. It's thanks to Odin himself. Thomas joined in. The only good thing he did before running away was reforming the whole armory and vehicles of the NSBI. He smiled. That was the only time he didn't steal the funds, but actually used them, and with it, he made a force able to strike on the level of the military. Yeah, exactly. Steven continued. 10 little birds, 4 Black Hawks, dozens of JLTVs, and more weaponry with the highest tech, but it came with a lot of scrutiny because a lot of people thought he was building a private military. Linda finished for Steven and realized that she didn't know about it at all, that Odin did all of this. The only thing she knew were some files and documents, secret ones about Odin, that some people said he posed a danger, a threat, but they never gave the reason why. They never even sent those documents to everybody, only to a few ministers. They feared that some might support Odin, and not just him, but the other agencies. And with that, they could have become what they were supposed to be from the beginning. The NSBI, if ISB building up their agencies to become a military-like one and combined with what secrets they knew. They could have taken over the whole fucking government. They could have beheaded people with one fucking click. But it never happened, as corruption took over everything. The funds were frozen, and the only agency that had military weapons was the NSBI, and still is. Transport helicopters, attack helicopters, grenade launchers, military armored vehicles, miniguns, rocket launchers. If Odin would have done more, if he would have bought more, then the NSBI would have become a truly threatening force to the so-called sovereignty and democracy. But he ran the fuck away. Though what he did back then now made everything possible to act fast and behead people. Those ministers were right. Their fears and worries were right. In the end, it wasn't Odin who used NSBI to hunt, but he was the one who made the steps for it. Ma'am, one of the technicians spoke as he slowly stood up from his chair. Everybody is in position, only waiting for the signal. In that moment, out of the sudden, Linda felt the weight of it. Like up until this point, she didn't really care about anything. She didn't really think about the outcome. Maybe, how much this means if they go with it hunting down the politicans. But now, as the technician said that they are ready and only waiting for her word to go in and do it, it all just hit her like a tsunami wave. Her breath became slow, her face paled, her whole being seemed like she was lost deep inside, lost the meaning of it all, lost the very soul of her, because even if a tiny bit goes wrong, then it's over. If it leaks out, then it's over. If somebody gets a sniff that something is strange about the operation, maybe some fucking journalist goes digging, finds some security footage, maybe something leaks to her. Then once it's out, it's over. She thought that she already made the biggest decision in her life, but no. That ever just child player, the very lower level of corruption, very lower level of the power that the president granted to her. But now she is on the top of it. In some sense, she has more power than the president himself. She has the power to kill, has the power to restore order with Thomas, Stephen, and Benjamin, and that is the worst of it. It is not about Linda, not about her career or her life, but everybody fucking life. If this goes wrong, they will be all jailed, all killed, all of them. Even maybe the president would be fucking jailed and killed, and then everything collapsed. James would be alone to fight, or maybe he too would be executed, and then the country would truly fall. Maybe a civil war truly would break out. But more importantly, she just realized how much weight it puts on her, how much pressure it places on her sanity, on her morals, on her whole being, on her soul. She isn't an agent. She isn't a killer. She isn't an emotionless shell of a human. She's human. She feels everything, and maybe that's the worst part of it. All these thoughts are. Signal confirmed. Operation Hunt is greenlit. Thomas's voice followed by the static noise of the radio, and the eyes of Linda, the eyes that were teary. All unit operations greenlit. Over. The technician's voice echoed in the room, followed by only one word. Roger. I'm sorry, Linda. But there is no place to think too much. There is no place to worry. There is only place for actions. Thomas said as he sat back down watching the screen, and as Linda looked at it, she saw it. The rope being thrown down, the agents looking at each other a last time, and then it began. The first one went down, followed by the agent with the body camera. Linda. Now Stephen's voice as he was focused on the screen, his hands together, didn't even look at her. What you're going to see is much worse than you thought. What you're going to see is... He looked at her. Much worse. That look of Stephen, that look in his eyes, was something she never saw from him. Those eyes were empty. Not the same Stephen who looked bored, tired, nonchalant. No, those eyes of his were empty. Like in that moment he switched, all the morals, all the emotions went out of him and became the person who is not letting anything touch his soul because he lost it long ago. And she knew exactly. If she watched the footage, she would never be the same. If she watched what they were doing, the amount of trauma she would suffer was not something she could survive. Will be outside, she said as a tear rolled down her face, and with it left the room behind, and she stepped out. She immediately started vomiting. That knot in her stomach, that understanding of what is going to happen to her morality. Her morality was still there, and she knew that she just lost a piece of her. Perish evil, the badge says. But evil needs to be perished from the roots, and they all knew what it meant. Of course they knew. Of course Linda knew it, but didn't understand it until she was the eye of Stephen. The first team in. The technician's voice came, and as they watched the footage as the agents went into the house of the Minister of Energy, the meaning of perish evil showed itself. The exploding flashbangs, without a shout, without a command, the agents just swept through the house, up the stairs, into the bedroom, where they found not the target, but his family. His wife, his daughter, their worried, terrified faces. They just woke up from a dream into a nightmare, asking who is there, what is happening, and the beginning. But their begging was heard by no one, because they went there to perish evil. Evil that comes in lots of shapes, lots of forms. Yeah, their terrified begging were answered. Without suffering, their begging was answered fast and quick. Chapter 325. Be numb. Nobody in the room was surprised. Not Thomas, not Stephen, not even a single technician as they were looking at live feed. No one paused to think about morality, about emotion, or about the lives they were destroying. The concept of right and wrong no longer existed in their world, just as the fact that innocent people, families, and lives were being dragged into something they never chose no longer mattered. There is no simple explanation for why anyone would kill a woman and a child. No amount of logic or revenge can justify it. It is something beyond reason, a heartless, merciless, and senseless act of cruelty. It is simply evil. But in this world, there is always a but. A weak excuse, a quiet justification, something to make the unthinkable seem slightly less monstrous. His wife knew what kind of man her husband was. She enjoyed the comfort and luxury that came from his dealings, the cars, the house, the jewelry, the sense of status. She pretended not to see the darkness that made it all possible, though deep down, she knew the wealth came from other people's pain. She knew he had business with dangerous men, that he had shaken hands with killers, and that his life was built on lies and threats. And she also understood that one day their luck might run out, that one day it can all fall apart. And she still didn't care about it but smiled and continued living the false life. Neither her or her husband ever thought about their children when the deals were made. Nobody cared about the small, curious eyes that watched from the doorway as their parents made the deals, as they counted money and laughed. When they met with the cartels, when they shook hands with the mafia, they didn't think about what they were trading in exchange for comfort. They thought about one thing only, money. And with money came respect. With respect came influence. With influence came power, and with power came the certain death. They knew the risks, yet they cared more about their wealth. They cared more about the fancy dinners, the designer clothes, the lies they told themselves about being different from the others, and the worst of it is that their child became just another part of the picture. They didn't think about what might happen if someone came for revenge. They chose money over morality, status over safety, and pride over peace. No, they didn't care anymore, nor the death squad that was sent after them. No, they didn't care. People often like to think that the agency top agents, the raid team, and so on, are just another group of soldiers like a special forces team like in the military. And yes, they were trained by the military. But there was something deeper about them, something far more terrifying. Their motto wasn't just a phrase. Perish evil is not just a motto for them. It's their way of life. Two simple words that were born from their pain, their past, and everything they went through. They survived hell, and when they came out of it, they swore to destroy everyone who had ever wronged them. The NSBI and Odin didn't just choose people with the best test scores or perfect backgrounds to become raid agents. No, they chose those who had lived through the worst of the worst. People who had lost everything, who had seen the dark side of the world, who carried a deep hatred toward the powerful and the corrupt. These were people who didn't care about rules or fame, only about finishing the mission and, in their own way, finding revenge. Odin was truly a director who wanted to create agents that didn't give a fuck about anything except the mission. And he succeeded, not just through training, but by breaking them down both mentally and physically until all that was left was the will to kill and the desire to see evil perish. He chose people who had completely terrifying pasts, because that was what he needed. People who had lost their children because of the system, the failed healthcare, and so on. People whose relatives were abused, killed, tortured, or simply lived broken, tragic lives. Some had rotted for years in military prisons. Others had survived countless war zones. He gathered them all together and put them into the program, turning them into emotionless human shells. Then he paired that emptiness with the horrifying things these agents had witnessed during their duties, and in the end, Odin did it. They became what he wanted, a perfect death squad. Men and women who no longer saw missions as duties. They saw them as personal vengeance. Each target was a reflection of their own past, corrupt leaders, murderers, traffickers, the kind of people who ruined their lives. When they killed, they didn't just end lives, they felt like they were killing the ghosts of their own pain. They didn't care anymore. Not about right or wrong, not about who lived or died, and not even about their own lives. All they cared about was their mission to perish evil and any trace of it. He used them as shields? Thomas asked as he looked at Stephen. Used them as shields and then opened fire. He answered, still with that boring voice, like he didn't even care about it. Did it even reach him? Yeah, it didn't. Or maybe he learned a long time ago not to feel anything about it. We're going to have a suit in hell. Thomas spoke again as he just watched the live feed, as the agents checked through the whole house. Grand suit, my friend, grand fucking suit. Stephen whispered. But how funny is it? Statistically, 5 of us are going to commit suicide, he said as he looked around at the technicians. We don't deserve to die that easily. Thomas sighed. We're going to get tortured for days if not weeks, and then die the most terrifying death. He looked deep into Stephen's eyes. And then our family, relatives, friends are too going to die for our sins. That's what I think, Stephen. Huh. Good thing I have no one left. He smiled as he stood up, buttoning his suit. I'm going to comfort Linda a bit. He paused as he looked toward the door, and all of them heard it. She was still going, still vomiting. Just the knowing of it fucked her up? Then what are we, Thomas? We are truly evil monsters, not even a tear. We were trained for these for decades, while she is just a minister. He didn't even glance at Stephen, just looked at the screen. Bring me a coffee when you come back, and do it how Odin did it. Straight coffee with straight whiskey, huh? I just going to down this. He pulled out a mini bottle of vodka from his pocket and smiled. Alcohol helps fight demons. He shook his head and finally opened the door and left the room going into the toilets, which were right in front of the command center. He didn't really care much about it and went straight in, and there she was. Linda was just vomiting into one of the toilets. No, nothing came out of her mouth. She was just suffering on her own, trying to get something out of her stomach that wasn't there. You are going to hurt your... Shut the fuck up. She answered immediately as she was literally shoving her finger down on her throat, trying to vomit. Linda just what? She finally stopped and looked up at him, her eyes pure red, her hair all messy, her makeup just swept away with the tears. You don't know what I'm going through. She screamed at him, slowly getting up, looking into Steven's eyes. You know shit, because you feel nothing. You feel not even a single bit of. A slap. A big one. One that knocked her out of balance down to the ground. A slap that she didn't see coming nor ever expected to happen. For a second, she didn't even know what happened, just the world spinning, the pain, and the red as her shaking hand slowly reached up to her mouth that was bleeding. Then she finally looked up at the figure of Steven. Steven, who pulled out his vodka and what was a container of pills. These help, you know, he said as he glanced down at her while pouring out 4 pills into his palm. These make you numb, make you tired for the whole day, and paired with some alcohol, they make you not care. I've been doing it for 12 years now, he explained as he put the pills in his mouth and washed them down with the vodka. Then he slowly knelt down in front of her, looking into her shaky and teary eyes while with some paper, wiping the blood from her face. Not everybody's born to be a monster, nor to even become one. A lot of people just push it down. So please, be careful with your words and take some of these. He opened her palm, placed 4 pills into it, then looked back into her eyes. Be numb to it rather than accept it, Linda, because once you accept it, there's no coming back. Be numb. Chapter 326. Our Sins. Steven's words hit her more than the slap itself. Well, to be honest, she felt that too, as her whole face was red, her whole being was shaken up by it, because no one had ever hit her this hard. No one ever had enough balls, especially in the government, to raise their hand against her out of respect, out of friendship, out of fear, but Steven did it, and with it, he did something deeper. Steven planted that seed in her mind that would grow and grow, the thought that she would never be on top of the chain, that she would never be that person who could command or give orders that needed to be said, especially in this situation. She is not someone who can give out those orders without damage to her soul. She isn't the person who can just get over it, knowing very well that innocent lives are being lost. They are killed, and she is dumb enough to think that it wouldn't happen, that those soldiers with those patches would just let them live. Yeah, she gave out the command without even thinking about that possibility, but then when she realized it, she couldn't take it anymore. But moreover, she couldn't take how calm they were, Thomas, Steven, and even those technicians inside, without even watching as it played out, that it is for the greater good. That hit her even harder, the realization that it was all because of them, because of her. That is the worst kind of pain, the kind even James himself spoke about and experienced. It's not a bullet, not a knife, not even a bomb. No, those are merciful and quick deaths. Those give you an ending. But this is different. This is the kind of ending that doesn't end. It's the kind that lives inside you, haunting you every single day. Guilt and regret. You start to think, if only I had done better, if only I had tried harder, if only I hadn't made that one mistake. You begin to understand that everything, the chaos, the suffering, the loss might have changed if you had just been stronger, smarter, faster, and that thought, that single, unbearable truth, starts to eat you alive. It's not death that destroys you. It's knowing. The knowing that it was your hand, your decision, your hesitation that led to it all. You remember their eyes before it all went wrong. Then come the questions. What if I hadn't hesitated? What if I had seen it coming? What if I could go back? Just once, just for a second? You ask yourself these questions every night until they no longer sound like questions. They sound like screams in your own mind. You fall into a loop, an endless circle of regret. You relive the same moment again and again, trying to find a way to change it, but you can't. It doesn't matter if it was yesterday or years ago. It still feels like it's happening now, over and over. And in that loop, you realize something even worse. Time doesn't heal this kind of wound. It only teaches you how to hide it better. You start to smile when you're supposed to, talk when people expect you to, but deep down you're still there, trapped in that single moment, with the sound of failure echoing in your mind. Because sometimes, the most painful thing isn't dying. It's living with what you've done or what you failed to do. The worst pain isn't a wound on the body, but the slow, silent tearing of the soul that never stops bleeding. Guilt and regret. James's guilt and regret. It all began on that one day, the day he let Hans and Raphael go. Because of that choice, because of his recklessness, people he loved, people who truly mattered, ended up dead. All because of him and his stupid, selfish decisions. His mother will never live a normal life again. She'll never know peace. One of her sons is dead, and the other, James himself, is half dead already. His punishment isn't prison or death. It's the knowledge that he's the reason his family will never be whole again. Then there's Benjamin. His guilt and regret aren't about something that happened. They're about something that could have been, something he never had the chance to change. He still remembers the day his whole town burned down, shot, and killed. He remembers the flames, the screaming, the faces of everyone he loved disappearing into the fire. He tells himself he could have saved them, that he could have done something, anything. But the truth is, he was too young, too scared, too fragile, too powerless to stop it. Still, the guilt eats him alive. Every laugh he fakes, every joke he makes, they're all shields to hide the fact that inside, he's still that frightened boy watching his world burn. And then there are Stephen and Thomas. Their guilt and regret are not tied to one event or one person. No, their entire lives are built on it. Every decision they made, every path they took, every life they ruined along the way, all of it weighs on them. They regret the lives they chose, the blood they spilled, and yet, they never turned away. They never even tried. Maybe because they knew there was nowhere else to go, or maybe because guilt itself became their home. They carry it silently, pretending it doesn't hurt anymore, but it always does. And Linda understood it as she finally stood up and looked into the mirror at her washed-down makeup, at her bloody mouth and her face. She understood that it was not her who decided. No, life had already decided for her, and what she could do was just flow with it. 12 years, huh? She whispered as she looked down at the pills that Stephen shoved into her palm. She didn't know it. Didn't know that Stephen was doing it, making himself numb. That's why he was always like that. That's why he was always nonchalant, bored, and didn't give a fuck because of the pills he took, because of the alcohol he drank to it. What she knew was that Odin did it. He always drank that coffee with whiskey. He was open about it, though never open about why he was actually doing it. But she now knew it, and with that, she decided her own path as she opened her palm, and the pills fell into the sink, washed down by the water. She would embrace it. She would accept it, even if it might lead to her death. Embrace that the only thing she could do for those who had died through the years, she deserved to suffer, and she would not push it down, because the ultimate truth is that one day they will all answer for their sins. But until then, an endless circle of death will follow every step they take. Chapter 327. Surprise. Is she all right? Thomas asked as Stephen came back and put the coffee and whiskey mix in front of him. Yeah, I think so. He answered as he sat back down, though Thomas knew something was up with it, because it was rare to hear Stephen's voice that low and uncertain. Not just that, but there was a hint of anger in it. I hope. Thomas sipped some of the coffee. You didn't use force. He held eye contact with him as he sipped more. Well, it was known from Stephen's earlier days that he used his hands to knock some sense into his agents who were on the brink of mental collapse, and well, it worked, and sometimes it just pushed the agent more into the collapse, and then to death. I just gave her some pills. Stephen answered, though his voice was still strange. But I know she's going to throw it into the trash or something. He sighed. Those are expensive. I don't even know why I even gave them to her. As he said it, Thomas froze for a moment, just for a second, because until now, he was the only one who knew that Stephen was taking pills, and back then, Odin too, and now Stephen just said he offered them to Linda. I think she's someone who likes to fight everything inside her. And well, he looked at Stephen. She's a woman. Yeah, but if she dies because she can't handle the reality of the situation, we're fucked. Stephen replied, holding the connection with Thomas's eyes. And as much as Thomas hated to admit it, Stephen was right. The literal voice of the national emergency, the voice people listen to when everything else is falling apart, is Linda herself. Her speeches aren't just words. They carry hope, a kind of promise that things will get better, that their sacrifices mean something. She has become a symbol, almost like a light in a world that has forgotten what light is. But what happens if that voice, the one that guides the broken and gives them something to believe in, suddenly ends her own life? It doesn't just destroy morale, it shatters whatever fragile belief people still have left. Because Linda isn't just a politician or a figurehead. She is the voice of the people, the voice of the future. And if that voice dies, the world around her collapses with it. And there's something else that makes it all even heavier. She is a woman in power that alone carries meaning. Especially her, an independent, fearless, and strong person. She stands in front of cameras representing something much bigger than herself. The idea that even in a ruined nation, a woman can still rise, lead, and fight for a better tomorrow. If she dies, it isn't just the loss of a leader. It is the loss of an image, a symbol of strength that no one else can replace. Thomas knows it. Stephen knows it. If Linda falls, everything they built around the national emergency, every lie, every sacrifice, every drop of blood will fall apart with her. But you gave her pills that are made out of 2 types of drugs. You gave her 4 of them. Thomas said, still eyeing Stephen. Yeah, the pills aren't normal ones, but made out of 2 types of drugs that are actually reactive to each other and make a person numb. Almost like a sedative pill, but stronger and more effective. Though Stephen is already used to it. That's why he can take 4 with alcohol, but for someone who's never used it, that's a bit too much, way too much. Don't worry, I just gave her a symbolic thing to see what it takes to be me. Stephen smiled. But if she actually takes it and gets a seizure or something, I have this. He pulled out an inhaler from his pocket. I'm not a dumb drug addict. Oh, you are a clever drug addict. Exactly. Stephen smiled. Though, why is everything black? He asked as he looked up at the monitor. We had a problem, Thomas said as he leaned back in the chair. The Operational Supervisory Committee, they asked to broadcast them the live feed. So we shut it down, saying there is a severe issue. Oh, they're acting how they're supposed to, huh? Stephen sighed. Or do they want to save some people? The second. They wanted names, more importantly, names of politicians. Thomas said as he finished his coffee. And what did you say to them? In short and well-mannered, I said they have no right to see the footage as it is a covert joint mission with the agencies, and we are only answering to Linda and the president himself. So you told them to fuck themselves? Stephen laughed. Yeah, but our lovely technician is working on to broadcast the live feed to us only, right? Thomas asked, looking to the side. Actually, we're already done, sir. The technician said as he typed something on his keyboard, and there it was, the live feed came back, and with it, a surprise, to say the least. The moment it came back was the moment Linda too stepped back into the room, looking like she had a hangover, her hair a mess, her makeup ruined, and her whole look being like a zombie and nothing else. And at the same time, the live feed popped back from a drone view, and what they saw was surprising. God, is that Times convoy? Stephen asked as he stood up, just unable to believe what he was seeing. Well, they did their job, didn't they? Thomas said as he looked at Linda, who just stood there with her mouth open, realizing that making up a reasonable report for what she was seeing would be a fuckery, and it would have been better if he had taken the pills. Much better. On the screen was the transportation minister's convoy burning, like the 5 cars literally blown up and burning, with 2 little birds on the road and 2 JLTVs parked on the side. But the most bizarre part about it was the bodies. There were at least 10 bodies on the side, just laying on the road dead while the light of the burning cars lit up the whole scene. It looked like something out of an action movie, though it was the reality. But there was one more surprise to it. Sir. The same technician spoke as he looked at Thomas. The person laying on the far right side got recognized by Atlas, and he. One of them. Thomas asked back. The Sinatra Cartel. Chapter 328. Is that Benjamin? Well, we knew some of the cartel members were working with government officials. Stephen said as he sighed. Not just that, but it's actually an ace card we can use, doesn't it? Thomas asked, looking at Linda, who was still a bit disoriented, though she already knew what to say. Yeah, we don't even need to lie about it, or make anything up. It's just going to work on our side. She looked at Thomas. One of the government officials with a cartel member, the public is going to cheer us, and the whole operation will have meaning to them, not just a senseless murder. At least this one. She paused, realizing that even if it worked in their favor, a child and a wife, and who knows how many already died during this operation, they had only seen one body camera. Well, We can frame this to everybody else. Thomas already thought about it as he spoke. Like we can say the Sinatra cartel infiltrated the government officials, and with that they could get their hands on secret information or something like this, and people will not ask more about it. They will just want every one of them dead or behind bars. That's not good though. Stephen spoke again. What picture does it paint to the civilians, to the public, even to other countries? He asked as he shook his head. Is our government so fragile that a cartel could so easily infect it, break it apart, and so on? Silence followed as they all thought about it, and it was pretty true. It just put them in a bad position. All the relations with other countries, the trade position, everything would be shaken by this, that a government official made a deal with the cartel. Though there was one thing about it, everybody already knew it. It works for us too, Linda said as she finally sat down, still a bit disoriented. Everybody, all of our allies, trade partners, political partners, they all knew for a long time that our government is a pile of shit. It was actually a joke. But now, with this, she looked up, her tone more serious. Everybody will get a new understanding that we're stepping up. And with that, we put ourselves in a new position, opening new doors, new opportunities. Stephen looked at her for a moment, then sighed. You think that's how they'll see it? That we're cleaning things up, not falling apart? Linda nodded slowly. It depends on how we move next. If we show strength and continue with it, if we act like this was part of a bigger plan, people will believe it. Or they'll think we're desperate. Thomas joined in. That we finally realized the rot's gone too deep, and now we're just cutting off the infected parts before it spreads. That's not far from the truth either, Stephen said. But the thing is, it has already spread through decades. The corruption, the deals, the silence, it's been here longer than any of us have served. And with this operation, with the national emergency, we're finally showing will. That was our plan from the beginning, to show our will to change, to stop the rot from spreading any further. And second, he paused for a moment, looking around the table. Everything we're doing now, all the sacrifices, all the risks, they're going to reward one person. Our president, Linda whispered. Everyone in the room knew it. Even if they were the face of the national emergency, even if they were the ones carrying the burden, the blood, and the blame, the one person who declared it, who had the power to make it official, was the president himself. And no matter how many thousands of men worked behind the scenes, no matter how many operations succeeded or failed, the glory would still go to him. No one else. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, maybe it was exactly what they needed. The success would strengthen political power both nationally and internationally. It would make their government look firm, decisive, something people could believe in again. It would give new opportunities for rebuilding what had been lost in the chaos. Though we didn't think about one important thing. Stephen mumbled a bit as he looked at Linda. There are a lot of politicians on the list, and a lot of them have already died. But who's going to step into their positions? Yeah, well, that was something they really didn't think about. All of their focus and concentration went into planning the operations, making sure everything worked perfectly. They didn't even stop to think for a moment about what kind of power vacuum it would create, killing this many government officials. In short, it could collapse the whole system. Sure, losing 1 or 2 ministers doesn't really change much, but 10, 15, 20, that's something else entirely. That can create real chaos because it's not just about the people themselves. It's about the roles they hold, the ministries they run, and the influence tied to them. Each one wasn't just a person. They were part of an entire network, a structure that kept the system balanced, corrupt or not. It was clear that none of them worked alone. Every minister had people behind them, assistants, advisors, secretaries, all part of the same rotten machinery. When one fell, the whole ministry trembled with him. That's why the Anti-Corruption Agency, which was basically a mix of NSBI, ISB, and IF agents, was raiding the ministries, breaking through offices, and getting their hands on every document, every assistant, every secretary, to interrogate them and find out who else was involved. This whole operation was truly on another level, something they had never seen before. It's not our job to appoint new ministers, Linda said as she closed her eyes for a bit, trying to relax in the middle of the bullshit. It's a national emergency, and the president can appoint people without any vote or confirmation from anybody else. So we just hunt while the political moves are being done in the office. True, We just hunt them down if it's necessary. Thomas said as he looked back at the screen where the raid was still ongoing, and for a second, he saw something very interesting. Was that Benjamin? He asked, kinda shocked and confused. Why the fuck is he on the screen? As Linda heard it, she immediately jumped from her seat, looking at the screen, and when the technician switched to that body camera, yeah, it was him, smiling with a cigar in his mouth. Chapter 329, Dried Meat. What the fuck is he doing there? Linda raised her voice, getting more and more stressed about him. And of course she was. A director never goes into battle head-on. If he dies, that's going to be a whole other catastrophe. But the good thing was that Benjamin was smart enough not to go to a level 1 threat. No. The body cameras were on the elite agents who went to level 1 threats. But in the meantime, Benjamin was smart enough to get some of those agents around him to protect himself and Sophia. So they were dealing with level 3 threats, using those agents as bodyguards. And as the technicians explained it to Linda, she immediately got fed up with Benjamin's bullshit. Though, it was a whole surprise to Stephen and Thomas to see her kind of worried for him, and honestly, it was almost heartwarming considering the situation. Though they both knew she only cared because if he truly died, that would be another pile of bullshit they'd all have to deal with. "We're done, sir," one of the agents said as he stepped up to Benjamin. "Good. Then should we go in, Sophia?" he asked, looking at her with a smile, the cigar still between his fingers, and that was the moment Sophia truly knew that Benjamin was just like Hector and Ferrucci, or maybe even worse than them. Because when the raid team went into the house, there weren't any shots, only flashbangs exploding, and when they went in she immediately understood why. "So they're on the list, yeah?" Benjamin asked again as he looked down at the 5 men handcuffed and kneeling on the ground. Sophia just nodded to it as yeah, they were indeed the ones from the files, one of the gangs that worked with the cartel, and they truly looked like raging bulls. They looked up at her with hatred in their eyes. It was pure rage. Their eyes were filled with hatred, fury, and the will to kill her and everyone around her. "Good. Did we find anything?" Benjamin asked again, turning to one of the agents. "Yes, sir. Weapons, fully automatic ones with drum magazines. We found ammo, radios, and drugs wrapped in the same material the cartel uses." "How sad it is, huh?" Benjamin said, looking at the men one last time, and threw his cigar at one of them. "Gasper," he called the agents. "We're done here." Sophia flinched at the sudden gunshot, and with it came something special again, fear. She froze, standing just a few meters away, her eyes wide as the wall beside her suddenly turned red. It was gruesome, just brutal. The agent, Gasper, fired a point-blank shot at one of the men with a shotgun. The man's head was ripped apart, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, on the man next to him, on the agents, even on Sophia. Drops of blood and who knows what landed on her chest plate and helmet, even her face. And it didn't stop. The agent pumped the shotgun again and fired, again and again, but he waited between every pull of the trigger, just long enough to make sure the next man saw what was coming, saw what happened to the one before him. He wanted them to understand the kind of death waiting for them, a death so violent that their parents wouldn't even be able to recognize them. But what was more horrifying wasn't the shooting, or the blood, or the way the brains and bones splattered across the floor. What was truly terrifying was Benjamin himself. While it all happened, while those men were being executed right in front of him, Benjamin calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of dried meat. And he started eating. He chewed slowly, staring directly at the men as they were shot one by one. He didn't flinch when blood sprayed across his face, didn't blink when another skull burst open in front of him. For Sophia, that moment would never fade. It was burned into her mind. The sound, the smell, the sight of Benjamin standing there, covered in blood and chewing calmly, as if it was all normal. That was the moment she knew she would never forget, the fear that suddenly returned and settled deep inside her again. Benjamin, without saying a word, just standing there, eating calmly, and enjoying the horror happening in front of him. The way he looked at it, the small smile on his face, the relaxed way he chewed, it all made her skin crawl. It all made her feel fear. She understood something very clearly at that moment. Someone like him, who had an entire agency behind him, people who were loyal, people who would kill without hesitation, was not someone to ever cross. Messing with him would be the worst mistake she could make. Because if Benjamin ever turned against her, she knew what he was capable of. In just one day, maybe even a few hours, he could destroy everything and everyone in his way. He had the power, the men, and the will to do it. And yet, what scared her even more was how normal he looked afterward, as if nothing had happened. She almost started to pray, thanking God or whoever she believed in that. Up until this point, this man who had the biggest agency at his command never stepped up to her, never started a war with her, because she knew if a war had broken out, he would have fucking wiped her whole existence, everything. Maybe it was not even God she needed to thank for that, but James, because after all, there was a little piece of information she didn't know. A small detail that would have changed her whole attitude toward Benjamin and the way she saw his entire personality. Something hidden, something no one ever told her, and if she had known it, she might have understood why Benjamin was the way he was. And maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't have feared him in the same way. That little piece of information was that this old man acting like a teenager, trying to fit in, and meanwhile being this fucking monster, is actually a Bellini. Benjamin Bellini. Chapter 330. The worst. It was once again James who fucked up, as he didn't say a single word about Benjamin. To the people who know James and understand the family, who truly know the kind of power and influence he holds, the Bellini name is not just a title. It is both a curse and a promise, one that binds those who carry it for life. With that from James's point of view, it was understandable why he didn't say anything about the NSBI director being a family member. And maybe the second reason Sophia will never know the truth is because of her personality. She is too emotional, too easily moved by loyalty and admiration. If she ever finds out that Benjamin is a Bellini, she will break down. She won't take it lightly. Her trust in James runs too deep, almost blind. She respects him, follows him, and sometimes even fears him, the same way she looks up to Hector and the others. If she ever learns the truth, her world will fall apart because the Bellini name isn't something you can earn through hard work or loyalty alone. It's not a reward or a symbol of status. It's not given to just anyone. It's given to those who carry something deeper inside, something that can't be seen or measured. In reality, there's nothing special or logical about the way James chooses the people who will carry his name. He doesn't pick them for loyalty, trust, or skill. He simply feels something when he meets them, a connection that can't be explained or put into words. It's like a quiet voice inside him telling him this one belongs. It's not love, not trust, not even respect. It's something else, something he can't name, something he doesn't want to understand. Because maybe deep down, he knows that the moment he gives someone the Bellini name, he's giving them a piece of himself. And that's not something you can ever take back. And Benjamin is one of them, maybe the last one, or maybe he is the first one who is actually a director. Only James knows, but one thing is for sure. Sophia just got more taste of Benjamin and what he represents. They deserved it. Benjamin spoke as he watched them a little longer, the blow of heads, the open skulls, and still eating that fucking dried meat. Now let's put them in a row, place the drugs and weapons in front of them, and snap a picture for the public. Would it be too much for them? Gasper, the same agent who shot them, asked as blood dropped from his whole body, and who knows what part of their heads, maybe some brain, eyeball, who knows. I mean, some people can't handle something like this. He glanced at Sophia, who was still a little surprised and pale. Do it, but tell them to censor their heads. Only show the lower body and the tattoo on their hands. Benjamin explained to him, and finally looked at Sophia. You good? Was it too much? She didn't say anything at first. Her eyes stayed on them, still silent. The rage on their faces faded into nothing, leaving only the red stains on the back wall. No, it just happened suddenly. It wasn't that she couldn't handle it. She had seen worse, but it had happened too fast, even for her. They were executed right there, without hesitation. They could have been shot in the leg or the chest. But no, their heads were blown off. That part didn't bother her, but what stayed with her again was how brutal the agency is and how raw they are, and thinking back to the fight she had with the NSBI. What would have happened if it had been Benjamin who led them back then? Well, it was an easy answer. She would be fucking dead. Then let's go to our next one, Benjamin said as he slapped her shoulder, and they left, but one thing didn't leave. The blood and its smell that just stayed up in her nose, on her vest, on everything. Though it wasn't just Sophia herself who was kind of shocked by the sudden execution. So, that is the real Benjamin, huh? Thomas said as a smile crept upon his face, though it quickly disappeared as he heard it once again. Linda, in the background, was vomiting into a bin as the body cam showed everything in the best quality possible. I knew his past was hidden for a reason. Thomas continued as he shook his head. Hidden? Stephen immediately asked as he heard the word. Yeah, even I can't access it. Only Linda and the president. The only thing I know is that he was a field agent, then a commander, and went up the ladder. But his mission and everything else is hidden, his past, everything. Thomas explained to Stephen, and it was truly something else. Because if Thomas himself can't access his report, then Benjamin is truly something else or something has happened. It's hidden because he was a fucking psychopath and still is. Linda finally spoke as she got out of the bin, wiping off her face and looking worse than a zombie. Well, we're all insane. Stephen laughed, like he didn't even care about the situation they were in or what they had just seen play out in front of them. No. Linda suddenly, just like the shot, raised her voice and eyed Stephen in a way that was threatening, or like radiating something that was terrifying. The eyes of her were filled with certainty and something darker. If he goes insane, then he's worse than all of us. Silence, as Thomas and Stephen glanced at each other, then back to her. What? Thomas asked. He's worse than both of you. He's worse than James, worse than Hector or Ferrucci. She wiped her mouth again. That's why his past is hidden. I saw it all. I read it all. Her eyes looked even darker. That's why he was chosen by the president to be the director. Chapter 331. Let me hear your screams. Once again, the silence followed as Linda said it in a way that was serious, that was certain, and with it came the understanding that Benjamin, the whole person, is the same as James. He's just playing every single day. Though they knew it, it didn't come as a big shock. It came as if they already knew he was playing too much, joking too much, and behaving like truly someone younger, speaking the slangs and so on. They knew that was a shield for him, just an act, and now with Linda's words, it all became true. Though thinking that he is worse than both of them, and plus James and Hector and Ferrucci, now that was on a whole other different level. Because they are in their own league, but now that Linda said it, it meant that Benjamin is just in a whole different league that is topping everybody. What has he done? Thomas asked, as he couldn't hold it in. Bad things. Linda simply said as she finally sat back down. But today is not about Benjamin, but the operation, and I don't want to fuck up, so keep your eyes on the screen. She said as she snapped back to her minister attitude, and that was strange too. Like if talking about the past of Benjamin was worse than everything else. Though only she and the president knew about that past and how terrifying it was. But in the present, there are clearly more insane people working out there, namely Hector and Ramirez, and of course Killian, who was, well, having too much fun, to say the least. He didn't knock out Xavier, nor did he drug him. The only thing he did was dress Xavier down to be naked. Killian was calm. There was no anger left inside him, no frustration, no fire of hate. Nah. He didn't need rage anymore, because his prey was already in front of him. How nice was that? Xavier was trying to speak, choking on his own breath, tears streaming down his face. He begged for his life over and over again, like if something was going to happen, like if Killian was going to hear his begs, but no. Oh no. Killian enjoyed it, the sound of it, the weakness in every word, the way fear turned his voice into something small and fragile. He loved how Xavier's voice broke, how it turned into sobs, how his body trembled. The tears, the panic, the desperate gasps, all of it fed something deep inside Killian that no one could ever understand. And what happened next was exactly what Xavier heard stories about. As Killian calmly set his phone down on a stand and was ready to record all of it, record how he plays, and record what Hector had ordered him to do, he surprisingly, slowly, and deliberately took off his jacket and folded it neatly on a nearby table. Then he slipped into a butcher's apron, tying it tightly around his waist, and all of it was already part of his play, to push that psychological terror into Xavier's head, and it worked. He just became more fragile, his voice more hoarse, begging and shouting as he saw the old leather apron darkened with bloodstains all over it. But the moment he knew he had failed was when Killian pulled a black ski mask over his face, followed by the chain gloves, once again, the ones that butchers use. And for the last thing he did before jumping into the fun was look to the right, where there was a broken mirror on the warehouse wall, and as he looked at it, The reflection staring back was no longer human. The long, messy hair, the bags under his eyes, the skin just cut full with scars, his eyes that had lost humanity long ago, and his whole sour soul surrounded not by something dark, but terrifying on its own. And then he began. "I can't touch your face, boy," he whispered, his voice full of excitement as he ran his gloved fingers along Xavier's jawline. "But I can touch everything else." A creepy smile formed beneath the mask, stretching wide enough for his unnaturally white teeth to show, just like Ferrucci's. And then came the first sound. The first step into what Killian liked to call the play. He crouched in front of Xavier, pliers in hand. Without warning, without giving the boy a second to prepare, he clamped down on one of Xavier's toenails and pulled. The sound of it was just incredibly terrifying and painful, just like Xavier's screams that followed it. But it wasn't over. Nah. Killian pulled again and again and again. He pulled without stopping. He pulled until he heard the right scream, the scream that came from deep down from the soul. But no, it wasn't those screams. Xavier's screams were not cause for excitement. Those were weak screams that were not fun. His body jerked, his veins popped out, his head turned red from the pain, but the screams weren't right. He wanted more. He wanted to taste that scream. "Let me hear it, Xavier," he whispered, and he did it. He switched to the scalpel and cut it open. He cut Xavier's ballsack open. And with that, the screams began again. But those screams were the ones that Killian exactly wanted to taste, to feel, to experience, the deep, soul-shattering screams. Sometimes, hell isn't a place beneath the earth. Sometimes, hell is a room, a chair, and a man who enjoys the sound of your pain. That's when you learn what real fear feels like. Not monsters or death, just a man who smiles when you scream. A man who was trained and accepted by none other than Ferrucci. Killian is a man who pledged his life to the family, a man who devoted his life to a person who understood him, and that person is now in a coma. That's when you truly experience fear, when someone like him lays his hand on you. Chapter 332, The Symphony of Screams. Xavier screamed the deep kind, the ones that came from his soul, and each one fed Killian like it gave him life. For Killian, it was more than just the sight or the sound. He could hear everything inside the scream, every emotion, every memory, every piece of regret. It was like music to him, a melody, and each note pulled him deeper into it. He could hear all the regret, the anger, the suffering, the despair, the fear. Every scream had meaning. He could feel it deep. Inside him, like every note of pain hit a part of his soul. Xavier's screams weren't just noise. They were confession, guilt, and pain mixed into one. And the worst of it, Xavier understood what he had done. He knew his life ended the moment he betrayed them. Maybe even the moment he joined the family. Because once you join, there's no turning back. But during the symphony of screams, Killian made a mistake. He lost control. He was too focused on the screaming, too lost in the noise to pull out the real emotion he wanted, the fear, the guilt, the despair, because it suddenly stopped. Xavier's body stopped shaking and his head limped back. He fainted. Who knows if it was because of the pain, the blood he lost, or if his mind just couldn't take it anymore. Maybe all of it. But that only made Killian angrier. He felt it rise inside him, frustration, anger, disappointment. He had gone too far and still hadn't gotten what he wanted as he stared at Xavier's face. He wanted to hear the screams again, to see the fear in his eyes, to smile at him while he suffered. But he didn't drug him up, and without it, he could do nothing to get him back up, to continue with the live torturing, which was a fuck up, a disaster, to say the least, a strange defeat. Oh, he sighed as he looked at Xavier and the pool of blood around him. He didn't move. He just breathed slowly, his whole face paling as blood poured beneath him as the table turned in an absurd and strange way. It was now Killian who felt desperate. He lost all will and all hope as he failed to do what they asked from him, what Hector asked from him, to skin him alive and put his face on like a mask. He failed the only thing Hector asked to do, and second, he failed the meaning of a torturer. The main goal with it is to cause unbearable pain while the victim is still alive, breathing, and feeling every bit of it. But Xavier was out. Fuck. A short, simple word as he realized all of it, that he failed the teachings of Ferrucci. How to cut deep, but not too deep, to not slice main veins, where to cut to make the worst experience possible, how and what substance to use to keep them alive, how to foreplay with your blade. He failed all of it. He failed the meaning of a torturer. And in that moment, something had snapped in his already shattered mind. So with his next move, without hesitation, he went up to Xavier's body, unchained him from the chair, and tossed him down on the concrete floor, and what followed next was something that came out of a straight horror movie as Killian grabbed an axe. But oh boy, not a simple axe. It was a firefighter axe, the infamous red one. And for a long moment he just stared at Xavier, body on the floor, while gripping the axe tighter and tighter, getting angrier with himself and with that little fucker. But then he did it, or more so, did it many times. He swung the axe high and wide, aiming straight at Xavier's left arm, at the shoulder, at the joint. As the axe connected with the shoulder, it immediately broke it, cutting into the flesh and bones. But it wasn't enough to cut his arm down with one swung, so Killian swung again, and again, and again. And then, it happened. Xavier's left fucking arm was cut down, blood spraying everywhere like a fucking fountain. But it didn't make him stop, because the anger once again took over him. Fuck you. He swung again, now at the right shoulder. You. One more swing. Now the axe went into the bone. Fucking. Another big swing. Bitch. He did it once again, and last. No left arm, no right arm. He cut both of them down with that axe, and it wasn't just because of the anger, though. No, it had a meaning to it. 2 arms cut down meant that the person was greedy, reaching too far for something he couldn't grab, though the meaning of it went away as soon as Killian once again, being like a bull, swung and struck the right leg of Xavier. He was butchering him up to pieces, blood spattering everywhere as he breathed faster and stiffer with every strike. He was repeating. He was doing the most to erase his fail, but then something stopped him mid-swing. A ringing phone, and the absurdity of the ringtone, which was a light violin play, and for some kind of reason he answered it. He picked up the phone while dripping in blood, while looking at the severed arms and legs in front of him. Yeah, this is Killian, he said as he did have the chance to look at the caller. Babe, where are you? The soft and innocent voice came through the phone, his wife. Oh, darling, I am still working. He answered without hesitation as he now stared at Xavier's dead eyes, just looking straight at him. You promised Layla that you would take her to the theater? She cried. You know. Now her voice turned to a colder one, a disappointment. Fuck. I'm sorry, babe. I totally forgot it. Well, it is her you need to apologize to, not me. And anyway, why are you working this late? An intern fucked up, so I needed to rework the whole thing, you know. He said as he still eyed Xavier's eyes. But I will be home shortly, okay? So go sleep, darling. How many times do they fuck up? She raised her voice. Why don't the company kick them out? You're working overtime for the 8th time this month alone. Yeah, she was angry about it, about something she didn't even truly know. They fuck up suddenly, darling. You know how it is, but don't worry, we're having a deep clean, so my schedule will be family-friendly. He said with joy in his voice. Joy that, well, was true as the cleaning was going on, a cleaning that meant nothing like what his wife thought of. Yeah, I hope so. Anyway, goodbye, and if you don't wake up next to me, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. She said and giggled at the end. I bet you do. Killian laughed too. Bye, darling, he said and put down the phone, and what followed was the true horror. The making of the mask. Chapter 333. The mask is done. As soon as he put down his personal phone, he went to the one that was recording and pointed it exactly at the head of Xavier, even zoomed in on it to have the perfect video, to have the perfect steps shown of how he was doing it. After that came the calmness and the preparation, as if nothing had happened. He carefully put down his apron, folding it even though it was dripping with blood, and then he pulled out a briefcase. The type of briefcase that businessmen go around full of documents and other stuff, but his was full of so-called instruments. As he opened it, the dim light in the warehouse literally reflected on the silver operation equipment, scalpels, blades, little saws, and so on. It was full of what surgeons usually use, and maybe the most absurd thing about it was that it had his name on it, which meant it was handcrafted just for him. It meant only one thing, that he was literally one with his equipment, and the one who taught him that was none other than Ferrucci himself. Become one with the equipment you use. That's how you can be the best at your job. What a good and emotional saying it was for a torturer. But maybe the worst and most brutal thing about it was that he knew how to begin. He knew how to skin him in a way to make it look like a mask, to literally pull it over his head. What a fucking terrifying thing that is. But before he even started the whole operation on Xavier's head, he did something that Ferrucci did every time he put on music on his phone. Music that was just like Ferrucci's taste. To make a masterpiece, you need to listen to a masterpiece of its own. So he put on violin play from one of the best violinists. Then he put on fine white cotton gloves, picked up his shining silver special tool with his name engraved in it, and began. He made fine cuts around Xavier's head, not too deep, just enough to be able to literally pull the skin from the bones and muscles. He made it all the way around his head, then started to apply pressure and pull it off, detach the skin from the bones, and it was just indescribable with words. He was too good with it, like someone who had mastered it long ago. Like if he had been a surgeon once. But no, everything he knew came from Ferrucci and whatever source he could find, books, studies, or even from the mistakes of others in Ferrucci Group. He learned how to make the cuts, where exactly to cut, how deep the blade should go, and how much force to use so the skin would open cleanly, not tear. He studied every move, every tiny detail, until it became natural to him. He didn't rush nor hesitate. The silence around him was broken only by the sound of metal scraping or flesh shifting of the skull and bones. It was like an artist watching his own creation come to life. The smell, the sight, none of it bothered him. It had become part of him, a comfort in a world that had already taken everything. Elseway, some might call it psychosis, others would call it a split mind, but for him, it was simply peace. The knife silenced, and the whole being of him as a torturer, the noise in his head, the memories of his past. It made him feel in control again, even if the whole scene was the very meaning of brutality, the true face of evil. A man who no longer cared about what was right or wrong, who didn't even think what he was doing was bad. He was already too far gone, lost in his own darkness. But in that darkness, he had found purpose. Inside that black hole of his mind, he had found something to hold on to, the brutality. He found use for his hands, his thoughts, his pain. In that darkness, he wasn't weak anymore. He wasn't lost. There wasn't his father abusing him. He was free from the same shadows that once scared him, now obeyed him. No, he became one with it. And that was what made him truly terrifying. Not the knife, not the blood, but the calmness in his eyes while doing it. Finally, he said as a smile spread on his face, the kind of smile you make when you get excited about something, like when you receive a gift or hear good news. But for him, it meant that he was done. He did it, and as he stood up, it was in his hands. The face of Xavier, the mask he made with precision, and the only thing remaining in that terror was to wear it like a trophy. But before that, he needed to do one important thing. At least it was important to him to put everything back in its place, to tidy up. He put aside the skin of Xavier and started to clean his instruments, putting them back in the briefcase, then putting them away. Then came the last thing, to make the scene for the video. Yeah, his fucking mind thought about it. To make an intro and to make it look good, he made sure the background was the best. So he picked up the chopped up parts of Xavier and put them in the background, as well as his whole body. He placed them in a way that showed they were chopped down, and when he was done, he started a new video, put on Xavier's face, and started the filming. Him walking into the frame, with the axe in his hand, looking in a creepy way into the camera, and then turning towards Xavier's body, and, with an overhead swing, he chopped right into Xavier's skinned skull. The sound of it as the skull cracked, the blood splashing out, and as he pulled it out, it was all just not real, like a fucking fiction. But all of it was really too real, and it just became more and more real as Killian, once again with stopping, started butchering, chopping up every part of Xavier's remaining body. Then he suddenly stopped. Literally everything was covered in blood. It looked like a slaughterhouse, and that was his exact goal, to cover everything in blood, to have the perfect scene, and he achieved it. And with it he delivered the final message. In a creepy way, he turned around and pointed the axe straight at the camera, sending a clear message to everyone who would see it. And one thing is for sure, the message will be delivered, torn into everyone who will watch it. Chapter 334. Joke, joke, joke. I'm disappointed. Hector's voice echoed through the warehouse and was heard by everyone who was kneeling before him. All the people that Xavier listed, all of them, and it was thanks to the fact that they are dumb fucks. Not even one of them thought about running away or having an escape plan. They just worked like they didn't even rob the family, like everything was fine, all good. Why the fuck do y'all need to be this dumb? None spoke a word. They were just looking at him with eyes that didn't really feel guilt about what they had done. They used the tactic to hide in plain sight. Ramirez said as he giggled a bit about it because it worked. They were hiding in plain sight. Though, if y'all wanted to rebel, why didn't you do it faster? We need to deal with y'all. We have bigger problems too. He continued, breaking his usually calm demeanor, but it was because of the absurd and stupid of it all. Like there are literally books, movies, documentaries about how the biggest families fell in history. It's literally written down how to do it, how to end a family. Yeah, it can maybe take years, but what they did is just simply dumb. Boss. Another voice came from behind them. 40 assault rifles with dozens of magazines, some vests and communication devices missing from their warehouses. It should have. Silence following it, but rather it was Hector and Razor laughing like they enjoyed it. It was a good joke because it put them from stupid to retard category. I really need an explanation of what the fuck is happening or happened with y'all, because when we caught Xavier I was worried, very stressed and frustrated. I was blinded by anger and rage, but now, he smiled. I feel like I'm being pranked by idiots. No. Ramirez looked at Hector. They are retards. Another laugh from both of them as they realized that it was truly like a joke. They thought it's something that was going to change the family forever, maybe break out a war, but it's literally the worst attempt of any kind of rebellion. What felt like a dangerous faction inside of a family suddenly changed into something that's not even a threat to think about. Because all of these men and women kneeling on the ground are idiots who would have been caught in no time. Or even if they would have started a war or something, they would have been killed in less than half an hour. There is not a single big name between them. All of the warehouse workers who didn't even hold guns in their life, and they stole assault rifles. And that's why it was the disappointment of Hector. He wanted so badly to see somebody capable of making a little coup in the family. He wanted to see somebody with passion, with big plans, and wanted somebody who could try it. He wanted to see him and chop, skin, and behead that person and in the end put his body all over the fucking city. But rather seeing that, he sees a big joke. Poor Xavier. Hector whispered, and well, Xavier was the only one that got the worst treatment. Why you killed him, right? A woman's voice suddenly came, and as Hector looked at her, she had the will to kill in her eyes, and had that hatred in them. Oh, what a demon you are. He smiled as he stepped close, looking down on her. I didn't kill him though, why would I? Because that's all y'all can do. She shouted and spat one straight at Hector, and it was the kind of spit that went everywhere, on Hector's clothes, hand, and a bit to his face. I like her. Ramirez laughed again, and she immediately looked at him. I like that you try so hard to act fearless, but sadly you just killed somebody. What do? Cut that mustache man's throat. Ramirez said as he pointed his finger to one of the men kneeling on the far side. What? No. She started screaming at them and even tried to fight against the cuff on her leg and arms, but it didn't work, and second she knew that her screams didn't touch them. They are like the black void, a black hole that destroys everything in its way. Ear to ear, or just a small and more suffering one? The man asked back, who happened to be another student of the great Ferrucci. T-hats all you can do. Why you fuckers are the worst. She was still screaming at them while the others just closed their eyes, some even cried, but still they didn't listen to her. It's your call, Ramirez. Hector said as he was enjoying her screams. We are happy, aren't we? He looked at Hector, who nodded to it. Then do a smile. Smile? Jimmy asked as he grabbed the man's hair, pulling back his head. Yeah, smiling. Ramirez said as he pointed to his throat and drew a smile, which was basically the ear-to-ear cut. Oh, smile? I never thought of it that way. It's actually quite a good name for it. Jimmy said, and didn't wait for one more second, didn't wait for the woman to scream again. He put the knife to the left side of the man's throat and cut, pulling the line and drawing a smile while pulling the man's head back. Seconds. It only took seconds to die as the artery was hit and blood gushed out of his throat. And that was just too much, like almost impossible to imagine that amount of blood pouring everywhere on the ground, spraying, gushing everywhere. But as brutal as it was, it ended quick and his body fell into his own pool of blood. And oh, be happy it ended quickly and without pain. Ramirez said as he looked back at her face and noticed it. It was her first time. She was totally blocked down by the sheer amount of blood and the brutality of it. It was her first time seeing it in person this close, smelling and understanding it is over. Yeah, it was a quick death, not like Xavier's one. Xavier, what happened to him? Another man spoke who was clever enough to close his eyes, but dumb enough to ask the question. If everything went well, though I doubt it did, considering he was handed over to an emotionally unstable sociopath, then he was probably tortured a bit and then butchered into pieces. As soon as Hector finished speaking, they all imagined it, and almost every single one of them started vomiting. It was an absurd scene, all of them kneeling, throwing up, emotionally shattered, and at the same time realizing that their own fate could have been far worse. But in truth, they had hit the jackpot, because this whole thing was a joke, and because of it Hector's anger and rage disappeared. There was nothing satisfying about killing them in some complicated way anymore. Anyway, miss, since you are so intimidating and powerful, you're going to talk in the name of everybody. Hector said, still calm like nothing had happened, but a shit lot happened. Vomit and blood mixed into that indescribable smell, while they all knew they were going to die. It kinda drew down the morale. But thank God for her, because from the beginning Ramirez and Hector knew that she was the one that had the higher rank among them. She looked different, she had a different demeanor, and she was the only one that fought back, and while the only one that still had that something in her eyes. It was her first time seeing a brutal execution, that much blood, and just hearing that one of his fingers was tortured and butchered up. But even after that she looked intimidating, or at least tried to be. Talk, miss, before Jimmy starts cutting throats. Chapter 335, Cute. Hector threat that Jimmy would start cutting throats if she didn't speak. Didn't really understand because she was still vomiting. She was still out of her little world as she realized that they truly had fucked up with all of this, and now the butcher came to them to collect the debt of them, which is their life. Second, she knew too very well, as everybody, that even if she spoke they were going to kill all of them, so talking anything about their plan and business would mean nothing, just death. But that's what Hector was genius about. He didn't threaten her directly, but at the same time he did. He planted that seed in her mind, the idea that if she didn't speak, her little friends who were ready to attack the family one by one would die in the most brutal way possible, and she would have to watch all of it. She would see the blade cutting their throat, and with it the blood gushing out. She would see their bodies falling into their own blood, and worst of all, she would feel the guilt about it, because it was clear to Hector, to Ramirez, to everybody in the room that she was one of the very clever persons who planned all of it. And what made it even worse was Hector's attitude and demeanor. He didn't raise his voice, he didn't move closer, he didn't even look angry, no Ramirez. His calm tone, that fucking smile on his face, made everything much worse and put her into the position of being the one who decides everybody's life in the warehouse. Hector wanted her to imagine it, to picture every horrible moment, and she did. She pictured their faces, their screams, their blood, and their families waiting for them home, where they will never go home, or maybe they will too would end in the dirt chopped up for the sins their loved ones committed. Yeah, Hector didn't need to threaten her. He just made her believe the nightmare was already waiting behind the door, ready to step in the moment she chose silence. So do you want to talk, or should we start? Talk. She interrupted him as she looked up still with those eyes of a demon, of somebody who knew she lost everything and the only thing waiting for her is death. Not a simple one, but one where they want her to speak, to betray those who she believed in, to betray herself too, but she knew she needed to talk. Good, Hector said as he clapped his hands together. Then can you tell me what the fuck is this? Because I do not understand it. I wanted to believe it, that a war is upon us started by our own, but looking at y'all is everything but a war. It is something laughable. Hector was right. At least he was right with his own belief. He almost got killed by the cartel, and then all of it came back to the family, to Xavier. And from him, it looked like there are rats in the family that are powerful and ready to truly shake up everything. But it all collapsed the moment they talked with Xavier. This whole master plan and initial war just lost its meaning with him, because he folded the moment he saw Hector and Ramirez and moreover realized what was going to happen to him, and just talked it out, snitched everybody. And there is no fun in that. There is no fun hunting them where they don't even can run, can't even stand up for themselves. It is just a hunt that has already been over with only one thing that needs to be answered. What is this? What did they want to accomplish with it? What was their plan? And the key to it was her. Hope, she said as she still held eye contact with Hector. Hope? Now Ramirez asked back. What hope? Silence. For a minute or so she didn't say anything, just closed her eyes knowing that is the moment to maybe somehow influence them, or just to tell the real truth she feels. In the beginning, it was hope. We all came because of it. That was James' goal. He gave us hope. She continued, he gives us hope, gives us work and a life to live without worrying about anything. Her smile died as she looked into Hector's eyes. And we believed in it like sheeps. What? Hector asked as he was confused, like he didn't understand what she meant by it. Because it was true, James indeed gave hope to everybody who joined the family. He granted them everything they needed to live a good life, and still does. He could find the connection. We all believed him. We knew what the job was. We all knew it was a mafia that supplies the country with drugs, that has its hand in everything. But she looked up at Hector. We noticed something. What would that be? Ramirez asked again. As to him, this all looked like bullshit, like if she is just lying, making bullshit up. That he's losing his mind, that innocent people like us, people who were supposed to give hope, are dying because of him. That he's turned into exactly what every other family becomes, a family obsessed with money, obsessed with profit, obsessed with keeping power, instead of giving hope, instead of being what it was meant to be. And you two know it as well. She let out a small laugh, shaking her head. You, Hector, the one closest to him. You've noticed it, haven't you? She looked deeper into his eyes. That he's changed? No, he's become unstable, become insane. He went from being a man who calculated every move, a man who stood for the people, to someone who turned against everything he originally fought for. How many innocent people have died? Another man joined in. The massacres in the city, the shooting at the restaurant, the numbers, does he know about it? Does he know that 23 innocents were killed and 4 children? Does he know that you personally ordered families to be wiped out to protect him? Hector, your men killed children and women, innocents who had no business in anything. You lied to him. This whole family for hope is a joke. The woman joined in, again, shaking her head. We thought we knew what it came with, but with Raphael's death, James stepped over the line of what is acceptable. He turned into something that is not for the people a long time ago. They say when belief breaks, a man changes, not suddenly but piece by piece. And as the weight of disappointment settles on his shoulders, he discovers that the person he becomes afterward is nothing like the one he spent time pretending to be. But what if that person doesn't care about it, doesn't care about what he has become, but does only one thing? He adapts to it? James Bellini, the Don of the Bellini family, lost himself a long time ago, and what he became from the broken pieces can be described with one word: greatness, with all of its darkness. He saved more than he ever killed for the family. He did more for the people than the government. He actually forced the government to take steps for their own citizens, and one thing is certain. Nobody is going to decide what is right or what is wrong for a man who holds a country in his palms. Oh, that was cute, Hector said, a curled smile forming on his face. But I didn't come here to listen to your emotional struggles. Jimmy, do it. Chapter 336, One by One. One word that could describe the whole situation in that warehouse was no. There was not even a word that could capture the horror that was happening. The horror as Jimmy pulled the man's head back and cut his throat. Then, like before, he let the blood pour out. No, it was spraying out as he cut the arteries, spraying into the ground like. And Jimmy didn't stop as he let the dead man fall into his own blood and then stepped behind the next person in line. Jimmy did the same thing again, grabbing this hair so hard their necks snapped back, and he dragged the blade across their throat and let the blood spray out. It was pure horror, and the smell of blood was so strong it burned in everyone's noses. They couldn't breathe anything else but the iron and blood, and it didn't just scare them. It pushed something into their minds, something that would never go away, showing them the truth, showing them what the family really was, what the family did to people, and what happened to anyone, absolutely anyone who dared to go against them. That horror didn't just scare them. It broke them. It broke their mind, their thoughts falling apart one by one as they watched this nightmare keep going with no sign of stopping. And this fear made some of them shake so badly they couldn't stand straight. while others just stared with empty eyes because their mind already gave up, already shut down, already left their body behind. Some people screamed, some couldn't scream at all, some fell to the ground whispering for help that would never come, and others simply froze, their mind gone, because what they saw was too much, too heavy, too real. And still Jimmy didn't stop, and as gruesome and horrifying as it was, it had something funny in it, funny in a terrifying way. They joined a family, some for hope, to build their future, some to finally have worth as a human, and some joined it just for the pure meaning of the mafia, to be ruthless, and they were not the last ones. All of them joined the family as if it was some fucking charity organization, like a place where you just walk in, sit down, and suddenly all your problems disappear, and it almost made you laugh how they acted, because they stood around with calm faces, thinking that just because they had suffered before, they now somehow deserved every good thing for free, and the family, of course, gave them exactly that: money, house, food, and protection so strong they believed no one could ever touch them again, and they took all of it without stopping, without thinking, without even asking themselves why a place like this would give all that without wanting something far, far bigger in return. And the truly funny part, they saw mountains of drugs stacked to the ceiling, yet they didn't move, didn't panic, didn't question a single thing, because in their head everything was still fine, everything was still normal, and they didn't stop to think that these things alone were enough to ruin their entire life forever if they got caught, even standing near them. Not one of them thought, maybe this is dangerous, or maybe I should leave, or even something small like, maybe this is too muckle, because their mind was too busy feeling safe, too busy enjoying the free comfort, too busy laughing and relaxing and believing that this strange, powerful world they stepped into was going to treat them kindly forever, when in reality the family wasn't a charity, wasn't a warm home, wasn't some friendly helping hand, but a world built on blood, on fear, on power, and on chains that lock tighter and tighter the longer you stay. Yet they kept telling themselves that everything was fine, that they were lucky, that they had finally found a place where people took care of them without asking anything back, and never, never for even 1 second did they think about the real cost. Never did they ask what the family truly was. Never did they look into the future, the danger waiting, the moment when all the free things, all the safety, all the comfort would turn around and show its true face. Greed? Maybe, because maybe that was the real truth behind all of it. That deep inside them, they didn't join because they wanted family or protection or some warm place to belong, but because they wanted more, always more, more than what life ever gave them, more than what they ever worked for, more than what they ever deserved. And the moment the family opened its doors and showed them easy money, they grabbed it without thinking twice, without asking a single question, because greed is telling you that you finally found a place where you will never have to struggle again, never have to worry again, never have to fight for anything again. Though in its own way, James's plan worked in a way he never even thought about. He wanted to become like that gangster everyone loved in his block, and he did become a kind of hope for many people. But those same people, the ones who realized that this was more than a family, that this was an organization that kills, that was the moment when he picked the right ones. It was obvious they couldn't let just anyone in, because when people realize what the family truly is, half of them will be the ones kneeling in front of Hector, and the other half will be the trusted ones, the people who know the truth and still stay. The news of how many people were executed for betraying the family will spread, people will flee, or the ones who truly belong to the family will understand that it protects those it builds upon. Anyone who stays loyal is safe, but anyone who steps out of line pays the price. That fear and respect will keep the rest in check without a single word needing to be spoken. Maria, Maria, would you like to speak the truth, or no? Hector asked and looked at her, but maybe, just maybe it was a bit too much. Like, it's one thing that Hector is not even fazed by the blood and seeing people getting executed, but it is another thing for a concept civilian seeing it and just trying to process it. She didn't scream, didn't vomit, didn't even move. She completely shut down. She wasn't moving, wasn't blinking, she was just staring ahead, with her eyes just weirdly open. It was simple. Her mind was trying to comprehend all of it. Trying to comprehend her friend being executed like animals. Trying to comprehend how bad she fucked up when she joined the family. Trying to realize that because of her, who actually gathered the people. Now they were all dying in a row in the worst way possible. Yeah, her mind was just trying to make sense, trying to process, but it wasn't capable of doing so. It just shut down. Her mind, her body, just shut down because it was better than understanding it. Chapter 337, and I think it is over, Ramirez said as he eyed Maria, who was like a statue. She didn't move an inch, not even blink, just kneeled there, and it reminded Ramirez of the same thing at war. When the young soldier froze down after a shelling, when they froze after they saw their friend, their comrade, ripped to shreds by a mortar round. She was exactly like them back then. Yeah, and what did we learn? Hector looked at Ramirez with that they didn't even fucking know what they signed up for. And when the reality came, their emotions took over. What the fuck is this? He laughed as he truly didn't understand it. How the fuck you join a mafia without knowing what a mafia does? Why the fuck do you join up when you know your morality will keep fucking with your mind every single time you see something bad? I mean money. Since James raised the salaries, a lot of people want to join, but they see some shit and dip, or more like they want to act like a hero. Ramirez pointed his finger at Maria. But heroes are not real. Indeed, heroes are not real, nor villains, at least not in a comic book sense. They don't have superpowers or anything like that, though there are heroes and villains in the world, and now that is happening. They thought they could be heroes who struck down the big bad villain called James Bellini, but quickly learned that he is on a level that can't be beaten down by ordinary people, by so-called self-claimed heroes who are operating on their emotion but don't know shit about the real world. They just live in their own bubble, in their own system, and that is fucked up too. Their own will to change something would have caused much more chaos than they could have even imagined. And it was not about James or his plans, but about the people in the family. Because there are lots of people working in warehouses, in the fields, who have never even killed once, but just truly want to make money, truly want to be at a place that gives them hope. But with this bullshit, they could have fucked up everything. Yeah, could have, because, well, they were caught. And second, Hector was running out of patience, or more like already ran out of patience. Well, I am truly disappointed by all of this. I thought it would maybe be something crucial. He looked at Ramirez. But it's nothing. Indeed, it is nothing, Ramirez said as he turned back, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Jimmy, kill all of them. When you're done, send a picture of their bodies, okay? I will, Jimmy said, and he didn't even wait for Hector and Ramirez to leave the warehouse. He did it straight away, and this time fast. He didn't give them a single second to cry or pass out, or just realize they were going to die. No, he just stood behind them and stabbed them in the neck one by one. And it was worse than cutting their throats, as Jimmy's knife sometimes went a bit off, which meant they didn't die immediately. By the sheer amount of blood, some of them had time, maybe a minute or less, to choke on their own blood, to slowly see their vision fade, and then just die. Especially Maria. With her, Jimmy did what he did for a reason. He stabbed her just precisely enough to make sure that death would be longer, more suffering. He wanted her to realize as the adrenaline took over her body. He wanted her to feel the feeling of bleeding out. It was gruesome and sad to see as her entire body twitched uncontrollably on the ground, as the blood was flowing everywhere, spreading out beneath her. But it did not last long. Her movement slowed, and finally her body froze, and she died. She died, and the last thing she saw through her blurry vision was none other than Jimmy, looking down at her twitching body, the blood, and just smiling at her as she was bleeding out. But she saw something else too. She saw the others in line on the ground. She was the last one that died, like a joke to see that it is all because of her, that this is what her end is, to see her friend, her comrade, dead. Oh my! Hector suddenly spit on the ground, and he had a kind of surprised face because he got a message from Killian. Now this is a message, he said as he turned the phone to Ramirez, and he too had a strange reaction. He started vomiting, or at least his body tried to, though nothing actually came out, but he couldn't control it at all. His whole body reacted to the pictures and videos, but his mind couldn't process what it was seeing. His body moved on its own, trying to vomit anything, something, just to escape the feeling. Like a fucking horror movie. Hector whispered as he spit once again and had that strange feeling in his stomach. He even got a bit nauseous by the pictures as he swiped through them. But the video was the worst of it. He saw so many things and did many things himself. Even Ramirez. But seeing how Killian butchered Xavier, and how he truly did what Hector ordered him to do was on another level, because he thought he would do it, but not in this way. Like how Ferrucci does it clean, and that's it. I'm not going to send this, that's for sure. Hector giggled as he spit once again. I've seen stuff, but this, Ramirez said as he finally stopped vomiting, or at least trying to vomit. This is the worst. Well, what Killian did worked, as even Hector and Ramirez got fucked up by it, but sending it to everybody would not be the best idea. But as a hidden weapon, as terror or manipulation, it would work good, that for sure, though they had to do a lot more, and they did so. After they finished killing more than 30 members of the family, they returned to the main house, where they made sure to send extra protection to the warehouse storing the drugs, and of course to Finn himself, who was in terrible condition, but not in any life-threatening danger. On the other hand, Jimmy did what he needed to do and got rid of the bodies, or at least started the process with some heavy industrial acid, while some of his men pressure-washed off the blood in the warehouse. Killian, well he for some kind of reason, didn't get rid of Xavier's body but threw his parts into a deep freezer, who knows why. Meanwhile, all of this happened. Sophia and Benjamin continued the raiding till the morning. They had killed many people, while Linda, Stephen, and Thomas watched it all through the body cameras and the drones. They went into the houses and killed. They went into the trap houses and killed, and kept killing people, though they actually captured 4 ministers alive, since those would be executed later after a public trial to show that real change was happening. But of course the news spread quickly, the social media, even the news were full of the so-called special operations, and everybody was talking about that. So the decision to strike the most important targets first was a good idea. And of course, the other half of the plan worked too. The moment word spread that ministers had also been arrested, their ministries went into chaos. Not just chaos. People working inside the ministries who were affiliated with the arrested ministers immediately started shredding files and destroying documents. But they were caught off guard when hundreds of agents swarmed in to seize everything. From midnight to the early hours of the morning, the biggest, most complicated and successful raid was done in the country's history. All while somebody else in another country with a different time zone was being prepared for a meeting. And that somebody was James himself. Chapter 338. The Magic Pills. Meanwhile, all the shit was happening in Hangern, while the city was exploding as the raids took place, while Hector, with a smile on his face, killed those who turned against the family. In Marassi, the things were different. James himself was extremely stressed, and of course he was, because all of the shit happened when he left the country behind to relax a bit, to unite with his family again. Hector got shot. Finn got shot. Family members fucking turned to rat, and enemies. It was just too much to handle, and it was visible. His breaths were deep ones, his eyes turned red, and he constantly just stared into the nothingness. Even Bella didn't push him when she came back, reuniting with him. He truly looked like a boss, who was on the verge of mentally just collapsing, and he had the reason for it. Everything happened too fast. Since Raphael and Hans's death, the business just boomed. He suddenly turned into the boss of the criminal underworld without even moving a fucking kilo of drug, and that was exactly what fucked him the most. From the beginning, he pretended to be a boss, and with the mentality that everything is happening. He had no hand in it. He just says yes or no, and that it goes with his way. He didn't even think more about that, because it wasn't him who did all of it. He tricked himself, but the trick was over when people started dying. Yeah, James could handle the lies, could handle that his people were killing and trafficking drugs, but he couldn't handle the main thing, the deaths. He couldn't handle Raphael and Hans's deaths, and that was the moment everything came crashing down. The moment when he stopped pretending and did what he did and will do what needs to be done. But all of this truly came with mental instability and struggles. He can't think straight, can't sleep well, and he decided to not take his pain pills because at least pain was real. He was truly on the verge of maybe going crazy. So his mother Erica did what she thought was best. She spiked his tea. And within 5 minutes the James who was stressing on everything, who ordered the death of many, fell to sleep. Yeah, she spiked her son with the same sleeping pills she thought of maybe overdosing on. To not feel anymore. To not be hurt by the reality anymore. Just sleep and sleep in eternal darkness, where is no pain. Just sleep and be peaceful. She thought about it a lot of times. but couldn't do it, couldn't leave her last remaining child behind because she knew that if she did, James would just lose his mind. He would just think it all because of him and would truly become somebody who not even remotely once was her son. So with that, James slept through everything that was happening back at home, but at least he slept well for several reasons. 1. The pill totally knocked him out as her mother decided to use 2 rather than the basic 1 dose. And second, he had a little human cuddling on him while sleeping, giving him the warmth that he needed the most. And that was Charlotte, of course, who didn't leave even for a second. She was there with James, listening to him snoring like a fucking engine. But even Erica was there, and they slept like a family, within each other's comfort, within each other's love, while Bella, Mike, and Orion kept up with what was happening back at home. But when they got the news that Finn is in stable condition and nobody else was injured or killed, all of them went to sleep too. In a long fucking time. They had peace. All of them slept in the biggest comfort without a thought about being assassinated, being kidnapped. They just slept without a single thought about their reality. Though that comfortable dream world came to an end when James finally woke up. He sighed as he woke up and felt like he got hit by a fucking truck or something. Well, the pills truly knocked him out. You slept well. Mike's voice came from the side with a little laugh at the end, and when James looked at him, he got more confused. Mike was sitting on the couch with his fingers all painted in different colors. What happened? James asked as he finally sat up, cracking his neck and just being totally disoriented. Nothing, you just slept well. Mike answered, still smiling. Yeah, but I feel like I got beaten up. James said as he touched his upper body. Like somebody hit me on my rib cage. Oh, that was Charlotte. She slept next to you. Mike said as he witnessed at night Charlotte being possessed by something and kicking and punching in her dream, and of course the target was James himself, who didn't even react to it being under the sleep pill magic. Though I was about to wake you up as we only have an hour for the meeting. Meeting? He asked back as he still was just checking his body, and he had even marks on him, like he truly got beaten the shit up in his dream. Yeah, Darvik said it would be better today than tomorrow because he has something, so I scheduled it for 7. It's 7 in the morning? James asked again, though he quickly realized something wasn't right. Mike's nails were painted, and it was impossible that Charlotte woke up that early, and second, outside. It looked like the sun was setting. It's afternoon, James, you slept the whole day through. Mike answered him, and it was the exact reaction he thought James would do. He just looked at him with his eyes squinted, his head slightly tilted to the right, and his mouth open. In short, disbelief. What the fuck? But do not worry, James. Mike continued as he knew pretty much that James's thought would immediately go to what happened yesterday. Everything is fine. Hector alive and well. He did what you ordered him to do. Finn is stable and up, and everybody is smooth. Yeah, well, as Mike said, James' heartbeat jumped the fuck up, waking his body up. How many? So far, Hector found 45 and dealt with them, and out of that number, none of them had high roles in the family. Every single one of them were warehouse workers. Mike said, and it was true as Hector didn't go to sleep. Nah, he went more and killed everybody who even looked like they could be a rat or turn against them. That's how the number jumped up. That's a lot. James answered him as he started visibly getting stressed. But at least we caught them early, Mike said, trying to calm the situation a bit. And well, there is another big piece of news. News? Yeah, every single news in the whole Union is about this one, maybe the whole world. Mike said as he turned on the TV, and he was right. Authorities report that more than 160 organized crime-affiliated individuals were killed during the coordinated special operation raid. In addition to this, 6 high-ranking government officials were arrested, and 7 others, also tied to organized crime and corruption, were killed during the operation. Officials emphasized that these figures remain unconfirmed and could rise as the investigation continues. Earlier today, the president addressed the nation, calling the operation the most successful step to finally live in peace. His statement was celebrated across much of the country. However, the Union has strongly condemned the brutality of the raid, noting that at least 20 innocent lives were lost. They are demanding further answers and accountability from the administration. I slept through all of this. Yeah. Oh well, what the fuck? Chapter 339. The Man Who Rules It All. To be true, James didn't understand anything, because everything happened so fast. Like, how the fuck did he even fall asleep? He usually woke up every half hour because of the nightmares. There were times he couldn't sleep at all, but now, out of nowhere, Mike said he slept through the whole fucking day, and not just that, but after seeing the news, he just couldn't understand shit. He was confused as fuck. Though Darvik in fact told him that something is going to happen, but didn't say anything specific about it. But now everything was in front of him. People had died, his enemies had died, and with that, everything once again fell into his hands. Like hundreds died, ministers were arrested, which meant that the power of the underworld wasn't just unbalanced, but now there was no competition at all. There wasn't even a chance that somebody would take over the market. There wasn't even a chance that somebody would try it. Because what the agencies did was the exact thing he needed the most: to clear the path and let him walk. So they mowed down everybody who they knew about? James asked as he closed his eyes to think more about it. Yeah, but Sophia actually provided her information, Mike answered, and for a moment James still kept his eyes closed, but then he suddenly stood up and just smiled out of nowhere. What you were saying to me is that Sophia provided the information, which means all the deaths are those who were against us? He asked as he still grinned, though it wasn't because he was happy or excited, but more like it was a stress reaction to just understanding the gravity of the situation. Exactly, James. Mike answered him as she stood up too. But of course the agencies had their own targets too, and the death toll is going to go up to at least 300 or even more. They killed everybody on Sophia's list, which technically means we have no competition. James whispered. We are now in total control of the capital city, a complete monopoly. The trafficking routes, they're ours too. Every single one of them, Mike said as he stepped closer to James and placed his hand on his shoulders while looking into his eyes. Now you are truly the Dawn, the Kingpin, the Lord. In that moment, as those words left Mike's mouth, something washed over James's body, something that didn't fit the moment at all. It wasn't satisfying. It wasn't exciting. It wasn't the rush of victory, nor the arrogance of power. It was a strange calmness that spread through him. Not pride, not joy. More like his heart had finally stepped into a role it had long rehearsed, long expected, long known would one day come, yet still didn't know how to feel about. The crown was his, yes, but the feeling that came with it was something entirely different. And when his tears started to roll like a waterfall, he finally understood what that feeling was. It was the feeling of how much all of this had taken from him. To live in peace, he had given up many things, pieces of himself, people he cared about, dreams he once held tightly. To reach the moment when everything finally rested in his palm, when life whispered that he had won, it took so much more from him than he ever imagined. And in this moment, when everything is in his hand, when he could say anything, could smile, could be happy, could be excited about it, the only thing echoing inside him is how much he lost to finally get everything. How much was stripped away from him just to finally stand here and call it peace. He could not celebrate, because even as life offered him everything he ever wanted, his heart kept counting the things that disappeared along the way. And that weight, that silent grief, drowned out the victory that should have been his. The pretending lasted so much time, but reality lasted more and impacted him more. This life is no longer pretending. This life is no longer a game of a trickster who lies, pretends, and manipulates and misleads people, but a life of somebody who has it all. The life of James Bellini now is the life of a true drug lord, even if he didn't want it to be, even if life grabbed too much from him. There was no turning back from it, nor he wanted to. Yeah, if life took so much from him to reach this point, then he was going to fully embrace it. Tears of guilt, tears of pain, tears of regret about what he became and how much it took. Yeah, all of it. But most important, it was the tears of something much greater. It was finally over. Nobody was on his level back at home. Nobody was able to do anything against him, and more importantly, there is not going to be wars, more blood flowing as he remains the only one that controls everything. Yeah, with this news blood will stop flowing and a new era will begin. The new era where he becomes a billionaire, where he can finally take a step back and lay in the shadow, building up an organization that is truly untouchable. But once again, like many times, Charlotte's voice was the light in the darkness, but moreover the warmth as she hugged James tightly. Why are you crying? She asked as she looked up with her big blue eyes at him, and yeah, she started crying too. more like almost began crying. I just woke up, Charlotte, so my eyes teared up, you know. James said as he wiped his face off. Nightmare? She asked again as she gripped him more tight. No, more like a dream that's too good to be true, James said as he petted her head like every time. But it felt so different. Different to be the one who is from the point on he is the man. The man who rules it all. Chapter 340, looking fresh. That whole feeling and the meaning of what he became just once again was all over him. Like he felt that. He is a free soul. A free man as literally everybody died who were his enemies. There was nobody who left behind, and even those who would try again would be killed. He truly achieved it. Achieved something that all started off a misunderstanding. Something that he pretended to be. Though the moment was broken as Charlotte's stomach bubbled, breaking the silence and deep thoughts. We should eat, huh? James asked as petted her head with a smile, while Charlotte's face turned to red of embarrassment, but eventually the three of them headed to the kitchen, where James noticed something. Not even one soul was there. To be true, this whole embassy looked like more than a mansion. Where is Mom and Bella? They went out shopping because the embassy isn't really prepared for a full family to reside. Mike explained, and the first time in James's life he didn't feel any type of way about it. The panic didn't surge through him, nor the what-if feeling, because this whole country truly felt like a fucking safe zone. Though in my opinion, don't eat too much. Mike continued as James was already devouring a donut that was on the counter. Darvik said something about a fancy restaurant. Huh, I hope he pays then. James joked about it, but then realized that he was a bit too calm and didn't even ask questions about the whole thing that happened, though he couldn't even really ask with Charlotte in their presence, just staring at him the whole time. Darling, can you grab my cane and medicine? He asked her, and without a single word, she already hopped off the chair and ran straight toward the living room where he slept. So what about Finn and Hector, the family? Hector and Finn were both extremely lucky. Mike explained as he tapped his hand on the table. Hector Vest took the bullet, but his life was saved by a doctor who shot the Sicario, while Finn pulled off an action movie scene. Killed them, but got shot in the process and was saved by Darvik's men. Now that confused James even more. A doctor saved Hector and Finn killed them on his own. It truly seemed like luck, extreme luck. Nothing much happened. Sophia was with Benjamin busting down everybody, while Hector did what you ordered him to do. And what was their motivation to betray the family? James asked as he looked into Mike's eyes. Hector said that they just wanted to make quick money, and their goal wasn't to betray the family, but make themselves rich and then run. Mike didn't lie as he didn't know he was being told a lie by Hector himself, and he did it with a purpose. Hector couldn't tell the truth to James, that they wanted to take over the family to break out a war, because that would have just fucked him up even more. So he decided to tell a lie that is believable and acceptable and something that happened to many families. They just stole to make money for themselves, and with the lie he protected James, and he believed it, because it made sense. The cook didn't kill him nor hurt anybody else, nor did these people who betrayed the family do anything big. So in his mind, the whole story made sense that they just wanted to steal money and go live their life. Then good. I found it. Charlotte's voice came again, pulling them out for their talk. Oh, thank you, James said as he grabbed the cane and the medicine bag from her and looked at Mike. So I change and off we go. Mike nodded to it. But please, where they? He glanced at Charlotte, then back to James. The thing. I will, but where is my stuff at? Up on the stairs, at the left, Mike said, and with it James went up slowly, the tap of the cane echoing through the embassy, followed by her little helper. Feels like a minion, he thought as he took his time and slowly went up the stairs, and Charlotte behind him did the same, slowly step by step. Following, and didn't even say a word, just looking, staring at him. Is it hurt? She asked as James finally reached the top of the stairs. I wouldn't say it hurt, but just uncomfortable a bit, he said with a smile, but of course lied. It hurt like shit, like if needles were poking him, though Charlotte didn't say anything back, just still followed him to the room where the luggage was. I'll help you, she said as James sat down on the bed. In that big suitcase on the right, there is a beige suit, get me that, he said as he pulled down his pants, the shirt, and in the meantime, while Charlotte was getting the suit, he took all the pills for his pain, finally. After that, Charlotte managed to give him what he needed and James dressed up, though with the bulletproof vest there were problems, as Charlotte couldn't stop asking questions and even crying why he needed that. But in the end, she stopped and James was finally dressed up. In full beige suit, black loafers, and a cane, he looked truly like an oil billionaire, though one thing was missing. The gun, which he holstered when Charlotte turned around as he didn't want her to start crying again about it. Because if something were to happen in that meeting, he ain't going to go without fighting back. Yeah, James had his own worries about Marassi as it just seemed too perfect. Full with underworld figures all over the world, and not even one of them killed the other, it just seemed too much to actually work. But thinking about what Darvik had pulled off and saved Hector and Finn, his doubts just disappeared, or more like pushed them down a bit. Though it didn't change the fact that he felt more comfortable with a gun than without it. Chapter 341. Father. How do I look, Charlotte? James asked as he was finally on set, looking good, handsome, and dangerous, at least he thought. But Charlotte's eyes said something entirely else. She took her time looking through James like she was judging him. Like a businessman, she said, but James wasn't sure as she looked like she was hating it, and indeed she did because of one thing. It's going to be better, James said as he grabbed the butterfly ring and put it on. Now how do I look? It was an instant change as her smile grew big. Much better. She shouted in joy and jumped into James, but it wasn't the right idea as his legs gave out, and he fell back to the bed. But rather than hearing Charlotte laugh, he heard nothing. Not a single word, not a single laugh, just silence as her hand gripped his suit tighter and tighter as she pushed her hand into his chest. 30, she said as her voice trembled, but didn't look up, just gripped him tighter. I heard it. Fuck. James closed his eyes as he realized what she was talking about. She heard him, and Darvik. She heard it all. That doesn't mean I'm going to die, Charlotte, he said as he stared at the ceiling, but not even he was sure about it. It wasn't a lie nor the truth. Who knows when the time comes? Still nothing. She said nothing because she knew it too well. She saw many die young. She saw familiar faces disappear, and next she was at their funerals. It happened all the time. But it can happen, she said again, but her voice wasn't sad at all. It was angry. I can't lie, huh? James thought, as Charlotte was there and saw when he got shot. She saw it all, and she wasn't dumb. It can and will, he said as he put his hand on her head. But nobody knows when the time comes, Charlotte. Some go young, even when they lived a perfect life. Some go old, even when they were the most evil. Some die after being born. Life is tricky, and we are part of the trick. But you are a trickster. How can she be this naive, and other times so clever? It wasn't naivety. It was the simple truth that James still didn't fully understand, that he is a father, and Charlotte is his daughter, a reality that feels distant to him even now, as if he is still trying to grasp what it truly means to hold that role, to carry that responsibility, and to be someone a child can depend on. And what Charlotte felt in that moment was love for her father, a love that rested deep in her heart, a love she doesn't want to lose, a love she can't lose, because to her it is everything. For James, it was still something strange to think that he had a daughter. It was strange to think that she thought of him as a father. It was stranger than anything else, more than this. Whole drug bullshit. James wasn't prepared for it, but Lucian chose him for a reason. He knew that James would take care of her, and more importantly, and sadly, he knew Charlotte would love him, would look at him as a father, and indeed she does, maybe too much, but it's all because one thing that outweighs everything. She is being loved, a thing she never felt. She has a real home she never had before, and she doesn't want to lose it. Yeah, and maybe I will trick life, James said as he sat down with Charlotte now in his lap. But now we need to live in the present, Charlotte, and don't worry about things that are not certain, okay? He said as he gave her a kiss on the forehead. Okay. She whispered, her voice low as he hugged him once again tight, but it was time. It was time to leave as Mike stood in the doorway and signaled to James that they needed to go. Tomorrow we go shopping, James counted as he put her down. We buy jewelry, clothes, and whatever you want, okay? Again, nothing, not even a word, just a tight hug, as she didn't want him to leave, but eventually, her grip loosened and she let him go, let him walk out, leaving her behind once again. She is getting closer to you, huh? Mike asked as he grinned a bit, because from outside they truly looked like a father and daughter. Yeah, but what are we going with? James asked, but Mike didn't need to answer as they went out the front door. The answer was there. Oh, a long blacked-out limousine with a Marassi flag on the front and back. exactly looking like a diplomat convoy with 2 SUVs in the back and the front with the police lights. Darvik sent this. He said it will be a comfortable ride, but our men are in the escort SUVs. Only the drivers are Darvik's men. Mike said as he stepped down and opened the door for James. Huh, having this much of an entourage in the safest country, he thought as he sat in, but didn't really think about it more, as he was more curious about the outside as the car rolled out of the embassy. The streets, the people, the overall atmosphere. He was curious about it all. And, well, to be true, he didn't see much of it as the sirens and police lights gave them the right to speed through the traffic without any stops. They were going like a fucking bullet, and the only thing he saw was the greenery, which he saw when they arrived at the airport and took the taxi. Everything was green, like the complete opposite of how it was supposed to be in a desert country. Though what the taxi driver explained to them, it made sense to fight against the drought and the sand in this way. It looked like a fantasy country where just everything was perfect, though the meeting might change that view about the whole of Marassi. Chapter 342 Deal? The ride itself wasn't that long, for the reason that James was deep in his thoughts about Darvik. A man who is supposedly a minister but has power to send a fucking military to another country. A man who is more threat than everything else. A threat that is on his side because of one single thing. Money. And that was the part that kind of the threat itself. The whole of Marassi was built upon money. And that money is straight from blood, from drugs, from deals in the underworld from all over the world. But what if money stops coming? Or what if there is not enough money to give? He had so many questions in his mind and so many points where this all could go wrong, because it is not trust nor loyalty that they operate the whole country on, but just straight money. And if that money stops coming, stops flowing in, then what happens? What happens if he can't make enough? What happens to his family? What happens in the safest country in the world if everything goes sideways, and if the whole empire he now has under his hands suddenly collapses? Yeah, James had all the wrong questions in his mind. But who would blame him for that? He woke up realizing that it is finally over. Everything is his. There is no more competition, no more enemies. And even if the cartel tries again, they will be fucking perished with the help of the government, and maybe even Darvik himself would get in the way to help him because of the amount of money that gives them. And one thing was sure. He's going to pay that money to keep protecting those few who left he called family, those he loves, and they love him back. But to be truthful, he was still not understanding the meaning of all of it. He couldn't even get the grasp that he truly is the one now. That feeling wasn't in him. That nobody is alive anymore who was on his side. Lucian, the Circle, Silas, all of the other mafias and gangs, the rats and traitors, all of them are now dead. Even those who he had a good connection with, and maybe that is his life. A life where he loses a lot to finally conquer a lot. Lose those who helped. Lose those who tried their best, but in the end, all of them perish from the world to put him into a position that they never even saw in their life. Yet even their enemies pushed him up on the leader. All of them helped him with it. All of them helped to embrace the man who is the youngest drug lord, maybe even in history. We are here, sir. The voice of the chauffeur suddenly came pulling out James from his thoughts, and the next thing he knew that the door was already opened by Mike, while the others formed a defense formation around the convoy. Then he slowly got out with the cane in hand, and the first thing was to look around for a bit, to get a feeling of where he is, and while it was nothing like he expected it to be. The sirens were still screaming, the police lights were still flashing, but not even one single person gave a fuck about them. All the civilians on the sidewalk, in the cars on the road were just going about their day without even a real look at them, or taking photos or anything like that. There were 1 or 2 glances, but nothing more. We should go in. Mike's voice came as even there were no eyes looking at them. Even if there was no intent of harm, and while it was Marassi, Mike wanted to act how he always acts and be careful. Yeah, let's go in. James answered him as he looked at the restaurant, and it was indeed a fancy restaurant even from the outside. Golden decor mixing with the burgundy color. A high-end restaurant, but once again, not even one single person was there. Not even one person on the patio. There were only 2 guards in the doorway, and James immediately knew they were Darvik guys. Military gear with the Marassi military patch on them, though they let James and Mike into the restaurant, and yeah, it was more than fancy. The same color as outside, with a lot of lamps lighting up the room in this soft white color that usually street lamps had back in the day that just gave that feeling filled with memories, though what he noticed the most was that the whole restaurant was empty. There was only one single table in the middle with 4 chairs where Darvik was sitting and already waving for James with another man on the side he didn't recognize nor saw ever in his life. And James immediately knew that Darvik set something up, so in that way he immediately changed. It wasn't a big change, but he kind of straightened himself up and slowly and deliberately walked toward them, kind of punching the cane more to the ground to make this noise that echoes through the empty restaurant to give kinda an aura to himself. With it, and then when he arrived, he just simply sat down and with Mike in silence. None of them spoke. Darvik just smiled like a little kid while the other man on his side, too, had a smirk on his face. But James instantly knew he ain't no minister or but one of them. Another figure of organized crime. He had a big scar on his face that looked like a blade cut into his left side. And more importantly, he had a ring on his finger just like James, a signet one with a letter on it. Not just that, but he looked like one too. Short hair on an older man, maybe 40 or 50, with eyes that saw a lot and did a lot. And his brown eyes just felt like he was looking deep into James's soul. So everything went well, right? Darvik was the one that broke the kinda embarrassing silence, but he did it with an intention, and James knew why he asked that. The question was more like a statement like, "You see what I am capable of doing," just pushing the idea more and more to him that it is not optional to have a good relationship with him and pay, but it is mandatory to survive out there. Yeah, everything went well. James answered Darvik, but didn't thank him. He did it to see what his reaction would be. But nothing. Right, I am happy about it. He simply said, because, well, he didn't do it for thanks and appreciation, but for money. Well, let me introduce my business partner for a long time now. He is Camelo Pineda. Nice to meet you, James. I heard a lot about you, Camelo said, as he reached his hand out and James took it, shaking it, but there was no aggression. Camelo didn't grip it tight like how they always did to show how big a dick they are. So to make things clear, Camelo is on the top 10 most wanted criminal fugitives in the world and the leader of the Los Olvidados cartel in Mexico. The bounty for his head is 20 million. No reaction. James didn't do a single reaction to it. Though inside he knew what the fuck he heard and he was reacting to it, but tried his best to push it down, because somebody who has 20 million on his head and on the top 10 list is not on his level. In short, he knew he couldn't fuck with him. I never thought I would meet somebody this great, James said as he giggled a bit. But he did the ass lick for the reason to kinda ease the air between them, and it helped as Camelo laughed up. Oh, thanks, but you know I envy you for being young and already reaching this high. So you know? James asked back as the air got more and more calm between them. Of course, a lot of people heard about your name, and now even more people talk about it as you became the sole leader of your country's drug trade. And that's why I requested a meeting too, Camelo said, and James knew that they wouldn't just have a good meal, and that's it. Well, I have some problems back home that I need to fix before I can make deals. James answered Camelo to give the idea that he is not going to immediately jump into another bullshit. That might end very badly with a man who is on the top 10 list in the fucking world. So many things can go wrong with him. I completely understand it. Camelo began. I heard that you work with the government, which for me means nothing. I climbed the ladder in the same way with working with them. And that gives perks, like you can fly planes in and out, you can send cargo ships, and I want to grab this point to make a deal between us. James understood what Camelo was doing. He was pushing the idea that he is not an enemy, nor did he look at him as a traitor for working with the government and achieving what he achieved with them. Camelo was building a relationship through their path to power, but what James didn't expect was the next thing he said. The thing that froze not just James, but even Mike. You know, everybody who ever tasted your white magic said it is the best in the whole world. It's pure. It struck like fucking God's hammer. Camelo smiled as he leaned back. So for a start, I want to buy 5 tons, then up it as your production starts to speed, maybe to 10 or 20 tons. Chapter 343, The Biggest Deal. It caught James so off guard what Camelo said that he made this face that was completely dumbfounded, like he tried to process it, but couldn't really, and even Mike on his side closed his eyes to think it through, that he really heard what he heard. What? James asked back as he thought he may have misheard it. I know that you had hardship in the last few months, and that's why exactly I wanted this meeting in the first place, Camelo said as he looked at Darvik, then back to James. I want to be the sole buyer of your product. I want 5 tons, then upping it up to maybe 20 tons if it's possible by your production, and I know it will be possible. James at that moment just got even more confused because what Camelo just said, he literally wants to be the only one he sells to. Though still the biggest thing was the amount of it. 20 tons per month. James asked back, trying his best to not show how confused he was. Yeah, per month, but if your product is really as good as people say, I'm leaning toward buying more. 20 tons per month, that is 20,000 kilos, which is 600 million. Those numbers blocked his mind. For the first time in his life, he was totally blocked in a meeting because the numbers were too great. $600 million per month. Just an unbelievable number. A number that makes him a multi-billionaire in a year. That is impossible. The problem with Camelo's deal, a deal that can make James and the family billionaires, is impossible. There is no production, not even one camp is up and running, which also means that they can't sell for months, especially not 20 tons. Even Mike knew it very well that it was impossible, though he had a great idea. Not just a great idea, but he thought about the same as James, like their mind connected. Excuse me for a second, Mike said as he got up and hurried outside to make a call. A call about how much of the drug they actually had in total, because one thing was certain. If they told Camelo that they couldn't provide anything for months, then the deal, the biggest deal of their lives, was going to go sideways really, really fast. Can I ask, why would you buy from me rather than producing it yourself? James asked a good question. Very good question, as it was not a magic trick nor something that is a secret of how the pure is made. Oh, we tried. Camelo giggled up. But it doesn't work. The taste, the effect, the duration of it, all of it are just worse when mixing it. We have tried different plants from different regions, but none of it worked. As Camelo spoke, James realized more and more how much he didn't actually know about the business he now ruled. He had no idea what was happening, or what had happened back in Dennis, how the workers made the white magic in the jungle, or what the recipe even was. Though luck was on his side, as those workers in Dennis had joined his family rather than running away, the biggest fucking jackpot of all. Yeah, when the war broke out on the border, when the camps got fucked up and raided, Hector offered them to come with him, promising more money and a safe place, and they all accepted. Every single one of them. The people who made the white magic, the ones who knew how to make the best stuff, decided to leave Dennis and join the family. Well, we definitely tried a lot to perfect it, James said with a smile, though he was lying. Process after process, fail after fail, but in the end, it worked out. It's better than a mixed one, for sure, Darvik added. Though I haven't tried it myself, I've heard it's the best. The word that hit James' ears the most was that both Darvik and Camelo said the same. They didn't try it, so it was the moment to show them. The only problem was he had nothing on him. But somebody else had. Mike went outside to make a call to check how much they had in total, but nobody answered, and rather than keep trying, he pulled out the little capsule he carried with him, the one with white magic inside. He had it on him because he figured a deal like this might happen, and then they could push it more to sell. And now, holding it in his hand, he went back into the room and handed it to James. I guess before any deal it would be great to try it, James said as he broke the capsule from 2 parts that had around a gram of white magic at each, and the reactions were surprising to say at least. One of them is a minister with a private army, or who the fuck knows what he really is, and on the other hand, a top 10 drug lord. And both of them are smiling like little kids seeing candy, their eyes lighting up as if they have just found the meaning of life. That moment reassured James that his product was truly something special. His family's white magic was the most sought after because it was genuinely unlike anything else. Indeed, not mixing it with chemicals was a huge risk. Millions could have been lost by keeping it pure, but it was the right risk to take, as it paid off the most. Moreover, seeing these 2 men smile like children over just 2 grams of the product gave him the reassurance that the business would boom. They just needed to taste it. Let me try it first, Camelo said, literally licking his lips as he grabbed the small capsule and glanced at Darvik. You know, if I die, a war starts, but if you die, that's just a catastrophe. His words sounded like a warning, but the truth was obvious. He simply wanted to be the first to experience it. So after he said it, he put the capsule under his nose, didn't even bother to line it up, and sniffed a big and long one. Sniffed the whole thing up, and what followed was an experience. Whoa, man, wah! He screamed, his whole body trembling as he slammed his wrists onto the table, knocking over glasses and utensils. "Oh my fucking God. This is the purest," he shouted again, making faces, even shedding tears of joy. "So it good?" Darvik asked as he still had his in his hand. "Good," Camelo shouted, looking at him. "It's like when a girl licks your ass for the first time. When she spreads her cheek and licks in deep." He demonstrated with his hand and tongue, and it just only fired Darvik up even more. While James and Mike were trying their best to not imagine what Camelo said. Though on the other hand, Darvik sniffed it up too. Nothing. He closed his eyes, his mouth, and just sat in silence. Not a single word, not a single noise, until he did. "My fucking God, James. What the fuck y'all cooking up back home?" Darvik whispered, his voice low, his eyes still closed but his hand knuckled up. This is magnificent. I feel like my soul stepped out of my body, and it's just white magic." He said it in a way that sounded proud, as if he hadn't expected it to be this fucking intense, like he'd heard everyone talk about it, but actually experiencing it at this level didn't feel real. White magic wasn't supposed to do anything crazy, but this, James's pure version, hit so hard that it was an otherworldly experience. That is the difference between the purest and the mixed one. Mike joined in trying to grab the opportunity. "The chemicals they use literally erase the effect of the white magic, but we don't use chemicals, nor anything like that. Everything original, the best grow and best men work on it." He knew shit about it, though he heard Hector once talking about it. "For sure it's a hard hitter. And one thing's for sure, I want all of it." "So what's the price per kilo?" "I can't say the exact price. There are a lot of things that I need to calculate and talk with my man about, but I can guarantee an acceptable price per kilo," James answered, as he genuinely didn't know how much they had in the warehouse back home. "Then when you are ready, let's meet here again," Camelo said as he offered his hand. "Deal," James said as he shook it, and the two were on their way to make the biggest drug deal in the history of the continent, without either of them knowing. Chapter 344, Top 10. That one handshake meant so much, and neither of them knew it. From Camelo's point of view, he wants to buy the drugs from James and sell them at a pumped-up price, and not just that. He also wants to experiment with them a little, see what happens if they are mixed, if they stay stronger. On the other hand, this is James' first ever big deal, a deal he knows nothing about, unaware that it will grow into something he never expected to handle. The two of them, in that moment as they shook hands, changed the history of drug trafficking, changed the history of how fast, how efficiently someone can produce drugs and sell it through the whole continent. And the only one that knew about it was, of course, Darvik himself. He had seen many deals like this, and he had initiated many deals like this, because this was how Marasi kept going. This was how Marasi earned billions each year from the drug lords. With this deal, it worked out for him as well. The money would flow into Marasi, and from there he would take his cut. Not only that, but deals like this worked for everyone in Marasi. For the civilians, for the drug lords, for the elites, for literally everyone, as it boosted the economy even more. And that was exactly why he couldn't stop smiling, because he knew what all of it meant. Darvik knew what James' pure white magic would do. It would get everyone under its spell once they tasted it, once they tried it, and the craving for it came from how it reminded them of the old days. The old days when white magic was first discovered, when it first started selling, when people sold it, pure. Every gram was untouched, not a single bit of chemicals mixed into it, and the feeling it gave, that boost, was everything. The top elites, and even ordinary civilians, used it just to get through the day, not to mention the parties. It became the most wanted drug among almost everyone, not because it caused heavy addiction, but because it gave people a strange and warm boost to life, a gentle feeling that they were escaping from the world for a moment, and a small taste of power that made their days feel lighter, even if only for a short time. However, the people who produced it and the people who sold it soon realized something much bigger, something that changed the entire market, because they realized that they were leaving millions behind by keeping the drug pure, and slowly the same question began to rise in all of their minds, a question that would reshape everything. Why should I sell 1 kilo of the pure drug when I can mix it with cheap chemicals, turn it into 5 kilos, and sell all of it for the same price as the pure one? The answer was simple, and once they understood it, the world changed, because it was not just a sudden boom, but mountain made of diamonds, And soon the money began to flow. First millions, then billions as people rushed to buy the mixed version, the cheaper version, the version that promised the same escape. But with all that money came the darkness they tried to ignore, because the chemicals used to mix it were not clean, and they caused addiction, health problems, and slow damage that could not be seen at first. And as more people fell into that trap, a new market opened, a market with two worlds inside one product. On one side, the sellers offered the pure drug at unbelievable prices, knowing that the people who wanted the pure version would always buy it no matter how expensive it became, and on the other side, they pushed the mixed version toward those who could not afford the pure one, a crowd so large that they kept the entire system running. And even today, that is still how things work: two products, two kinds of customers, one river of money that never stops. But now a new player appeared, someone unlike all the others, someone who didn't care about the usual rules, the profit calculations, or how much he might lose by refusing to mix his product. Someone who moved as if he belonged to a different world. That man is James Bellini. At least, that is how people see him, because his product was the purest of the pure, untouched by anything, and without planning it, without forcing it. He became the one who filled the empty space, the space for people who wanted only the true version, untouched, clean, and powerful. And for Darvik, that was why he couldn't control his smile, the amount of money that was in front of his eyes. The amount of money that James presented in front of him was just an unbelievable amount. And of course, the white magic was still in him, tweaking him out. "Can I ask you something, Carmelo?" James said, something bigger than the deal on his mind: survival. And he was sitting in front of someone like Carmelo. "Of course, ask whatever you want," he replied to James very calmly, not once acting like a cartel leader, though James knew he could be far worse than anyone could even imagine. "You said you work with the government too, just like me. But how do you make sure to keep the line between you and them? How do you make sure they don't turn against you?" James's question might have been the greatest he could ask, and it even shocked Carmelo a little. It showed him that James was truly intelligent and aimed to play at a higher level. "I like you even more." Carmelo laughed. "But to answer your question, think of them as a chessboard, and you're the one controlling the pieces." Carmelo answered James, but in that moment, something in him shifted. Suddenly, James felt it. Sitting in front of him was someone truly powerful, someone on a completely different level, from another dimension of force and darkness entirely beyond him. "You know, my country is a poor one, very poor. It has always been poor, and that's why there were always cartel wars and so on." He leaned forward, placing his hand on the table as he stared at James. "So first, I killed everyone to make sure I was the only one at the top, and then I pushed the limits of what a drug lord is capable of." "And what would that be?" James asked back, keeping his eyes locked on Carmelo. He didn't even glance away, didn't even blink, not wanting to show any weakness because he knew that even if Carmelo was friendly, he couldn't let himself feel calm. But then his answer just made everything more absurd and unbelievable. "I bought all of the state's banks." What the fuck? In that moment, James couldn't hold it in. The confusion and sheer unbelievable meaning of what Carmelo had said were written all over his face, and even on Mike's, as he tried to comprehend what the hell Carmelo had just told them. Haha, people usually react like that. He laughed at James and Mike. "But it's true, I did buy it all." "How is that even possible?" Mike was the one who asked the question, as he truly got shocked by it, as there is no way somebody can buy the fucking banks state-owned once. "Well, my country used to be the murder capital of the world. It was at the top of the starvation list, the top of the unemployment list, and the cartel wars didn't help either. So when I killed everyone, the government reached out to me for help." "They reached out?" Mike asked, still dumbfounded by it. "Yeah, they reached out so I could help them, otherwise it would have been an economic disaster. So I bought 5 banks and pumped my own money back into the economy." It just got more and more unbelievable with every word he said. What the fuck did he mean he bought all the banks and pumped his own money back into the economy? "You become their hope," James whispered. "Oh no. No, James," he shook his head with a grin. "I didn't become their hope, more like their ticking bomb." He giggled as he said it, but not even for a moment did he take his eyes off James. "What do you mean by that?" James immediately passed back, but it was clear that Carmelo was different. "Hope doesn't work on people who don't even know what it is. And I'm a terrible person who kills anyone who offends me. I simply have zero regret for human life. and that's why I helped the government. Yeah, that change in Camelo James felt a moment ago was real, and now it was showing what put him into the top 10 list. It made me untouchable. If the government even tries to push me, if they try to arrest me or take back what I bought, then the economy collapses right there on the spot. People's money freezes, salaries stop, pensions stop, business loans vanish, and the entire country goes down screaming. And when a country screams, it doesn't scream alone, it drags millions of people with it. Chapter 345, Warlord rather than a drug lord. It was on a scale that James could barely understand, a scale he never even thought about before, something he had never seen in any movie, never read in any documentary or book, and it all was in front of him in a way that felt unreal and real at the same time. Because what Camelo said was clear. Yes, it was clear and easy to understand, but the meaning behind it was so much bigger, so heavy, something that was simply too much to even try to accept, too much to even think about what a drug lord could truly reach. And he said it all so openly, like it was the most normal thing in the world for him. Camelo went far past anything anyone ever imagined, and he really did it. But he forgot to mention the one thing that would have made the whole story a tiny bit more acceptable. Not good, but at least something you could listen to without your mind falling apart. In theory, James could say the same thing. How he could just buy out the banks and take control over the whole money flow. Maybe even grab a small part of the central bank. And then he would basically become a king no one could push off the throne. A king built on money and fear and power. But in reality, that kind of thing is impossible. Because if the government allowed one single man to own even a tiny piece of a state bank, the whole country would fall into chaos. The system would get smashed apart, and one person could send millions into pure madness with one bad move. Yeah, the reality is that is completely impossible for many reasons. Moreover, not a single soul would ever allow a drug lord to own a bank, since it's easy to imagine what would happen the moment a drug lord gained control over something so important. James's goal was never to become a dictator or a warlord who kills and slaughters civilians just to rule a region in his country. His goal is just to relax on top of his money, to finally breathe, to finally have some space, to finally live somewhere he can go out and come back home without anyone dying around him, without the police randomly raiding him, without the constant chaos that follows him everywhere. In short, what Camelo suggested, that line between the government and him was an impossible thing to achieve on any level, because for him it was only possible in Mechi, and only because it is a third-world country where everything is broken. No schools, no hospitals, no real infrastructure, nothing that a normal Mechio is supposed to have, but just a land trying to survive, with villages and small towns where people live without electricity, without fresh water, without sewage, without any real hope, a place where the tiny bit of money that exists barely keeps the whole population alive, and that was what he forgot to mention. He wasn't coming from a country anywhere near the level of the nations inside the Union. He came from one of the poorest, most undeveloped countries in the whole world. In a country like that, it is easy to buy out the government, easy to become corrupt, easy to control everything from the inside out, and easy to pump your own money back into the economy to make yourself look like a hero. And that is exactly why Camelo is in the top 10 list of the most powerful drug lords. Not because he sold tons of kilos of drugs, or because he had some massive production line, but because he corrupted the entire government in Mechio. He massacred hundreds of people who didn't side with him. And he did the same with all his enemies, leaving nothing behind but fear and bodies. More importantly, he took over the same bank where the Union and all the international aid money were sent, stealing hundreds of millions. In short, and in the most basic way, he took over his whole country. But he spent his time in Marasi to calm down a little, to relax, and of course to make the money he needed to keep his power alive. Because it takes a lot of money to keep everybody in your pocket and stop people from turning against you. And that was the only way he could stay on top. Counting everything together, James is actually more powerful than Camelo on the drug market. Because James has a government behind him with numbers and people who are capable, while Camelo works on a level of corruption that is almost unbelievable. Something so deep and dark that most people cannot even imagine it. He is indeed a warlord who rules through fear and chaos in a broken country that struggles to even survive from day to day, while James is the definition of a drug lord. Well, It was a good talk, and I think both of you have reached the point of the most important matters, Darvik said as he slowly stopped buttoning his suit. But I was bold enough to schedule another meeting, James, with a person you might know. I hope it doesn't interfere with my business with him, Camillo said as he stood up too. Oh no, don't worry about that. That person is not dealing with drugs, so you can relax, Camillo. Darvik replied, though it sounded like a threat. And who would that person be? James joined in, trying to think of anyone he still knew who was alive, and well, Darvik's answer was interesting. Damien Montoya, the man, the myth, the legend, the one who tried to smuggle a tank across the border. The same man who made the news for countless outrageous stunts, pulling off many incredible and mostly unbelievable smuggles over the years. The man James had completely forgotten, but had seen. He had seen him at Lucian's funeral, at Raphael's funeral, and, more importantly, he had seen the bouquet of flowers Damien sent him when he was in the hospital. It was clear he wanted something even back then, but never thought more about it. As well, the thing quickened up, and thinking about it more, he didn't even hear anything about Damien. He was never in the news. Not even Linda or the others spoke about him. Not even one word. And it was kind of strange to her that he was her too, and moreover he knew Darvik. Though at least it was finally somebody he knew, and somebody who never crossed his way in, and indeed, to kill him or threaten what he had built up. Oh, yeah, I know his name and what he does, James said, as there was truly nothing bad he heard about Damien. Good then, let's go. Actually, the 2 streets away, we're going to be there quickly. Indeed, they were there quickly, literally 2 streets away, which felt strange to James. Like, why would they not meet at the same spot at the same time? Like with Camillo? Well, because Darvik's main point was to make business. Yeah, his interest with all of this meeting is to make more money, and it was better to have the meeting with 2 different fancy restaurants just for them. Yeah, a fancy restaurant where they didn't even eat a bit, at least them. Because when they arrived at the restaurant with the convoy and went in, Damien was in there devouring the whole table of food. He was eating like a fucking king, though he stopped when he noticed James. He literally jumped up from the chair and ran toward him. Oh, James, how nice to see you. He literally shouted it with joy and excitement, and even hugged him tightly like they were best friends, relatives, or something else, which just made the whole situation kind of embarrassing. Why, yeah, nice to meet you, Damien, James said as Damien finally let him out of the hug and stared straight into his face. Middle-aged, bald, man with mustache and beard. Somebody who looked nothing like a weapons smuggler, an arms dealer, more like a loving father, which stunned Mike. He had heard stories about Damien, that he truly had no morality, and some people described him as having zero regard toward human life, as he sold to terrorist organizations and so on, but from outside, he looked nothing like that. A man supposedly sells a large number of guns, even tanks, rockets, and drones, but looks like a dad and acts like someone who has just seen his idol, who is much younger than him. I heard some interesting news from home. The whole fucking underworld blew up, and word spread that it was ordered by a young man named Bellini. He said as he sat back down. So, James, first I'd like to ask an important question before we start. Are we enemies? Chapter 346, Trio. It was the kind of question that completely shattered the atmosphere Damien himself had created, the one he started and welcomed them into so warmly. Yet his question was the exact opposite of all that. And it wasn't just the words, not just the question itself, but the way he looked straight into James's eyes with that unreadable face, a face that gave nothing away. James couldn't tell if he was joking or not, as it was just a numb expression, and to be honest, James himself didn't even know the answer to that question. What happened back home messed up everybody, not only the drug sellers, the traders, the smugglers, but literally every single criminal. Business. The raids the government carried out fucked the entire underworld apart and dragged down every business with it. They fucked the prostitution rings, the illegal casinos, everything, all because of one single thing. Fear. It struck fear into everyone that the government finally did what they were supposed to do for decades, that the government suddenly turned around and wiped out criminal families, wiped out drug gangs, traffickers, they even wiped out their own officials, their own ministers, in just one fucking night. In the history of the criminal underworld, everything stopped as fear hit them, as their connections and business partners all died, as their foreign contacts, Their buyers and sellers pulled out one by one after seeing the news and feeling like they would be the next ones. Zero tolerance, just like Linda said. The message was working because everyone received it loud and clear, but there was one small shock that sent even more messages than anything else. Every single criminal organization has a compass that points toward the top mafia leaders. They watch them. They follow what they do and how they do it, because if they see them stop or fall silent, they do the same knowing something big is happening. But there is one problem. The problem is that all of them died. The Augustus family, the Ricci family, the Circle, the ones everyone followed, the ones everyone treated as the lead. They all fell, and the exact opposite happened of what everyone expected. And the empires they left behind, the same empires that everyone wanted to fight for it, but nobody did, because of James. Because of that James Bellini, the James Bellini who survived everything and killed the chief with his own hands, in broad daylight, in his own fucking office inside the police station. It wasn't just massive, no? In that moment, on that day, he crowned himself as the one who rules the capital, and, moreover, everyone knows he had a hand in the raids. From a king, he became the dictator of every step taken in the capital, where his power and rule are absolute. And this is where Damien comes in. James is no longer just the capital, he's the whole country now, the most powerful Don because he works with the government. But at the same time, Damien also is one of the people he fucked over. Damien is a fucking arms dealer who sells to anyone with money, and not pistols or a couple of rifles. He sells in bulk, hundreds at a time. He's the big boy of the arms dealer league. But after the raids, he had to take a step back too. And on top of that, who the hell is he supposed to sell to when everyone back home is frozen in fear, not even daring to move an inch? With the raids, he lost a portion of his income, and James knew that. I appreciate you, Damien. You sent flowers. You were there at Raphael's funeral, and you have never even moved toward me in a threatening way. James spoke as he looked into his eyes. I do owe you an apology, and I am willing to pay back your losses. Darvik and Mike were immediately stunned by how James replied to Damien. They expected everything, but not that, and yet he said it well. Who would want to be the enemy of an arms dealer who, without any morality, sells to terrorists, to the worst of the worst? A man who supplies revolts, fuels wars, and arms private militaries? Damien doesn't necessarily have more power, more men, or more influence in the government, but he has foreign connections and thinking about it. Mike understands that too. The cartel has fucked up them enough. They don't need any private militaries to join the party. That's why I like you even more, Don Bellini. I like the way you said it exactly like a mafia don should, because I was worried. Worried? James asked, still calm, still not stressing, but having that ick in him that with one word, this could go wrong. I am old, from the days when Silas and August ruled, and they were the mafia, but to be honest I liked Silas more because he had the origin of the mafia, the sophistication, the family. He was in the shadows, had his money in construction companies. He did it like a gentleman, but then Lucian came like a fucking meteorite. He shook his head with a grin. I despise the cartels, the gangs that don't know the beauty of the mafia, of a family. They just fucking murder people for no reason. They have no taste. The only thing they see is money and power. There is no beauty in that. Lucian was ugly in that extent, as he was a fucking wild beast killing everybody. But now it is you who rules, and you remind me of the old days. Do I? James asked back. For some reason, he felt proud about it, especially hearing it from somebody who had experienced the Lucian and Silas era. Yeah, though you had some tweaks. Damien giggled. But you dress sophisticated, and that cane. He glanced at it. Magnificent. It has its own aura, and the family itself too. A big mansion with guards around it is just beautiful. And moreover, you tried your best to revive this old way of forming alliances between families. It's lovely. Though there were definitely times where you acted like a cartel don who just sniffed 10 grams. He laughed, and James knew exactly what he meant. But still, I like a mix of the old ways and the new ways. Like the fact that you only kill when necessary. Yet when you do, the entire underworld goes silent. And I don't care whether you work with the government or not, because half the mafias do anyway, even if they deny it. It was true. Half, if not more, of the mafia world worked with governments as time went on, and everyone eventually recognized that the mafia's traditional structure was old-fashioned, with no ground to stand on compared to cartels and modern gangs. Can I be truthful with you too? James asked, feeling like the atmosphere between them had lightened and that he could ask whatever he wanted. Of course. Let me hear it. To be honest, you were invisible up until now, and I like that. That you just did your own job, but I don't like that you sell to terrorists who kill innocent people. Silence as James said it. The way it came from his mouth almost sounded like a threat, like a warning aimed at Damien. Oh, I like that even more. Damien said as he chuckled a bit. I like that you're looking out for the civilians, though you had your fair share of killing some of them. Even if not directly, he said. But I do not sell to terrorists. It was different. The way he looked at James made him feel that familiar sensation again. That feeling of someone sitting in front of him, someone much older, much more experienced, much stronger. It wasn't fear, but a sense of an abyss, that darkness in Damien that could wipe them out. I don't know if I believe you, Damien. There are a lot of words about you out there. James said in a way that was well worded, not a threat, not a lie, and not the truth, just something he heard. That's because people are dumb, and hearing it from you I would say you're not educated about me or the world and what is happening. You know it is a bad thing to listen to whispers and believe them. Can I educate you, Don Bellini? If Damien had been asked this 20 years ago, it would have been considered disrespectful. Even today, for some, it still would be, but for James, who was young and still learning, the question wasn't. Disrespectful. Of course, I'm listening. He replied as he grabbed the glass of wine and drank a bit of it. There are two countries far, far to the east. Damien began, where the military took control of the government and started butchering everybody who dared to say a single word about wanting even a resemblance of democracy. And for some reason the Union and all the big alliances decided that the people fighting back against that military regime are terrorists. He shook his head slowly. Those so-called terrorists are civilians. Young students from universities, kids from high schools, doctors, neighbors, teachers, people whose families were butchered in broad daylight, whose villages were burned to the ground, whose women were kidnapped and kept as sex slaves by the military. I support them, I sell them weapons. I arm those so-called terrorists, and yeah, I'm evil too in some way because I get rich off them, while they're suffering and I'm drinking champagne, taking private jets, but that's how the world works. He paused for a moment, keeping his gaze locked on James' eyes. So let me ask you again, are we enemies, Don Bellini? James didn't know what to say, because he didn't know if Damien was lying or not. If those so-called terrorists were actually civilians fighting for their freedom, or if it was just some made-up bullshit to convince him. But there was one thing he could rely on, Darvik himself. He nodded the whole time while Damien spoke, explaining what was really happening. The problem with Darvik was that he was only there for the money, but at the same time, James knew he wouldn't let a man into Marassi who deals with terrorists, because that would pose a major threat. Though he didn't know for sure, since even the cartel was considered a terrorist group, he still had to make the decision, and he did. Friends or business partners? One of them would be great. Both of them are even greater. James answered, offering his hand. Let's be both, Don Bellini. Damien replied as a big smile stuck on his face as he shook James's hand. Within an hour, he had made 2 new friends, 2 new business partners. One a cartel leader who holds his own country as a hostage, the other an arms dealer who supplies wars, rebellions, and private militaries. What a trio. Chapter 347, New Business. A trio that will make money with each other, though James had his own worries about both of them, mostly more about Camelo as he lost trust in cartel for reasons, while on the other hand Damien looked like a two-sided person who can manipulate everybody around him, and he is a beast of his own. What business could he do with him? And if they help each other, an arms-dealing side hustle is just more dangerous, especially if a foreign agency gets involved because for some reason some agencies punish arms trading more than drug trafficking. I see you already thinking. Damien spoke as he noticed James' silence. I love it that you are already looking for what we can do together. He clapped his hands together. Though the answer is easy. I have answers, but you know the last time you were caught with a tank, Damien. James said as he smiled about it a bit, because he clearly remembered that moment. It was all over the news. Well, that was a special delivery, and it was a decommissioned tank, so it was legal. Damien replied, but his cheeky smile told otherwise, And while it wasn't magic to know that somebody who sells weapons for a living can sell parts to actually make that tank work. Damien is truly a smart man who knows how to trick the system and did it many times. Buys decommissioned artillery pieces, decommissioned tanks, armored military vehicles, troop carriers, then makes it work and sells for a huge profit to rebels and private militaries. That's what he actually did with the tank too. It was a decommissioned one, but he had the right people, right connection to within a month make the tank actually fire once again, and when it worked he sold it. That is his main profile and his annual 80% income. He buys decommissioned military airplanes and every single gadget that's buyable, though half of them are not even modern equipment, but from the 50s fighter planes and bombers, and so on because rebels buy them to fight, because it still flies, still has weapons, and still shoots. Actually, I heard something very interesting, something I've been thinking about for a long time. Damien continued still with that cheeky smile. You know, modern wars are fought with technology, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and most importantly, with a piece of carbon fiber or just plastic with rotors, drones. I heard you actually have a 3D printing line. I forgot about that. Yeah, he forgot about that thing that Hector said to him, that they printed guns and conversion kits to pistols. Yeah, that is true, though we never used nor sold them. James answered, and there it was the business opportunity, which Damien immediately stuck down on. Then I am here, and you're here for me. He literally shouted, surprising all of them. You have what I don't, and I have what you don't. I have international arrest warrants. I'm being hunted by multiple agencies, but you're not. I don't have government connections back home, but you do. I don't have hundreds of men or a production line, but you do. You have everything I lack, and I have everything you lack. We are yin and yang. He was so passionate that he drove his knuckles into the table. But his comparison to yin and yang was the worst thing he could have said. They don't create balance with each other. They knock that balance off and take monopoly instead. It is vengeance, not yin and yang. Though who is going to argue with him anyway? So you mean I give you the production line and manpower to make drones and guns, while you give your knowledge, connection, and sell them? Exactly, Damien shouted. Again, you have political power, infrastructure, and a production line. But I have the buyers, those in need of these weapons. I can easily sell them, and in the end we share the profit and make the market boom with our products. Damien was truly passionate. Even his tears fell as he shouted, his breath fast and short as if he had already imagined it, all their drones and FPV drones zooming across the battlefield, striking soldiers, drone-dropping bombs, their 3D, printed weapons killing. It was mesmerizing, at least for him. I have enough. I don't need much more. I already ain't going to be a billionaire if I go with arms dealing. This would be bad, James thought. And it was the right way, the right path, as every single great mafia falls with their greediness more and more and more. But there was a counterweight to it. Damien is the only one still alive. He is the only one on his level back home, and no more people. If he wants to make an alliance with somebody, it's gotta be him. Somebody he knows for an extent. Somebody who the government knows. Well, it was not true as he forgot about a name, but for now it doesn't really matter. It would cost a bit to buy factory-graded printers and the parts for the drones, the batteries, rotors, and I don't even know what it needs to be true, but for sure hundreds of kilos of printing material. It is an investment. James once again used the right word to push that if it's a business between them, then Damien needs to pay up. And that smug smile on his face said it all. He wanted it. Oh, Don Bellini. My net worth passed the billion mark years ago. Money isn't a problem. I will buy the parts in bulk, handle the buyers and shipping, and give you $100 million to set up the production line. Then we can split the profits 50-50. It was a deal that could make more and more money, crossing the billion mark easily in no time. Something James couldn't have done before, back when his morals would have stopped him, thinking about the lives this deal could take, how many lives their weapons and drones would claim. But now it was different. He was no longer that person. So he offered his hand to Damien, once again stepping into the world of arms dealers. Chapter 348. Who are you? After that handshake with Damien, James said goodbye, and with Darvik they left, and once again, he ate nothing in the end. Is there any ice cream shop nearby? James asked as he looked at Darvik, who for a moment got a bit surprised by the fact of what he just asked for. Yeah, there is one on the corner. He answered and pointed his finger straight at the shop. Can I join you? Of course. James answered him. though he wanted to be alone and not with somebody who is well, who knows what of Marasi, the fucking shadow government leader or some shit. But with that, they just walked there slowly, and it was a good moment to enjoy it. The sun setting, the weather not too warm but just right, the green all over the place, the street smell. The only problem was the huge entourage following them. At least it was a problem in James's mind. The whole concept of him walking freely in the city was strange. Even stranger was that nobody looked at them. Some even said hi, but no pictures, no nothing. Do people get comfortable with this? James asked as they stopped at a crosswalk. Mostly. You know, it's not said out loud who you are or who the others are. We refer to them as businessmen, foreign investors. He giggled. But of course everybody knows that something is up, and that's why there were a lot of concerns from people. But in the end, the only thing they need to do is just look past it. I think that is impossible. James answered. Ordinary civilians mostly just can't take this, killers walking through them. The one thing he couldn't find an answer to. All these civilians just accept the fact that literal murderers walk among them. People who end so many lives with their drugs, push so many people into addiction and destroy families. Some supply wars, some killed hundreds, and they just let it be. Even if it's all for money, for their good, for the economy, and so on, it just seems impossible that everybody accepts it. You're forgetting one thing. We were at war, the whole country. Darvik continued, but this time his voice was lower, more careful. So many people died, but that suffering was the thing that bonded all of us together. From rich to the poorest, we fought together, even the criminals. We all fought together against that system, and in the end, when we finally won, there were two options for us. And what were those two options? James asked, but it was so strange to him that he never really heard about the war in Marasi, never even heard about it in the news, in the television, or just people talking about it. First, it was to ask for help, but then we would have become a colony. We would have had billions in debt. We would have sold all of our mines and resources, and if we had done that, then why would we have even fought for our freedom? To become slaves again? His eyes literally said it all. James saw that he wasn't lying, but it was the reality. No, we chose what chaos had to offer us. He finished as he opened the door of the ice cream shop, letting James in first. Welcome. The lady said it with a warm smile behind the counter, which was a complete contrast to the story Darvik had just told. I would like 2 scoops salted caramel. James said this as he eyed it, and the memories immediately came flooding back to the day he was with Charlotte, when he lost Hans and Raphael. What do you want? I'll pay for it. He looked at Darvik, who for some reason got surprised by the kindness of James. Oh, then I would like 1 scoop of chocolate and 1 scoop of vanilla with some candy sprinkles on the top. He said like a kid would say. Classic, huh? James said with a smile. Salted caramel is more classic in my opinion, like an old man. Yeah, maybe, James said, but then he looked behind at the big entourage. Literally everybody got into the ice cream shop, so he felt the pressure on him. If anybody wants some, ask for it, and I'll pay. He said, but maybe that was the worst decision so far in Marasi. There were only 2 people who didn't want ice cream, but the other 18, including Mike himself, ordered ice cream. Candy sprinkles, 3 scoops, for scoops, chocolate on top, waffle cone. They went all out with it while Darvik just laughed at it, seeing James's face when the final price was $400, and even the whole scene was strange. The people who are supposed to protect them are licking ice cream, some in military uniforms, some in suits, just enjoying it like kids. Though for James it was strange. Darvik didn't even finish his story, and from the look of it, he totally forgot about it. He is definitely a strange man. James thought as Darvik was biting the ice cream like it was an ice pop. So what did chaos offer? Oh, I did finish the story. He laughed as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. It was just surreal how quickly he switched back to that serious look. So after every war, there is chaos, especially in a country where the whole government vanished. There were no rules or anything else, so crime started to rise. And that's when the whole Marasi terrible justice system was born. He shook his head with a smile. Just think about it. People suffered in war, and then motherfuckers started robbing and killing others. We all suffered the same, and they still decided to fuck over others, so there wasn't any mercy killing them. Though the biggest blessing in the chaos was that many drug lords realized they could ship so-called humanitarian aid that was actually drugs, and then smuggle it to other countries. and that was our business opportunity. So this whole gangster economy started with trading drugs with humanitarian aid? James asked, because it seemed to be lame. He thought it would be a much bigger story, something more genius. Yeah. Then it doubled up, tripled up, hundreds of millions followed through us. Then we took the cut, and nobody said a word about it. We needed money. We didn't want to become slaves or have debts. So as more and more drug lords chose us, suddenly we made billions per month. Our economy started to rise a bit, and we could rebuild the country's infrastructure and so on, he said as he once again took a bite of the ice cream. And you know, once you make a connection, the rest will come. You mean you or the government rebuilt the country with blood money, and then foreign investors came in? I mean real investors. Exactly. You know, coming from a war-torn country where people once starved, becoming a nation standing on its own in just 15 years is almost impossible to even imagine. Yet we did. He fished and took the last bite of the waffle cone. So what did you think of the story? Sounds unbelievable, but I know it's deeper than that. So can I ask you another question? Please. Who are you? It was a simple question, a question that Darvik had heard many times, but it was different. It was a question that silenced him, because the intent behind the question was different. The way James asked it, the way James looked into his eyes, what he wanted to know was the darkness surrounding Darvik, his own darkness, his own abyss. Chapter 349, The Angel of Death. The silence between them was long, and once again, their atmosphere stood in stark contrast to everything else around them. The ice cream shop, the bodyguards, the other customers bustling in the back, while the two of them remained in complete silence, the kind that cornered only one of them, and that was Darvik. He felt a strange feeling like nothing he had ever felt before, of being cornered. But it wasn't James who cornered him, but the darkness the questions itself implied. That sense of standing face to face with your own darkness, your own endless abyss, that was what truly cornered Darvik. Because to answer James' question he needed to do just that, face it. But for him, it was different. Some people push everything down, their pain, their trauma, their suffering. They swallow it, lock it away, pretend it isn't there, exactly like James did. He held it in tight, kept it quiet, and it worked, until something so defining happened that the darkness could no longer be contained. But there is another kind of person, one who swallows it all at once and makes it part of themselves, and that person is Darvik. He already stared into the abyss and not blinked. Already embraced the parts of himself that most people die trying to forget. During the war, every decision, every step, every command he gave or followed had a cost, and that cost was always in lives, in bodies, in souls that would never be whole again. He had to learn very quickly that winning meant sacrifice, that standing on your own meant stepping over everyone else, that nothing could be achieved without giving something, and usually that something was far more than most people would ever dare to pay. It wasn't a business, it wasn't a gang, a mafia, or a cartel. It was a legitimate war for their freedom. Ordinary people, civilians, rose against a military coup, and hundreds of thousands lost their lives. But it was on their fallen bodies that the revolution stood tall and won in the end, and the one that commanded them was him. Darvik was the one who, after his role in the Black Fang, became the general of the revolutionary force. And after the war, it did not get easier. He had to deal with people whose only concern was money, with people who had no loyalty, no mercy, no care for anything but what they could gain. But Darvik realized he could not only understand them, he had to think like them, act like them, become like them completely. It was not enough to know their plans or their moves. He had to feel their hunger, their coldness, their willingness to destroy anything for profit. And he had to take it into himself until it became part of him, until he could walk among them, and they could never tell the difference between him and the monsters they were. Davrik Vinhamen has carried many faces and many names, and still does. The minister, the arms dealer, the drug lord, the executioner of Marasi, the leader of all the enforcement agencies, and with these faces he learned to walk through darkness like it was a familiar path, to stare into the abyss without blinking, to let the weight of what he had done and what he had become press down on him like it would crush anyone else. And still he kept moving, still he kept surviving, still he kept becoming the thing he had to be. James' darkness is controlled, held in by force, and breaking out when it overflows, while Davrik's darkness is constant, natural, fully accepted, and integrated into who he is, so that every step he takes, every decision he makes, is shaped by it without hesitation or regret. Angel of Death, Darvik whispered as his eyes rested on James, yet at the same time seemed to stare into the distant memories. Your nickname fits me the most and tells everything one needs to know about who I am. Though I have many nicknames, but the Angel of Death summarizes all of them. His eyes returned to James, no longer distant, but focused, reflecting the real Darvik, what was inside him, who he truly was. Goosebumps ran all over James's body, just straight goosebumps from the way Darvik spoke, never raising his voice, never explaining more than necessary, said enough. He simply implied, and that implication was enough to know that Darvik wasn't just on another level. He was completely out of any league, beyond any measurement. And the thing that stunned James the most was that Darvik wasn't somebody who killed for power or pleasure. He was someone who believed his hands were already stained, and that the stain was justified as long as his homeland remained standing. What I've heard about you, and what you just said, I need to ask, are you a dictator? A valid question that formed in James's mind after hearing what Darvik had just said. A man who was a prominent figure during the war, who then built up the entire fucking country on drug money, and everyone accepted it. Not just that, but he had the power to hunt down anyone who threatened the business, and with it, mercy. Ha ha ha, that's a good one. Darvik laughed suddenly, shattering the tense silence. No, I'm not a dictator. I stand very close to that line, sure, but I never cross it. If I did, my homeland would fall back into war. I give orders, I control many things, yet I still allow mercy to breathe, to move on its own path, to remain a democracy. The ministers, the president, my old friends, they all went through the war with me. We fought for the same future, worked for the same goal, and still do. Once again, James understood the implications and realized that Darvik was truly beyond any measurement, and the only thing he could react to in this whole situation was a strained smile. You know what? I'll give you the nickname. It fits you more than me. Oh, I really appreciate it. Darvik laughed once again, while James was kinda happy to have a good relationship with somebody who is almost a dictator. Chapter 350, Genius? After the laugh together and the little story that Darvik shared with James, he stood up and left James behind, and Mike immediately went and sat down. How was he? He asked as he kind of overheard their interaction and moreover sensed that tense atmosphere around them. I underestimated everything. James answered him as he just leaned back and sighed big. This whole country feels like another planet, and Darvik lives like an alien who is ruling it. Well, his comparison wasn't the best, but Mike understood it to some extent, because when he first saw Damien, he already knew shit was truly happening here, without even talking about Camelo. But it is fascinating in my opinion. Like Darvik and possibly his friends or associates really built up a system, a government that is operating on drug money. They give benefits, but what's more fascinating is the fact that everyone is just walking past each other. What do you mean by that? James asked back as he couldn't really understand what Mike was saying. Like everybody in the drug business are competitive people living inside their own bubbles. Nobody wants associates or allies, because it can break and pull them down too. Everyone is an enemy. He looked back at James. But here, enemies walk past each other, sitting at the next tables, eating without a single word. That is fascinating to think about, just how much control he has over the worst of the worst. James didn't even think about it, like it didn't go through his mind what Mike had just said. Somehow he looked past at the fact that the cartel, mafia, arms dealers, and every other criminal were just living in peace in mercy, and now, even thinking more about it, Darvik emphasized many times that if somebody did something, they would kill not just them, but hunt everybody down. But still, just thinking about it was, as Mike said, fascinating. Having these kinds of names, people from the top 10 lists, literally on a leash, dictating to them what they can do and what they can't, was just impossible anywhere else, as everybody in the field has the biggest egos, and even a single word can mean deep disrespect. And Darvik, he's just leashing them up, putting on the dog muzzle, and letting them live in peace. Yeah, Darvik was like a trainer in that sense, but it also pushed one more thing, that once again Mike said. If everybody behaves this well, it means Darvik already showed what would happen if somebody doesn't follow the rules. Mike was right about it. Brutal force was the only language that truly worked. Fear was the only thing that made everyone understand what would happen if they didn't follow the rules of Marasi. Darvik didn't just set boundaries, he showed everyone exactly what he was capable of, and one by one, the so-called kings of the underworld folded like lapdogs. He showed us too. James laughed as he realized it. Sending his man to save Hector and Finn, that was it. That wasn't just help, but a threat. I thought the same. It was clearly more than just help. He leaned back, crossing his arms. He showed us that he can find your highest-ranking men without effort. More than that, he showed he can mobilize his people fast. Feels like he has a whole-ass surveillance network, James said, and something hit Mike's ears, which made him realize something else. Or he knew what would happen. He said as he eyed James. I mean, it's impossible to just, out of nowhere, go and find Hector and Finn easily, when they were both at locations that had no connection to us, the hospital and the black market dealer. James realized it too. That's true. I think Darvik's men have been surveilling us since you seized the power back home. I mean, that is the only answer that explains how quickly they found Hector and Finn. They spied on them for who knows how long, and even followed both of them. Maybe they tracked their phones or something. As Mike finished it, that little silence between them just gave more and more confirmation that it happened, as both of them thought more about it. First, it was impossible to just find both Finn and Hector, as Hector was in a hospital he never talked about to anyone, while Finn told maybe 3 people where he was going, which meant the only way Darvik's men could find both of them was that they tracked them down. It sounds like he knew what would happen, James whispered, unable to fully grasp that Darvik knew everything. I think it all traces back to his connection with the other foreign investor. Mike continued. He knows cartels, people like Camelo, and they could have told Darvik that Sinatra is trying to seize our power, that they're planning to pay off the circle to backstab you. Since then, he's had his eyes on us. Another good point from Mike. Not just good, but phenomenal one. And he let it happen. To see if we survive, huh? James whispered, as it was the only thing that made sense. I think that was a selection process to see if you're worth it or not. Silence for a moment as that stress smile once again spread across James's face. This motherfucker. A genius. The final piece of the puzzle, and all of it made sense. A fucking master plan, and Mike said it right. Darvik had his eye on the Bellini family since Sinatra started fucking with them. He sent his men to monitor, surveil the higher-ups, and then he waited to see if James was worth actually doing something with. And when he saw that James took the whole market into a monopoly, the door was open. Not just that, but Darvik was lucky enough that James chose Marasi to send his family for safety, and he knew James would come to see them, and that was the right moment to strike business. Darvik Vinhamen, huh? Chapter 351. 1 or 2, maybe more? It's all done. Linda's tired voice came as she looked down at her watch. It only took 18 hours. They were up since then, since she vomited, since everything started, since she got slapped by Stephen, all while Benjamin and the joint corruption killed many. They were doing everything to get some story behind why all of these happened. The little fuckers, the gang members, the small-time traffickers and street sellers didn't need any documentation, to be honest. They already had warrants for their arrest, and a lot of them had been arrested more than once. Everything was stacked against them from the start. But on the other side, for the ministers they had caught and killed, it was different. For them, they had to manufacture evidence, forge documents, fill in the gaps, and make sure the whole story looked clean enough to everybody. Not just that, they also had to file reports on what happened to some of the ministers' families. How did they get caught in the crossfire? Why was there no body cam footage from the raid? Every missing detail needed an explanation, and well, they had time to puzzle it together. What to write, what to create, make it too much and not too much. They were going crazy with it, and in the end, they did it. They pulled out every single piece of material Thomas and the If had on the ministers. Then, to make it look even better, they twisted the meaning, the outcome, and even the beginning of it all, careful not to put themselves in a bad position or drag any other minister into the crossfire. And with that, they were done. But to be honest, none of that effort was really necessary, because on social media, people had already made up their own truth, with hundreds of thousands of likes behind it. They were guessing why the ministers were hit, why they were raided, piecing together the whole concept and the story better than expected. Some agents even monitored and profiled those theories, passing the most convincing ones to Linda and the others to help shape a more believable narrative. In short, Linda and the others used social media theories to shape the evidence, documentation, and reports, ensuring that the public would accept the story more willingly, though there was of course real evidence. Millions stolen through government contracts, corruption, drug abuse, prostitution, the sale of sensitive government information, the covering up of criminal activity, the list was long. But the narrative had to be twisted carefully, making sure no other minister or government official on their side was dragged into it. And they need to think about James and the others too. It was obvious that people would find out about him and would eventually start raising questions, and not just about him, but about Damien and Dante Castillo as well. They would ask questions about both of them, mostly about Damien, since he was well known. The only good thing about James was that, despite police attempts on his life, the attacks, the shootings, the deaths, everything always got swept under the rug. In the public eye, James Bellini was just a powerful figure, but nobody knew who he really was. "We thought of everything," Thomas said, sipping his coffee. "Evidence upon evidence, even things that should be impossible to dig up, photos, videos, transaction logs, phone records, bank accounts, offshore accounts. Everything is in our hands. But we forgot someone." He looked at Linda, though she was barely awake, her eyes red, exhausted, staring like a zombie. "I didn't forget about him, but we need to focus on this matter and the future. And second, he will do nothing, I know it." She answered. "How do you know?" Thomas asked back. "James has probably already befriended Darvik, so he wouldn't act against a business partner and a friend. James is our shield against Darvik, while we are his shield for everything." "Bullshit. It's all bullshit." Stephen spoke up, legs up on the desk, leaning back in the chair with a blanket over him. "I mean, if one of us falls, we all fall. We fucked up thinking we'd be the ones on top, pulling the strings, but be honest, nobody's pulling anything. We're just floating over the fucking fire." All of them knew it, but neither of them truly wanted to agree to it, mostly Linda herself. The thing is that neither James nor them had the upper hand. Both of them were forces keeping each other alive. The plan to blackmail, to corrupt, to rule over one another had failed long ago. Both of them had so much dirt on their hands that it would just blow the fuck up. Everything. Yet, in some ways, James was still better off. He's just a gangster. If everything would go to shit, people would finally learn about him. The great gangster, the Don, the crime lord who had corrupted the entire government. On the other side, Linda, the president, and everyone else would stand as examples of what corruption and greed can lead to. Well, both of them would become the worst examples if that balance between them shifted even slightly. But until then, one thing was clear. With a deal with James, billions could flow in with the help of the government, while James could generate billions with government support. And together, they could really change the future of the country. A win-win situation, but the slightest thing could throw off the balance. Well, eventually we'll fuck up, but until then, I'm sleeping. Wake me up when we have the exact number of how many we struck down. Stephen whispered as he tucked himself in, a pillow under his hand and a blanket over his body. And Linda and Thomas followed him soon after, leaning back in their chairs and drifting off as well, waiting until they got the final numbers. Though there were some small problems with those exact numbers. I think it's one body, not two," Benjamin said as he looked down at the ground. "No, it's two, maybe three. Look," an agent said, pointing toward the ground. "There are 3 hands here." "Oh yeah, I see now." The problem was that they had used too much explosive, and some of it hit the targets directly, and what remained was mangled human remains on the ground. Impossible to tell whether it had been one person or several. Chapter 352, Benji. "But I don't even understand. Like this is impossible to do with a single grenade," Benjamin said as he was still eyeing the remains on the floor. And well, it was truly something else. Pieces of human flesh everywhere, some limbs on the side, the whole ground and ceiling covered with blood, and hell knows what. Not even talking about the smell of it, the blood, the burnt flesh. It was so bad that even Sophia couldn't be in it. She actually did vomit the moment it hit her nose because it was not something she ever smelled before. It might be because of that. An agent with the forensics squad looked at the remains of a gasoline can. I think they wanted to burn everything up and run, but then the grenade came in and ignited everything. But gasoline doesn't do this, and it's just a small can. Benjamin said as he truly wanted to know the reason behind what is in front of him, because he was sure a single grenade and a small can of gasoline doesn't do this. Oh, I see now, the agent said as he poked around with a stick beside the wall. Look, this was it. He pointed to a black something. What is that? Black gel, he said as he poked it. It is an incredibly unstable and explosive chemical compound that mostly broke gangs used to create night crystal. And you're poking it. It's not even 10 grams of it. It would blow like a firecracker, the agent said as she finally finished looking it over and stood up. Though these boys were blown up by kilos of it, and looking at the wall there, he pointed with the stick. It is all black, meaning black gel was sitting there. Then he turned again towards the broken window. The grenade came in and ignited the black gel and the gasoline, which, well, resulted in this. Well, Benjamin got his answer from the agent, and it was right. That's why they can't really see how many people it was, because that black gel just blew them to pieces. And if that wasn't enough, the flames from the gasoline burned their remaining flesh. That's good. Though y'all need to find out how many are here and who they are, Benjamin said as he turned. What do you mean who they are? The agent asked back. Don't you know who y'all blew up? The main target is in the kitchen, but who the rest are I have no idea, so list them together or something. Oh, thank you, fuckus director. Benjamin said nothing back, just laughed, then turned around and left them, going to Sophia outside. You can leave, Sophia. Go sleep, and I will be in contact with you, he said, as both of them didn't sleep for almost a whole day, and Sophia did need that sleep and a good shower. Her whole body smelled like blood and death, while everybody smelled like that, like they just came from the bloodiest trench in the World War. Then I hope we never see each other again, she replied as she turned around and just sat in the car he already prepared for her, and without any word or last look, she left. I hope we do meet, Benjamin whispered as he looked after the car, though it wasn't the best first meet, far from the best. Was he? Don't talk, just drive. Sophia immediately shut her driver up as she closed her eyes and tried to focus on her breath, as her hands were shaking because what she had experienced was far from what she thought it would be. No, she thought something like this from the moment she met Benjamin. That aura around him, and that he is the worst she ever met, was proven there as she saw what he had done. Benjamin wasn't playing, nor were his men. Through the night into the morning, and the worst of it, she was there with them. It was a mass killing in the so-called name of justice, of the greater good. She didn't just see gang members being killed, but entire families wiped out, and even for her. That was too much, because they didn't stop. Someone passed by, saw something, and was shot. A family ran out of the target house, only to be shot on the spot. They silenced everyone, and after a certain point it became unbearable. It was too much to watch Benjamin and his men not care even for a second, and to realize that they were truly a force that could have wiped her out, along with everyone else, without hesitation. She was scared of seeing how easily she could die, scared of imagining what they could have done to her, and at one point she was scared of the blood itself, until everything blurred. She lost herself, lost the ability to simply accept reality. All she could see was blood, all she could smell was blood, and she could envision a future where they would come for her. She had truly broken, and it felt so hypocritical, as if she had suddenly developed a sense of morality. A woman who had killed many, tortured many, yet seeing the other side when so-called justice arrived terrified her. If Sophia had finally understood what life was, and how much it was worth, how ironic it all was. But it wasn't just her. Even Benjamin had his own share of battle, though it was very different from Sophia's. We have the number of civilian casualties, sir. An agent stepped to him. It is 57. I thought it would be much more, Benjamin replied as he was smoking a cigarette. It is, but we counted the adult family members of the target as criminals too, as they were involved, the agent said as he looked straight ahead. From the 52 targets, 12 are civilians who saw something they shouldn't have, and the rest is human shields, hostages, crossfire, and add other elements. Benjamin cut him off as he stomped his cigarette and looked into the agent's eyes. Be sure that the crossfire number is the lowest. The agent didn't say anything, but he understood very well what Benjamin meant by it, and he left. Why he himself just stood in place with his eyes closed. Let us all burn in hell for eternity, for our sins. He whispered, but when he opened his eyes, he saw something that shouldn't exist. Benji, you killed them? A faint voice, and a child in a pink dress, long hair flowing, standing a few meters from him. My pills. He reached for his pocket, but they weren't there. Hey Benji, did you burn them like they burned me? She is not real. Breathe. Benjamin, she died long ago. Don't think about her. He wanted to push her existence out of his mind, but the more he tried, the stronger her presence became. The louder her voice grew, and the more it blended with the innocent tone of that child. Then everything fell silent, as if the world around him had stopped. But when he looked up, she was still there, a few meters away, staring at him in silence. Not in that dress anymore, but her entire body burned down to bones. Chapter 353. Them. Benjamin knew that what was standing in front of him was not real, just an hallucination of his damaged mind, a creation of those memories from his childhood, the traumas where everything was burnt down. She was nothing but a hallucination, but it blocked him down. The face of her, that burned, unrecognizable face, that fragile little body of hers just standing there with the flesh melted down, standing there and looking at him without blinking, without saying anything, just staring into the core of him. The core, the memory of the flames, every scream, every loss, every burning thing he had seen, it all came back at once, in the form of her. Benjamin's demon is his childhood love, the demon that has followed him since then, and the worst of it is that she held him in place. Her empty, accusing eyes told him that he could not escape. Even if she was just a shadow in his mind, she carried the weight of everything he had lost. She is not real. You know she is not real. That's why you have pills, Benjamin. This is your mind, the trauma. She is not real, he thought, as he once again just tried to push it down, tried his hardest. But it was impossible to not hear the words that were coming from her, the words that were coming from your own mind that the trauma made up, the words that are not real, just hallucinations, the words that could be spoken, but so hard to ignore. Benji, you watch me burn. Look at me. Benji, look at how I am now. Do you still love me? Hallucination, don't listen. He whispered to himself, his fingernail scratching into his palm, trying to push down, because what she said was not a hallucination. It was a memory. All of it. Benjamin saw her burning. He saw her body after it. He was there. He experienced it. All of it. The hallucination was made up by memory, by the trauma, by the pain that had wrapped itself around his heart since then, a pain he could not deal with, and perhaps never would. Again, a voice, a different one, an older one, a real one. She is here again? Why, yeah. Benjamin opened his eyes, looking to the side at Brianna, one of the forensic detective he knew from the beginning of his career. Why, you saved me from despair again. He smiled as he looked at her, but his face was drained, his eyes were red, his whole being was shaking. Did I? Brianna asked. She is still here, isn't she? Indeed, she is still here, looking at me. Benjamin answered as he looked forward, and she was still there, still in that burnt state. But I can deal with her to some extent. If it were my family, then I would have already been dead. Brianna said nothing for a bit as she watched him looking at nothing, just staring there. You just need your pills, which I grabbed from the car, she said as she reached out her hand. You know it is just so visible, Benjamin, whispering to yourself and looking at nothing. If the agents realizes that you are. We all have problems, Brianna, don't we? He interrupted her. You talk to a therapist. For times every week, trying to understand your pain. Some people smoke green weed to forget, others use white magic to escape from their heads, and the rest just end themselves because they cannot take it anymore. His eyes drifted away from her and fixed on nothing again. And maybe we deserve this suffering, he continued in a low voice. All of us. Every single one. Then why do you take the pills? She asked back. Why not let the pain stay? Let it torment you, if you really believe that. No, he answered, turning his head back toward her. I can't. Not yet. First, I need to kill that motherfucker with my own hands. Only after that can I face them. If I don't take the pills for long enough, they all come to visit me. Every face, voice, every memory. But let's work rather than getting too emotional, he said with a smile on his face as he slapped Brianna's shoulder, but she knew it very well. Behind that smile, there was just pure terror, hidden deep inside him. That was why Benjamin became who he is today. That was why he became the director everyone talks about, the name people whisper with fear and respect at the same time. The worst director in the history of the NSBI, they said. The most ruthless, the coldest, the one who crossed lines no one else would even dare to look at. But in her eyes, he is not the worst. Not even close. To her, he is the best, in a painful way. He is the one who does what others would never even think about doing. He made the decisions others were too afraid to make. And he did all of that while fighting his own demons every single day, holding himself together with nothing but will and fear. God will judge us all in the end, Benjamin, and I hope he will forgive you. I really do. I think differently, he replied after a moment. I hope he won't forgive me. I hope he will torment me until there is nothing left of me at all. But who knows? Yeah, who knows? Maybe God is already punishing him with memories that never fade, with faces that come back in his dreams, with voices that whisper when the world goes quiet. Maybe that is the real punishment. But one thing is certain. He still has a goal. One single reason to keep living, to keep breathing, to keep moving forward. And he chases that goal no matter the cost. Even if reaching it means leaving hundreds more bodies behind him. Even if it means drowning deeper in blood and sin. Even if there is nothing left of his soul when it is finally over. As long as that goal exists, he does not stop. Chapter 354, Ferrucci's Secret. Literally everybody was fighting their own battles. And the reason was the amount of blood and death on their hands just stirred up every trauma buried within them. Sophia's fear about the NSBI, Benjamin's inner fight with the past, Linda's fear about the catastrophe if everything goes south, Stephen and Thomas's own demons, and the names just kept going on, except one person. One single person who didn't have those demons or fear in him. Hector. All he had was anger and wrath in him. But fear? No, he had no fear in him, though he wanted it. He wanted to feel fear, the real one, especially after Xavier and the traitors disappointed him. In the moment he could have felt it, but no. Even when he got shot, he felt nothing. And why would he? His family was in good hands, hiding and preparing to fly to Marassi to be at a safe palace, and death for him meant nothing as he knew it would eventually come. Yeah, rather than fear, he felt anger and wrath against those who wanted to fuck with them. But it disappeared too, because there was nobody to kill. Nobody left in the criminal underworld, not even in the family. He ordered the execution of more people, even killed some with his own hands, and after that, with Danny and a couple of other people, they went through the warehouse, looked for clues of a leak, but nothing major was found anywhere. They were good, and because of that, he was calm. Maybe too calm for somebody who got shot up hours before, whose family got attacked. Maybe it wasn't calmness after all, just pure disappointment, and that's why he was with him. Man, I know you would have liked it to see their faces, to skin them yourself. This whole story is crazy. Should be in a book or movies on the screen. He explained as he ate some gummy bears. Though I need to confess something. I really thought you were gay. Like there is. No problem with being gay, just it would be so different to say. And I thought, because I never saw you with any girl nor heard whispers about you. But now I am sure you have somebody. And you tried your best to hide, huh? Before asking again, he looked at a vase on the table with a beautiful flower bouquet in it, with all of the colors imaginable. It was kind of too big, like a love letter itself. But who? Who can it be? I have never seen any clue. Or maybe your glow-up was that. No way. The white teeth, the haircut, the smooth skin. Fuck, I should have known. That's why you really changed, you fucker. And you said it was because of James, my God. Hiding a girl for us? Motherfucker. Hector laughed, but the silence after it was just too much. It wasn't even silence. No, it was silence filled with the machine beeping that was hooked up to Ferrucci, keeping him alive while his body just lay motionless there, like he was sleeping. I have been here talking for straight 2 hours, and you can't even say something back? He looked at him, at his face, the closed eyes, the steady breathing, and laughed again. So morbid, but I hope you agree with me, man. I kinda miss your dumbass. His voice changed, went low for a second as he leaned back in the chair. I found out your secret, so let me tell one of my secrets. Excuse me. A voice came behind Hector from the door, and when he looked back, he knew. He fucking knew that the time had come. To the secret of Ferrucci. Hello. He said back, And he was excited, because the woman who stood in front of him was stunning. Light brown skin, green eyes, long black curly hair, and her body too was just insane. Hard to think Ferrucci did it. "Do you know Ferrucci?" she asked, kind of confused about what was happening and why this scary-looking man was there. "Yeah, we are partners at the—" He forgot it. He was so stunned he forgot the whole thing, that Ferrucci being an agent was an act at the other hospital. And she noticed it. A smile sped across her face. "The agency, right?" she asked with a giggle. "He told me it is a secret that he works for them." "Then you know it now," Hector answered as he held out his hand. "I am Hector, his partner for years. I guess you're a family member." "I am his girlfriend, Victoria Mandel. I thought he spoke about me dozens of times, no?" she asked, giggling up a bit. "We don't really talk about personal matters at work," Hector answered, but he was still surprised. He was literally staring at her, thinking how the fuck Ferrucci pulled a girl like her, and moreover, that he could shut his mouth about what he really does. "You didn't tell me your last name," Victoria said as she sat down on Ferrucci's side, grabbing his hand and just looking up at Hector. "I can't reel. Bellini, isn't it?" Silence, as Hector froze, and it wasn't about surprise or confusion. There was no confusion. The reason he was frozen was that he knew what it meant that she knew their names. He knew what he needed to do, and that was the exact moment he reminded himself why they are all single. This whole moment of finally knowing who Ferrucci fucks just broke to pieces within a minute. "It's all written all over your face." "How do I know it, right?" She giggled, but she visibly gripped Ferrucci's hand more. "Ferrucci many times left his gun unattended when he was home, and I noticed it was just too shiny, looked so strange, and my curiosity took over me." Her eyes teared up as she looked at Hector. "When I pulled it out from the holster, I was stunned by it. A beautiful, shiny silver gun, with engraving all over it, flowers, and a name. Bellini. The fucking gun." The first thought of Hector, that the fucking gun that many of them have, the engraving on them, the Bellini name, the flowers, the saints, the symbols, the shiny guns. One that even he has. How funny is that? He knew for sure a time would come that because of a fucking gun and engraving, a problem would arise. And now the problem was there, sitting in front of him, gripping Ferrucci's hand and looking up at him with teary eyes. I first thought it was a gun brand, but I searched it up." Her tears rolled down her face. But what came up wasn't a gun brand. What came up first was a funeral for a well-known gangster, Augustus Lucian, and pictures of who attended it. And there he was. She glanced at Ferrucci, her voice low. "He was there, standing next to you, and next to the man who the independent journalists whisper about to be the heir of the Augustus Empire." With a faint smile on her face, she looked at Hector. A gangster. It was impossible to hide it. It was impossible to believe that no one took a picture, that no one was brave enough to snap one. An independent journalist did it, snapped a picture as they stood around the empty coffin of Lucian, and in the picture, they were there. James, Hector, Ferrucci, Charlotte, Bella, even the Silas family. The first high-quality picture that made its way to social media and to an online news site, but nobody thought much about it, as it was just a rumor that the young man called James Bellini is the heir of the Augustus's empire. Nobody really knew who he was, just guesses and rumors. Still, the picture was real, as well as Ferrucci in it, and it didn't take her much to search up the name. Ferrucci Bellini, and there it was. More rumors about the man, the same rumors that Raphael had read and written down in his diaries. "Do I know too much?" Her voice came again, but she didn't look at Hector. Her eyes were on Ferrucci like if she was asking him. "If you knew too much, you would be terrified by him." Hector answered her as he walked to the door. "I see nothing wrong with it. But it can change, and if it changes, Ferrucci will wake up to his girlfriend nowhere to be found." Chapter 355. Fuck. Why would you even get a girlfriend? Ferrucci? There are so many hoes out there. Hector whispered to himself as he left the hospital and just couldn't believe it. No, it wasn't even that, because he knew very well that they had needs. They wanted to feel loved, to be loved, and to give love. But at the same time, there was a rule not to get involved with women, because it could go very bad very quickly. That was why Hector and half of the family had no one either. But to be honest, this rule only applied to those at the top, and when you looked at it on a broader level, there was nothing really wrong with it. There was no one left, and the government was with them. Victoria couldn't even snitch or do anything else, because there was nobody to turn to, Well, only one power that was stronger than everyone else. The public, and that was the worst thing in Hector's eyes. If word got out, if pictures surfaced, then they were fucked, and it would be impossible to make it right. And the worst part of it all was the weight it placed on Hector. Even if he always says that he doesn't care about anything, deep down he cares about everybody around him. And now, if Ferrucci's girlfriend does something stupid, he will be the one who will have to silence her. Though Ferrucci had every right to have love, because of what he had experienced in the past, he fell in love to push those feelings down, the haunting past, to not let it control what he could or could not do. It was better to love somebody who was alive and real than to let a past love haunt you forever with memories that could never be real again. Hey, Buck, I have something for you, Hector said as he called a number up. There is a woman called Victoria Mandel. Light brown skin, green eyes, long black curly hair. I want you to dig a bit around and follow her for a bit, but do not touch her, okay? Okay, but what am I looking for? Buck asked back. Everything that is suspicious about her. Once you're done, come to me. Then I will be in touch with you soon. Buck replied and put down the phone, while Hector just stood around a bit on the stairs, looking up at the clear sky. What he thought in that moment was just the sadness of all of it. The sadness of their reality, the loneliness of it. Though for him it didn't matter, because he had love. Love from his real family and love from the Bellinis. But he knew others wanted more, wanted to feel it, wanted to have somebody on their side. But it was just impossible. What if she realized who you really are? He whispered to the sky. Why are you putting me into this position? Why would I be the one who needs to kill her, you dumbass? Why did you even lie about her? He had so many questions on his mind, just so many. Why Ferrucci lied. Why he always said that he didn't need anybody, that he had a girl he would always love from his past. Why he lied about all of it. Why he couldn't say a single word and at least try to hide it better. Are you good, Hector? You should sleep some. Ramirez's voice came as he noticed Hector sitting, staring up at the sky without moving. I'm good, Ramirez, he answered as he looked at him. Tell me, do you have a lover? The question was so out of place for Ramirez that, for a moment, he thought Hector had overdosed on the pills that kept him awake, or that he was simply so tired he wanted to drift into philosophical talk. If we count girls from the red light district, then yeah, but a real one? No, I don't. Ramirez answered Hector, half joking about it, though it was his reality. But why are you asking? I thought it is a rule among us to not have nobody, because we can die quickly. Even in the military, that was a rule. I asked because we might have a problem on Ferrucci's side, Hector said as he kept looking into Ramirez's eyes. And that problem is love. Ramirez's mind couldn't handle the information Hector had just given him, because the one man he thought would never get anyone was him. Ferrucci, the fucking butcher, but at the same time, he understood the danger and weight behind it. Should I? No. She's known for months who we are, but she didn't do anything, and I've already called Buck to check on her. Hector interrupted Ramirez, not even wanting to hear the rest. If Buck finds anything suspicious, I'll handle it myself. Ramirez understood well what it meant, and he had nothing to say to it. He was just still surprised by the fact that it was happening. But now we should rest. Hector continued. I got a message from Mike that everything is going fine in Marassi, so we don't need to worry about that too. He stood for a moment, slapping Ramirez's shoulder. Let's go and rest. Yeah, let's go. Just another problem that rose out of nowhere. A woman who could be killed and then put into a barrel, buried deep in the ground, or thrown into the sea, even if she was Ferrucci's so-called girlfriend. Moreover, it was their smallest problem, because they didn't know about the deals James himself had made. Deals that would change the entire course of their family and place them in a category that was simply impossible to reach. And one reason that Hector could be calm about Victoria is that he sent Buck after her. And that man will get every detail about her life, and the judge will be Hector himself. Chapter 356, Rule. Finally, there was silence. Finally, there was rest. Everybody had the moment to take a step back and breathe, to rest after what they had carried out. Hector and Ramazur went to sleep back at the family house. Linda, Thomas, and Stephen were taking a rest at the operation center, while Sophia was at her home, sleeping. Everybody finally could have taken a rest without worrying that their life could end. Everybody was calm, knowing there was no danger. There is nobody to shoot up the house, nobody to raid them, nobody to harm them in any type of way. And it was just strange. It was strange to sleep knowing you are the top one. Strange to think that everything came to this, that finally there is peace. Peace that was made by spilling so much blood, but it did what they wanted. While they were resting, the civilians were parading out in the streets. How morbid is that? Parading the death of hundreds of people, parading the death of civilians who were at the wrong time at the wrong moment. Well, they will never find that out for sure, and maybe even if somehow they did, they would never raise their voice against it. Yeah, it was just morbid to think that all the people they have killed, now the mass was celebrating that. Though not everybody was celebrating, no. Benjamin was still out there, on his pills, now free from the hallucinations, gathering everything they needed to advance the operation even more. Hundreds of kilos of every type of drugs that is imaginable, pills, powders, injections, the chemicals and materials that made those drugs, hundreds of equipment, thousands of ammunition, documents, telephones, vehicles, pen drives, computers, phones. They were getting everything, sealing it up, and that too was on their side of the scale. There is a strange awareness among the people, in the masses, in the civilians. There was public opinion research months ago about illegal substances. What the government was curious about was whether people would support illegal substances being legalized, most importantly. Focused on green weed, and the reason for it was the high demand within the health organization. It has been well known for years that green weed helps patients in some aspects, yet it is still viewed as a vile drug that destroys lives, while in other countries it is legalized or restricted to the health sector. And that is what the research was aiming for, to see what people's answers would be to the questions, and it was surprising. 70% of those who did give their answer said they would support the integration of the green weed not just in the medical field, but publicly and legally buyable for everybody over the age of 21. And that is why exactly these raids were just even better. They busted hundreds of kilos of every single substance that destroys lives, even green weed mixed with other chemicals to make it more powerful. And what they would do with that massive amount of drugs was to destroy it. And from that point on, the genius plans could start to form. How do you battle drug dealers, gangs, the mafias, after you have just killed hundreds of them? Legalize the drugs they are selling, so you just fuck them up even more. And what do small caliber rats start selling with? Green weed, as that is the easiest to start producing and selling. And when they make enough money, they step up to night crystal, and from that to white magic. But how would they step up when what they produce is legal? A genius plan, because everybody knew that even if you killed them, they would return eventually. But with this, they just pulled the roots out. If somebody starts producing night crystal or white magic, it would be easy to find them, especially when there is a monopoly and the only one selling it is James himself. Not just that, but who will be the one holding the monopoly over green weed? Exactly, James. A whole fucking reconstruction of the system. The exact way like Marassi, with the only major change being that the only one who will be able to produce and sell those drugs is James Bellini. A total monopoly over the white magic and the green weed market that will boom, making not just himself rich and untouchable, but the government too. And if the government is able to get hundreds of millions, they can do one thing with it: get the public trust once again and get reelected, which would obviously happen, especially after what they have done so far. They played everything right. Even if they thought it would be a catastrophe, in reality, they bagged the election. President William is on a straight path to victory, with a vote count that would seem like fraud. But in truth, it all came from what they have fucking pulled of, the impossible, and they did it. They did what the people wanted, and the best part is that the capital's votes are the most powerful. They don't even need to worry about the other states, the other regions, because if the capital supports you with its votes, you are on the winning side without a single doubt. And now it is even more visible, the people parading outside. Plus, legalizing green weed will pump up even more votes from all over the country, from those who benefited from it for their pain, not even mentioning the recreational users or the poor regions that they will start supporting after everything is stable. In short, everyone has won. James will get the monopoly, the position of the government, literally the country itself, while the government gets its cut from the deals with him, which they will use to rebuild the country even more, secure election votes for themselves, and bury the truth forever, because they can and they will. They will control the narrative, as all the power is in government hands, and the journalists who talk about it, or try to dig into what is really happening, will be silenced. And what are the civilians going to do about it? Nothing. There are many examples out there. Why would they believe in journalism when they live in peace, when their salaries are rising, when public safety is at an all-time high, when so many things have been legalized to help the people? They have already won. They are in a position that is almost unimaginable to be true. The only thing that could end it all is an internal affair. If somebody from the system they have created, or someone who had a hand in creating it, decides to speak. But that is why the if is there, why Stephen and Thomas are there, to silence them. All. The only question that matters now is how long would the Bellinis last? Well, the only way to get the answer is to rule first. Chapter 357, Attorney General. Parade after parade, street party after street party. The people were celebrating the operation for a whole day, chanting the agency's name, chanting the director's name, chanting everybody's name who they thought might have had their hand on it. And they did it with excitement and happiness, while on the other side there was everything but happiness. From the Union, to many foreign countries, to the foreign media, everybody was judging the actions as unlawful and going against human rights, just exactly how they dubbed Morassi. How funny is it that the people who didn't live in that suffering are the ones that question all of it, while the people who lived in it are happy and celebrating on the streets? Not just that, but they were so low that they broadcast the celebrating people on all television, saying they are protesting, while the truth was they were partying. In short, the foreign media, government, the union, and the other fuckers changed the narrative of it quickly after their effort to call up the president or anybody else failed, because nobody cared about them even for a little bit. William was working hard on his speeches and planning for the future with his advisor and analysts, while Linda, Stephen, and Thomas were up, writing the report once again, just finishing it. With final touches, and Benjamin switched places with them, as he was the one who had been sleeping after being almost awake for 2 whole days straight. And everything was working. They slowly showed the bodies of the gangster on television, spreading their own propaganda, painting a false picture of what actually happened to pump it up even more. It was working very well, as everybody on the streets was on their side, and even wanted more, though they had fucked up a bit. They had stated which ministers were targeted, which ones died, and who got arrested, which was the only thing the wider public wasn't really happy about. Yes, it was good that they struck them, but nothing happened to those whom everybody knows are corrupt. Like ministers still sitting in the government, who are well known for being corrupt as fuck, advisors, mayors, governors, and so on. There were so many people that the public wanted to see hanged, literally. They wanted more blood, and they were right about it. If the government carried out an operation like that, they had to pull out all the deep-rooted corruption, kill or arrest everyone involved, and William became worried because public feelings could quickly turn extreme over what they had done. People would believe they killed and arrested only those who opposed them, using the operation to gain more power while leaving the obvious corrupt figures in authority. So what followed it was a presidential decree to arrest more people. Just one day following the operation, 22 more ministers, advisors, cabinet members were arrested. Even 3 congressmen and 1 congresswoman were thrown into jail. Their houses were raided, and those fat documents about them from the IF were released to the public. How much they had stolen, how they stole it, who helped them steal, how they tried to dictate or change rules, and everything you could imagine, from drugs to prostitution. Though Thomas and his men had been careful about it. They edited it a bit, removing every name from those files that were close to them, even if they were involved, and replacing them with other names so they could arrest them too. Unbelievable what AI could do. You picked a name, typed in the one you wanted, and it changed within a second. If we keep going with it, nobody qualified will remain in some key government positions. Stephen's voice came as he sat in front of thousands of documents and pictures on his desk. Like, we literally arrested everybody in the transportation ministry, also in the energy sector, and it just keeps going on. In all, almost 300 people. How are we going to replace them? We are just going to integrate those departments and ministries into another one, until we find the right person, and once again it becomes its own department. Linda answered as she was also going through files. Pachua too. I thought he was different from the others, she said as she showed a picture to Thomas. And Stephen, a picture that Pachua, the health ministry head, was well. He was with a little girl, to say it nicely. I vote to kill him, Thomas said immediately as he looked at the picture. Me too, Stephen said, though they weren't really stunned by it. They saw too much like that through the years, and even Linda, after what she saw in those fields, it was just another thing. Then write him up on the list. The list is the list where all the names go who will die by a so-called crossfire. Maybe they tried to fight back or something. Oh, and something interesting came from the Oval Office. Stephen said as he read a paper. What is it? Linda asked back as she didn't even look up. They officially renamed you and the ministry. As Stephen said it, Linda immediately looked up. No longer Justice Minister, but the Department of Justice, and you are the Attorney General. Congrats, he said with the most bored voice ever possible. I really like how we're half Prime Minister government, half federal constitutional republic, like we can just decide which system applies whenever it's convenient. One thing is a department, the other is a ministry. There's a minister, then suddenly there isn't. There's a Congress, then no Congress. There's a Senate, then no Senate, and they can change all of it overnight if it benefits one side. Thomas gave voice to his frustration, as he didn't even know what the fuck was what anymore. Still, congrats. Attorney General. It feels like they just went with it, so I can more easily be the main villain, she said, not even surprised anymore. Basically, what William did was throw Linda deeper into the mix. As Attorney General, she could oversee even more the NSBI, the IF, and the ISB, and if the shit spilled out, she would be the one in the fire too, not just him. Still, it was undeniable that he was making moves so he wouldn't fall alone, but would take everyone down with him, like a line of dominoes. Well, we can do nothing about it. But what about Darvik? Any thoughts, Miss Attorney General? Stephen asked, kind of mocking her, though the question was important, as she didn't answer it yesterday. I already said it earlier. I'm not going to talk over the phone or through text. We'll invite him and deal with it in person. I think James is already planning to come back, so Darvik will be coming with him. That way it's clear they both need to be there, and we don't end up cross-dealing with each other. What Linda said was the most logical thing to do, though James was doing everything but planning on going back. He was being a slave, to be honest. I want that too. Charlotte pointed her finger at a painting book, while behind her back James had at least 5 big-ass bags in his hands, already full with toys, books, clothes, that Charlotte wanted. But he was the one that promised her that he will take her on a shopping spree again. Chapter 358, The Weight of Witnessing. Charlotte was for sure going all out on James and on his wallet. It kind of felt like the revenge she so well deserved. The revenge for him leaving her alone. The revenge for not taking care of her, not calling, not talking, not playing with her, when he had promised to be there every single time. Promised to be the dad she deserved. Not just that, but it was too obvious that she had trauma too. A kid who came from one of the worst families. A child who had suffered from a young age. And if that wasn't enough, she saw James getting shot up, and, on a broader level, she had lost Raphael too. Even if they didn't talk much, she knew who he was. They talked a bit, once even painted together, and just in a day he disappeared, and with him she realized that a piece of James had disappeared too. The simple James changed that day. She knew it. She knew it from the moment she saw him in that state when he was in a coma. She knew that her so-called dad was not going to wake up the same as he was before. She understood the weight of the loss of Raphael. Oh, she understood it well. The way Erica cried all day, the way she whispered to James, Charlotte heard it, heard the pain, the vengeance, the anger in her voice, heard it all, saw what it meant to lose somebody, to lose your own child. But at the same time, she understood one more important thing. That family is called family for a reason. Raphael died, and with it caused Erica to be ruthless toward James. She could have abandoned him, but she didn't. She was angry. She said things that a mother should never say to her child, but she never left his side. All the curses, all the whispers, but she never once let go of James's hand. She was there all day long, gripping his hand, crying because he is family. They are family. That moment for Charlotte mattered so much, meant so much, seeing what it is really like, understanding the meaning of it, understanding that James that day saved her from death, sacrificed himself. She understood that James put her in that car with intent, with a will, to stop everybody who wanted to reach after her. A child who should not know what death is, what rage and vengeance are. But she learned everything through seeing Erica grieve, seeing Hector walking up and down in anger, with wrath in his eyes, seeing Bella with words just staring at James. Ferrucci, who only showed up once and then disappeared into his own darkness. She understood it all. That is, this is family. And she learned something else too, quietly, without anyone ever telling her. Without anyone sitting her down and explaining it in words a child could understand. She learned it just by watching, by breathing the same air as them. That family was not gentle, not warm in the way stories told it. It was heavy, it was loud, it was built from blood and silence, and people standing in front of each other when they should have stepped aside. Family was Erica crying in rooms where she thought no one could hear her, and Hector clenching his fists continuously ready to fight, and Bella just with words staring at James without words. And James never spoke about that day. He never explained why his eyes seemed older than before, why he stood a little farther from Charlotte now, as if distance could protect her. He just stayed. Charlotte understood then that love was not soft, not safe, not something that smiled at you. Sometimes it was standing in front of death and letting it hit you instead. Sometimes it was carrying the weight of everyone's fear so they could keep breathing. And that was why she never forgot that day. Not because she was scared, but because that was the day she learned what family truly meant. But in the same way she learned something more brutal. She learned that if somebody takes something that is your everything, if somebody breaks you apart with that thing, what comes after it is wrath, it is vengeance, it is terror, it is the bloodlust to go and kill, to go and get that feeling satisfied. The whispers of Erica, Hector's anger, Bella's silence, all of it had it in common. Even the bodyguards outside, everybody who she saw had that in their eyes, and that same atmosphere around them. To go and satisfy that feeling. To go and take what they have taken from them. And that's why the underworld was in silence too. That's why nobody moved. Nobody dared to do anything. Because everybody who knew about James knew. To that, when he woke up, blood would flow on the streets. And it did happen, and that day stuck into her core. Something she will always remember. That face of James, the eyes, his screams, his bloody hand as it struck the wall as he realized that they had died, that Raphael and Hans were gone. It will also remind her of the memory of not sadness. No, the memory of pure darkness. Those hollow eyes, the anger, the breath, the voice that is broken yet powerful. The darkness, it is not fear. No, no. It is the type of feeling when you look at somebody and just know it instantly. Know it that somebody got broken to the core, and in the same time you see the amount of danger he is, and it didn't change since then. No, it more like became more obvious to her. The cane helping his movement is just the symbol of that darkness, just emitting it out, like a reminder how he got here, a reminder of the darkness that calmed him. And the only one thing that this cute bomb could do to just push it down and look at him as dad was to be a child, and that's it. Simple. Have the moment with him. To be with dad, and nothing more. Do not care about anything. Past is the past. The future is future, but the only thing to experience is the present, and she was doing it, hurting and pushing James' wallet into negative numbers. Chapter 359, Copying Bella? Charlotte, I can't move like this. At least help me a bit. James said as he was holding those big-ass bags, and at the same time trying to be stable with the cane. I said we need more people. She shouted, as she didn't even look at him. Nah, she was looking at a skirt that had cat print all over its fabric. It was the first time since then, the first time she was alone with Charlotte in a mall full of strangers just chilling, shopping. Though he didn't believe it, and it was true. Mike, come on, help. He turned back, and there he was. Oh, the mission failed, I guess. Mike laughed as he reached out, his hand grabbing the bags from James. I mean, being 2 meters away isn't the best place to hide. James laughed up as he looked around. And maybe if the others would try to blend in and not all in suits, it would also help. He said all of them were in the same black suits and just looking to SUS. Yeah, but at least one of them remained hidden. Mike said as he eyed James, who immediately looked around again. It's gotta be Orion, but where is he? He looked everywhere, but saw nothing. I give up. Where is he? He is there. Mike laughed as he pointed to the side, and Orion was literally standing 5 meters away from them, looking different. I have no words, James said, as Orion was literally eating a hamburger with a wig on, glasses on, and just blended in like a spy among the people. I think he is enjoying that hamburger more than protecting me. He laughed at the absurdity of it, like that wig was just too cheap, literally glowing like it was made out of plastic. Or something. And that clothing on Orion, the flower-printed shirt, the shorts, the sandals. He looked like he'd been living in Marassi for decades. Yeah, maybe he's a little too chill with it, but I want this. Charlotte's voice interrupted Mike saying anything, and when both of them looked at her, they were speechless. No way, put them back. James immediately said as he eyed the clothes in her hands. Why? She asked back, looking with those big eyes at James like she wanted to bribe him or something. Because you are a child and not even a teenager. Even if you were, I wouldn't allow you to wear that. James replied, holding eye contact and fighting back her. I side with your father. Mike joined in, as if his opinion would even matter in it. Crop top and short skirt for a girl your age is too much. Exactly. Why do they even make these for children? James agreed with Mike as he grabbed them out of Charlotte's hands. But she looked so sad, like she was about to cry as James put them back. Look, I am not against skirts, you can wear them, but longer ones, and you need to learn how to move in them, but crop top. No, not even for a second. Without even noticing, James, for the first time, was truly being a dad, which Mike smiled about. The way he said it, the way he controlled his voice and was worried about her, was just wholesome. This is much better. James continued as he grabbed another skirt, a longer one, and it had some cat print on it. With this you will look cute, adorable, and more age-appropriate. Would I really look cute? She immediately asked back, hearing those words from James. Of course you would. James affirmed her, though he feared she might snap. No, he was kind of expecting her to snap, because Charlotte is much older for her age, and wearing clothes that are too childish might push her down, making her feel embarrassed wearing them. But no, the exact opposite happened. She was jumping up and down. Really? She asked again, still jumping up and down, desperate for more confirmation from James. Yeah, you know what? Just don't even look at those clothes. James pointed at the crop top and the short skirt. You look adorable. Pick what you like, but just be careful not to show too much of your body. He said this, gently pushing her to not even think about wearing anything too revealing. You agree, Mike? Oh, of course, a child should dress like a child. Mike agreed, though it didn't go as planned. After that, Charlotte became an unstoppable force, grabbing everything that came across her path. What had been 5 bags suddenly became 10. Still, it was a good kind of relief, pushing all the tension out of him from what had happened back at home. Though James knew he got messages from Hector and looked at the news too. He needed this relaxation and Charlotte gave it to him, though she spent 10 minutes trying out what they bought for her, and she was just so picky. About everything, what matched, what looked good, but then it happened, and he was out. In the first fit that James gave him, the cat-printed white skirt, and the gray t-shirt with a flower on it. Wow, you look cute. James complimented her again with the most boring voice imaginable, but Charlotte was happy about it. Thanks, she said back with a big smile, hugging him tight, though that was the worst moment, because as she hugged him, she noticed something, a stand. A stand that said face painting, and she, without saying anything, just stormed off, and when James realized where she was going, he knew that he was going to be painted too. We can do matching ones, she said as she pointed her finger at the paints on the table. Oh yeah, hooray. James wasn't really impressed by it, but in the end, they did it. Both of their faces were painted tigers. They became tigers in less than 30 minutes, and the best thing about it was that there was a third who joined the party. Mike. He was laughing so much at James that he gave Mike an order to sit his ass down and be painted, and sure, he did. But after so much laughter, Charlotte ended up in James' arms, sleeping while he struggled to even walk with her in one arm and a cane in the other. Still, he managed to make it to the car, and their day ended with joy, a joy that James hadn't felt in a long time. A joy that Charlotte brought once again, lighting up everyone around her. Chapter 360. Goodbye? That light, that comfort and happiness that Charlotte gave James and everybody around her, ended rather quickly because of a woman. A woman who was Erica. The road home was sweet. It was wholesome, as Charlotte slept in James's arms. It was wholesome as he realized even more that he truly was a dad, that this little girl was his safe place, the one thing he could go to and feel human once again. But when they entered the house and James put her to sleep, everything changed. The atmosphere became heavy once more, that steady, suffocating heaviness where everyone acted differently. Like without Charlotte, they were just as dark as they truly were. Nothing more than killers, which was true, but it still felt overwhelming, and Erica didn't help the situation. She sat alone in the kitchen, staring at nothing, and when James tried to talk to her, it only took a darker turn, to say the least. "I can't pretend, James," she whispered, her hands shaking so badly that she had to clench them into fists, as if she needed something to anchor herself. First, James was confused about it all, like she was all good when they arrived. Yeah, he got slapped, but the feeling she gave him, the things she said, everything seemed good, and now she was just bad, and he only noticed it now. The way she looked, how skinny she is, how fragile, how hollow her eyes are, how broken she is. "What do you mean, Mom?" he asked as he sat down next to her, but he saw it. She flinched like she felt herself in danger or something. It just shocked him to the soul. A mother who fears her own son. A mother who felt threatened by her own blood. And the worst of it all was that James knew this feeling, this sickness, this quiet rejection. It was the same way Marcelo had left this world, when his own family had looked past him, when his own blood had started to fear him. Since he died, I can't look at you the same," she whispered again, before suddenly covering her face with her palms as stated crying. "I tried so hard, I really did, but I can't. It's always here, inside my head, it never leaves me. I can't, James. You don't need to pretend, Mom, yo." "James," she interrupted, her voice breaking completely. "If I didn't pretend, then I wouldn't be able to look at you as my child anymore." James froze. Not because the words hurt. He had already lived with them long before she ever said them out loud, but because hearing them spoken so plainly stripped them of all illusion, all the fragile lies he had allowed himself to believe. He wasn't dumb to believe everything is okay. He wasn't dumb to think that a mother would just step over her son's dead body, the son's dead body who died because of another son. No, it was obvious, but James built up this defense, this illusion that until it is not being said, he is okay with it. But now that illusion broke. Though James knew that, yeah, his mother back at that time said, that he is still a son, but she said it with an intent. "You are my son." What she meant was go and kill them because you've done this. It was clear to him that at that time she said to get revenge. No, it can't even be called that. She just needed to get somebody to die. Yeah, what Charlotte witnessed back then, those whispers, and Erica being beside James all day, was family. A mother saying goodbye to her child. But how is she going to live knowing that Raphael died because of James? How is she going to smile, laugh, live every single day knowing that it was because of him? It can be millions, billions, shit. The whole house could be covered with gold, all the money in the world, but money can't buy back nobody. Money can't revive Raphael. Money can't revive that fragile child who he was, the child who needed her mother's love the most, the child who needed to be looked after, the child who was more loved. "I can't, James. I can't pretend anymore." She spoke again as her tears fell more. "I didn't give birth to this. I gave birth to a beautiful child who was smiling, laughing, enjoying life, and was loving. But you are not that anymore, James. You are not that child." Faster than I thought. Fuck. James thought as he closed his eyes, but nothing. The sadness, the anger, the disbelief, anything. He felt nothing in that moment. No, all of it already went through him. All he felt was that he needed to end it. "I know," he said quietly as lifted his gaze back to her, and for just a second, something childlike flickered there, something that shouldn't have survived this long. "I know stopped being your son the moment you started looking at me like a stranger," he continued, his voice calm, too calm. "You didn't need to say it. I could feel it every day, and I'm not angry. I don't hate you. No, I understand. Because if I were you, I'd be afraid of me too." As he finished it, he didn't wait a single moment, and stood up, stepped to her, and gave a kiss to Erica's forehead, and then hugged her tight. "But don't forget, in my eyes you will always be my mother." His grip tightened around her. "Never forget that. I will always love you." She said nothing in response, only cried loudly like a child, her sobs breaking into screams as her tears soaked James's clothes. And that was the only thing she could do, because at that moment, he realized that she had truly lost her child. The one who would have argued with her, the one who wouldn't have let her go. No, he had done the exact opposite. He understood and accepted. But now I'm going to sleep, and you need to sleep too, and tomorrow we will talk about it more. He finished as he leaned in with another hug, a shorter one, a quick one, like he tried to do it fast to not let the emotion take over him. And then he went to sleep. No, he went to seek that comfort, that atmosphere, that warmth, and he lay down next to Charlotte to sleep, to be next to the only person who truly loves him from the heart. How sad it was. Yet he felt nothing at all as he lay next to Charlotte. Why would he feel anything when he had accepted it all? James knew that from the moment Raphael died, nothing would ever be the same, and he also knew that Erica had lied and just pretended since then. She fucking out-pretend him. And he saw it all, every detail surrounding her, saw through the fake smile, the fake laugh, the fake comfort, all of it. I bet it wouldn't jam now, he whispered, just staring at the ceiling. Losing what I love the most. Huh. Fuck this. He couldn't finish. He couldn't anger himself, couldn't feel any darkness, as Charlotte shifted in her sleep and hugged him, resting her head on his chest, and it calmed him down profoundly. Listening to Charlotte's breath, feeling her heartbeat, was the most peaceful thing that could have happened without opening the seals of his broken core. And, to be honest, they wouldn't open anyway, because deep down, James knew what this was, the best thing that could have happened. If Erica truly goes away to live her own life, he won't have to be careful all the time, nor will he have to worry about her. In Marassi, she can live the life she deserves, and the one who will remain by James's side, loving him purely, will be her. Charlotte, and maybe that succubus, Bella, but mostly Charlotte. A child born into violence, into bloodshed, who would continue to grow up in it until one day she could become a Bellini or run away. Chapter 361, Bellini's Forever. They say everything has an end, and now that end was there for the family of James. Not the mafia, not the criminal organization, not this whole shit that was built around him, but the real one, the real family. Raphael died. Then James beat the shit out of their father, and then sent that greedy bitch to get tortured by Ferrucci. Thinking more about it, James kinda butchered everybody in their own way, and Erica was in the mix too. She experienced all of it, and she broke easily and understandably. That's why the next day, everything was just much calmer, because both of them understood that even if it was their family, they had their own way. Though it also happened that James woke up with Bella's boobs right in his face. She climbed into the bed during the night, gently pushed Charlotte away from James, and took her place, and of course, waking up with that in your face wasn't exactly unpleasant. Still, what came after was simple, yet deeply meaningful. James and Erica went outside and sat down in the garden. It felt as if even life itself wanted this moment, as if some god looked down on them and wanted it too, the sun shining on them, the soft wind, the warmth in the air. It seemed like two defiant existences, two different realities and atmospheres surrounding them. One was the darkness that endured everything, swallowing it whole, while the other was the light that fought back and slowly built enough courage to finally break the balance, and both of them knew it without speaking a single word. They simply sat there, listening to the leaves rustle and the distant sounds of a world that kept moving no matter what kind of monsters or miracles lived within it. Erica wrapped her hands around her cup, feeling the warmth seep into her fingers, while James leaned back, eyes closed, letting the sunlight warm him. For a second, it seemed like everything was all right, just being wordless, silent, and letting the moment speak, and you could see the two worlds of them, silently drifting apart, yet still connected. James lay back, eyes closed, one hand resting on his cane, while Erica gripped her cup, staring down at it, thinking of what to say, maybe how to say goodbye to her only child who was still alive, but she said nothing. It was enough. It was enough to see him, to see the scars, the cane, the pills he took and still takes for the pain and depression buried deep within him. She knew it all. And yet, there was still a faint sunbeam of him, a fleeting memory of a single moment when he was a child, simply enjoying the outdoors, the child who was happy, who played with his little brother. That child was gone, and with him, the innocence he once carried. A beautiful country, isn't it? James finally broke the silence, still sitting there with his eyes closed. He didn't want to look at her, didn't want to look at his mom, didn't want to see those eyes again. It is. I love being here, far away from the pain, but at the same time close enough to still feel it. The way she said it meant everything. It gave James something important to hold on to, that she wasn't going to run away somewhere out of fear. No, she wanted to stay close enough to feel the pain, not just from her own past, but from James himself. Close enough to care about him, to maybe talk once or twice, to be present, to feel it all. Then enjoy it, Mom. Enjoy every single bit of it. I'll support you with everything you need, James said as he finally opened his eyes and saw something he hadn't expected. A smile. A smile on Erica's face that was indescribable. He had never seen a smile that was so painful and, at the same time, so warm. Thank you, James. She spoke, her voice low. I just want a cozy home, and that's it, nothing more. You deserve everything. James answered her immediately. And I will give you everything. So look for a house, and I'll buy it for you. He stood up slowly, putting his weight on the cane, and started walking toward her. But before he could reach her, Erica rose, because she saw the pain in James' eyes, saw the twitch, and knew he hadn't taken the painkillers once again. Please, don't torture yourself anymore, she whispered as hugged him tight. I won't, James answered, holding her just as tight. Their hug wasn't just physical, it was long, and though their words were few, it was full of unspoken emotion. It was full of love. Love that had existed through pain, through suffering, through everything. And even now, it was still there, not as intense as before, not as consuming, but it remained. Love would always be the thread between them, between mother and son, and that long hug between them told it even more. Can I go? No. Why not? Because I said so. You're not my father. Nor James. Mike's words might have been a bit too harsh toward Charlotte, but he was about to crash out on her as she tried to run toward Erica and James and break apart their moment. Yes, he is my father, she shouted, and Mike noticed it, her eyes burning with that Lucian-like fire. Stepfather, he corrected. Real father, she yelled, and in her frustration, she literally punched Mike, but it hurt her more than it hurt him as the bulletproof vest absorbed her punch. What are you two doing? Belle asked, stepping in and seeing Charlotte literally throwing a combination of punches at Mike's stomach, which felt like a good massage rather than an attempt to hurt him. Though to answer Bella, he only nodded toward the outside, and she immediately knew what was happening. She had expected it, as Erica had told her about it before. Bella had tried her best to convince her to stay with James, to be near him as his mother, because leaving him would only cause more pain. But seeing them hug in silence, she was happy that it had finally happened. That, finally, neither of them needed to pretend, and could still be the Bellinis forever. Chapter 362. I will kill you. I should feel pain, shouldn't I? James thought, yet there wasn't a single trace of sorrow, regret, or hurt inside him as he remained seated in the garden, letting the sun shine down on his face, while his mother had already gone back inside. He simply enjoyed it, the calmness, the birds, the sound of the wind moving through the trees. It all felt like it was shielding him from reality. But no, he knew exactly what reality was, and he knew why he felt nothing at all. Because he was no longer that little bitch who moaned about every tiny problem, even when he knew what was happening, even when he knew it was all his fault. He had gone too far with everything, crossed lines without hesitation, ordering death, but always bitching after all. He had cried the entire day, drowning in those thoughts, turning them over again and again. But thank God the switch finally flipped, and those emotions were gone, stripped away, morality torn out of him as if it had never existed. And it says a lot that a man raised by his mother doesn't feel a thing when she calls him what Erica did. He doesn't feel anything when the woman he loves the most pushes him away, looks at him like a stranger, like a monster, and calls him the killer of his own brother. That kind of man doesn't lack emotions. No. Oh no. He doesn't react because he has already accepted it, and accepting something as painful as your own mother saying goodbye to you is impossible, at least for normal people. But for someone who leads a family with hundreds of murders to their name, a family whose members torture women and men alike, butcher them without hesitation, and steadily take over an entire market, a man who once pushed the police chief's eyes into his skull, who laughed when a gun jammed while it was aimed at him, who decided fate with a coin. A man like that has nothing left inside him and has already accepted that truth. And that is exactly why Bella beat the shit out of him. You said what? I don't love you. To be fair, I don't even know you, Bella. The coma? She pointed to her head. Is it memory loss? The painkiller fucking with you? We kissed. We had that moment talking about Marcelo, about Raphael and Hans. You said that. Bella. James interrupted her, this time with a faint smile on his face. I don't know you. I don't know your birthday, your favorite color. Nothing. Literally nothing about you. I can't like you because I know nothing about you, and whatever that moment was, whatever it almost became love or something close to it, it was only because I was searching for comfort. I was chasing the idea of love just to satisfy my own need. He didn't break eye contact. You know I treated you badly. I was never firm, never clear about what was right or wrong to say or do, like when you called me daddy in front of others, embarrassing me, turning it into something sexual, turning me into something sexual. His voice stayed calm. I don't love you, Bella. Oh, that face of hers, it was impossible to describe. She was lost in every sense of the word, mouth slightly open, eyes trembling, searching for an answer in James's eyes, an answer completely opposite to what he had just said. Her head tilted, confusion written across her face, unable to comprehend what the fuck was happening. And then, slowly, the tears came, the realization sinking in, understood but unbearable. The world inside her shattered, or at least it would have, if James hadn't followed up. That's why we need to go on a date, he said, calm as ever. So I can love you. What? Bella asked as she had no idea what was happening, like she had slipped between realities and couldn't tell what was real anymore. A date, James said calmly again. So we can talk properly, then from a relationship and have a child. Uh-huh. A child, James said again. Because I think I'm going to die before I turn 30. So maybe I'll live long enough for our baby to be 3, maybe 4, long enough to see me, to know who I am before I'm gone. And honestly, I'll never find another woman like you, Bella. You're the only woman who can understand me, who can stay with me. He looked at her steadily. So what do you say? I'll kill you. Oh, what? You fucker, Bella shouted as she launched herself from the chair, knocking James backward and sending him crashing to the ground. She didn't slap him, nah. She went in with her fists, jabbing and pounding all over his body, and while James didn't fight back either. He didn't want to alert everyone, even though he knew Mike was probably already watching, wondering what the fuck was going on. And yeah, he was. Mike was peeking through the window, silently witnessing Bella beat the shit out of James, though eventually, she stopped and grabbed him by the shirt, yanked him up, and stared straight into his eyes from up close, her breathing heavy, rage and disbelief burning in her gaze. Hey, are you fucking kidding with me? She shouted as she shook him. I thought you wanted to throw me away, she shouted as her tears started to fall onto James's face. He truly fucked up. From the very beginning. Not just what he said, but his whole behavior, the way his voice sounded like a goodbye, like he was ready to fucking kill Bella or something. It sounded like everything but a new start. Like, who the fuck starts by listing all the negative things about a woman, calling out every flaws? Well, James did, and he did it for a reason. It frustrated him. This whole behavior of Bella, moaning all day, jumping on him, being too touchy, and this was the perfect time to say it out loud. He had nothing to lose, so he let it all out, and Bella answered with her fist. How can you be this fucking stupid with women? She shouted, shaking him harder, her tears still falling, soaking his face. My hair is different, and you didn't notice. My nails, my makeup, I lost 3 kilos, and you didn't notice anything. And you criticize me. Shut up, she shouted as she covered his mouth with her hand and just stared at him like a demon, breathing like a bull. And that was how it ended, like she realized that the man she was beating up is her boss, the drug lord of her home, the death with a cane. And she just stood up and walked off. But before she disappeared, she shouted back, I will date you. I will bear your children. I will be your wife, you fuck. She shouted across the garden, and even though Erica was hidden, she didn't even know what was happening. And well, that was it. It ended rather quickly. Basically what James said is shit. I think I'm gonna die quick. I need somebody to fuck and have a child, and Bella accepted that fact. Well, she accepted it a long ago, but James started the whole thing like a goodbye, and in the end what he said was to be with him. That she is the only one that would ever understand him. And that hit hard. So hard that Bella just couldn't handle all of it. The anger, the pain, and at the same time there's something happening and extending within her. The one thing for sure, Mike enjoyed the show really much. Chapter 363. It's literally quotable. What followed the beat-up was just more silence, a strange kind of peace. History always said that after every big battle, the battlefield fell silent. And indeed, James was silent as well, lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, feeling every inch of his body screaming in pain. Bella didn't really consider the fact that he was still hurting. Nah, she just beat the shit out of him as much as she could, but at least it gave him a sense of understanding that somewhere in this world there was a woman who truly cared for him, and that he still meant something to someone. Are you good? Oh, yeah, though I don't know what my top-tier security was doing. James laughed as she slowly stood up. Guess they just watched their boss get beaten up? I mean, it was Bella. Mike smiled. If it was Hector, I'd jump in to rescue you. But her? Nah, I'm good. I just don't want to get castrated, you know, and I think you don't either. It's better to talk sweet to your woman. I don't think so. James replied as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, surprising Mike, since he had never really smoked on his own. You know, some things need to be said out loud, and I'd rather say them than live with them forever, just burying everything deep. It was a contradiction, because that was exactly how he lived, with everything buried deep inside him. That was why he was able to deal with all the shit over the years, and Mike knew it too. But why would he argue with James, with his boss, the man who gave him a new life? Yet made no point of arguing about women, and Mike was more curious about cigarettes. Since when do you smoke? Lots of times when I couldn't sleep, I searched up the internet for techniques on how to battle depression, trauma, and so on, and every single one of them warned to not use drugs, to not be addicted to the false feeling that those gave. And what they advised was to use cigarettes. He inhaled and looked at Mike. It's better than tripping on green weed, pills, or even white magic. I mean, that's true. Mike answered. But I don't even want to start listing the cancer it can cause. A laugh broke out. James laughed, not just a simple chuckle, but an uncontrollable laughter, and even Mike started laughing as he realized he had just said the biggest bullshit. Yeah, no shit, it could cause cancer. But what was cancer to a man like James? The youngest drug lord, a man who had defied death, one death itself had failed to claim, who would leave behind a legacy strong enough to shape a new generation for decades. Nah, cancer would be the most peaceful death he could ever wish for. Though I'm not going to lie, you look good with it. Mike continued. The cigarette, the cane, your whole fit just screams someone powerful and influential. Or it screams that I'm handicapped. James laughed. I should really get it checked, it was on my list, but I think I'm going to torment myself for a bit. He said as he took another puff from the cigarette, a longer one, and Mike immediately noticed the shift between them. Why so? Just another emotional shit from me. James laughed, but it was short, quick, hollow, and the smile vanished almost as soon as it appeared. I feel connected to Raphael and Hans in this way. You know, the pain reminds me, and I don't want to lose the one feeling that keeps them close to me. It wasn't emotions, and James knew that well. It wasn't feelings themselves, but pain. The pain of losing those you loved, the closeness to death that followed it. That day was the closest he had ever been, the closest he had ever come to dying, the longest time he had spent alone in the darkness. And the pain he felt every day was nothing more than a reminder of that darkness, and he feared it. Yeah, he feared it. And of course he did, because he knew that after death there would be no heaven or hell. No, only darkness. Alone in that torment, alone with the knowledge of what he had done, how many had died, hearing their despair, laughing without recognizing them, seeing their faces but not knowing who they were. And those unknown, blurred faces would hunt him forever, just like they had in his coma. That was how he felt connected to Hans, to Raphael, even to Marcelo, through death, and the pain that came with it, and the pain that came before. It's strange. He continued after a moment. People think pain breaks you, that it makes you weak, but for me it's the opposite. Without it, I forget who I am, I forget what I've done, and that scares me more than the suffering ever could. He looked away, his gaze unfocused, drifting somewhere far past the garden, far past the present. Every death he had witnessed, every order he had given, every face he pretended not to recognize stacked on top of each other in his mind, forming that same endless corridor of shadows he had walked through in his coma. That's why I can't let it go, he said quietly. If I lose the pain, I lose the connection. To Hans, to Raphael, to all of them. I lose the proof that they were real, that they mattered, that I mattered to them. Death isn't the end. It's just the moment you're forced to face everything you spent your life running from. Silence. All that followed was just silence, as Mike's mouth hung open. Though he could remain silent. What the fuck? You should be a writer. How the fuck do you come up with stuff like this? It's literally quotable. Mike was more surprised and mind-blown by how James had phrased it, like it was some kind of poetry. I think an author is lost in me. James laughed, realizing it had just all spilled out of him. Maybe I should have pursued that career. You would be a millionaire for sure. Nah, I chose to be a billionaire selling drugs. A laugh followed, but rather than a joke, it was their reality. A reality that needed his attention and he was ready for it. Chapter 364, with me. The days that followed were not especially hard, at least emotionally, as James had already come to terms with everything concerning his mother. Between them, things went smoothly. They talked about life, about her wish to enjoy what remained of it away from death, blood, and the torment that inevitably followed him. She made it clear that this choice did not mean she was abandoning James. She simply wanted to remember him as the boy he once was, not to relive every pain tied to who he had become, which James understood, and he let her go, though not without setting a few rules. First, the house Erica would live in had to be inside a gated community with constant security, and even if she went out, there would be people following her to protect her. Something that Erica immediately denied, as she wanted to distance herself from all of that. Seeing men with guns following her, feeling the constant fear that she could be killed every time she stepped outside. She just wanted a normal life. So that plan was scrapped. Still, Erica chose a house with security measures, and of course, James wasn't going to let her have everything exactly as she wanted. Instead of using his own men to protect her, James called Darvik and asked if he could send some people to watch over her, and of course, Darvik agreed, knowing it would strengthen their relationship, and James also knew that someone like Darvik would be the best choice to keep her safe without him having to worry. So in record time, everything was done. Within 2 days, a house was bought in one of the richest neighborhoods. There was no need for bank approval, where the money comes from, and so on. Nah. One tour of the house, talking with the real estate agent, and everything was paid in cash, and nobody said anything. Within those 2 days, Erica had gained her own life, her own protection, and a renewed will to live. But one question still lingered between her and James, one that needed an answer. She can be with me, James, and at least she can be a child. Act like she's meant to act, Erica said as they sat in the new house's living room. Wooden floors, gray core, and a large golden chandelier hanging above them. I think that's impossible for her, James replied, his eyes fixed on the gleaming chandelier. Sometimes I'm just blown away by how she talks, thinks, and asks questions. Sometimes she acts like an adult, and it's impossible to reverse. But we both know why she does it. Erica replied. What life did she have, James? She was beaten. She saw drugs, people being killed. It was the norm. Of course she's older up there. She pointed to her head. But we can work on it. Help her be a child at least. If she goes with you, it will only be worse. Erica was right, and she didn't say it because she wanted to take Charlotte away from James. No, she said it because it was all true. If Charlotte stayed with James, who knew what would happen? Who knew what might become of the cute bomb of the family, or even of James himself? As Charlotte was the biggest liability more than that, she was a child who should be in school, who should be living her best life, far away from horrors, from death, and from the mafia. I promised her. James began, now looking at his mother. I promised her. Plus, and I broke that promise many times. And you know, until now, I didn't really realize what I meant to her. She loves me and thinks of me as a father, not a stepfather, not an adoptive father, but a real one. And I abandoned her so many times, and still, every time she sees me, that light in her eyes, that smile, the way her face just melts me. He shook his head slightly, a faint smile forming. I never thought I'd think of her as a daughter. The whole concept was absurd to me. But that absurdity turned into reality so quickly, and I think she's the only one who loves me unconditionally and it's not because she's a child. No, it's because that's what love is, and that's what I am to her. He looked back at the chandelier. A child who idolizes me. A child who somehow understands me. I don't think I could ever abandon her. I could never pass her on like that. She's too close to my heart. That's the problem, James. Erica whispered quietly. What if something happens to her? She didn't want to push that idea, didn't want to say it out loud, but both of them knew the possibility was there, that she would be hurt, that she would be killed, or worse, that trauma so deep would turn her into a completely different person as she grew up. If somebody hurts her, James began, and that was when she saw it. She felt it. Those eyes. Erica recognized them instantly, the same eyes he had when he went on a rampage, that darkness inside them. I would kill their whole family, their whole generation, just to make sure they understand their sin, James said, his voice low, his gaze still locked onto Erica. But it's true for you too, Mom. Don't think I wouldn't burn down the country just to find the ones who hurt you. She didn't answer immediately. She realized that this wasn't anger speaking, not rage or impulse, but something more frightening, certainty. She had seen this side of James before, back when Raphael and Hans died, and there was no turning back, and that was what terrified her now, because he wasn't shouting, he wasn't trembling, he wasn't even raising his voice. He was calm, composed. James Bellini, the Don of the Bellini family, her son. No, he was no longer a son, just a shadow of him, a shadow that would remain to pursue her, as it showed that she still loves and will love him to death. Though I'll come to visit often, so if you find a man, be ready to introduce him, James said with a smile, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. I'll never have anybody, she replied as he stood up. And you gave me enough money to have male strippers every day until my death. She laughed and began laughing even harder when she saw James's disgusted face. Just jokes, darling. I love you. She hugged him tightly. I love you too, James said, gripping her firmly. But then he felt something else, another hug from behind. Me too. Charlotte's voice came, like a little invisible ghost. I hope you didn't hear anything, James said as he turned around and picked her up. I might have, she replied, staring into his eyes. But I'll stay with you forever, for sure. She whispered, her small hands wrapping around him. She did hear it, huh? Chapter 365. Welcome back. Charlotte had heard everything, every single word, but nothing really happened because of it. She didn't say anything at all. She just hugged James, and in the following days she stayed with him, grabbing his hand or resting in his arms, never leaving his side even once, while they all did everything they could to make sure Erica was fine. Though, in truth, they didn't really need to do much, because Darvik once again showed who he truly was as out of nowhere she turned Erica into a permanent resident of Marassi, got her a healthcare card, identity card, a passport, and even a bank card, which was possible because James handed over all the cash they had brought with them. In short, Darvik was a motherfucker who could get anything done in a single fucking day, though it was painfully obvious that this was also his tactic, to draw James closer and closer, making sure they weren't just on good terms, but on great ones, before the time finally came for them to go back. It's a strange feeling, a strange kind of atmosphere, knowing that you are a drug lord and now sitting on a private plane, flying back to actually be a drug lord, to actually work, all while realizing that you have just made 3 separate deals. Camelo, who wants to buy a large amount of pure white magic, Damien, who wants to get in on the 3D printed weapons, and Darvik, who wants his cut off the money in exchange for providing protection. And of course, there was the biggest deal of all, the one between James and the government itself, something he knew absolutely nothing about, because literally not a single call happened during his stay in Marassi. Linda said they would stay in contact through the laptop he got, but there was nothing, not even one call. The only person who provided him with information about what the fuck was happening back home was Hector himself, which was kind of bad. Flying back while knowing that the government had fucked everybody just to give you an open road to deal drugs, yet hearing absolutely nothing from them, felt like a trap being set. But of course there was nothing like that. No, the exact opposite. They were waiting for James. In the last couple of days, the government stopped caring about what was legal and what wasn't. They did whatever they wanted. Ministers were arrested for no real reason, dragged away in the middle of the night, thrown into jail, or even executed. They wrote fake reports, set up fake institutions, and planted fake evidence wherever it was needed. They burned the drugs in public, not because it was right, but to send a message: this is what happens when we come for you. Then they showed the bodies of dead gang members on TV, laid out with guns, cash, and all kinds of shit, replaying it over and over until people stopped asking questions and just believed it. After that, they went on air and said the capital was clean. No more criminal organizations, no more gangs. According to them, the city was free, and once they said that, they moved on to the next lie. They announced that the rest of the country was next, that every state, every city, every corner would be cleared the same way, but that was the real trick. By saying the capital was done, they pushed everyone's eyes somewhere else. They declared war on every major criminal organization in the country. To the public, it sounded like the natural next step, but in truth, the declaration served a different purpose. By announcing a nationwide offensive, they deliberately pushed attention away from the capital and forced it outward, toward distant regions, individual states, and cities, which meant that all the investigators, journalists shifted their focus, believing the real battles would now be fought far from the center of power. And with that, they made the biggest step. With the spotlight removed from the capital, a person can work, a person they've been waiting a long time to return. James himself, finally stepping into his rule and beginning to build his empire. With no attention and with the cover of the government and the agencies, he can re-establish supply lines. People could be transferred, the building of the labs and production can be started more quickly and faster, and at the same time the drugs that they still have packed up in warehouses can be sold and smuggled under the cover of chaos that is going on everywhere in the nation. What everyone thought was an escalation was really just a distraction, made to keep people busy and let them move freely, in the capital and everywhere else, though of course no one was against it. No, everybody was happy that finally it was happening, because, well, the government put something behind it. That once the cities are clear, the resurrection can be started. Basically, they were doing the same thing that James did, giving people hope, and the way they did it was city by city. They started building up these quick camps of food, healthcare to give people for free, and also President William pushed out his vision that hospitals, schools, infrastructure, and workplaces will be built all over the nation using the money they are seizing from the criminals. Everybody was happy that it was actually happening, except for those in the so-called human rights organizations and the union, who were sent investigators to see what the fuck was going on, to figure out what was right and what wasn't. They really wanted to uncover the truth and investigate, but as soon as they landed at the airport, they were sent the fuck back. Basically, the stage was set, and everybody was waiting for James. When his plane landed at the airport, from that point on he was no longer just a figure in the criminal underworld. He was the criminal underworld itself, and the Empire was waiting for him to sit on the throne. "Welcome back, James." "What a welcome, Hector," James said as he hugged him, and it truly felt like a welcome. At least the fully blacked-out SUVs waiting, men standing all around securing the perimeter. "Did you enjoy your vacation?" Hector asked again as they sat in the car. "Oh, it was great, but I need to apologize for leaving you behind." James thought about it a lot, about how, when he had just dipped, he might have made the worst decision, a decision that could have cost the trust between them, making it seem like the boss just disappears whenever there's danger and leaves everything to be handled by his men. But no, Hector didn't see it that way. "You don't need to, James. I'm here for you and the family, you know that," Hector said, smiling at him, and that smile was something special, like the smile when a loved one finally comes back after a long absence. His eyes were sparkling. "Though we have a lot to do, meetings with Linda and the others, the drugs to calculate, the money too. First, I need to visit Raphael and Hans." James interrupted. "I haven't seen them in a long time, and after that, Ferrucci and Finn. We can handle the others later." "Of course that is a good idea," Hector said, knowing how much seeing them, or not seeing them could affect James, and how much it could hurt him after so long. But before they could even start moving, there was a knock at the door from Mike, and as James opened it, there she was, Charlotte, looking mad at him. "What?" James asked, but she didn't say anything, just straight climbed into his lap and just sat there without any words. While she was actually whispering something under her breath, probably cursing James. Though it was obvious to James why she was doing it. She had heard everything he said to Erica and he knew that she would never really leave him alone. That seed of family, the bond between father and daughter, had been planted that day, the day she had heard those words. "Should I switch cars?" Hector asked. As to him, it seemed like a relationship struggle between father and child. "No," Charlotte said it fast and firmly, staring into Hector's eyes, and she saw it. She had those eyes, but not the ones ever speaking about the Lucian type. No, it was more like James' eyes somehow. "Don't be aggressive, Charlotte. We are going to see Raphael and Hans, and they need peace, you know. After that, you can say everything you want, but be a good girl until then, okay?" James said, and in that moment something switched in her, and it was Hector who saw it as she still just stared at her. It was kind of heartwarming to see that she, too, understood what those two names meant to James. After that, nothing but silence, as she just hugged James tighter while the car rolled out, heading to the resting place of both Raphael and Hans. Chapter 366, Circle. It was just so strange coming back to your home country and seeing the people outside, seeing them still having this atmosphere of peace, and moreover seeing the banner all over the city. Though James knew it was all the work of propaganda, still seeing the banner of peace and the operation that the government did just push the idea more than the people accepted it all. Moreover, seeing the park they went past, how many were there? Seeing that there was no fear in people to be outside, there was another thing to it all. Not just that, but he saw it with his own eyes, the evidence of the raids as they went by houses that were completely burned out, houses that were shot up and still guarded by agents. "They went all out, huh?" James asked as he was looking out of the window. "I saw the news, the bodies and everything." "Indeed, they went all out, and the people paraded it for days," Hector answered, though he used light words to say it as Charlotte wasn't sleeping, just resting in James' arms. "What was the reaction to the ministers?" James asked as he now looked at Hector. "Genuine happiness." He giggled. Like that was the main point, that people went out to the streets. They were happy to see all of them arrested, or worse than that, though there was a bit of voice against the whole operation. What about? Well, families were in the crossfire, and the public also noticed that civilians somehow died. Hector tried not to use the word children in front of Charlotte, and James understood it well. They needed to silence them. James answered, as it was too clear. There is no way nobody was around. It is just human instinct for someone to run straight toward a shooting and start recording, to get a glimpse of it, but those who did that night were, well, silenced, to say the least, and not just them. James knew very well that the agents who raided the houses had no remorse for anybody they found in there. He could see it by the sheer damage they had done. Even the news showed the house just burned down or had hundreds of bullet holes. They didn't give a fuck, only concern on the goal to eliminate whoever was inside. I guess they made up something for it. Of course they did. Hector answered. Crossfire, human shields, and so on, and the majority of the public actually believed in it. It's like they need to believe, like it was mandatory. James answered. If they didn't believe in it, if they raised their voice, nothing would have changed, but the government would have stepped back. Maybe the worst part of it all is that you have to believe in it, even when you know it's all a lie, or at least sense that something is wrong. People are not foolish enough to believe everything, yet at the same time, they have to push back their morality, suppress the humanity within themselves, because if they let it rise, if they raise their voices, nothing would change in the nation. The corrupt motherfuckers would still be in power. They would still steal millions, pushing citizens further into struggle. Not to mention the criminals, who continue killing innocent people, spreading misery, running their drug empires, making profit without a single drop of morality. The system doesn't care, and the people have had enough of it. They've decided that whatever it takes is the only thing that can make a difference. Why would you feel bad for families that are committed to corruption, to crime, to slaughtering innocent people, to spreading suffering? Why feel guilt for those who have abandoned every shred of decency, who care only about their own power and profit? It's both pathetic and beautiful the way humanity refuses to let go, even when every reason says it should. You watch it all happen, the injustice, the cruelty, the exploitation, and you start to feel numb. You start questioning everything, your own morality, your own choices, whether staying silent is complicity or survival. Because in a world like this, speaking up rarely changes anything. The corrupt remain in power, the innocent continue to die, and the cycle spins on. But now people have a spark, and that spark becomes a reason to act, a reason to push through the numbness, to grab what little control you have and bend it towards something better, even if better is only temporary. Because if no one fights, if no one dares to act, then nothing will ever change. And maybe that is the cruelest truth of all, that hope, no matter how small, is the only thing keeping you human in a world built to strip humanity away. Yes, children, daughters, sons, sisters, brothers died, so many of them. Yet all of them were tied to that life. Their fates were shaped by the sins of their parents, trapped in a world built on cruelty and corruption. They lived the lives they did because of the suffering their families had inflicted on others, inheriting both the privilege and the pain that came with it. And now their deaths were mandatory. What kind of cruelty is that? Yet no one could raise their voice against it, at least not enough to make a difference, because the masses knew that even if someone had tried, nothing would have changed. How funny is that? James is exactly doing what people are against all of it like a mirror. You know, I would have raised my voice against it, he said, looking at Hector. Killing children who have no idea about the world, who don't know what it means to live, taking their lives because of their parents' sins. But they tried to do the same to me. Not just tried, but they took Raphael from me, tried to take my mother, and Charlotte too. I don't care about it anymore. Neither do I, Hector answered as he looked at Charlotte, but she had fallen asleep and didn't hear what James said. I'm sure that Sicario would have killed my sister after me, and then my mother too, so why would I care? Right. And I'm sure when the time comes, they wouldn't either, James said, looking into Hector's eyes, and he understood perfectly. From this point on, there are no fucking borders. There are no lines they can't cross. No, they would fuck up everybody in their sight. Chapter 367. It was you. Though thinking about it more, there was no one left they needed to fuck up or who would even dare go against them. Nobody would be that fucking stupid. And there was something bigger to think about as the car came to stop. A stop to finally see them. That feeling immediately got to James. He felt his body turn into nothing but weight, like somebody was clinging to him, dragging him down. And that feeling was guilt. The guilt he still carried. The guilt he kept pushing down, deep down. But seeing the gates, seeing the headstones spread all around, dragged it all back to the surface. Should I go with you? Hector asked as he saw James' eyes just looking at the distance. No, I'm good. Take Charlotte in. I say hi too. Her voice suddenly came as she looked up at James, and she looked nothing like somebody who just woke up from a good sleep. No, she looked like somebody who was up all the time. Did you pretend to sleep? James asked as he eyed her. Might be, she answered, and it was obvious to both of them, even to Hector, that she was up, that she pretended to sleep to hear what they were talking about, to be part of their talk, of their business. This girl is going to be a problem, James thought, and indeed, she would be one as she grew, and to be fair, he knew it. It was undeniable that she would develop a persona that mirrored both Lucian and him, reflecting two different families, two different dons, with two defined approaches to the world. And the worst of it all, or maybe the best, was that she had already seen, heard, and learned everything she knew from the Augustus family, from her own blood. The aggression, the killings, the complete lack of morality toward anything, and now, with James, she would learn even more. The Augustus family's last broken piece, now under the Bellini family, not just under their protection, but their princess to the throne. What a fucking life that waits for her. Maybe she is going to be the worst mafia boss that ever lived, at least if she ever becomes one. Are you sure you want to say hi to them? Yes, she said back, holding eye contact, and the two of them were just impossible to read from Hector's point of view. Charlotte had that childish yet serious gaze, staring deep into James, while James, on the other hand, had those hollow eyes that had seen horrors, lived through trauma, and still do. Though during that another question was asked by him. Should I tell Bella to stay back? Hector asked, but he sensed something was wrong there too. She wasn't jumping, screaming, hugging, or anything when they landed. She looked like someone who had been dumped, or something close to that. No, she's mad at me, so there's no problem with her, at least for a week. James glanced at Hector. But it's time to go then. He continued as he opened the door, first helping Charlotte climb out, and then stepped out himself, grabbing his cane and moving slowly, the cold breeze hitting his face and shit. He looked like death with a cane, and it was thanks to the bad weather that he prepared for. A full black outfit, black overcoat, the black fedora cap on his head, the suit beneath the coat, the black cargos, the shoes, and that slight limp he walked with. He looked truly like a don, like a true mafia boss, though on his side, Charlotte had her own little bubble as she held James' hand. White sports shoes, black pants on her, with a beige down jacket with cat patterns all over it, and a white beanie on her head. It was like yin and yang, like life and death walking side by side with each other. "You walk like a grandpa," she said as they were going rather slow, thanks to the fact that James used all the medicine he brought with him to Marassi, and nothing was left, which meant the pain was just bad. Like if somebody was stabbing his leg with needles. "At least I can still walk, darling." The moment he said it, Charlotte's grip tightened around his hand. She didn't say anything, but the reason for her reaction was clear. She understood exactly what James meant, especially that "at least." She was there, she had seen it all. He could have died protecting her, right there on the spot. Instead, he survived, at the cost of walking normally, at the cost of ever being normal again. "They are there." James' voice came pulling out of Charlotte from her thoughts, but now it was lower than ever. It was kind of fragile, but he tried to keep up with normality, not to show too much emotion as they turned to the path that led to Raphael and Hans, but when they arrived it was just too much. The silence was heavier than ever, no words, not even a single breath could be heard. Only the wind, brushing through the trees, dragging leaves across the ground. A silence that said so much. Yet what spoke even louder was his fingers tightening around Charlotte's warm hand as he looked down at the headstone and read the names carved into it. Two different words, yet carrying the same meaning, just like them. Charlotte, wrapped in her fragile bubble, and James, his wound aching in front of those two names, standing between two completely different worlds. Raphael Bellini beside Hans Bellini. An innocent young man who didn't deserve to die, who deserved to live his life to the fullest, far away from all the terror and sin, from all the crimes that the Bellinis are. And beside him rests Hans Bellini, the man who took an oath to protect the Bellinis, and in doing so, he died, and the worst part of it all, he failed. He had failed to protect what he swore to guard, but in truth, nobody had ever looked at him that way. No, he had done everything he could. In James's eyes, he died as a hero who tries everything to protect Raphael. A hero who will live forever in James's heart, just as Raphael. A hero, a little brother who tried his best to look up to James, who tried his best to live a normal life even while being bullied, even while slowly breaking. In reality, only one who failed them was James. Chapter 368, Just Cry. Yeah, he knew it. He was the one who had failed both of them that day. Fuck, he had failed them from the beginning. Wasn't there to protect Raphael, to be the big brother he needed. Wasn't there for Hans. Fuck, didn't even know about his daughter in the hospital. It just all washed over him in that moment, the guilt of it all. "You should say something." Charlotte's voice came, pulling him out from his thoughts as he stood looking down at the two headstones. "Should I?" James asked back as he looked down at her, but her eyes were fixed on Raphael's marble headstone. "Yeah, or you should cry." "Why would I cry?" James asked back, though he didn't even know why he asked it, because it was just too obvious. "I think this is the right time for it." Her voice came again. "If you don't cry, you're just going to keep holding it inside. And when you hold things in like that, it hurts." Her grip suddenly tightened around James's hand, and her voice grew quieter. "When Dad died, I didn't cry, because I thought he didn't love me. He was never there, and even when he showed up, it felt like he didn't even see me, like I was nothing to him." Her voice cracked slightly. "But I know now that he did love me, because if he didn't, I wouldn't be here with you. He loved me, he just never knew how to show it, and neither did I, and when I finally realized that, I started crying, and that bad feeling from my tummy disappeared after that." She sniffed and rubbed her sleeve under her nose, not looking up. "So, it's okay if you cry too. I'll stay. I won't go anywhere." How strange it was to hear those words from a child. How strange that she accepted something she shouldn't really be able to understand. She knew Lucian was keeping his distance for a reason, to protect her. That was why he was never truly there, even when it seemed as if she didn't exist. He refused to give his enemies any chance. Lucian couldn't bear the thought of losing the only child he had ever had. of watching her vanish from his life. Yes, Lucian had abandoned Charlotte to protect her, and she understood his intentions, why he had passed her to James. He had done it out of love, a love so deep that he couldn't even bear to imagine what would happen if there was no one to keep her safe. He knew that death was closing in on him and had accepted it, but he could never accept leaving Charlotte behind. You're too smart, Charlotte, but you know, emotions are different for every single person. For me, there are no tears left to cry. Why? Charlotte's voice came again. It wasn't pushy, it wasn't demanding. It was just a question, pure and honest. But it was also clear she didn't really understand. How could she? Her understanding didn't come from explanations, but all it came from watching and listening. She had learned emotions the hard way, and still, she asked, because she couldn't understand what it meant when someone said they couldn't cry anymore. What it meant when a person had suffered so much, felt so much pain, that their body simply stopped letting it out. When you cry, it's because something hurts, right? Because it's too much to keep inside. James' voice came as he tried to explain it to her. But when pain stays for too long, you get used to it being part of you. So, crying helps some people. His voice wavered for a bit, but he continued. And I'm glad it helps you. But for me, I don't know how to cry anymore. Somehow, the way he explained it to Charlotte only made it worse for himself. Just thinking about it. About how this was his truth, nothing more and nothing less. How not even a single tear had come that day, when his mother said she wanted to create distance between them, that she wanted to be alone. He should have cried at that moment. That day should have been the worst one since Raphael's death. Because Erica was the only one who truly chained him to this world, the only reason he kept living. But there was nothing. Not a single tear, and maybe that was when everything shifted. It was no longer Erica who chained him to the world, who gave him a reason to live, but the little, cute bomb at his side, squeezing his hand tighter and tighter, trying her best to comfort him. Though her view on it was different, to say the least. That is just stupid, she said, though she still gripped James' hand tight. It is indeed stupid, but once you grow up, you will understand it, Charlotte. But now, let's say our goodbyes. James said as he let go of her hand and slowly knelt down, really slowly, as the pain just got worse. Though Charlotte was there to help him even if she didn't do much, she gave him a hand. What is that? She asked curiously as James pulled something from his pocket. A pack of cigarettes, he answered her, pulling out one and placing the rest of the pack on Hans' headstone. You know, Hans always said he wasn't a chain smoker and only smoked one or two, but he lied. I always smelled it on him. He smiled as he lit the cigarette and placed it next to the pack, then turned to Raphael and laid a coin there. The magic coin? Charlotte asked, watching it closely and noticing it was the same one they had played with. Yeah, when we were younger we played it together, and he was always better at it. He smiled. Well, I hope both of you found peace. I love you guys, James whispered as he touched their names. I love you too, Raphael and Hans. Charlotte did the same, touching their names, and after a long silence between the four of them, they left. Chapter 369, No Way. The atmosphere was clearly different as they sat back to the car, and Hector immediately noticed it. It was sad, it wasn't dark, but it was just empty. James' face was just still, that unreadable one, while Charlotte was still that childish one. Hector couldn't really tell what had happened in front of Raphael and Hans. He watched them as they knelt there, but he couldn't tell if James could truly say goodbye and, honestly, he didn't need to know. It was between them how it was supposed to go, and he wasn't even worried about James and his emotions, because he knew that there wasn't any, or even if there was a drop of emotion that might surface, he would surely have Charlotte on his side, a child who is a whole different world for him. Moreover, Hector knew, or well, he had a card that would change the atmosphere in a second, and he was ready to use it. So next stop at Ferrucci and Finn? He asked as he looked outside the window, though James noticed something as he glanced at him, that Hector was covering his mouth, like he was trying to laugh but held it in or something. Yeah, something wrong or what? James asked back, as he never saw Hector like this, like out of nowhere, just smiling, almost laughing, fighting it back. Well, I would say it's wrong, just strange, I suppose. He answered as he finally looked at James, and that smile, man, that was a real smile. Strange about who, Ferrucci? James asked, as he knew that Finn is good because Hector provided info, and even called him up on the phone to talk with him. Do you remember the moment when he changed? Like the smile, the white teeth, the skin, his hair, and just the whole demeanor? I do remember. He wanted to cut his finger down, James said, which Charlotte kind of tilted her head if she heard it right. I was even a bit jealous of him, like he became a model or something. He continued, and just knew that something was wrong with that, as Hector's smile just grew bigger and bigger. Though he couldn't remember anything more, that day was kind of blurry in his mind. He only remembered the dramatic effect part and the sheer surprise of seeing Ferrucci become another man in no time. I think you look good. Charlotte's voice came suddenly as she looked into James' eyes, and it was obvious he said it because of the jealousy part that James mentioned. Oh, thank you, he replied, petting her head. But what about Ferrucci? I can't think of anything really. Is there something done I don't know about? Hector didn't answer immediately. He let out a laugh, shook his head, and then looked into James' eyes. He has a girlfriend. Silence. It was the type of silence that was just so funny, like James. And Charlotte just looking in a dumb way at Hector, their eyes glued to him, with that confusion in both of them. Yeah, even Charlotte was confused because, well, she heard things about Ferrucci even when she was with Valen, and it was even a surprise to her. But most, it was a surprise to James. He couldn't even understand it well, like Ferrucci having a girlfriend, that Ferrucci, who loves to cut people open, to skin them, to crush their bones, cut their heads, who is the butcher of the family, somehow found love. Love that is not prostitutes, strippers, hookers, but a real woman who loves him back. There is no way, can't be true. He even stuttered as said because it was truly impossible. No, it is true. I met her at the hospital. She is a gorgeous woman, like I was speechless about her. Hector said as he now finally laughed. Big boobs, big ass, and that body she has, my God, she is a... He stopped as he kind of forgot Charlotte was there, the same Charlotte who was looking at him with judging eyes. But how? He's just so messy. How would a woman even notice who he is? I don't know. And he hid her for months. Hector replied, but what James said was true. Ferrucci was indeed a messy person, and would continue to be one. Blood on his suit. Not just that, but the smell of it on him, because he had his best knife with him and had simply forgotten to clean it, and not just that. One look at him couldn't reveal how dangerous he was. Talking with him only made it more obvious. There was just no way a woman would have noticed any of it. The fucking man who has the most kills on his hands, after Hector, has found love, has been in love for months. The same man who lives for torturing people, who is mentally unstable, a brutal killer, an artist to say, has found love. You can't believe it, huh? Hector laughed more, pulling James out of his thoughts. I was the same, like there is no way he did it. But shit, I saw her with my own eyes and heard her say it out loud. Girlfriend. Ferrucci, but it means that. So she knows? Like, if no, then. She doesn't know it. Hector interrupted James quickly. I mean, he knows something is up, knows about the Bellini family because of the fucking pistol engraving, but doesn't know about Ferrucci himself like what he does, and she knows even less about us. Silence, as it was the worst thing about it all. He kills people, it is not something big. Charlotte's soft voice again, saying it so effortlessly that it made the whole situation more absurd. It's deeper than that, Charlotte, and don't say something like this. James said, though he was smiling, because, well, Ferrucci has indeed killed a lot of people, and when he wakes up from the coma, he will continue to kill, but in his own way. I mean, if she's not a liability, then everything's good. What does that word mean? Charlotte asked again. Liability. Liability. James corrected her, though now even Hector laughed, and for sure. It helped him in the whole situation, since he didn't really need to explain to James that he had sent Buck after Ferrucci's girlfriend. Charlotte with her question and the laugh helped Hector remain silent about it, because if something comes up, he will act. Chapter 370, Finn. The rest of the ride toward the hospital was funny and full of laughter, a complete change to how it started. Well, Hector's surprise about Ferrucci helped it much, but what helped more was that Charlotte was literally arguing with James about words she didn't even know the meaning of. Words like liability, which she couldn't even say out correctly. Then somehow came the word corruption, which she could say out loud and use, but not too correctly, and which became the starting point of an argument. From that, somehow, they jumped back to Ferrucci, where Charlotte started arguing that Ferrucci deserves love. Well, how the fuck they got to that point, or what even Charlotte was thinking, neither of them knew. It seemed like she just wanted to argue or had this attitude against both Hector and James, but maybe the whole thing started because she misunderstood the whole point of James's and Hector's talk. Maybe she thought that they don't let Ferrucci have a girlfriend, not like Charlotte could understand what it really means to be a girlfriend, or what it means to a mafia that it's a liability, but she was defending her point until she got tired and just kept silent. Though this whole little argument with Charlotte just showed James even more that she truly is on another level, not like every other child. She had a point in an argument. She knew how to argue to an extent, but couldn't fully express herself, her point, and her intentions, as she doesn't know the meaning of words and a lot of things. Still, she was trying her best, which just meant that when she grows more, she is going to be a bomb. Not just a bomb, but maybe she will grow into an adult that could truly lead a mafia, could grow into a woman who will have the same respect as James and the respect that Lucian had. In short, she could be a genius. A genius who knows how to talk to people, how to push her ideas into them, how to control the narrative, and moreover, from the example of Lucian and James, she will know how to, well, kill people. Because she will indeed experience more, she will see more. Pain, fear, guilt, morality, it will all be a toy for her, because she is already seeing it all in James. She already experiences all kinds of pain in everybody around him, from Erica to Hector, from Lucian to Valen. She is a little demon that could be worse than both of them. But that will take time, and maybe she would never even live that long to experience what it takes to be great, what it takes to be a leader. But that is for the future. How nostalgic, being here once again. James whispered as the convoy stopped in front of the hospital. It's strange to think that a hospital is our biggest ally. They've always been there for us. Hector said it right. And indeed it was strange that a hospital is their best ally since the beginning. They were always there if something happened, like their combat hospital or something. Like if somebody got shot, they went in and saved his life, or at least tried their best without a single word. They didn't give out a single information to nobody, be it the feds, the police, or the journalists. They kept it to themselves. Fuck, they didn't even write down any information and even wiped the CCTVs. They did everything. And well, it was thanks to a lot of donations that Hector sent toward their way. A private hospital that received over 50 million in donations through the years. The only problem with it was that it could not help Amanda nor Hans's daughters, as it didn't have that type of sections, but focused more on the trauma part. Literally a private hospital of the Bellini family. Should we go in? Hector asked as James once again just had this distant eye, looking at the hospital, and for a reason, because it was the same hospital where both Hans and Ralph lost their lives. Yeah, let's see how Finn is. Maybe while talking with him, the mysterious girlfriend will show up. He glanced at Hector, and with that they went in. All of them. Bella, Ramirez, Mike, and even Orion followed them. Like a big family coming to visit, with the twist that they didn't need to wait, didn't need to give a signature to anything, or give their name. A nurse immediately went to them, leading them to the private sector, where guards stood protecting Finn and Ferrucci from anyone else that could have come their way. Whoa, you look like shit, Finn. The first words, rather than worrying, were more like mocking James as he saw Finn literally just chilling in his bed. Oh, thank you for the kind words, boss, like I didn't almost die. Finn answered with a laugh, though the surprise was clear on his face that James had taken the time to come and visit him. That's nothing. You need to get shot at least 3 more times to catch up to me. James said as he shook hands with him, but Finn did look bad, pale, and like he had lost weight too. I will work to get shot more to achieve that greatness. He answered, laughing even more. Though I never thought I would get a whole family visit. That is lovely. Finn glanced at the others standing in the background. That's why we're family, don't we? James asked as he smiled more, though the thought stayed in his mind that Finn could have died, that one of the geniuses of the family could have vanished on that day once again because of him. But that thought was cut off as, out of nowhere, Charlotte said something sweet and heartwarming. I hope you recover fast. It was kind of stunning for Finn and the others, hearing it from her, who was always silent. Also, it was kind of strange as she said it in a monotone tone, though it still hit the right place. Thank you, darling. Finn answered her, and that pure smile on his face was something else. Charlotte wasn't just a bubble for James, but a warm bubble for everybody, though it was clear too that something else needed to be talked about. "Come on, sweetheart, let's go find something to eat," Bella said as she picked her up from the ground. "It was nice to see you, Finn. Hope you will get shot more," she said with a smile and left the room, leaving the men behind to talk about something that mattered more: the business. Chapter 371, Doubts. It wasn't the best time to talk about it. They had just come to visit Finn for the first time, and that good family feeling would, in a second, evaporate and expose the reality that they didn't really give a fuck about Finn himself, but about what the fuck actually happened and why, because he was the only one who knew the truth. That was their reality. Family and the mafia were the same thing. Finn knew it very well, yet he still felt like they came to him as a family. Even Charlotte, the little sweetheart, warmed him up, and not for a single second did he look at any of them in a bad way. The bad thing was how embarrassing it all was. The silence after Bella and Charlotte left, nobody spoke. Nothing. Like nobody wanted to be the first to ask Finn about it, because it was embarrassing. First meeting in a long time. First time seeing him in the hospital, almost dying, and the first thing they wanted to talk about was business. But Finn didn't really care about that part at all. "I don't mind it. I know we're about business, and this shit happens because of business," he said, letting out a small giggle, but as he looked into James's eyes, he saw the emptiness. "Well, what the fuck happened then?" Ramazur was the first one who asked back. He didn't really care about the sweetness or so on, and except James, everybody in the room had a little doubt in them. Hector, and moreover Ramazur, is the one who knows Finn the most. They have talked a lot, Finn did a lot, and they helped each other with many things, and because of that, Ramazur knew well that the whole shooting, even if the cartel had a hand in it, Finn is the type of dude who shoots first and asks questions later. In short, Ramazur had some doubts about how the shooting happened with Finn. As his personality is as twisted as James's, he can quickly kill somebody who disrespects him or the family. And knowing Finn went for a black market dealer, it seemed a bit strange to Ramazur that he somehow killed all of them. Like thinking that he pulled that move and gunned down all of them seemed a bit too much. Yeah, everybody knows Finn is a gunslinger. He is one of the best shooters in the family, but all of it seemed just too much, like a movie scene, truly. For them, it all looked like he shot first and then got shot. "Oh, I know that look. You're judging me, Ramazur?" Finn asked as he noticed. I'm not judging, but the story is a bit movie-like." Ramazur answered him. "We don't have a ballistic team to see who shot first, or how all of it happened, but from the outside, it looks like you shot first and then got shot." Silence, as it was more than doubt now that Ramazur said it. It was kind of an accusation that Finn fucked up. No, Finn was indeed a movie star at that moment. James cut in, easing the tension a bit. The cartel was on the way to kill him and chop him up as a message, but Finn arrived earlier at the meeting. "I got some information in Marassi, and the story fits Finn's story." He glanced at him. "You're alive because you went early and pulled that move." Now there was an even bigger silence, as Finn and everybody in the room, except Hector and Mike, were kind of flabbergasted by how the fuck James knew vital info like this. Moreover, Finn had just realized that his life was saved by those 10 minutes he decided to go earlier, because if he hadn't, he would have ended up chopped up and his head sent to the family as a message. "So then what happened with Sira?" Ramazur asked again. "Like, we used to buy from him, and out of nowhere he deals with the cartel to kill you?" One thing about Ramazur is that he couldn't really figure out the answer. He didn't think more about it, like business-wise. "We had a talk before the whole shit happened, and he slowly said to fuck me and the family." Finn spoke as he sat up a bit. "Basically, we took monopoly. We fucked up his business that he had built up over decades, and he was very angry about it." "Well, that's it." That is short and clear." Mike spoke up, as indeed it was clear. "So Sira acted the complete opposite of Silas Ricci." Hector began as he sat down on the side. "Silas sent his finger to apologize, and I'm sure he saw the business opportunity in us, so he would have pushed for a deal or association with us. While on the other side, Sira was mad that his little empire collapsed in a month." This was a short puzzle, huh? James thought. Indeed, it was the fastest they ever came to a conclusion, the fastest they had ever solved something this quick, and the answer was truly clear. Ciro was fucked and in a rage that the Bellini family had taken monopoly, slowly killing everybody he was dealing with. Not just that, but destroying his whole empire he had been building up, and to somehow remain in power, he made a deal with the cartel that would have put him in a position. Though, of course, they would have killed him too. But he was so bloodthirsty about it all that he took the deal nonetheless. Rather than doing what Silas Ricci did, to make a soft move toward James, he did the complete opposite and single-handedly fucked himself over. "Then I am sorry that I doubted you, Finn," Ramazur said as he kind of bent down his head. "Oh, nothing. I would have doubted myself too." Finn laughed it off, as it was just a miracle that he survived, and of course thanks to Darvik's soldiers. But then another question arises. If Ciro died, then all of his warehouses are ours, doesn't it? It was Orion who asked the golden question. "Indeed, all of it is ours," James answered, with that smile on his face, just knowing that they had struck a golden mine, a warehouse of a black market seller. A seller who dealt with everything, from weapons to drugs to chemicals to equipment. That is now theirs, all of it. Chapter 372. Plans. Orion's question wasn't just a golden one. It was the question everyone had been waiting for. A question that showed just how fucking strong they were, because as James answered it, they realized they had so much shit to their name it was almost unbelievable. Silas warehouses, Lucian stuff that they had already taken, and now Ciro, the fucking black market dealer. Not even mentioning the gang members, the mafia, and everyone who had died during the raids. So we truly have everything. Mike spoke again, as he just now started to understand how fucking strong they are. Even understanding it was kind of hard to do, that it is not just monopoly itself over the market, which is already a fucking huge deal that has never happened before, but sprinkled on top, they have countless warehouses that are waiting for them to just open up and get everything inside. From a black market dealer to the gangs, they have so much in their hands that it is just unbelievable to think about. They just fucking broke the scale with everything. It is not even a drug lord, but the fucking godfather of it now. The Bellini family, that is the monopoly, controls everything, from the market to trafficking routes, from everything. We indeed have everything. Hector began. Though to actually work, we need to reform everything in the family. He is right about it. They need to reform the whole family. They need to make sure they have enough capacity for the amount of drugs and everything else they need to deal with, which also means they need more people. Because the amount they have now, from soldiers to warehouse workers, is not enough to satisfy the market. They need to find a lot of people who can truly fit in the family and are not going to be like Xavier, and this is just the start of it. They need to reform the structure, reform the hierarchy in the family, and get more people in high positions to make the family a fine mechanism that can work on its own without too much oversight. But all of it means one more thing. They need more money to achieve it. Just to operate the family, it costs tens of millions in salaries, plus any incident that could happen. At least if James keeps his idea that people need to be paid well to earn their trust. We have time for all of that, James said. But yeah, we will need to have a meeting with everybody involved in the business. So with them too? Ramirez asked as he glanced at James. Yeah, he answered, and well, everybody knew who they were talking about. The government and the deal with them. Even though James and Hector had talked with Linda and the others a long time ago about what they wanted, the cut, and how everything would operate, a lot had happened since then. A whole fucking operation that wiped gangs out from the capital, and a total monopoly that neither of them truly believed would actually happen, yet it did. Which also meant that a new deal would have to be made with the government, and James knew they would want a huge cut of the money, and when combined with Darvik's cut, it simply wouldn't work, especially in their current state, since they didn't even have enough drugs to be properly profitable. I don't even know where to start. Yeah, James didn't really think it through, that he had 3 separate deals, and on top is the government's. But on top of that is also his mafia, and the people he needs to provide salary for. It's just complicated. For now, we're good, so let's go see Ferrucci, James said, completely unsure of what was going on. They desperately needed a meeting to sort out their plans, who wanted what cut, how much, and what the government would actually contribute. So rather than guessing and stressing himself out, he stepped up to Finn. Recover quickly so I can promote you, he said, offering his hand. Finn just kind of froze. Promote? He asked back. Yeah, you will be promoted, so be ready, James said as he smiled at his reactions. See you soon, Finn, he said, and with that, all of them went out of the room, leaving Finn behind, kind of just still stunned because he never thought about that. Like that he could be promoted. Like he already held a position that is almost impossible to reach, too. And in his mind there was no other position to reach, but a position to be a Bellini, to officially get the name, and stand on that level. To be on the side of James. It meant more than he could put into words, so much that the machine he was hooked up to started beeping as his heartbeat shot through the roof at the thought, to carry the Bellini name, and on top of that, to have James look at him like he actually deserved it. Should I expect something bad, or does he look good? Nothing. He looks good, just hooked on machines and sleeping. Hector answered to James, as they arrived at the door and opened it. Huh, there's no girlfriend, James said as he stepped in, but it immediately hit his nose, the smell of flowers on the side. But I guess he is real, he said, as it was not an ordinary bouquet of flowers. The combination of colors, the intensity of the scent, was all matching. Those flowers gave an atmosphere in that room, kind of pushing away the bad thoughts as James looked at Ferrucci. His body was just lying in the bed, hooked up to a couple of machines and monitors, the guilt of it coming up once again, just staring at him, but at least he was finally at peace. No pain, no nothing, just a dreamlike state where nothing could hurt him. Chapter 373, Promise. Somehow all of it looked like the best atmosphere they had ever been in. It was just so different. The scent of the flowers, the sun shining in the big window, and of course Ferrucci himself, just sleeping there, quite motionless, in his own world, in peace that he had deserved a long time ago, but not in this way. Oh, Mr. Bellini, long time no see, a doctor on the side said. James didn't even notice him being there. Doctor, indeed a long time, he said as he offered his hand, but thinking about it, it was the right moment to ask. Say, doctor, how long will he be in a coma? The question itself wasn't really a deep one. It was surface-level knowledge that he wanted to know. But looking at the doctor and seeing his face change upon hearing the question, James knew he had asked something that was indeed deep. Don't try to paint it, Doc, just tell the truth, James said, and it was all too visible in how the doctor's face changed, his eyes, his hand on his side. He seemed like he didn't want to speak the truth, afraid it might cost him his life, because he knew that they are the fucking mafia. Also knew Ferrucci was one of them. He thought that if he revealed the truth, something bad would happen to him. But the Bellinis had been here for months, 2 of them had died here, and nothing had happened. So he began. Ferrucci suffered severe hypovolemic shock from massive blood loss. He was trying to explain it in the simplest way possible. During that time, his brain didn't receive enough oxygen, which caused hypoxic brain injury. From there, the neurological damage has left Ferrucci in a deep coma, and at this stage, it may last for months. Fuck. It was Mike's voice that broke the silence, as he finally understood everything the doctor had said. He had thought Ferrucci was in a better state, but now he heard the worst. What does it mean? James immediately asked back, still eyeing the doctor. What happens when he wakes up? Maybe it would have been better not to ask, just wait for it. Hope that someday he would wake up, everything would go smoothly. He would go back to work, and take his place in the family. But that image was already breaking apart as James asked these questions, and the doctor's answer didn't just break it, it shattered it. He may remain partially or fully dependent on care, suffer permanent disabilities in movement, speech, or memory, and he may never fully recover. The doctor's voice was low, almost exhausted, but he said it clearly, and James heard every word. He heard that Ferrucci might never be Ferrucci again, but it wasn't how it should have been. He didn't feel the emotions. No, that wasn't the right word. He had them, but buried deep, like just a flicker of feeling inside. He knew what he had heard was terrible. He knew how he should have reacted, but somehow, those emotions were chained down, though his hands didn't lie. What is the chance of recovering? He asked again, his voice still calm, but from the doctor's point of view, he was staring at a demon. It's hard to say, it depends on the chance. James interrupted. It may be 10 to 30%, but it is impossible that he would fully recover. The doctor finished. He spoke the truth. He said what James wanted to hear, but now it was the opposite of it. He didn't want to hear no. He didn't want to hear anything of it. Ferrucci might be a ruthless murderer, but he is family. He didn't want to hear a single word because it would have just made it worse. that he lost another one. Another. You are shaking again. The voice that always showed up at the right time to deliver her want. Charlotte, grabbing James' left hand firmly to stop it shaking. James said nothing to her, just looked down and, well, she had a lollipop in her mouth while looking up at him and just staring deep into his soul. Well then, thanks Doc, Hector said as she stepped in. If anything happens, just call me, okay? Why yeah, I will. The doctor said, though under James' eyes he felt empty and hollow. Those eyes that just showed he was on another level of pain. Maybe worse than the coma itself. Maybe it was truly worse to live life like James, but he was different than others. He could live with it. He could accept it, though it was a weight, a noxious weight that would only disappear if he himself disappeared from the earth. But until then, he needed to bear it. Is he sleeping? Charlotte's voice came as she was now looking at Ferrucci. Yeah, he is, darling, Bella said as he stepped behind her, placing her hand on her shoulders, sleeping and dreaming. She understood it too, understood that something was not right, especially from the reaction of James and his hand still shaking a bit. She understood that Ferrucci was not just sleeping but worse than that he might never wake up again. This shit again, guilt. Why do I even feel that? Why do I feel guilt but nothing else? James thought as he looked at Ferrucci the way he was, just there, knowing well that even if he woke up in the future, he might never be the same. Shit, maybe he wouldn't even know who he was or what he had done in his life. But maybe that would be the best, that he would just forget everything, just lose his memory about what he went through, what he had done. Maybe he would enjoy that life much more. Sleep well, Ferrucci, James said as he stepped closer, gently letting his fingers touch his hand. And when you wake up, I promise I will be here to help with everything. A false promise. Yeah, it was a false promise, but he needed to say it, needed to let it out. Nobody knew when he would wake up, and more importantly, nobody knew when the end would come for James. One thing was certain, one of them would happen faster than the other. Chapter 374, Fortress. They said their goodbyes to Ferrucci, and after that, they were on the way again, finally going back to the house where James had run from. The family house that was shot up, that was the beginning of all bad. How crazy is that? A house holding so much meaning. Like a shell of memories that you only need to open the door to let all of it inside you. Let it stir up the memories, the pain, the suffering. Those days when everything was all right, before it all turned into something dark, something that is no longer what it used to be. Though, even before it could have happened, James noticed some differences. Is that our guys? He asked as they stopped at the gate that led into the neighborhood, and the guard that stood there was stacked. Long rifle in their hand, helmet and with bulletproof vests. Yeah, they are, Hector said, excited to see James's reaction. I used the same made-up security company, just like at our house. So there is no problem with it. The neighbors and everybody who lives here think they are legitimate, and they actually feel safe considering the recent events. That is smart. James answered him, and indeed it was. In this way, there wouldn't be any other incident when motherfuckers can go in and just shoot the house up. No, they would be welcomed by guards who are trigger-happy and would shoot the shit out of them. But the gate, too, wasn't it cast iron? It was, but it served no protection, so I changed it, Hector explained, and it truly made a difference, like it was a big-ass gate that you could see through that wouldn't stop someone from ramming through it. But now it was blocking the view, and it was taller than before. You'll see, some changes happened to our street and the house too, Hector said, and when the cars finally rolled through the gate and turned onto their street, it was truly something else, like Hector hadn't just made changes to the house itself, but to the fucking whole street. A gate at the beginning of the street that led to their house, and it wasn't a simple gate, like one that opens up. No, it was an automatic bollard-type thing, the type they usually put at banks and other institutions to stop someone from ramming into it. On the side was even a little guard post where another man stood with a long rifle in his hand. How do you like it? Hector came with a big-ass smile on his face. I'm kinda speechless. A genuine reaction from James as he saw his street turned into a fucking militarized zone. You did all this while I was away? Yeah, I thought it would be a nice touch for our protection, though I did many more things that you'll see. Hector said, still smiling, genuinely happy that James was stunned. And he was, because it wasn't just the house that had protection layers, but the neighborhood itself. The main gate had been changed and was now protected by guards. Then another gate that led to their street, also guarded. And after that came more and more layers of protection, though at first, James had a question to ask. And who paid for it? He asked as looked at Hector, and his smile just grew bigger. Isabella. What? James just got more confused. She was stupid enough to keep a piece of her money at the same bank as us, so I asked Frederick to open up her vault. She paid for the gate, and, luckily, every single protection element. In short, what Hector said was that all of it was paid for by Isabella's death. Sounds like you became a tomb raider. James laughed, and Hector followed. For a second, though, they both forgot Charlotte was still with them, and she immediately asked a question. What is a tomb raider? For a second, James was silent, as though thinking about how to explain it to her. But he chose not to lie and instead said the truth. A group or a person who robs graves and tombs. James began. You know, in the old times, people threw their jewelry and gold and so on into their tombs, like the pharaohs and kings, and people robbed them. Even now, there are people who actively search for ancient tombs to rob. As he explained it, Charlotte immediately followed up with another question. So, Charlotte began, now looking at Hector. You robbed Isabella's grave. Technically no, because the money was already ours, so I just claimed it. Hector answered her in the best way possible, but the blue eye of Charlotte was gripping him like she wasn't blinking or anything, just staring like a ghost or that doll in a horror movie. Whoa, that is a bit crazy, isn't it, Charlotte? James broke their silence and lifted her up a bit to see, and it was crazy, in fact. It was like the old layout, where big SUVs were parked down the street to block it, but now there were even spikes out on the road. It is truly some presidential security. Well, only possible because we live in a dead end. Hector smiled, though he heard his comments and was happy about it. But still, there was a bigger surprise he couldn't wait to see James's reaction to. And when they finally arrived, it was indeed a reaction that came from him. He was just speechless. What the fuck? He thought, just mind blown by how Hector had managed to do it in just a week, like everything had changed. The mansion, which should have felt like a sweet home, a place where he could go and sleep well, just away from everything else, a place to feel at home, had turned into something very different. And he knew, or at least had an idea, that Hector had changed something, but it was more than he had imagined. That sweet home had turned into a fortress. Chapter 375, Home Sweet Home. A fortress that embodied everything he is. The Don, the drug lord, the man who holds the market in the palm of his hand, and the place gives off that exact vibe. No longer just a man in the shadows, but a man with an entire military base behind him, a house that can only be destroyed if it is bombed. A place that was rebuilt, wilt blood and form blood, and it was truly something else. The gate had been replaced with the same massive one that stood at the beginning of the neighborhood, and if that wasn't enough, in front of it were the bollards. And that was just the first gate, because it was a double gate, and the second gate had the same setup. Not just that, but massive rods with cameras overlooked everything, and James noticed the windows had something on them. Are those shatters? Bulletproof. Once they're active, they go down, not just on the windows, but on the doors too, Hector explained, waiting for this moment, like it was a gift for James. So the windows are bulletproof, but now they have outside shatters that are bulletproof too? Exactly. Hector raised his voice. It's because, you know, it's not just bulletproof, just resistant. If a lot of bullets hit the same place, it can break, but now the shatter itself is a protection layer for the window. Not just that, if you look at the roof, you'll see them there too. Are those snipers? Marksmen. They're the ones Ramirez recommended. All of them are experts. They can shoot with the highest precision. It was just too much to even take in. Suddenly, the house had become a fortress, a place ready for a battle to be fought, and that's why all the firepower was there. They could sit on the roof during an attack and take anyone out. The design made sense in some way, though. A thought lingered in his mind. What if a fire breaks out in the house and the shatters are down? Can we escape? A very good question, one that could actually happen. Of course, there are many exit points, but come, I need to show you something that actually helps you escape fast. Hector said, opening the door and stepping out, slowly walking toward the garden, leaving Charlotte and James behind. He's excited. Charlotte said, yeah, like a kid. James replied as he opened the door and started walking after Hector, but as he got closer, Hector suddenly spoke. Close your eyes. What? It's a surprise, just close them. Hector said again, and well, James closed his eyes, letting Hector lead him. Now, you can look. James opened his eyes, and now he was truly speechless. More than that, he was shocked and confused by what he saw in front of him. Is that? That was at our house. Charlotte pointed with a faint smile at the helicopter they got from Lucian. Though it wasn't the helicopter itself that confused James, it was the fact that the tennis court was nowhere to be found, like the helicopter was parked in its place. Which meant Hector hadn't just made all this security change in 1 week. He had also built a helipad in place of the tennis court. That's your escape if something bad happens. Just hop in and go, Hector said, looking at James. I even hired a pilot who stays at the house every day, ready to go. Well, fuck, Hector. You built a fortress, James said, laughing, because there was nothing else he could do. It was just unbelievable. It's all for safety reasons, Hector said, proud of himself and pleased that James seemed impressed. Though all of it also had another meaning for James. All of these security measures, when they were the only ones at the top, with no competition, no enemies who could challenge them. Yet Hector had felt the need to fortify the entire neighborhood, even bringing in the helicopter, which said everything without saying a word. Hector was ready for a fight, but not with gangsters or the mafia, but with the government. Yeah, it all seemed like he had prepared the whole house to be ready if something went wrong, because they would protect it until death, like the house was the last point of defense. Which was actually a good idea, because what if the government turned on them? Even if it would be the dumbest move, they still had to consider it, because if it ever happened, it would be the biggest fight in history, the largest war on the streets between the government and the mafia. Everything would literally turn into a war zone. But what was even stranger was the feeling that came over him. Not the helicopter or the security measures, but the feeling that came with the atmosphere. The flowers, the same flowers that Erica had planted, always trying her best to keep them alive and beautiful. But now, those flowers were slowly dying and the house itself felt strange. 2. The walls had been repaired, but even without the bullet holes, the feeling remained, the feeling of that day, and the meaning of it all. And he knew that when he stepped in further, more of these memories would hit him. But he needed to. This house was his home. Let it be a fortress or not. Let it be full of terrible memories, of pain and suffering. It was all his. The palace where he would rule the whole market. The palace where he would make history. The palace where Charlotte would grow up. The palace where everything would end someday, or maybe not. It was all for the future, but for now, he needed to get his shit together and act how he needed to act. Be the man. Be a Bellini. Be the Don. Well, I guess we're home, Charlotte, James said, looking down at her, trying to be a bit emotional, to give her the meaning of home. But she had another idea. Can we fly it? She asked in the most monotone and boring voice possible, completely ignoring James. No. Please. No. And let's go inside before we get cold. He grabbed her hand, and with it they finally went in. Chapter 376. Gun. Stepping inside the house, it was exactly how James expected it would be, just empty. It was a straightforward feeling, and he only stepped through the door into the foyer, but the emptiness was too obvious. There wasn't the scent that was always in the house, that flowery smell, the same flower his mother cared for. She always put it in, to let the scent go around the house, the smell of laundry detergent, the smell of a home. There wasn't any. Not a single smell that would just say it was a home, that somebody was living in it, and even Charlotte herself noticed it. It is empty, she said, as even for her it was strange. She didn't know the feeling she could put into words, but she felt it the same as her old home. The time she lived at the Lucian house, and how empty it had been. No soul truly understood her, or cared about her. The staff were there for the money, and everyone else. She was just on her own in that big mansion. And this was the same. Though the house looks the same inside, the same furniture, the same decor, everything exactly as they left it, but it was just different. It didn't have that feeling, didn't have the warmth, didn't have anything. Yeah, something was missing. Where's the staff? James asked, knowing Hector had killed the chef and many others, but he hadn't expected it to be this empty. Not a single sound, just pure silence. The whole house practically screamed depression and nothing else. I sent them to train a bit, to know what to do if something happens, and I sent some of them home. You mean home or home? James asked back as he noticed that Hector was careful with his words in front of Charlotte. Well, some of them went home, and others, home. Hector said, glancing at James with that strange look, the exact stare he had whenever he remembered what he had done. The thing was, James didn't know. Hector talked about everything over the phone, but never about what he had actually done. He didn't even know about all the security changes, didn't know who had died. He only knew about Xavier, his team, and the chef. Nothing more. Why don't you just say killed? Charlotte's voice suddenly came with a slight frustration. It's too obvious to say home. I know the difference between the two. While saying it in front of her in two different ways was way too obvious. And second, Valen used the same in front of her. She knew what home and home meant. You know we want to protect you, Charlotte. James explained to her, but her eyes and facial expression were telling him that she was frustrated. And of course she was, because James knew she wanted to be strong, wanted to show her strength, that she lived through hell and didn't need to be babysit. So before she could explode in anger, he continued. But you are right, and you need to hear it to understand what we are. He glanced at Hector. So what did you do, Hector? Hector didn't know what was happening. Like he thought they were trying to protect Charlotte from what they are. But looking down at her, he understood it. It was clear she wanted to be involved. So young, yet she refused to be pushed aside, refusing to pretend they were living in a good world. Even James seemed to have given up mentally on protecting her from themselves. Oh well, yes, I killed some of them because they did wrong. Hector said it straight, not even trying to soften it or lighten it. With a gun? She asked again, her blue eyes fixed on him. It was absurd, because Hector actually considered explaining how he had done it, how he had stabbed some of them multiple times. Though he only considered it because it was obvious Charlotte understood the meaning of death. She understands death, what it is, how it works on the level of a criminal organization. A child that young, and she understands it all. But of course, he didn't start with the details of how he had killed them. No. Instead, he did it in a gentleman's fashion. Slowly, he reached behind his coat and pulled out the same custom-made gun, engraved just like Ferrucci's, and held it out to her. With this, her eyes locked onto it instantly. The silver gun gleamed under the light, the roses engraved into the metal with the Bellini name. She was mesmerized, captivated by the way it looked, the way it seemed almost cool. But James shattered that moment. This is what our family is built on, Charlotte. He began, slowly kneeling and taking the gun from Hector's hand, showing it closer to her. This thing decides life and death, but you know that because you've experienced what it can do. He looked her in the eyes, holding the gun steady. Everything we are is built on this piece of metal. Without it, we are nobodies. But there's a bigger weapon than this, one that can bring much more chaos. What is that? She asked, her voice low and cautious as she continued staring at the gun. Then she felt it, James' hand gently tapping her forehead. James' eyes softened just slightly, but the intensity never left them. The bigger weapon is knowing. Knowing when to act, when to stop, when to strike, and when to let the world fall apart on its own. The gun, it's only a tool. But knowledge, Charlotte. Knowledge is what makes a family survive and dominate. James leaned slightly closer. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and everything we built, everything we are, could crumble. That's why knowledge is the weapon that keeps us alive when metal alone cannot. She understood it to some extent, but so many questions had arisen in her, which was good, questions that demanded knowledge. So she asked what she truly felt about what James had said. But that day, she began, her eyes locked on his. The gun. It saved you and me, and that's what you used to get your revenge, isn't it? Chapter 377. Words. Charlotte's question was obvious where it came from. It wasn't just that she saw it with her own eyes, how they tried to kill them, how they killed Raphael and Hans, but she heard whispers about the revenge James did, and moreover, she saw Valen too, just shooting people. And in her mind, a gun, a pistol, is worth more than knowledge, and of course, these are things that she saw all her life. To be feared, to be respected, you need to show who you are, what you are capable of doing, and for her it was a pistol, something that can take a life. That is the weapon of the mafia, weapons of the family. That is how you reach the top. But from James's point of view, it wasn't. A man who pretended to be a mafia boss from the beginning, who never killed nobody nor knew how to shoot a gun. And here he stood, thought the criminal underworld like a prince who is ready to claim his throne, and he wanted the same for her. In James's mind, Charlotte has the potential to become a greatness, the queen of it all, but she needs to understand. She needs to know that knowledge is more powerful than weapons will ever be. Yeah, I did it, and if I would get busted in that police station, then everything would have ended in that moment. I was mindless, without knowledge, just a bull that couldn't stop because of the anger. He tapped her forehead again. Manipulation, controlling, blackmailing, intimidation, threats, all of it are more dangerous, more fearful, more influential than this gun. He sighed as he slowly stood up with the help of Hector, then handed the gun back to him. You can use your words as bullets to hurt those who deserve it. You can build a whole empire without even pulling the trigger. Be a genius, Charlotte, someone who doesn't need a gun to dominate. Be somebody who can do it with words. I'm sure you've experienced enough to know what it means. You know, don't idolize me, nor Lucian. Don't think this is right, the obvious step. No, because once you pull the trigger, you won't stop pulling it. The darkness will attach. But you don't even think about it right now. Just listen and learn in silence, and ask questions so later you know what to do. He finished as he petted her head, messing her whole hair up. But a question came quickly from her. So, if I use words, what do I do to those who want to hurt me? She asked back as James started going into the living room, but stopped and looked back. Words turn into orders, Charlotte, and orders turn into actions. He faintly smiled. But today's lesson is over. Go find Bella and get your stuff and settle in. James said as he slowly turned back, went to the living room, and left Hector speechless. What he said to Charlotte, what he explained to her, was his life, at least the beginning of it, a time when he killed nobody himself and only used words to order others to do the job. Yes, there were killings done, but never by his hands. He never pulled the trigger, and no one died by his own hands. Only in his name, at least in the past. Wasn't it too much? Hector asked as he sat down next to James, mind blown. Like he thought the security changes in the helicopter would be the highest point of the day, but now it was all taken by James as he explained something terrible to Charlotte, to a child. Maybe, but at least she got answers. He glanced at Hector. If she wants to know it, then let her know about it. And it is obvious we can't hide it, and also it's better that she knows it. Well, it made some sense to Hector. There was a big difference between Charlotte and another child like Amanda. Charlotte knew about everything, who they were, that they killed people. She experienced it with her own eyes. She saw abuse, beatings, people murdered in front of her, and learned along the way. So letting her know about it was, well, really a way to spoon-feed her all of it, like teaching her the basics. Still, it was just too sudden, like out of nowhere, lecturing Charlotte about the power of words rather than the gun, when both of them knew she didn't really understand it, which also meant she would ask more about it. But that was the meaning of it for James, to make her ask questions rather than letting all of it sink in at once. In that way, she could deal with trauma and emotions, let herself ask questions, because one thing was sure. She is Lucian's blood, and that motherfucker was crazy from childhood, which meant Charlotte would have no problem with any of it. At least that's what James was hoping for. But today I want peace. I thought I would have enough power, but I am off the meds, so I need to regain all the power. So now let me sleep, and at night we can talk about plans, and tomorrow we can visit them. I'm good with it, Hector said, and to be true, he noticed the pain on James's face from the moment they landed. Not just that, but Hector knew that James didn't choke out his pain with the doctors for a reason, to feel the pain, to never forget that moment, to bear the wound of guilt every single day and feel it. Hector understood, quietly, that this was James's way of keeping himself tethered to reality, to the weight of everything he had done and survived. It wasn't weakness, it wasn't self-punishment in the usual sense, it was discipline, a constant reminder of the cost of power, of choices, of survival. A bit of masochistic behavior, but with purpose. At least the pain would serve as a reminder to stay ruthless, that motherfucker. Chapter 378, Future. And that's exactly what happened. James just got knocked out. Asleep maybe because of the jet lag with the mix of the pain he had endured in recent days, or simply the overwhelming feeling of being home again, surrounded by the emptiness. With the top of all the bullshit he would have to deal with. The meeting with Linda and the others, reforming the family, recruiting new people, going through numbers and plans, thought none of it mattered now. He was knocked out, dreaming of something better. Meanwhile, Charlotte was making herself comfortable with Bella, packing out in her room, making things a little more colorful, while Hector himself sat down to rest a bit, exhausted from everything he had done. He had killed so much that it all weighed on him, not even counting his mother and sisters, whom he was planning to send to Marassi because he didn't want them staying. In danger as he knew things could spiral out of control quickly, he had no fucking trust in the government. So he is back, yeah? Linda's voice came as she was sitting in her office back at the Minister of Justice, which was actually now the Department of Justice. The whole name change and position change made no sense, really, as she held the same position with the same power, but the name kind of gave her more aura. Like the Attorney General, being the general of something carried a different feeling, a feeling that she could be fucked up even more now. She knew she could pass laws that required only her signature, laws that didn't even need the president's approval, just a glance from him. Yet everybody knew exactly where that would lead. A law would pass, and if nobody liked it, the president would point his finger at Linda, saying he hadn't even seen it, that it was never presented to him. It was all her. What a genius idea, perfect scapegoats. Exactly. He landed this morning, with everybody on board except his mother. Stephen answered her. That's actually good. Linda began. That means a huge liability has disappeared, something neither we nor he need to be careful about anymore. Honestly, a better outcome couldn't have happened. Yeah, the fact that Erica was no longer close to James was a huge win for everybody, not just for James. It meant, first of all, that Erica couldn't influence him anymore, couldn't tell him what to do, what was right or wrong. She was no longer an emotional and psychological liability to him. And on the government side, it meant the worst scenario was gone. They all knew that if something had happened to Erica, they would have been completely fucked, and that fear lived in every one of them. But now that fear was gone, knowing she was back in Marassi, nowhere near James. It felt like he had finally thrown off the chain that had been restraining him, which maybe wasn't such a good thing after all, because it also meant he wouldn't give a single fuck about anything anymore. Though Charlotte is still with him. Stephen continued as he eyed Linda. And we all know they are a family, which means she is his #1 priority. Maybe that is not a liability. Thomas joined in as he sipped his coffee. If we look at it, Charlotte is the last Augustus, the princess of the throne, and we all know that Lucian's plan was to sit her on the throne. But he died, which means the person who is going to put her on the throne is James himself. But she is a child. Linda began again. A child is always a liability to everybody, whether it's a normal person or James. Even if she experienced a lot, a child stays a child, someone who needs to be protected. I still think she is not a liability, but the one the throne is waiting for. Thomas countered, holding to his point. If Charlotte were a liability, James wouldn't bring her with him. But he did, which means he has already made her the one who will.